Chapter 1. I want to arrange your marriage. Ellis Maven stopped short. Slinging his camera over his shoulder by the strap, he put the cell phone to his ear. Hello, Mom. How are you doing? I've been well. Thanks for asking. I don't have time for pleasantries, young man. Your future hangs in the balance. Ellis tilted his face to the Belizean sky and closed his eyes. His mother was a theater actress and prone to dramatics, but it had only gotten worse since his dad died 3 years ago. Can we not do this today? Ellis sighed. If not today, then when? You've had 3 decades to gallivant around and be free. What do you have to show for it? An Emmy? Nothing, his mother said. I'll be sure to let the awards committee know what you think of them. Ellis heard something buzzing and swatted at the mosquito without looking. The X game was set on a private island in Belize. It had everything a reality show needed: romantic beaches, stunning marshes, exclusive access to the Caribbean Sea. But it came with a frightening horde of mosquitoes that descended like blood-sucking vampires released after 1,000 years of rest. I want grandbabies, and you barely stay in one place long enough to make any. Ellis would point out that it didn't take long to make a baby, but he didn't want to encourage her. Mom, I can't think about dating right now. Production of the X Games hasn't started yet, and we're already behind schedule. Our stylist's flight got canceled. One of our cameras needs repair. His head started aching from the mere mention of the long to-do list. I don't have time to be distracted. This is the problem, Ellis. You jump from one project to another without slowing down. These projects are why I can afford to send you on fancy cruises, Mom. Money doesn't keep you warm at night. I have so much of the stuff. I've started investing so I can get rid of it. He swatted at another mosquito. She kept berating him. Life isn't like those reality shows, Ellis. You can't edit out the parts that are inconvenient. You have to work through the hard times. You have to stop and smell the roses. You have to propose to someone because you tell me to? He sighed. I have a lot of work to do, so I'll talk to you later. Fine, go be great. She mumbled out an I love you and hung up. Ellis turned around, intending to take a few more pictures of the sprawling Caribbean Sea, but something black and scaly flashed in the grass. It was just a second of a glint, like the sun reflecting against a shiny mirror. His body froze instinctually when he saw that whatever it was slithered. Coaching his breathing into a calm rhythm, he scanned the ground until he found the scaly animal in the grass. Its body was coiled. He couldn't see the head or the end of the tail. Was it closer than he thought? His skin crawled. No quick movements, Ellis. The snake skated over the grass, and all attempts at remaining calm exploded. Heart pumping, Ellis took off for the grove of coconut trees further inland. As he turned the bend, he glanced over his shoulder to check if the creature was on his heels. In his haste, he bumped into something soft and sweet-smelling. Wind rushed into his face as he teetered downward. He grunted, wobbled, scrambled to remain upright. Dull nails dug into his biceps and yanked on his shirt for balance. Sensing that he couldn't stop their downward momentum, Ellis shot his arms out and landed on his palms. His hands slammed on the ground first, sending a ricochet of pain through his wrist, past his elbows and all the way up to his shoulders. Fighting through the pain, he glanced down and inspected the woman. Are you okay? She nodded, thick curls scraping the sand. Striking brown eyes fastened on his and then widened in recognition. He recognized her at the same time. Geraldine Franklin. She'd left an impression the first time they'd met. Not only because she'd called his show a stupid idea, but because of how beautiful she'd looked while ripping it to shreds. Geraldine, he said quietly.
You remember?
How could he forget? When his liaison proposed they add a last-minute contestant named Geraldine, he'd pictured an elderly Belizean woman with wrinkles, thinning hair, and a walking cane. Instead, he met a Caribbean bombshell, high cheekbones, striking eyes, full lips, and skin the color of bronze chocolate. Geraldine was beautiful. No, more than that. She was exquisite and unlike anyone he'd ever seen. But being attracted to her was not something he could entertain. She was a member of the cast and, by definition, off-limits.
Nice to see you again,
she said, her lips tilting up in a warm smile. There was a smattering of tiny moles on her throat. It looked like constellations.
Collision and ungraceful plummeting aside.
You too. Ellis realized that he was still sprawled over Geraldine's body and pushed himself up. The sudden movement sent a pang through his shoulder. He grimaced and stuck his uninjured hand out to her.
Thanks.
She accepted his hand, noticed his expression, and frowned.
Are you okay?
Fine.
Are all Emmy-winning producers such bad liars? Or just you?
He chuckled and wrapped his fingers around his shoulder, massaging it gently. I'm the one who should be asking if you're okay.
I'm great. Nothing like a good body slam to get the blood pumping.
Ellis laughed again. Geraldine's eyes brightened in response. She was personable and charismatic. He'd been in reality TV for a long time, and he'd formed a bit of a sixth sense about which contestants would resonate the most with viewers. Geraldine was stunning in a sensual and self-assured way, which could rub some viewers wrong, except her confidence was paired with a friendly charisma, as if the most popular girl in school was also the kindest. He cleared his throat. Sorry again. About that.
What exactly were you running from?
Geraldine surveyed the line of coconut trees.
Is there an axe murderer on the island? Because if there is, I should probably pack up now.
Pack up?
Black people are always the first to die in horror films.
He found himself laughing again. No axe murderers. He kept massaging his arm. Even worse.
Worse?
I saw snakes.
Snakes?
Her eyes widened.
As in plural?
Yeah, well, it was more like one snake, but it was still horrifying.
Was it big?
He paused, wondering if he should lie to her. How lame would he look if he admitted he ran from a snake the size of a pencil?
No.
Her eyebrows rose slightly, as did the amusement in her smile.
Was it about this size?
She held her fingers close together.
Black and shiny?
How did you know?
That's a garden snake. Really common out here. They're not dangerous.
You know snakes?
I grew up in the country.
A squawking sound came from the ground, and Ellis saw a walkie-talkie lying in the sand. It must have skittered away when he tackled her. He reached for it, and Geraldine did too. On the way, their hands brushed, and a skitter of electricity zipped up his arm. Had he imagined that? Ellis looked into Geraldine's brown eyes and felt his pulse racing. What on earth is wrong with me? Off-kilter, he yanked his hand back and watched as she calmly picked up the device. Geraldine dusted the walkie off.
They must be looking for me in the wardrobe tent.
Now that he thought of it, she was on the wrong side of the island. Only staff members were allowed back here. Shouldn't you be at the pool with the other contestants?
Harold missed his flight, so they asked me to help out with styling.
He noticed the sand coating the back of her pretty white dress and grimaced. Hey, sorry again for... Ellis gestured to the ground that had a slight dent from the impact. I'll pay for dry cleaning. And if you're hurt, let me know. I'll take you to the infirmary.
It's okay. I'll survive.
Geraldine paused and caught his eye. Her smile was softer, sultrier. If he didn't know better, he'd almost call it flirty.
And Ellis...
Hmm?
Geraldine is way too fussy. I go by Gerry.
He stared into her mischievous brown eyes and felt a sense of falling, except there was no end to the descent. The sensation took him off guard again, and for a moment, he couldn't speak.
Well?
She arched a thick eyebrow. His lips formed the word with a little more gravity, a little more reverence than he'd intentionally intended. Gerry. She smiled as if to say, good boy, and sauntered away.
Chapter 2. Gerry's fingers brushed through the clothing rack, and her eyes strayed to the tall, well-built man stalking across the sand. Ellis. An assistant stumbled behind him, but Ellis didn't break his stride. He just moved. Cool confidence, a finger pointing to the distance as he gave an instruction. Her lips twitched when she compared that unruffled expression to the frantic one she'd seen on his face before he mowed her down. Gerry? A hand waved in front of her. Gerry forced her eyes away from Ellis and pointed her stare on Shaka, a petite production assistant. They were standing in the wardrobe tent, picking outfits for the host of the X Games. K-pop was blasting from a satellite radio on the makeup desk to her right. Shaka bit her bottom lip. Were you staring at Ellis? Maybe. Gerry bobbed her head to the rapper's flow. She didn't recognize this song, but it was good. She'd have to look up the group when she got access to a phone. But if I was staring, that wouldn't be a terrible thing, right? Like, I wouldn't be disrespecting his girlfriend? She blinked innocently. Does Ellis have a girlfriend? No. Shaka wiggled a finger. But don't get your hopes up. Crew members aren't allowed to fraternize with the cast. By fraternize, you mean? Date them, kiss them. Shaka leaned closer and in a scandalized whisper added, sleep with them. Some producers let it slide, but Ellis is strict about following the rules. She shuddered. He can be ruthless when he's turning a woman down. I wouldn't risk it. Relax, Shaka. I'm not going to propose to him. I didn't sign up to the X Games for that. Gerry yanked a pair of gray slacks from a hanger and hoped she sounded confident. The truth was, Ellis intrigued her. Since their first meeting in her shop, she'd been arrested by his deep chocolate eyes and easy confidence. However, she had no interest in pursuing him. Her only purpose was to win the X Games and not look stupid on international TV while doing so. Here, Gerry handed over the slacks. Tell the host not to wear jewelry that's too fancy. He needs to look practical for a show on a private island. Sand will cling to leather. Got it. Shaka checked her watch. I need to hurry and get this over to Corey Phillips. He's an ornery one. Thinks hosting a reality show is a step down from his boy band days. Can you handle him? With ease. Shaka nodded. Thanks again for your help with these. She shook the clothes draped over her arm. I'm horrible with fashion, and Corey Phillips would have chewed my head off if I tried to style him. It was nothing. Gerry waved off the compliment. Shaka's walkie-talkie squawked. A man's voice blasted in a mess of static and belligerence. Where the hell are my clothes? It's hot as hell out here, and I want to get this over with. He sounds lovely, Gerry scoffed. I've seen worse than Corey Phillips. Don't sweat it. Despite Shaka's confident words, she hustled out of the wardrobe tent with a nervous look on her face. Gerry wiggled her fingers in goodbye and gazed lovingly at the garments on the racks. Beautiful. She slid her fingers down the line of clothes and forced herself to turn away. She was already late for filming the meet and greet. There was no time to... The song on the satellite radio changed to an Ong Sung-hoon classic. Her entire being lit up like a Christmas tree. Are you kidding me? Gerry glanced around, saw that the coast was clear, and threw her hands up. Popping her bum in time to the bass line, she threw her hips in a circle and then went low. Yes, Gerry whooped when the song shifted to the reggaeton-inspired bridge. Come on now. The song got faster. Her footwork did too. In a mangled language that was supposed to be Korean but was really a mashup of English and gibberish, she sang along with Ong Sung-hoon and threw her all into dancing.
Nice moves,
A deep voice said. Gerry froze, her back bent, arms up, and her hips leaning sideways. Horror flooded every molecule of her being when she turned and saw Ellis Maven staring at her with a bemused smile. Where's the escape button when you need one? She squeezed her eyes shut and mentally willed him away. You're not real. You're not real.
Gerry?
Her heart skipped a beat. With no choice but to face him, she straightened awkwardly and brushed her curls out of her face. Her dignity was shot, but she pulled herself together as best as she could. Tilting her chin up, Gerry asked in a still voice, "How long have you been standing there?"
"Since this move?"
Expression somber, Ellis grabbed both kneecaps, squatted, and woodenly thrust his behind in the air twice. Gerry snorted at his serious face and lackluster twerking. Though he didn't smile, there was a glimmer in his eyes when Ellis straightened.
"Are you done with the styling team? Filming's already begun at the pool, and our TV director is notoriously impatient."
"I didn't know I was holding up the camera crew. I'll go now." She shuffled past him, still embarrassed and a little heated from dancing.
"Wait!"
Ellis grabbed her arm. His touch sent electric currents skidding through her veins. Gerry leapt back. Ellis lifted his hands in the air as if he didn't know what to do with himself. They both sucked in a breath. Finally, Ellis spoke.
"Your dress. It's full of sand."
"It is?" Gerry twisted around so she could assess the damage. The fabric from her shoulders to her legs was littered with dirt. It must have happened when Ellis knocked her over.
"You can take anything from the tent to change into."
Ellis gestured to the racks. His walkie-talkie screeched and he picked it up, exchanging low but heated words with someone on the other end of the line. Gerry sprinted to the clothing rack. She snagged a blouse and skirt ensemble off a hanger and glanced around the tent for a private spot. Tables, makeup desks, mirrors. But beyond that, there was sand, coconut trees, and through the foliage, she could spot the Caribbean Sea, a bright and startling blue. Privacy was not something this canopy could offer her. Ellis finished speaking into his walkie and then spotted her glancing frantically around. He gestured to the path in front of the tent.
"You can change at the mansion."
"The camera crew is in front of the mansion."
"And?"
"What if the cameras catch me looking crazy? I've got dirt all over. My hair's a mess."
"You look beautiful."
His words ricocheted through her. She shook her head and didn't take it too seriously. "I'd rather change my clothes in the sea than let them film me looking less than my best." His lips twitched.
"Is it that serious?"
"I'm a stylist." She spotted an empty frame in the corner. It looked like the workings of a photo booth without walls. Bingo. Stalking over to the frame, she tested it for strength. Can you imagine what the headlines will say? Geraldine Franklin, professional stylist who can't even style herself. I can see the hashtags and mean tweets now. His walkie-talkie made a noise, but Ellis ignored it. He leaned against a table, legs crossed at the ankles, and brown eyes trained on her.
"You didn't strike me as the type who cared what other people thought."
"I care as much as anyone else does." She grabbed a canvas lying nearby and threw it over the frame of the photo booth. It fluttered to the ground. The whole point of joining the show was promoting my business. Whether or not I win the prize money, if I can generate enough buzz, I can finally be able to afford proper air conditioning. Maybe expand the brand? The possibilities are endless. She hurled the canvas over the frame again. It fluttered to the ground again. Ellis crossed the tent, grabbed the canvas, and draped it over the frame for her. Standing near, he glanced down.
"Your ambition is admirable."
"Thank you."
"But I have to remind you that reality shows aren't always
He tilted his head.
the best at showing people in a perfect light. You have to be prepared for anything."
"Is that a warning?" She popped a brow. His voice dropped an octave.
"A consideration."
Their gazes locked and held. The walkie made a screeching noise. "Has anyone got eyes on Geraldine Franklin? Geraldine Franklin, please report to the pool." Ellis shifted his eyes away. Gerry ducked into the private closet she'd made, her heart fluttering. "Focus, Gerry, focus." She tore at the zipper of her dress and the sleeves flapped to her waist, revealing her bra. Geraldine Franklin, report immediately.
Banks.
Ellis's voice cracked with sternness.
She'll be there in a minute.
Come on, come on. She fumbled with the other half of the zipper that had gotten stuck. I'm full of fashion emergencies today, Gerry thought. Heart-hammering, she finally got the dress unzipped the rest of the way. A walkie-talkie screeched again. Gerry made a panicked sound in her throat as she roughly shoved the dress down to her feet and kicked it away with her ankles. She reached for her change of clothes, just as a gust of wind tore under her makeshift changing room. The canvas made a scratchy noise as it lifted from the edges. No, no, no! Gerry begged the wind, the sun, and all the Belizean weathermen. Her prayers went unanswered. The wind billowed again. The gust dismantled the canvas, sending it flying like a kite. No! She shrieked, reaching to grab the very edges of the canvas. Her fingers missed.
Gerry!
Ellis's concerned voice boomed through the air. His gaze collided with her. Then it slid down. She was standing in front of the producer of the X Games, without any clothes on.
Chapter 3. Ellis snapped his eyes away from Gerry. Realizing that averting his gaze still wasn't enough, he turned swiftly and tried to blot the image of her beautiful body from his brain. Too late. Delicious impressions crawled through his mind. Rich, chocolate-brown skin, a generous chest, full and thick legs, and have mercy, that matching underwear set. His heart flogged his ribs, and he pulled his shirt away from his chest, 90% certain that the heat creeping over his cheeks and staining his ears had nothing to do with the harsh Belizean sunlight. "Ellis!" His assistant barreled over the sand, out of breath and waving an arm. At the rate he was going, Jake could catch Gerry in her state of undress. Launching forward, Ellis sprinted and tackled the shorter man. He spun him by the shoulders so fast Jake almost toppled. "Boss?" Jake choked. "What do you want?" Banks is blowing steam through his ears. He wants to know what the holdup is. "Give Gerry a minute, Jake. She'll be there." Jake squirmed and tried to glance over his shoulder. Ellis jerked him back to the tree line, lips firm.
"I'm ready,"
a sultry voice whispered. All the hair on the back of his arm stood to attention. Ellis spun slowly. His eyes shot to Gerry's face before he lost control and slid his eyes down her body. She was wearing clothes now, a flouncy skirt along with a tropical-themed crop top tied at the waist. It was nice, sweet even. But he knew exactly what was underneath that preppy outfit, and it was a hell of a lot edgier than her current clothes suggested. Dragging his gaze to the puffy white clouds overhead, he addressed Gerry. "Sorry, about earlier." Silence was her only response. "I didn't see anything," Ellis added. "Liar. You saw a whole lot." "Boss, your ears are on fire," Jake pointed. "I think you got sunburned." "We should get going," Ellis said brusquely. Voice still stern, he lifted the walkie to his mouth and alerted Banks. "Gerry's with me. We're on our way." He shut the device off before Banks could respond. He didn't want Gerry to get an earful from the television director. They started the trek to the filming site. No one said a word. When the silence turned oppressive, Ellis glanced back and saw Gerry walking with a thoughtful look on her face. Her gaze wandered to his, and he quickly looked away. Idiot. Don't stare at her. He couldn't be weird about this. The last thing he wanted was to make Gerry feel uncomfortable. He had a zero-tolerance rule for harassment of any form. It was his mission to make women feel safe in any of his productions. Keeping his aloof disposition, Ellis pointed down the hill. "You'll need to get mic'd so you can join the others. Once you're there, don't worry about anything else. Introduce yourself. Ignore the cameras. Act just like Shaka taught you to." Gerry nodded and glanced in the direction he indicated. Close to the mansion, a group of brightly dressed women milled about. Most of them held wine glasses and lounged in front of the pool. The camera crew surrounded them on all sides. Ellis already knew which contestants would get most of the focus for the show. Those decisions had been made in the writer's room long before they got the green light from the company to film. "Do you have any more questions?" Jake asked.
No, I'll see you guys later.
Jerry's deep brown eyes landed on him again. He cleared his throat and avoided her gaze. Gerry headed in the direction of the pool. Her hips swayed from side to side, each swish of her skirt teasing at the lace under her clothes. Ellis let out a deep breath and turned in the other direction. "Boss?" Jake hurried to keep the pace. "Where are you going? Shouldn't you be on location?" "Banks is there," Ellis grumbled. "He can manage on his own." "Oh, okay." Ellis stalked past the towering coconut trees. His sneakers kicked up sand as he marched deeper inland, past the garage where golf carts were stacked back to back like shopping trolleys, and finally saw the trailer half hidden in a grove of trees. They'd parked the production van far from the contestants to give the illusion of privacy, but in all truth, the cast were being monitored almost every waking minute. The door creaked as he yanked it open and stepped inside. The shock of darkness nearly stole his breath. He stopped and blinked a couple times, allowing his eyes to adjust to the shift from blasting sunlight to shadows and television screens. A hulking figure sat in front of the monitors. Ratty hair and a dirty windbreaker covered a being that didn't seem quite human. "Wanda?" Ellis spoke to the mass of hair. It trembled and then parted to reveal a woman with dark eyes and wrinkles pulling at every inch of her face. Wanda's smoky voice charged through the air. "Emmy? What are you doing here?" Ellis scoffed. Wanda had taken to calling him Emmy ever since he won the award for his last show. "I thought you'd be on location." She spun her chair and swiped a bowl of popcorn off the desk. Clawing her wrinkled fingers, she pushed a hand into the bowl, scooped out a bunch, and shoved it all into her mouth, not caring about the pieces that scattered over her chest and the ground. "You usually prefer to be close to the action." "I can direct from here." He brushed his shirt down. His arm still throbbed slightly, letting him know he wasn't altogether healed after his collision with Gerry. Wanda narrowed her eyes. "You look like you need some water." "I need some headphones." He eased past Wanda, grabbed a pair from the mixer board and slipped it on his head. "Not much is happening yet." Wanda pursed her lips. The girls are keenly aware of the cameras, so they're on their best behavior. "That's expected. Things will heat up when we introduce the ex-boyfriends." "I know. The script practically writes itself." She gestured to the storyboard where the photos of the contestants were pinned along with their roles in the show. "But that doesn't mean we can't help it along." "Not too much, Wanda," he warned. I know. You and your crusade. Viewers are savvier now than they were in the past. They won't fall for those old tricks. We keep things authentic because authenticity resonates. Yeah, I know your little speech, Emmy. I still think you're leaving too many things to chance. Manufactured drama sells. People are prone to be dramatic, especially when they're faced with the person who wounded them. He squinted at the screen and tapped a button to zoom in on the pool party. "Who are you looking for?" "Our missing contestant." He had to make sure that Banks hadn't thrown Gerry out. The hot-headed director was prone to make foolish moves like that. Wanda rolled across the trailer, grabbed a clipboard, and then flipped it to a page. "Geraldine Franklin. We'd decided on making her a main character, right?" Wanda flicked her knuckle against the page. "Yeah, she's the one. Smart, educated, ambitious, exotic-looking." "Come on, Wanda. Exotic-looking?" "What? I have to be politically correct in here now?" He gave her a pointed look. "Fine. Geez, you're so uptight today." Wanda glanced at the screen. Suddenly her entire demeanor shifted. She sat up straight in her chair and fumbled for her headphones. Ellis recognized that look. Wanda acted like an eager pup whenever she smelled a sound bite, a tantalizing piece of footage they could use in commercials. Ellis leaned forward as well, wondering which of the girls would provide the drama for their first day of filming. He spotted Sheila, a beach blonde in a tight pink dress, stalking around the poolside. Expected. Sheila had already been pointed out as the villain for the season because of her ostentatious mannerisms, her overconfidence, and her tendency to spout unfiltered rhetoric under the influence of wine. Where is she going? Ellis wondered, his eyes tracking across the screen. When he saw it, every muscle in his body went stiff. Sheila had fury in her eyes and a wine glass in her hand, and she was heading straight for Gerry.
Chapter 4. Deep breaths, girl. How do I breathe again? In, out. In, out. Gerry struggled to ignore the way the cameras creepily followed her every move. This was it. Her contract with the X Games had officially begun. Although she was dying from embarrassment, thanks to what had happened in the wardrobe tent, Gerry lifted her chin and strutted toward the pool with a confidence she didn't feel. Hey, you must be the local girl. A high-pitched voice sounded behind her. Gerry locked eyes with a blonde bombshell. Flouncy hair, pert lips, slim build, legs for days. She wore a tight pink dress that wrapped around her body and squeezed her cleavage until her chest looked like it would pop out at any minute. Gerry pursed her lips, her stylist instincts clanging out a warning. This woman had stunning proportions, but the look wasn't pulling together. Local girl? Is that what they're calling me? You're from Belize, right? The blonde arched a perfect eyebrow. Gerry kept her smile pleasant, but her defenses shot up. There was something about this blonde's speech and mannerism that told her not to get too comfortable. Yes, I was born and raised here. Figures, you look like a local. The blonde slid her gaze from Gerry's face to her toes. So cute. It didn't feel like a compliment. Gerry's smile shattered, but she held on to her pleasant attitude with all her might. There were enough angry black woman tropes in reality television. Before she agreed to the show, she'd promised herself that she wouldn't go adding to them. Gerry shot out her hand. I'm Geraldine Franklin. Most folks call me Gerry. Sheila. Sheila squeezed her hand and pulled her close to whisper, Don't think that. Because you're a local, you deserve special treatment? What? Sheila gave her a sharp look. Gerry slipped her hand away. She had no idea what this woman was talking about. Sheila tilted her head, her smile still intact. Gerry took another step back. This woman had to be a few marbles short of a set. Why were they letting mentally unstable people on the show? Because they make good TV. Still, it's funny that you were late when you live right here in Belize. Sheila blinked innocently. The rest of us didn't get to have a grand entrance. Gerry bit down hard on her bottom lip to keep herself quiet. Like all the other contestants, her mic was taped to her body and hidden mostly out of sight. However, she knew the producers could hear everything they said. Even Sheila's whispered threat would probably leak into an episode. I was told no one was allowed to be late. Sheila batted thick black eyelashes. Yes, well, I had a pressing issue to take care of. Lay off her, Sheila. A tall, beautiful woman with dark skin and long black hair unfolded herself from the pool chair. She sauntered over to them, her hat flopping with every step. Hey, I'm Normani. Gerry. She accepted Normani's handshake and returned her welcoming smile. Don't get your panties in a twist, Normani. Gerry and I are just having a chat. Sheila grabbed her arm and steered her to the pool. Let me introduce you to the other girls. Gerry disentangled herself from the blonde. I can walk. Sheila tossed her another cold smile and nodded. Strutting toward the group of girls who were sitting with their feet in the pool, she clapped her hands. Ladies, let's welcome the newest member of our cast. Gerry waved. The other girls waved back. That's Jackie. She's from Germany, and her ex is a model, if you can believe that. Sheila rolled her eyes. That's Dominic. She's from Venezuela. Love her accent. Hi. Gerry accepted Dominic's hug. Sheila pulled her back and slung an arm around her shoulders. In a sloppy whisper, she informed her, Apparently, Jackie's ex is shooting for the other team, if you know what I'm saying. How much have you had to drink? Gerry frowned at the blonde. Not nearly enough. Sheila winked. Jackie approached them. Hey, have you talked to production? Do you know when we'll get to see our exes? No idea. Sheila moaned. I just hope it isn't too awkward. I haven't seen Guy in She grazed a manicured finger beneath her eye. 6 months. 6 months? You've barely separated then, Normani said, joining the rest of the group. What about you? How long have you been broken up? Sheila shot back. Normani lifted her chin. 10 years. We dated in high school. It didn't work out, but we still kept in touch. Normani shifted dark eyes to her. What about you, Gerry? Me? Gerry cleared her throat. She'd already shared the story with the producers, but talking about it with these strangers felt odd. It's been 2 years. We wanted different things. That's so sad. Sheila gave her a hug. The wine in her glass sloshed over the rim and splashed onto Gerry's back. She hissed. Sheila lurched around, her face morphing into an exaggerated look of horror. Oh no, did I spill on you? I'm such a klutz. It's fine. Gerry awkwardly tried to swipe her hand over her back, but couldn't reach. This was the second time she'd gotten her outfit ruined. Was this a sign that the reality show would only get worse from here? I'll get you some napkins, Normani said, hurrying to the bar. Dominic swiped at Gerry's back with her fingers and flicked away the excess liquid. You have to be more careful, Jackie scolded Sheila. It was an accident. The blonde thickened her tongue until she sounded like a talking baby. Was that supposed to be cute? Did anyone find such a thing cute? Gerry gave Sheila a harsh look. I'm really sorry. Sheila pouted. Don't look at me like that, Jer. I didn't mean to. It's Gerry. Huh? Only a few people can shorten my name like that. Sorry. Sheila laughed with a hint of exasperation. Normani returned with the napkins. I'll do it. Sheila grabbed the stack from her and patted Gerry's back. Ladies. A new voice entered their huddle. Corey Phillips, a middle-aged singer from a boy band that had been quiet for decades, gestured toward them. Corey had his own set of cameras pointed on him. He seemed to be reveling in the attention. His confident smirk brought out the attractive wrinkles below his eyes and bracketing his mouth. He was a handsome man, but Gerry remembered how rude he'd been to Shaka. All that glitters really isn't gold. Welcome to the X Games. He raised his voice with a theatrical excitement, and all the other women began squealing and cheering as if there was a teleprompter instructing them on how to respond. I see you ladies have already formed strong bonds. Gerry struggled to keep her face straight when Sheila grabbed her arm and laid her head on her shoulder. She wanted to bounce the woman off. Instead, she held her peace, sensing the way the camera zoomed in on her. Make a good impression, Gerry? Smile and dazzle. We gave you ladies the opportunity to mingle first, and we offered the same to the men. They were on the mainland, living it up. Giggles burst from Jackie. Not too much, I hope. Corey laughed, but he didn't respond. His eyes swerved to the giant cue cards, and he continued his speech. For the next few weeks, you ladies will be challenged both physically and mentally. However, the most intense challenge will be right here. He tapped his chest, right in the heart. Will you be able to work with your ex toward a common goal, or will your differences rear their ugly heads and get you kicked off the island? Kicked off, Normani gasped. No one said anything about being kicked off. Gerry's jaw dropped. Like the others, she thought they'd accumulate points to the end. Seemed like the show was already dropping bombs. Corey glanced at each of them in turn. Ladies, I've just been informed that your partners for these challenges have arrived on the island. Are you ready to meet the men you once called lovers? Gerry cringed. Who came up with that dialogue? Gentlemen, come on out. A line of attractive men jogged around the side of the house and entered the pool area. Gerry gasped when she saw Lucian. He was tall and tan and athletic, but that wasn't what caught her eye. He was carrying a sign, a big one, and it said, "Take me back, Gerry." The girls surrounding her all oohed at the display, but Gerry felt the blood drain from her head. She widened her eyes and tried to telepathically communicate her horror. "Lucian, stop that. Throw that card away." Lucian, obviously, had never been dialed into her frequency, which was one of the reasons they'd broken up. He strode over to her and knelt on one knee. Taking her hand in his, Lucian looked up at her face.
"Gerry."
She yanked her hand away. "Lucian, what are you doing? Stand up." She nudged him with her sandal. "Gerry." Corey's voice forced her gaze back to the host. "This is your first time seeing your ex-boyfriend in a while, isn't it?" "Yes. Do you have anything to say to him?" Corey gestured to the card. Lucian gave her big, hopeful eyes. She swallowed hard. It's good to see you, Lucian. You look, well." Awkward chuckles swept over the other cast members. Shaka stood behind the cameraman and gestured frantically to her, indicating she should say something else. Gerry blinked rapidly and added, "Let's win this thing."
"Actually,"
Lucian stroked her hand.
"I'm here to win something else."
Gerry glanced at the cameras and internally screamed. Lucian was here, ready to make a fool of himself. Her hopes of keeping an elegant appearance on the X Games was shattering one by one.
Chapter 5. Ellis drummed his fingers on the table. He had no idea where his sudden irritation was coming from, but it probably had something to do with that look of discomfort on Gerry's face. She was doing a great job of covering it up with a smile, but she couldn't sell it. Her lips were trembling at the corners, and she was holding herself away from her ex as if any bit of his skin that touched hers would burn. Ellis had been in this business long enough to notice body language. The way to direct a dramatic and entertaining reality show was to keep banking on those tiny glimpses of unease, forcing the cast to confront their fears and insecurities in bigger and more spectacular ways. Lucien was the key to pushing Gerry's buttons, and this ostentatious love confession was the turning point of the season. The moment should have been satisfying, but it wasn't, and he couldn't figure out why. Cackling laughter scraped his eardrums like nails on a chalkboard. Wanda pointed to the monitor. "Did you tell him to do that?" Ellis cracked his knuckles. It was his idea. The production assistant encouraged it. Brilliant, flipping, fantastic. Wanda threw her popcorn high, and it went skittering over the floor. Give the viewers a goal beyond the competition. Give them something to root for. Will he get the girl by the end of the show? Will he leave with his heart broken after bearing his soul on TV? Practically guarantees that these two aren't going anywhere before the finale. That's a given. We'd decided in the writer's room that a couple would get back together through the show. They're the couple. Wanda leaned against the desk, crossed her arms over her shirt, and studied him. "You don't like it?" "She doesn't like him," he said. Wanda croaked. "Plenty of time for that to change." He argued, "Because she wants it to change, or because we're manipulating her with our production budget?" Wanda snorted. "What's with the self-reflection? Do you suddenly have a heart?" He glared at her. Wanda added, "It would be better if Gerry put up a fight. Even better if it's a physical one. We need a dramatic fist fight this season. Orders from up top." "I know what HQ expects." He swiped his walkie from the table and placed it to his lips. "I have too many tight shots on Gerry. We need a sweeping shot. Pronto." The cameras swept out on command, and the other cast members appeared on his monitor. Sheila looked like she was gleefully watching a 3-car pileup. Normani, the only other black woman in the cast, was grimacing. Jackie covered her face with her hands. The other cast members wore varying shades of second-hand embarrassment. Normally, Ellis would have let the awkwardness drag on a bit longer. However, he found himself grappling for the walkie again and barking into Corey's headpiece. "Get on with it. On the monitor, Corey's slightly rigid shoulders were the only sign that he'd been instructed to continue. In a smooth tone, he introduced the other male contestants. Wanda fell into her chair and it skittered across the trailer. They looked good together. "Who?" Ellis muttered. His focus was on Sheila and her ex, Guy. The barrel-chested man reminded him of a college bro who stubbornly refused to grow up. He had a feeling Guy's self-absorbed nature would come out in private interviews. Sheila was the villain of the season, but there was no reason the villainess couldn't have her own dark night. "The blondes are predictable," Wanda mumbled, noticing where his attention had snagged. "The locals are the real story. They're exotic." She counted off on her fingers and pointedly ignored his warning stare. "They live in paradise, but their relationship is anything but. There's potential for drama. I can smell it." He ignored her and continued to focus on his notes. "I want her." Wanda pointed at the screen. He glanced over. "Who?" "Gerry." Ellis frowned. "No." "Why not?" "Shaka's got her." "You're gonna put Shaka on her? Really?" "I'm putting you on Sheila." Ellis shot to his feet, picked up a clipboard next to the storyboard, and flipped through the pages as he listened to the monitors. Corey was explaining the first game. "Sheila, you know how much I like to wreak havoc, and you're putting me with the potty-mouthed, impulsive, functional alcoholic?" Wanda paused, blinked, recalibrated. "Okay, I see why you would make that choice." "Good, then the discussion is over." He pushed the trailer door open and stepped into the sunshine. Now that the meet and greet was over, the cameras would need to be set up for the first game. In the meantime, the cast would be separated. He didn't want any interesting interactions between the exes when the cameras were off. "Ellis," the door banged open and Wanda charged at him. "I think there's more I can dig out of Gerry." Her story's already set. Is it so wrong to punch it up a bit? If she's too perfect, it'll be a yawn fest. I want to turn her into a bad girl that the world is rooting for. I think she's got it in her to make this one of the most entertaining shows we've ever done." "You're not touching Gerry, Wanda." "Why?" She stopped in her tracks and stared at him. Ellis paused and searched for a cause. Instead of the dangers of overproducing, all he could think about was Gerry's unabashed dancing, the spark he'd felt when he touched her, and the stunning view of her body in lingerie. He let out a breath and pushed those strange images to the back of his mind. "Because I said so." "Ellis!" "You stick with Sheila," he snapped, his voice low and threatening, "and let me make myself clear." He stepped toward her, not stopping until he was close enough to her dirty hair that he could see the dandruff sprinkled all over it. "If you try to produce any kind of drama between Gerry and Sheila that results in one of those women getting hurt, I'm shipping you back to America. Do I make myself clear? We have standards on this set." Her lips quirked up. Lifting a hand, Wanda saluted him. "Sir?" "Yes, sir." With a nod, Ellis headed to the beach. A clear blue sky sprawled over the turquoise waves. Mangroves peeked from the edges of the water and added brilliant greenery to the shoreline. He caught up with Banks to discuss the game's establishing shots. "Let the drone sweep over the Caribbean Sea like that. I want to catch as much of the marshes on either side," Ellis said to the camera operator, sweeping his hand out. "Got it." He patted Banks on the back, checked his clipboard, and moved toward the next location. On the way, Ellis heard a joyful squeal. His head whipped around and he spotted Gerry, Normani, and Dominic further up the beach. The women were frolicking in the shallows. Dominic shot a wave of water at Gerry, who shrieked with glee and made a counterattack. A full-on war ensued. The salty water splashed into Gerry's face. She turned her cheek, her eyes closed and her laughter peeling over the waves. Ellis's grip on the clipboard grew lax as he watched Gerry have fun. Bright yellow sunshine sparkled over the water and gave her a halo. Her curly hair grew limp and clung to her dark cheeks. Time slowed down as he stared. He was still staring when Jake caught up to him. "Boss?" Jake waved an arm. "Boss, are you with me?" Ellis startled and noticed that Jake was standing in front of him. He cleared his throat. I thought we told the cast not to leave their rooms until filming. Oh. Jake looked at the ladies. Gerry made a case to Shaka, said it wasn't fair for them to be locked up on a beautiful day like this. Shaka said it was impossible to tell her no. Ellis found that easy to believe. Do you want me to tell them to go inside? They are, technically, breaking the rules. Ellis looked at the women again, Gerry's dark gaze locked on his, filling with amusement. She raised her hand and wiggled her fingers. Her full lips curved up, and it made something inside his chest go soft. No, let them play. It'll take hours to set up the first game anyway. Just tell Shaka to have them dried and mic'd in time. Yes, sir. Gerry was no longer looking at him. Her attention was on Normani, who had done a sneak attack and sent a wave from behind. Ellis walked away from the beach, still hearing Gerry's laughter. He turned for one last glimpse of her, and she smiled at him. Common sense said that he should feel nothing when he looked at her. But the tightness in his chest said otherwise.
Chapter 6. He's cute. Huh? Gerry faced Normani, who was stomping out of the sea. The producer. Normani twisted her skirt and squeezed salt water from the fabric. He's hot. Save your energy. I heard he never messes with cast members. Jackie laughed and flopped to the beach. Gerry followed her new friends and stuck her toes into the sand. It was warm and satisfying. She inclined her head toward Jackie. I heard the same thing, that he's absolutely against anyone on his crew fraternizing with us. She scooped a handful of sand and let it slip through her fingers. But it could just be exaggerated, right? No one's that rigid. Jackie leaned forward and whispered, last year, a cast member on his show had a huge crush on him. She snuck into his trailer and tried to, he kicked her out and then had a meeting with everyone about the lines between cast and crew. I hear he's a total drill sergeant on set, completely allergic to fun. A knot of tension started between her shoulders. The Ellis they were describing wasn't the man she'd met today. He'd teased her when he caught her dancing, and he'd even danced too. He'd stared just a little too long when he saw her in lingerie. Just a second ago on the beach, she caught him poignantly looking at her. Enough about the producer we can't have. Let's talk about the men who are totally available. Jackie nudged her in the side. Men who are just throwing themselves at you. Can we not? Gerry groaned. Lucian was... Normani blinked. I've never seen a man chase a woman like that. I know, it was humiliating. Actually, it was impressive, Normani said, quietly. Jackie snorted. Are you kidding? I would have flung myself into the pool to disappear from that spectacle. It would not be the first time I've wanted to do that today, Gerry mumbled, thinking of the wardrobe tent disaster. Footsteps shuffled on the sand behind them. Normani swerved around and then ducked. Oh, shoot! Shaka found us. Relax. Shaka drew near and handed out water bottles. I brought refreshments, courtesy of our dear producer. Ellis? Gerry's eyebrows scrunched. He said you ladies might get hot. She handed Gerry her bottle and smiled. It was weird. I thought he'd be upset. He usually hates when cast members go off on their own without a camera. Maybe Belize is softening him up. Jackie elbowed Normani in the side. It's a beautiful country. I'm in love, and I've only been on the island for a day. Jackie pouted. You're so lucky you live here all the time, Gerry. I really am. After studying in America, Gerry had been eager to come back to Belize. This was home, and she couldn't imagine being anywhere else. Shaka checked her watch. Are you ladies almost done? You'll need to change, dry off, and get ready for the game soon. Gerry followed Shaka and the other ladies back to the mansion. Hair and makeup was a group affair with most of the female cast, congregating in front of the huge mirror in their living room. She was enjoying getting to know everyone, and it felt like a sorority party where the drinks flowed and the energy was high. A few minutes later, the cameras showed up and mics were attached to their swimming gear. Jerry's stomach churned with nerves when they met the boys down at the beach and got on the post to start the balancing game. The rules were simple. If you fell into the sea, you lost. Lucian joined her on top of the post and wrapped his arms around her.
Hey, Jer.
Do not speak to me. Gerry planted her eyes on the horizon. She could feel all the cameras pointing her way, and it forced her to behave. If she just kept her focus on the beautiful blues and greens of the Caribbean Sea ahead, she'd be able to keep her cool. Fake it for the cameras if you have to, Gerry thought. Lucian slid his thumb over her torso.
Would be kind of awkward not to speak. I haven't been this close to you since the breakup. We have a lot to catch up on.
Gerry snapped her fingers around Lucian's wrist and squeezed. Move this hand an inch and you'll be coughing up your future children. Do you understand me? She positioned her knee over his groin. Don't test me today, Lucian.
Calm down, woman. There are cameras.
He laughed, but at least he stopped rubbing his finger along the loop of her bikini bottom.
How have you been, Jer?
Fine, Lucian, as I'm sure you have been too. Now, what was up with that sign at the pool?
It was my sincere feelings. I was making my intentions known.
He wobbled on the post. She wrapped him tighter in her arms, even as her annoyance rocketed to an all-time high. Look, I didn't come here to lose, but I also didn't come here to make a fool of myself. Let's try to focus on the games and not on anything else.
Why did you agree to the show?
Lucian asked quietly.
Wasn't a part of it because of me?
No, it wasn't. Her eyes darted to the cameras.
Was it the prize money? Is your uncle still?
She slanted him a sharp look. Lucian sighed.
I'm sorry, Jer. I should have been more sensitive about that money issue. I regretted letting that small thing get between us.
I asked you not to speak to me. The sun beat down on her head. The wind was blowing hot air. She was exhausted. Would the other couples just fall already? Gerry spied on her neighbors. Dominic and her ex looked shaky, but Sheila seemed to be going strong. Lucian tapped her knuckles.
Ger, about your uncle.
I told you not to say anything.
All I'm going to say is that you should have told me.
Lucian stared into her eyes.
If you told me back then, I would have helped you.
I didn't need your help. He chuckled.
You're still the same, refusing to admit when things are tough?
Lucian sighed.
It's my fault. I should have understood you better. I should have just held you back then like I'm doing right now.
The sweat on his chest slicked the side of her face like congealed styling gel. Every time he squeezed her, Gerry's cheeks got squashed into the thick hair covering his torso. After a minute of squirming, she gave up and just held on. If I'd known you were going to act like this, I wouldn't have signed up to the show.
What am I acting like?
She glared at him in response. Lucian's dark brown eyes bore into her face.
You look beautiful. Have I mentioned that?
She gritted her teeth. Lucian, I moved on.
But you can move backward too. I meant what I said at the pool. I agreed to film the X Games so I could see you. It was the only way, since you weren't answering my calls.
We agreed not to contact each other again, she said, low under her breath. A splash erupted to their left. She glanced over. It was Normani and her ex. They were swimming back to shore. Normani lifted a long, slender arm. Good luck, Gerry. Thanks, she yelled back.
You've already made a friend,
Lucian noted, staring at Normani. Under his breath, he warned,
Be careful. I heard that Normani girl is a backstabber.
Can you stop being so dramatic?
It's true,
He insisted. The whites of his eyes stood out against his tan skin. Lucian's Spanish and Creole origins gave his caramel complexion a yellowish undertone.
Her ex is a cool dude. He wouldn't make that up.
You always do this, she snapped. You make judgments about people based on gossip. Do you know how damaging that is? Lucian gave her a surprised look.
Why are you overreacting?
Maybe I'm tired of being smushed against you while you talk crap about my friends.
Or maybe you're just trying to fight your feelings for me.
What feelings? We broke up for a reason, Lucian. He blinked slowly.
I know, and I regret it every day.
Gerry sighed hard. What was his deal? Why was he acting like they hadn't mutually agreed to break up? Lucian dipped his face into her shoulder. Gerry held herself stiffly. She hadn't known what to expect when she signed up to this reality show, but it certainly wasn't her ex being clingy and trying to get back together. Her breath thickened, and she struggled to keep her mask in place. It was only the first day, and she was already feeling overwhelmed. How much longer would she have to keep her emotions locked away? Lucian's arms slid around her waist like a boa constrictor.
Hey, Gerry, are you okay?
I'm fine. Splat. A water balloon exploded at their feet. Lucian twisted his neck and bellowed,
What the hell?
Splat. Splat. More water balloons came barreling toward them. Ouch! Sheila shrieked, dancing on top of the thin post. Lucian's gaze whipped to the beach, and then he yelled,
It's an ambush.
The losing contestants had gathered on the shoreline. A woman with shaggy black hair stood behind them, handing out balloons and seeming to point in the direction of the couple that would receive the next battering.
Ah!
Lucian got hit in the face. Gerry would have laughed if a water balloon didn't sting her leg too. This is cheating, Sheila roared, lifting her hand to protect her face.
Gerry.
Lucian's foot slipped off the post. She turned around and made a grab for him, but it was too late. He crashed into the water, sending salty waves rippling. We have a winner. Corey Phillips yelled into a megaphone. Come on back to the beach. Sheila and her ex celebrated, hugging each other tightly and pumping their fists. Salty about their loss and annoyed by Lucian's behavior, Gerry swam back to shore. What was with the water balloons? She asked Dominic, accepting the towel she handed her. It was her idea. Dominic pointed to the woman she'd seen earlier. Gerry lifted her hand to shade her eyes from the sun. She caught the woman with the crazy hair eyeing her and whirled away. The bum? She's a producer. Wanda, she said her name was. You're kidding. The woman didn't look like any of the other producers running around the island. Gerry frowned when she caught Wanda observing her. Why is she looking at me? I have no idea, Dominic said. Maybe she knows you or something? Gerry's eyebrows cinched together. I don't think so. We've never... Gerry, Shaka waved to her. The slim producer carried a fanny pack around her waist and had a small battery-operated fan in her hands. It didn't seem to be doing anything because her face was still red from the heat. You need to do a private interview now. I'll see you later. Gerry waved to Dominic and followed the producer to a quieter part of the beach to do her private interview. As she spoke, Ellis passed by with his assistant. Gerry lost her train of thought, stopping in the middle of her sentence. Gerry? Shaka gestured from behind the lone camera. Do you need me to repeat the question? A desperate scream tore from the water at that moment, stealing the breath from her lungs. Her skin crawled when the screaming continued and got more frantic in its frequency. Gerry desperately searched for the source of the sound. She saw someone thrashing in the water. Shaka grew pale. Is that Jackie? She must be in trouble. What do we do? Everyone is back at the mansion and I can't swim. Gerry saw Jackie dipping beneath the waves and her heart supercharged. She took a step forward, but a blur shot past her. It was Ellis. He dove straight into the waves, swam to Jackie, and carried her safely to shore. By the time he got there, Gerry was already near to the water. What happened? Gerry demanded, running beside him. Jackie was a trembling, crying mess. She wordlessly pointed to a red spot on the side of her legs.
Looks like a jellyfish sting.
Ellis said. He was drenched from the top of his head to his feet. Jerry's attention darted from the wet hair curling at his neck to the shirt that clung to his back, revealing his pecs and the broadness of his shoulders. Her mouth went dry. Her steps slowed.
It's not too serious. I'll take her to the infirmary.
Jackie moaned and bawled harder. What do you mean, not serious? It hurts like crazy.
You'll be fine,
Ellis said, calm and collected. Jerry stared at him, awe growing and replacing her panic. I'll meet you at the infirmary, she stuttered. Ellis nodded, disappearing around the bend and leaving Jerry feeling breathless in a way that she couldn't quite explain.
Chapter 7. After taking Jackie to the infirmary and making sure she'd be all right, Ellis returned to his tasks for the day. There was a lot to catch up on, and he didn't get to crash into his cot until 1 in the morning. At 5 a.m., he was up again, preparing for the second game. A bit of a control freak, Ellis personally tested each of the props, checked the monitors, and reaffirmed the tight shots before he was satisfied. He was on his way back to the production trailer when he heard something rustling in the grove of palm trees. Curious, he followed the sound until he stepped into a small clearing that was hidden behind thick bushes and tangled vines. Lying on a blanket in the plush grass, backlit by tropical flowers and sunlight, was Jerry. His heart flipped over. She was beautiful in a way that he couldn't even begin to describe. He should back away, slowly. No, as fast as he possibly could. But Ellis just stood there, rooted in spot. Jerry must have sensed his presence because she glanced up and then startled.
Ellis?
Sorry. He held up a hand when he saw her shooting to her feet. I didn't know you were...
Running from Shaka and her obsession with private interviews?
A smile that sucked the air out of his lungs crossed her pretty face. She left the blanket and patted over the soft grass to him.
Yeah, I'm hiding.
She pushed out her bottom lip.
You're not going to rat on me, are you?
I should. He watched her intently. Her hair was in a messy bun, eyes sparkling, and she was wearing a 501 t-shirt with short pajama bottoms. His gaze slid down the length of her legs before he forced them back up. Shaka's probably running all over the place looking for you.
No, Shika's smart. She'll go and terrorize someone else until I'm ready.
Jerry lifted her face to the sunlight, struggling through the tree canopy.
I'm not used to living with so many women, and I'm still not used to all these cameras. I need some space.
It's uncomfortable? She brushed a hand over the front of her shirt.
Weird. I can't be myself, but I can't be this other, more polished person either. I'm trying to find a balance that works for me.
You could just be honest.
But do I want to be? Do I owe that to the world?
She tilted her head. I'd say you owe it to yourself. He met her gaze head on. Trying to overthink things never works out. You can only control your actions. There's nothing you can do about the rest.
Says the man who controls everything inside this tiny universe.
She indicated the skies above the island.
Free will versus fate. Since I can only control my actions, does that mean you dominate everything else? The editing, the games, the prizes? No matter what I do, you already have a direction you want this show to go in. Does it really make a difference what choice I make? Shouldn't I protect myself as much as I can?
Holding back is usually what causes regrets. Is it better to be safe and torn up with what-ifs? Or is it better to throw it all out there and know you gave it everything you possibly could? She narrowed her eyes and scrunched her nose.
You've given that speech before, haven't you?
He tried to keep a serious face, but couldn't stop the laughter from bubbling up. A time or two, yes, but I'm always very sincere. She rolled her eyes.
I already have Shaka producing me, Ellis. I don't need you to do it too. At least not here. There's no one around and no cameras filming.
It was a demand he should have shut down, and yet he found himself wanting to loosen up with her. My bad. I'll try to restrain myself when it's just the two of us.
Great. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to... Oh my gosh, a snake.
Gerry shrieked and pointed at the ground. Ellis moved on instinct. Arms stretching, he grabbed Gerry, hurled them both back, and surveyed the grass. Head whipping around, he hissed, "Where? Where?" A choking sound dragged his attention back to Gerry. When she caught him looking, she buried her head against his chest and laughed. Ellis's jaw went firm. Very funny.
You should have seen your face.
She guffawed and smacked his chest with her hand.
I thought you were going to jump into a tree.
His lips twitched, but he kept a stern expression. Looking down at her, he spotted a sticky leaf on her cheek. Ellis brushed it away with his fingers. Her skin was soft to the touch. "You're more mischievous than you look."
And you're a scaredy cat under all that muscle.
Her words were soft, and her voice held a hint of affection.
I promise I won't tell anyone.
Dark fingers made a slow line down his shoulder as she brushed a leaf to the ground.
We can keep it our little secret.
A thrill shot down his spine at her words and touch. Ellis could tell that she was merely teasing, but his body was responding in a way that he couldn't control. Her lips pursed in concentration.
Speaking of secrets, I want to ask you something, and I need you to answer as a friend, not a producer.
He lifted a brow at the term friend. That should be nipped in the bud. But he found himself nodding. Go ahead.
Lucian and I broke up 2 years ago. We haven't been in contact since then. After all that time, he springs this talk about getting back together on me.
Her tense jaw reflected just how unamused she was by his theatrics. Ellis opened his mouth. Gerry placed a hand on his chest to quiet him.
I'm not asking if it was his idea or production's. I'm not complaining about what story the X Games wants to tell. But I'm not an actress. This isn't a show for me. This is my life. I need an honest perspective. Everyone in the house thinks he's being romantic. They think I'm crazy for being cautious.
You're cautious by nature, he observed. She met his gaze, shrugged, nodded.
Growing up, I didn't have many friends. In the village, you get married young and have babies. You don't talk about going to America to get a fashion degree, not unless you want to become a social pariah. I learned that I was better on my own, and it's kind of been that way ever since. It's hard for me to let anyone all the way in.
But you seem to make friends really quickly?
I do, but my friends always have their own tight-knit group going while I've been on the outskirts.
His expression shuddered as he imagined a younger Gerry standing on the sidelines. He couldn't imagine someone so charismatic and lively feeling left out. It made him want to hug her. So maybe this is your opportunity to try different. Her eyes flashed with impatience.
Ellis, son.
A crack of desire hit his stomach when she called his name. He needed space, but when he put his hand over hers to remove it from his chest, he ended up caressing her fingers instead. This isn't me talking as a producer. This is me as your...
Friend?
Her eyes darted between his. Yes. His voice dropped even lower. Take the X Games as your own personal experiment. Try to let your guard down. Try to let people in. Make friends that you wouldn't before. Open yourself up in ways you couldn't before. It's better to try it here because this is so far removed from your everyday life that you can explore those sides of yourself without the distraction of a cell phone, a job, or family pressure. It's just you and the sun and the waves. It's a clean slate. How many people have an opportunity to paint something new like that? A trembling breath fell from her lips.
You're right.
I'm right? His voice cracked with amusement. She inched back, not enough to disconnect their hands, but enough to convey her amusement.
What? You're surprised?
I thought you'd put up a fight. You didn't seem like the type to surrender so easily. She leaned closer and poked his chest.
I listen to advice if it makes sense. I'm not completely unreasonable, you know.
Ellis smiled and dropped his gaze to her lips. They were soft and tempting, a rich and glossy brown. Had he ever seen a mouth that delectable? The longer he stared, the more he forgot how to breathe. Don't be an idiot, Ellis. Silence settled between them. Her chest brushed his with every breath, sending shock waves of electricity through his body. She smelled like coconuts and sunshine, and he had the sudden, shocking urge to scrape his tongue over her throat and taste if she was really made of light. Jerry's eyelids drifted closed. Her exhale skimmed over his jaw and lips.
Shaka's looking for me. I should probably go. That's not...
Somehow he found his voice. That's probably best. Neither of them moved for a second. Jerry was the first to break away. She darted for her blanket, rolled it up in her arms, and rushed out of the clearing, leaving him with tight jeans, empty arms, and a yearning that moved through his body like a hurricane. Ellis left the secret grove, but Jerry's fragrance chased him all the way to the production trailer. He checked the footage and found his mind drifting to their exchange. He had no idea why he'd stayed in that grove with her, why he'd conversed with her, why he'd even allowed her to get so close. But it was the wrong choice, because now he was starting to crave her company. He left the production trailer and headed to the beach where the camera crew were setting up. While he talked to the TV director and went through the day's itinerary with the other producers, he internally berated himself for not being able to focus. I'm never going to do that again. I'm going to avoid Jerry from now on. But the promise didn't make him feel resolved. It just left him restless and edgy. Something had awakened in him, something that he truly didn't know how to put to rest. "Rain!" a shout rose from the camera crew. Technicians pointed to the sky that had suddenly turned gray and angry. Ellis stood still while the men took the equipment and ran for cover. As the Caribbean Sea roared and thunder cracked the sky, he let the rain pummel him until every trace of Jerry's fragrance on his skin disappeared.
Chapter 8. What is that awesome music? Jerry, what's going on? Oh, there are cameras. Jerry glanced up and found Normani half frozen on her way down the stairs, her mouth open and her eyes on the camera crew in the kitchen. Jerry smiled at her. Sorry, I should have given you a heads up about the film crew. Normani took a hesitant step down. With her long hair and dark skin, she looked like a princess awakened by her magical Caribbean castle. The mansion they were staying in really sold the story. 2 floors, marble tiles, spectacular chandeliers, and a staircase leading to a foyer wide enough to throw a lavish ball. There were 12 bedrooms, 2 kitchens that would make any HGTV host weep with joy, and a pool outside. "What are you doing?" Normani asked, pattering to the cupboard and grabbing a glass of water. "Baking some Belizean treats. Since it's been raining for 2 days straight, I figured we could all use a pick-me-up." Jerry shook a box on the counter. "You like raisins?" Do I hear music?" Sheila's voice chased the sound of her footsteps crashing down the stairs. "Is it coming from a phone? Can we get our phones back now?" "Sorry, it's a satellite radio, still no phones allowed." Jerry lifted dust-covered hands in a shrug. Sheila rolled her eyes dramatically and sank into a chair around the marble island. "Animals." She raised a fist at Shaka and the camera crew. The other girls flooded the stairs, drawn by the music and the sound of voices. A few fluffed their hair and straightened their backs when they saw the cameras. Others sighed and turned back upstairs. Jackie and Dominic were among the women who remained. "What kind of music is this, Jer?" Jackie asked. She picked up the radio and inspected it as if it were a magic box that led to another world. Jerry allowed the shortening of her name and explained, "It's called soca. It's the type of music usually played at parties, carnival." She tossed her hair back. "Places like that." "Ah, soca." Jackie and Dominic both bobbed their heads as one. Then Dominic frowned. "I still have no idea what that word means." "That's okay. The point of soca isn't to understand it. It's to feel it." Jerry continued to turn her batter around with a spoon. She'd considered flipping the radio to the K-pop station again, but she didn't want to get caught dancing on camera. Besides, she'd already connected with a group of awesome women over K-pop, and felt no need to expand that circle here. Today's challenge was about letting her guard down and trying things a different way, just as Ellis had suggested. "Do you need some help?" Normani pointed to the mixture. Gerry hesitated. "I don't want you to mess up your nails." "Girl, please." Normani bumped her out of the way and laughed. "I used to work in a bakery to pay for my fashion magazine habit. I know my way around mixing batter." She nodded and handed the spoon over. "Have at it. This music is totally fixing the dreary mood." Dominic shook her hips. "I was feeling so restless being stuck inside because of the rain, but now I kind of wish we could just chill like this for the rest of the show." "You're such a darling, Gerry. We don't deserve you in this house." Jackie reached over and squeezed her hand. The jellyfish sting was now a mere rash on her leg. Sheila snorted. Maybe the producers told her to do this so she would look good for the show. Did you guys ever think of that? Normani shot Sheila a dirty eye. Gerry glanced away. Making powder buns was my idea. But making a deeper connection with her friends was Ellis's. Every thought she'd had for the past 2 days was of him. The other day in the grove had taken something from her, left a big hole in her chest that needed to be filled by another secret conversation, another hug, another stolen look. But she wouldn't give in to that need, not when the X Games had barely begun. She had to stay focused and obsessing over Ellis Maven, the untouchable producer of the show, was a recipe for disaster. "I think the batter's done, Normani. Thanks." She accepted the bowl from her and dabbed the mounds of batter onto a baking sheet. As she worked, all the girls crowded around and watched. Feeling like the host of a cooking show, Gerry explained, "These are called powder buns. They're a Belizean snack that's easy to make, and I should know. I'm not the greatest cook, and even I can't mess these up." Everyone laughed. Gerry relaxed a little more. She popped the baking sheets in the oven and snorted when Normani shoved a glass of wine in her hands. "Is this to celebrate?" "It's a toast to Belize." Normani winked. "In that case, I'll take 2. Sheila nabbed a couple flutes. Gerry drained her glass and then raised the music, moving around the room and getting to know Normani, Jackie, and Dominic better. The sweet smell of powder buns filtered through the mansion. The other women trickled down when she took the pastries out of the oven. "That looks delicious." Normani gave her a squeeze. Gerry used a spatula to pry them off the baking sheet and slipped them into napkins. Setting them out in rows, she encouraged the cast to sample them. Then she took the powder buns to the crew. "You're supposed to pretend we're invisible," Shaka whispered urgently when Gerry offered a powder bun to her. "But you're not invisible, you're right here." She pushed the powder bun into the producer's hands. "In the country, we have a rule. If one person eats, then everyone eats. Plus, it wouldn't be fair to smell something sweet and not be able to taste it." "It's so good," Dominic groaned from the kitchen, reaching for another powder bun. "Screw it. I'll give up all my carb intake for this." Normani clawed at more of the snacks. Shaka gave in and accepted the powder bun. "Thank you." Gerry moved to each member of the crew and personally gave out powder buns. Realizing that they needed water too, she rounded up some water bottles and handed them out. Jackie noticed and started helping her. After everyone had been served, the girls met up at the bar. Dominic leaned her head toward Gerry. "Ooh, looks like the boys are here." "They are?" Gerry whirled around and saw a group of men standing at the door, peering in. "But I want what they're having." Sheila's ex was whining to Shaka. Shaka stepped aside and let the boys join them. Gerry saw Lucian gunning straight for her and hurried in the opposite direction. She snagged 2 powder buns on her way out the back door and sighed in relief when the crowd of women flowed behind her, blocking her from Lucian's sight. Rain plopped into the pool, dancing on top of the water. Over the small fence, Gerry noticed a group of producers walking under umbrellas. Ellis was at the front, listening keenly to what his crew was saying. She figured the rain must be putting a serious wrench in their plans and wondered how he was doing. Her fingers slid over her throat as she watched him through the rain. His simple t-shirt hugged the muscular lines of his body and skimmed his broad shoulders. His hair fell over his face. The ends were dripping water, telling her he'd been caught in the rain before someone gave him that umbrella. Jerry's breath stuttered. Ellis might be fun and attractive when he was being playful with her, but he was hot when he was leading the X Games. Each look, each movement of his arm, each time he chose to lean forward, had purpose, as if he was on a mission not only to make this show great, but to steal the hearts of everyone around him. Sensing her gaze, which should not have been possible given the distance between them, Ellis glanced up. Her mouth went dry as his lips curved into a slow, pleased smile. Her fingers, her nose, her throat, every part of her tingled in a way she'd never felt before. Gerry needed to go to him. She'd just say hello and offer powder buns. That's it. It had nothing to do with the way her heart was thudding at the mere sight of him, or the excitement at the thought of talking to him for just a second. Looking around for an umbrella, Gerry found one discarded against the balcony doors, shoved it open, and darted into the rain. Stepping through the back gate, she carefully made her way through the mushy sand to get to the producers. Ellis watched her the entire time and then stopped in the middle of his conversation to head toward her.
Watch your step,
he said, cradling her elbow when she tripped. Thanks. She looked up at him, her heart slamming against her ribs. Wanda frowned. Gerry, what are you doing in the rain? I came to offer you a taste of my powder buns. I think the guys devoured the rest. I only managed to snag 2. Sorry. Sweet. Jake's eyes lit up and he broke off a piece. The rain fell harder, slamming against their umbrellas. A cold wind blew against her skin and she shivered.
You should go back inside,
Ellis said, his eyes running down her body and then back up.
It's cold out here.
She answered softly. The house is stuffy now that the boys are there. I'll go back in a minute. He arched an eyebrow at her as if to say,
You won't listen to me?
She tilted her head as if to say, What are you going to do about it? Whoa, Jake moaned. Gerry, this is great. Next time, you need to save me a full cookie instead of just a piece. It's not a cookie, it's called a powder bun. And yeah, I'll do that.
Why should she save anything for you?
Ellis frowned at Jake. Jake backtracked. I was just saying. Relax, Emmy. Wanda shot Ellis a curious look. Jake was only joking.
I know, but we can't cross those lines. The crew's supposed to be invisible.
He sounded like an old professor giving a lecture. Gerry spoke up. Shaka said the same thing, but I don't agree. The crew aren't statues. You're human beings, and just because you're recording us and can't intervene in filming doesn't mean we can't treat you with decency. Ellis leaned closer. His t-shirt brushed her shoulder.
Ignoring us is the only way we can record you honestly. If you're always aware of us as human beings, the production loses its authenticity.
Says the man who ran into the Caribbean Sea to save a woman from a jellyfish sting? She tilted her face up. You didn't seem like an unfeeling observer when you were scooping Jackie into your arms.
That's different.
That was your cue to admit I'm right.
Never.
Ellis whispered. His lips arched up. That quiet confidence and sexy charisma, combined with the romantic sound of the rain against the sea, was doing something to her. Well, Jake coughed. I think I need some water after that powder bun. He slammed his chest with a fist. Wanda kept staring at her and Ellis. Gerry realized they'd been too engrossed in their own world and felt slightly exposed. She ignored the tingles that ran down her spine and handed the last of her powder bun to Wanda. Sending Ellis a smile of victory, Gerry said, Since you'd prefer to remain invisible, I'll let the humans I can see enjoy the last of the powder buns.
That's probably a good idea.
Ellis growled, stepping back. His eyes lingered on her.
I'll be in the trailer.
He motioned to Wanda.
As soon as the rain lets up, we're filming the games. We can't afford another delay.
Gerry looked away while he and Jake left. Did you two know each other? Wanda asked. Before the island? Not really. Wanda smirked. He's never talked to a cast member like that. Gerry blinked. Like what? Wanda seemed to be in her own world, and he never looks at them like that either. Like what? Gerry asked a little louder. Wanda shoved the entire powder bun into her mouth and walked away, leaving Gerry standing in the rain alone and utterly puzzled.
Chapter 9. A warning bell clanged and mechanical levers creaked. The X Games logo screamed bright red, drawing the eye to the contestants hovering over giant vats of salty seawater. Ellis heard the glee in Corey Phillips' voice as the host boomed, "Wrong answer!" On cue, the contestants plummeted. Their screaming intensified until it was warbled by a splash. Safe and dry behind the monitors on the beach, Ellis watched the production with a keen eye. The casting director had done a phenomenal job recruiting for the X Games. The cast was reality TV gold. It had only been a few days, but he was already seeing a shift. Gone were their prim and proper masks and their mistrust of the cameras. The truth was creeping out more and more during the private interviews. He felt it in their interactions, too. Old hurts bubbling under the surface. Wrongs that they wanted made right. Lust, desire, revenge. Under pressure, the unfiltered side of humanity came out to play. Throw in relationship drama and the gas keg had found its spark. The viewers would love it. Perfect. It's all perfect. He pulled his walkie close. Stay tight on Normani, she looks terrified. Copy that. Jake's voice was shrouded in static. The camera did a wide-angle shot of the beach. Sunset painted the Caribbean sky in gorgeous red, oranges, and blush pinks. The sea moved restlessly, a mirror-like silver filled with choppy waves. Stunning. Viewers would be tuning in just to see the view. Ellis lifted the walkie to give another instruction, but he froze the moment he spotted Gerry. Her red dress immediately drew the eye, not asking permission before it grabbed his attention. The slinky material hugged her waist and stopped way too high on her thigh. After almost 2 decades in reality TV production, he'd built an impenetrable wall around him. No woman had been able to pierce through before. But for some reason, Gerry was an exception. Further on the beach, Corey Phillips gripped a mic and announced, "All right, everyone, this is game point. The winning team will receive a grand prize." "What is it?" Sheila asked from her perch over the dunk tank. "A surprise." Corey winked. "But rest assured, whatever it is, it will have everyone in the mansion green with jealousy." Corey was making that up. Not even Ellis knew the grand prize yet. The writers had been fluctuating between a day trip to San Pedro or a couple's spa day. Both ideas had seemed a little lackluster, so he'd sent them back to the drawing board. "Are you ready for the last question?" Corey glanced at the camera to read off the placards. His voice rose theatrically. "What was your song as a couple, and why?" There was a moment of pause. Then a buzzing sound filled the air. The camera panned to Gerry as she gave her answer. The wind tugged at her brown curls, and the dying sun caressed her cheeks with the last of its strength. It looked like nature itself was falling at her feet. Ellis sucked in a breath. Lifting his walkie, he muttered, Give me Lucien's reaction." The cameras found Lucien. He was staring at Gerry with soft yearning in his eyes. The man was serving his heart on a silver platter, and it made Ellis itch.
"That song was playing in the cafe the day we met."
Gerry's speech had the entire beach leaning forward. Suddenly, her eyes shifted to his.
We took one look at each other, and it was almost instant. The connection.
Ellis's heart tightened like violin strings. "Ellis! Ellis!" Banks waved wildly, breaking his dazed thoughts. Jake wants to know what their prize will be. Corey needs to announce. Ellis forced his mind back on the game and radioed the writing room. "Do you have the idea for the prize yet?" Wanda's voice squawked from the walkie-talkie. "Actually, we had a new idea for—" Ellis shook his head, feeling restless. "I don't care. Just phone it in. Let Corey announce it." Banks nodded. "Yes, sir." Ellis ground his teeth to powder, wrestling with an overwhelming emotion as he watched the other contestants get dunked. Giant splashes filled the air. Water spilled over the rims of the vats and raced over the sand, turning it into mud. It was a spectacle, perfect for television. In the end, Lucian was the only player who remained dry. Ellis wished he had control of the dunk button. There was no way Lucian would have escaped unscathed. His fingers dug into the walkie. Where was this disgust coming from? He had no idea. Lucien was Jerry's endgame. He and the writers had decided on the story before he ever met the cast. With Jerry's charisma and Lucien's devotion, they'd make the perfect couple to root for. Everything was going to plan. He should be excited. Why did he want to punch Lucien instead? The contestants gathered in front of the leaderboard. Lucien joined Jerry on the beach. He slung an arm around her shoulder and leaned in to whisper to her. Ellis went tense again. On the monitors, Corey faced the cast. "Jerry, Lucian, congratulations on winning the second game. Now, for your prize." Corey paused to ramp up the tension. "You'll both spend one night together in the love cabin, a romantic lodge with wine, chocolates, and all the privacy you could desire." Ellis's adrenaline shot up. The love cabin? Cries of "No way!" and "That sounds awesome!" gushed from the cast. The camera zoomed in on Jerry's shocked face, while Lucien grinned from ear to ear. Enraged, Ellis swiped his walkie and turned his back to the beach. "The heck is that? What's wrong with it?" Wanda's voice was shrouded in static. Jake joined the walkie-talkie conversation. "This prize is perfect for them." "I don't see the problem," Shaka added. Ellis frowned. Fire swept through his chest. He couldn't explain why it burned so badly, only that it felt like he was being whacked in the chest with a hot iron. "Ellis," Shaka mumbled, "if you have a problem, you should tell Corey now so he can change the prize." Jerry's just another member of the cast, Ellis thought. I have to do my job. He breathed in deeply. Let them use the cabin over the water. Fly in some roses from the mainland. I want that place dripping in flower petals and romance. Every word made it harder and harder to breathe. Tell Jerry we're not going to film any intimate scenes, but kissing is up for grabs. Shaka giggled. You think they'll kiss? Banks joined in. $10 says they do. Wanda's tone held a probing note. Ellis, you think he's going to deep-throat her tonight, or will she resist him? Instead of answering, he slammed the walkie against his hip and stalked away from the beach. Coconut trees loomed like tall, overbearing soldiers on his path. He wanted to punch the nearest one until every single coconut clattered to his feet. Ridiculous. He was happy. Everything was great. Jerry would enjoy a romantic night with Lucian. They'd be all alone in the cabin he'd arranged, surrounded by roses and enough wine to encourage them to make any bad decisions they could think of. He massaged his forehead. Bile swam to the top of his throat. Ellis shut himself in his trailer and forced himself to calm down. Jerry spending the night with Lucien was not a big deal. He'd make sure they had the most romantic night possible, for their sake and for the viewers. Whatever. Feelings he had for Jerry would go away eventually. He was sure of it. A bit more in control of his runaway emotions, Ellis left his trailer and went for a walk. Without meaning to, he found himself nearing the secret grove where he'd met Jerry a few days ago. Toads and grasshoppers fell silent when he stalked past. Hibiscus flowers turned their faces up to him, searching for the waning sunlight and trembling as the evening breeze blew. Ellis stepped into the clearing and heard a voice behind him.
This is my freak-out spot.
Hard in his throat, he turned and faced the woman who'd somehow crawled under his skin and refused to leave.
Chapter 10. Gerry scrambled to her feet and glared at Ellis. She had no patience for him right now. It was tough enough to accept her prize for the night, but knowing Ellis was behind the scenes, orchestrating everything, it drove her insane.
"What are you doing here?"
Ellis asked, his voice quiet and frustrated. Is he angry with me right now? Annoyance exploded in her chest. Since she'd arrived on the island, she'd had no control of herself when it came to him. Ellis was too handsome, with his messy brown hair, his brown eyes that sucked a woman in, and those lips that curved up only when he was alone with her. He was made to disarm. Serious, magnetic, irresistible. She'd been consumed by the glimmers of affection that she'd seen from him. It made her assume stupid things, like maybe Ellis was just as attracted to her as she was to him, or that he cared about her as more than a member of the X Games. Foolish thoughts. Everything he'd shown her, everything he'd done up to this point, was nothing like the fantasy she'd created in her own head.
"Gerry."
What does it look like I'm doing? She threw her arms out. Throwing a party? His silence added to the tension that blazed between them. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly. She glowered back at him, lifted her chin, held her stance. The night pressed in, cold and dangerous. Darkness was thicker than the trunk of the coconut trees that towered over her head. A slim strip of moonlight managed to slice through the foliage. It casted his face in silver and brought out the deep brown of his eyes. Ellis took a half step toward her.
"You should be doing your interview."
She whirled around, briefly wondering if it would be too much to throw her shoe at him. A total overreaction, she knew, but still warranted. Or was it? Technically, he hadn't done anything wrong. There was no understanding between them. He hadn't so much as hinted at an interest in her. Yeah, but what? So they'd eyed each other with a bit of flirtation? So he'd seen her in her bra and panties? So her body sparked whenever they touched? It didn't mean that he felt it too. Ellis had shown nothing close to a sign of interest. She was being utterly ridiculous. He moved toward her. His shoes crunched dried leaves that snapped and crackled beneath his sneakers. She backed up a step. "What are you doing?" His jaw clenched. He kept going. Don't come any closer." Gerry felt a hint of dismay when she heard herself stuttering.
"Shash."
Ellis placed a finger to his lips. The movement drew Gerry's eyes there, and she breathlessly traced the outline of his mouth. His lips were thin, but soft-looking, and she wondered what they would feel like pressed against hers. Longing made her body throb. The strength of her desire frightened her. Since when had she let a man this close to her emotions? "Why are you shushing me?" She reached deep for the anger to cover up everything else. "Don't tell me what to do. You might have the right during filming, but when we're alone, you don't..."
"Sheesh."
This time, the mouth Ellis placed his finger against was hers. His finger was firm, hard, warm. He was close enough that she could smell his masculine fragrance, a mixture of pine and sweat. It smelled amazing. Lust crawled from the pits of her stomach and begged for things it couldn't have. Her heart bucked like a rebellious horse. Gerry swallowed hard. Every harsh word that had been clanging through her head disappeared in a whoosh. Ellis bent over her and curled a hand around her waist. Slowly, intently, he slid his fingers down her back, teasing the indent of her spine. His breath hit her neck and sent goosebumps shimmering over her skin. Gerry parted her lips and exhaled shakily. She could sense control in his touch, and she wondered what that exploration would feel like if there were no clothes between him and her skin. Would he be just as serious with her as he was when he was filming the show? Or would he give her a side of himself that he didn't show to anyone else? Ellis's grip tightened over her hip as if he could read her mind. She felt his fingers pinching at the waist of her dress, and she arched toward him. Would he take it off? Did she want him to? Ellis leaned forward, and then she heard a soft click. It sent confusion spiraling through her. What was that? Ellis stepped away, and a cold wind rushed against her body, filling in the gap left by his retreat.
If you want to be truly alone,
Ellis gestured to the back of her dress where his hand had been fiddling.
you should take off your mic.
Her stomach fluttered. Oh, that's all it was. He was protecting her, giving her a safe space away from the cameras, the listening eyes and ears. He could offer her that refuge, but he could also take it away at any time, because she was a job, and he was the head producer. The truth dunked a bucket of cold water over her head. She'd let herself get carried away again. Straightening her shoulders, she nodded. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ellis glanced away from her. His eyes held a hint of irritation. She kept her voice steady. I'll do the interview in a second.
Good.
His shoulders were in a straight, tense line. He didn't offer her any other words. It wasn't fair. She wanted that anger for herself. She wanted him to feel just as off balance as she did. How much privacy am I allowed to have tonight?
In your off time?
In the love cabin. His body jerked. Dangerous brown eyes rammed into her and made her wonder if taking the conversation in this direction was the right idea. Her courage, that had been so loud and impenetrable a second ago, shrank into the darkness, leaving behind a bundle of nerves.
You'll have as much privacy as you want.
Ellis responded tersely. Will it be enough?
How much do you need?
He growled. It didn't sound like a question. It sounded like a threat. She licked her lips slowly. What if I want to do things that aren't appropriate for a general audience? What happens then? Ellis cocked his head to the side and eyed her like a hunter sizing up his prey. In the darkness, she felt oddly terrified. Her stomach tightened. Her lungs refused to suck in air.
Are you testing me, Gerry?
He asked, his voice low and velvety. The sounds of the tropical night filled the pregnant silence. The croaking of toads, the quiet wail of a bird, the thrash of the Caribbean Sea, slamming on fine white sand. Why would I do that? She gestured to him and then curled the finger back to herself. You're the producer of the X Games. I'm a clueless contestant. Is it wrong to ask you questions? He strode toward her, and this time she didn't back up. Bracing herself for his nearness, she tilted her chin up to meet the challenge in his eyes. His gaze caressed her face so hotly that she wondered if it would leave a burn mark. This was real. Her connection with Ellis, the undercurrents of desire between them. She could feel it. His annoyance with her was intertwined with something else, something hot, something that burned close to the surface.
It's wrong,
he whispered, leaning over her lips as if he wanted to plunge down and devour every inch of them.
Very wrong.
The words were what she'd expected, but his broken and raspy tone betrayed his struggle. It was as if he needed to remind himself that they couldn't cross that line. We shouldn't... Gerry swayed forward, needing to be closer to him, needing it so desperately she couldn't think straight. Ellis's eyes dropped to half-mast. His grip on her tightened as if he couldn't bear to let her go. His face dropped on hers, but just before their lips touched, his expression shifted and he lurched back. Gerry stumbled forward, nearly falling on her face. She righted herself quickly, but the damage had been done. Shame burned her cheeks.
Gerry!
There was something on your face, she blurted. It was possibly the stupidest thing she could have said, but it was all she could come up with. A mosquito, she added. Nervous laughter burst from her lips. Ellis squinted at her as if he could read her thoughts by concentrating hard enough. She fought a wave of embarrassment. Every time she was around Ellis, she did something completely foolish. It was a bad habit that she desperately needed to break. A walkie-talkie croaked. Gerry's eyes dipped and she found the device clamped on Ellis's waist. Ellis pressed a button on the walkie. Static hissed for a second, and then a voice croaked, "The love cabin is ready. We put protection in the drawer, just in case." Horror filled Gerry's chest. Ellis slammed his finger on the walkie, and she heard the plastic crunch.
Thanks for the report. Send Gerry and Lucian to the room. Keep the cameras tight on them.
Copy that.
And
Ellis hesitated.
Make sure to give them privacy in case they get intimate.
A burning, uncontrollable irritation welled in her when she heard those instructions. Spitting Ellis with a disgusted look, she stalked past him and headed into the foliage. He didn't follow her, and she felt foolish for hoping that he would. Hadn't he turned away from the kiss? Wasn't that his own version of rejecting her? I can't, or I don't want to. The reasoning didn't matter. She wouldn't put herself out there to get hurt again. It wasn't the right time, and it wasn't the right guy. No matter what, she had to remember that. There you are. Shaka latched onto her when she neared the mansion. I've been looking everywhere for you. Why is your mic turned off? You know what? It doesn't matter. Do you want to retouch your makeup before you go to the love cabin? No. Gerry spit. No. Shaka's eyes widened. Wait, does that mean you're not going? I'll go. It was a part of the game, and she'd promised to open herself up to the experience. Besides, more screen time wouldn't hurt her or her business. As long as Lucian kept his distance and didn't try to make any moves, she could survive a night alone with him. Shaka rushed her to the cabin as if she feared that Gerry would change her mind. Lucian was already there. A sigh of relief spilled past his lips when he saw her.
I thought you wouldn't come,
he said quietly, his eyes running over her. Well, you thought wrong. She ignored the cameras, lunged for the wine, and filled her glass to the rim. A smile flickered over Lucian's handsome face. He joined her at the table, poured his own glass, and clinked it against hers.
To old friends and new memories.
Cheers. Gerry drained every drop of alcohol in her cup. Ellis was a fantasy, a beautiful waste of time. From now on, Gerry would stay focused on her goals for the X Games. Once she won the prize money, she'd send it to her uncle so he could keep the farm. Then she'd ride the wave of exposure from the show and turn her styling business into an international name. Ellis could blow hot and cold all he wanted. She would not let him get in the way of her dreams.
Chapter 11. Wanda kicked aside an empty beer can and shuffled into the production trailer as she said, "Looks like you had a party without me." Ellis threw an arm over his eyes to keep the bright sunshine from disturbing his sleep. Wanda's footsteps plunked over the trailer floors. An impressed whistle flew past her lips. "Whoa! Did you edit all that footage? Emmy, when did you sleep?" A mouse clicked, and Wanda grunted. "Let me guess. You didn't." He groaned. "I was just about to close my eyes." Her chair creaked. "Why have you started editing the first episode already?" "I had time," Ellis said. Wanda tutted at him. "That's stupid. You'll kill yourself if you try to produce the show and edit at the same time. Editing that amount of footage is near suicidal already." He could hear the disapproval in her voice even though his eyes were still closed. "Besides," Wanda added, "the show hasn't finished filming. The story might change. You shouldn't write the beginning until you know the end." "The story's set," Ellis grumbled. Wanda paused. "Huh?" Ellis elaborated. "Sheila's the villain. Gerry's the fan favorite. Lucian's gonna win her back. It's all set in stone." He smelled body odor and opened his eyes. Wanda's ghostly face hovered over him. He jolted. Rubbing his gritty eyes, Ellis mumbled, "You scared me?" Wanda croaked, You're scaring me. Since when did you talk about the love story of a season like it's a tragedy? I don't know what you're talking about. Ellis pushed himself to a sitting position and massaged his temples. Last night, he'd done his freaking best to forget that Gerry and Lucien had been alone in the love cabin. It was agony anyway because he knew exactly what the room looked like, knew it would be decorated with roses and imported chocolates, knew exactly how many candles were flickering, knew how many special boxes were stuffed in the little dresser against the wall. Every producer was hoping, with nothing else but each other's company to keep them entertained all night long, enough wine to fuel a wedding, and a cozy Caribbean setting. Old feelings could surely pop up between Gerry and Lucien. In fact, they'd orchestrated it that way. If anything happened between them, it would be by design. Great. It was wonderful. He was having a ball here in Belize, getting Gerry and her ex back together. And wasn't it fan-freaking-tastic that he wasn't breaking any of his rules? Last night he had a chance to kiss Gerry and he hadn't taken it. Everything inside him wanted to kiss her until she couldn't breathe, but he'd backed off. He'd made the right decision. So why did it feel so awful? Nothing had changed. Gerry was still a contestant on the X Games, and he was still the producer. He couldn't get emotionally involved with her, or it would jeopardize the entire production. Nothing screamed illicit conduct like the producer of a show dating his cast member while the show was filming. And it would snowball beyond that. The X Games had a cash prize. They were legally obligated to keep things fair. Any sign of favoritism, and he and the company could get in trouble with the FCC. Kissing her would have unlocked Pandora's box. He had to protect her, protect the show, protect himself. Wanda's eyebrows rose. Emmy, you look sick. Go drink some water. I'm fine, let's get to work. She scowled at him. By the looks of all the beer bottles, you were editing while drunk. I'm betting you haven't tasted a drop of water since yesterday. Now your body's communicating that it's about to give out and you want to play the big impenetrable alpha male? Get a grip. If someone in the cast faints, it's good TV, but we don't need our head producer fainting on the job. Fine. Ellis grabbed a bottle, sank into his office chair, and waited for the room to stop spinning. Any news from the mansion? Wanda shook her head. Number I just came from the technician camp. They're about to send cameras into the cabin. It got a little hard to breathe. Oh. Wanda fell into her chair and flicked on the monitors. She tossed him a disapproving look. Why'd you turn these off? I wanted to save power, he mumbled. That was a lie. He didn't want to be anywhere near the footage of Gerry and Lucien in the cabin. It was his job to watch them, to edit them in the most romantic light and push them to explore their passion openly in front of the world. And yet the thought of looking at them in any kind of sexual position made him want to burn the monitors alive. There we go. Wanda turned on the screens and cackled. Banks and his team are on the move. We've got perfect timing. Ellis peered at the monitor, his heart banging around his throat. The monitors showed someone knocking on the door of the love cabin. Lucien opened up, smiling sleepily. He wore nothing but basketball shorts and socks. He stretched his arms over his head as a yawn nearly snapped his jaw in half. The female viewers would love getting a glimpse of his physique. If Ellis were in his right mind, he would have asked Banks to zoom in on the rumpled bedsheets, but he couldn't think straight. He needed to know what had happened last night. Did Gerry reconcile with Lucien? How had they chosen to celebrate? Had Lucien accepted the kiss that Ellis rejected? Where's Gerry? Shaka asked. She was off camera, but her voice came through loud and clear.
Oh.
Lucien scratched his toned stomach.
She's back at the mansion.
What? Wanda shrieked at the monitors. Hope bloomed in Ellis's chest. If Gerry hadn't spent the night in the cabin, then that meant...
She spent the night,
Lucien clarified. The wind got knocked out of Ellis's sails.
But she wanted to shower and get ready in the mansion. The cabin doesn't have hot water, and you know how ladies are about hot water.
Wanda perked up. So there's still a chance they messed around. Yes. She grabbed her walkie-talkie and shrieked. Ask if they did it, Shaka. Get all the raunchy details. Ellis squeezed his eyes shut as Shaka asked the question. He really didn't want to hear the answer.
Did we sleep together?
Lucian wiggled his eyebrows at the camera.
Sorry, I don't kiss and tell.
Ellis almost cracked a tooth from gritting his teeth so hard. They totally did it. Wanda spun around in her chair, arms raised gleefully. Do you see that fine hunk of Caribbean meat? Do you see those washboard abs? I bet they had that cabin rocking so hard it almost fell into the sea. Enough, Wanda, Ellis snapped harshly. She narrowed her eyes at him. Watch your tone, Emmy. Don't take out your frustrations on me. Sorry, He pinned his nose between his fingers. We need to find Jerry and get a clearer picture of what happened. Let me tap into the mansion feed. Wanda pressed a few fingers on the keyboard. There it is. He skimmed through the black and white footage of the girls' shared living room. The bedrooms were off limits before the official filming time, but they always had access to the living room and kitchens. Look at that, she cackled. Is that Sheila and Guy? Wanda pointed to the two blondes going at each other against the counters. It looks like someone had a love cabin of their own last night. Ugh, look at them, making so much noise. That must have driven her roommate up the wall. She pushed to her feet. I'll arrange an interview with Sheila about her activities last night. Get her excited first. I want her dropping dirty details. Wanda winked at him. If Jerry and Lucien keep their lips zipped, we can rely on the villains for our intimacy quota. Ellis nodded. While you handle that, I'm going to take a walk. Wanda looked confused. Don't you want to be here when we find Jerry? He wiggled the walkie at her. Contact me. I won't go far. Don't faint out there, Wanda called. We can't record that, so it's useless. Ellis grabbed his camera and went outside. The sand was soft beneath his sneakers. A strong wind tugged at the sea. Blue waves frothed when it crashed to shore. He set his finger on the camera's shutter button and struggled to capture the scene. Though he managed to snap a picture, his heart wasn't in it. He flung the camera strap over his shoulder and backed away from the water. Perfect. He was surrounded by a gorgeous tropical landscape, but all he could think about was Jerry and whether he'd sent her off into Lucian's arms last night. Should he have kissed her? And then what? Explain that he could sneak her into his trailer just once, give her the best night of her life, and then make her swear she'd never tell anyone? Maybe convince her to sign an NDA just in case? She deserved better than that. Besides, there was little chance his feelings could be settled with only one taste of her. Jerry got under his defenses. He wanted to get to know her. He was curious about her. He was drawn to her, not just her body. Ellis knew instinctively that he wouldn't be able to stop at just one night, so better not to open that door at all. His walkie made a hissing noise. Wanda's voice split through the air. She sounded excited. Emmy, I think you'll want to see this. Did you find Jerry? Hurry! Should he worry? Wanda's voice sounded gleeful rather than fearful, but that could be a bad sign too. He pocketed the walkie, adjusted his camera strap more firmly, and took off toward the production trailer. Hurrying to the monitors, he bent over and rested his hand on the desk. What's going on? The words were slurred. His head was aching, and he was starting to feel woozy. Maybe drinking all night and not getting a second of sleep hadn't been such a good idea. They're arguing about something. Wanda pointed at the screen. Sheila and Jerry were facing off. Jerry's body language was tense, head tilted, fingers curled into fists. Sheila looked equally aggrieved. Her hair was wild and messy, probably thanks to her late-night hookup with her ex. Her blue eyes were alive with annoyance, and she leaned forward to say something else to Jerry. Why can't we hear them? Ellis barked. They haven't been mic'd. I told you we should have installed secret microphones. If we had ears in there, this wouldn't happen. On the monitor, Shaka shoved Jerry's shoulder. Yes! Wanda shot to her feet and pumped a fist. Fight! 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 Jerry's nostrils flared, and she launched at Sheila. Ellis didn't wait around to see what happened next. He shot to the door and kicked it open. Ellis, where are you going? Wanda yelled. Tell them to turn the cameras off. He hurled over his shoulder. What? This is television gold. You can't be serious. Tell them, Wanda, he roared. She gave him a stunned look. Ellis left her behind and sprinted through the sand toward the mansion.
Chapter 12. Geraldine Franklin was going to slap a woman in the face on international television. Across the room, Sheila glared at her, lurching and bucking against her human restraints. Jackie and Dominic held Gerry back. They'd descended the moment Sheila shoved her, effectively thwarting Gerry's plan to rearrange Sheila's smug-looking face and remind her of why she shouldn't put her hands on anyone, especially a black Belizean woman. Gerry, calm down, Jackie said, her eyes flashing. It's not worth it. Gerry yelled, she started it, and I'm going to finish it. It's time someone knocked some sense into her. Jackie tightened her grip. Look, I know Sheila's a pain in the butt, but she's not all bad. Then explain why she blew up at me for no reason, Gerry hissed. Dominic lowered her voice. Sheila had a major fight with her ex this morning, and she's trying to take it out on you. Gerry's shoulders relaxed a smidge. She could relate to wanting to fight someone after getting her heart broken. Since last night's fight? Disagreement? Whatever that was with Ellis, she'd been eager to tear into someone, and Lucian had been a convenient target. Surprisingly, he hadn't reacted to any of her harsh words. Instead, he'd been scarily understanding when she warned him away from her in the love cabin. He told her not to be nervous and swore to her that he wouldn't do anything that made her uncomfortable. Surprisingly, he'd kept that promise. They'd talked, drank a bit of champagne, and sat watching the moonlight reflecting on the waves until the cameras left. After, he helped her leave the cabin without getting spotted by Shaka. I heard them hooking up last night. Dominic continued when she saw Gerry calming down. Sheila and Guy, I mean. They were really going at it, bud. Dominic bit down on her bottom lip. This morning, he told her that it was just screwing for the sake of nostalgia, and she kind of lost it. What are you two whispering about? Sheila shrieked. Don't talk about me. Shut up, Sheila, Jackie spit. Sheila gasped. Excuse me? Gerry considered the news. She hated that she felt sorry for Sheila because the woman was obnoxious. Besides, Sheila put herself in a situation to get hurt by messing around with her joke of an ex, but the heart wanted what it wanted. Gerry knew way too well. Why else would she obsess over a man who was as unavailable as the inn that rejected baby Jesus? What is this fight even about? Jackie shrieked. Sheila, seriously? Can you even explain it? Yes, I can. Sheila pointed at her. I was trying to warn Gerry about the double-crosser that's pretending to be her best friend, and she snapped at me. Normani is my friend, and you were bad-mouthing her. Did you think I'd just nod my head and let you spew lies about her? Lies? Sheila gasped. Yes, lies. Gerry had never seen someone who loved gossiping as much as Sheila, and if it was about anyone else, she wouldn't have cared. But Normani had been her friend since day one of the X Games. She was the only other black woman on the show, and Gerry had formed a strong connection with her. On the other hand, Sheila had been talking smack about the other girls since the day at the pool. She didn't care about the damage in her wake. She didn't care that Normani ran off crying because of this stupid rumor. She didn't care about anyone but herself. I'm telling you, Gerry, Normani has a thing for Lucian. She's been eyeing him since the first games, and then yesterday I saw her flirting with him when you disappeared before the love cabin. Gerry's temper ignited again. Stop talking crap just to stir up trouble, Sheila. See what I mean? I give her the truth, and instead of thanking me for the intel, she goes off like a crazy person. You want to see a crazy person? Gerry bolted forward. Someone in the background coughed sheepishly. The sound stopped her momentum. Gerry turned her head and saw the cameras lining up in the room. The operators were deadly silent. Still, eager. A few of them shifted nervously as if they wanted her to forget about the cough and their very presence. Gerry knew in some corner of her mind that the entire X Games crew was watching her and loving all this drama. She knew she was slipping right into that role of the stereotypical aggressive black woman. Her fingers curled into fists. She struggled to pull her mask back in place, but it was too much of a challenge. "Can you both just stop this?" Jackie cried in the silence. "Sheila, apologize. You know if you do, Gerry will forgive you. She's cool like that." Sheila huffed out a laugh. "I can't believe this. I'm not apologizing for anything. She's the one who should apologize." Gerry stood her ground. "There's not a snowball's chance in—" "Same here," Sheila cut her off. "I'm not the one she needs to apologize to." Gerry shoved a finger at the door. "It's Normani. You talking crap about her is one thing, but you're doing it in front of the cameras now. You can totally trash her reputation, all for what? Some twisted little game? That's not cool, and I'm not going to stand for it." "You think you're so special, don't you? Just because the showrunners are favoring you, you act like you're Miss Perfect." Spittle flew from Sheila's mouth, and heat licked at every word. "You don't get to be a special snowflake with me, Gerry. I'm real, and I'll call you out. I don't care." "What are you talking about?" Sheila screeched. "You and Lucian get twice the amount of interviews as the rest of us do. And when we won that first game, all Guy and I got was a hot dog. You won the second game. That was arguably much easier. And suddenly, you get a love cabin on the water? Does that make any sense?" Gerry's eyes bugged. "If you have a problem, Sheila, then you should take it up with production rather than acting a fool. Because if anyone is embarrassing themselves, it's you." Expletives flew from Sheila's mouth and her face turned red. Blind with rage, she charged across the living room. In anticipation, Gerry lifted her hands, prepared to go at it. If Sheila was determined to turn her into an uncivilized street fighter on television, she might as well go all the way. Before the other woman could get close, a dark voice cracked through the air like a whip.
"That's enough."
Gerry felt a full body shiver. Though she knew who was standing behind her, she was too much of a coward to turn and face him. Not like this.
Fighting is not allowed on the island, and that was explicitly clear in your contracts.
Ellis's voice cut the silence in two. Dark? Dangerous. It would be thrilling if he wasn't scolding her, if she didn't feel ashamed for being caught in this mess.
"Shaka, cut the cameras,"
Ellis demanded. Gerry glanced up and saw Ellis, shoulders broad and taut beneath his white t-shirt. His hair fell messily over his forehead. His eyes burned like flames. He turned to face the camera crew, his expression stormy. Gerry studied him. Was it the shirt, or did he look paler than usual?
"Off.
Ellis's voice deepened.
Now. We've got enough footage."
Shaka gave the sign. Banks shot Ellis a shocked look before he nodded to his crew. They all clicked their cameras off.
"The third game will be starting down at the beach. Set up the cameras there."
Everyone shuffled to obey. Ellis turned heavily. Something about his movement put her on the alert. He seemed weary, and she wondered if it was this incident that had exhausted him or if it was something else. His brown eyes trekked to her before descending on Sheila.
"This is the last time I'll be this understanding. Any future physical altercations will be handled according to the law on top of the penalties outlined in your contracts. Do I make myself clear?"
"Yes," Sheila mumbled. Gerry nodded wordlessly.
"Good."
Ellis strode toward the door and stumbled. Gerry reached out a hand as if she could help him from all the way across the room, but Ellis regained his balance, leaned against the doorway to catch his breath, and then strode powerfully out of sight. "This is bull," Sheila mumbled. Footsteps thumping, she stormed up the stairs to her room. The door slammed shut a second later. Jackie placed a hand to her chest, her face pale. "Oh my gosh, I thought my heart would burst. Those rumors about him are true, Dominic said. Did you see how intense he got about following the rules? Jackie shuddered. Sheila has no idea what she's talking about. Favoritism? You got scolded too. If they were playing favorites, shouldn't they have taken your side? Gerry stared blankly at the door, unable to process the conversation. Ellis had seemed to be in a bad condition. Was he sick? The urge to go to him tugged at her heart. She shouldn't. She should stay far, far away from him, but an image of his ashen face swelled in her mind. The tug turned into a force that she couldn't control. Whipping around, Gerry hurried to her room and rummaged through her duffel. Jackie and Dominic poked their heads in the doorway and watched her. "What are you doing?" Jackie asked. "We have a couple hours of free time before the next game, right?" She finally found the small pouch hidden under her clothes and clutched it to her stomach. "Yeah," Dominic said slowly. "I need you two to cover for me. If Shaka comes to do an interview, tell her I'm not available right now." Dominic shuddered. What if she asks where you are? "Make something up," Gerry said, stalking past them. "Wait," Jackie called. "Where are you going?" "Are you going to see Lucian?" Dominic added. She lifted a hand in a backward wave and took off. Gerry didn't stop running until she got to the grove of trees where Ellis had met her twice before. He wasn't there. Her eyes slid to the side of the island that was off limits to cast members. With a deep breath, Gerry stealthily moved toward the trailers. She kept close to the foliage, glad for the thickening greenery and her ability to navigate them. Being a local had its perks. "Where's your trailer, Ellis?" she mumbled, ducking behind a hibiscus bush. Something told her that Ellis wouldn't be the type who'd sleep in the biggest trailer, even though it was within his power to do so. By a stroke of luck, Gerry spotted Ellis entering a trailer on the farthest end of the lot. He looked utterly weary as he plodded inside, and her heart throbbed harder. There was definitely something wrong with him. She edged around the trailers, glanced both ways to make sure the coast was clear, and then slipped inside his trailer. She could ruin both their lives if she was caught, which was why she wouldn't stay long. She'd just check on him, make something to soothe his pain, and then she'd go back to hating him as he deserved.
Chapter 13. Ellis knew he was dreaming because Gerry was hovering over him, her dark face more angelic than any of the celestial creatures he'd seen in churches during his travels. Warm, nutmeg-colored skin, curly hair, stunning pink lips. Her face floated in and out of sight, hazy and yet comforting just the same. He lifted a hand and cupped her cheek, stunned by the way his subconscious so expertly imagined the softness of her flesh. He'd known he was quickly growing obsessed with her, but when had he consumed the details needed to recreate such a perfect moment? Gerry turned her cheek into his palm.
"Are you awake?"
"No, I'm definitely dreaming." Amusement crackled in her big brown eyes. Damn, she was stunning. He didn't have to hide his admiration in the dream. Who would judge him for fraternizing with the cast in his subconscious? Who would ever know that she was the comfort he sought when he was sick?
"Ellis,"
she whispered, her voice as soft as a sigh.
"you're not dreaming."
Oh, yes, he was. He'd collapsed into the ugly cot of a bed the moment he let himself into his private trailer. He'd been so exhausted, he hadn't even taken off his shirt as he usually did.
"Feels like your fever still hasn't broken yet."
Gerry pressed the back of her hand to his forehead. Perfectly golden sunshine warmed her brown skin and brought out the worry in her eyes. Ellis moved on instinct and locked his hand over the one that was on his head. Gerry's eyes widened and she stared down at him. Why was she so shocked? He could do what he wanted in a dream, right? Ellis slid his thumb over her wrist, slowly, back and forth. He didn't care anymore why this dream felt so real. This wasn't Gerry's actual wrist, and no matter how much his tired brain tried to trick him, he was too smart to fall for it.
"Ellis,"
she whispered. The way she said his name, all tender and concerned, was exactly what he needed. He jerked her hand until her entire body lurched forward. With her face close to his, he could see every individual eyelash, every tiny mole, every scar. The slightly crooked bump on her nose that told him she'd broken it at one time and it hadn't set right was so beautiful to him that he could cry. "You're gorgeous," Ellis murmured. There was no way he could ever admit that to the real Gerry, not without revealing how freaking infatuated he was with her. But then he had no such misgivings in a dream. "Ever since the moment I first saw you, I thought you were stunning, and the more I learned about you, the more attractive you were to me." Her face froze. Why was she reacting that way? His subconscious must be on the fritz. The real Gerry wouldn't be anything like this shocked, tongue-tied version. He'd rarely seen her at a loss for words. Ellis continued to rub Gerry's wrist. It felt good to be honest like this. Honest to someone, even if that someone was his own subconscious. "I wanted to kiss you." His eyes traced the curve of her jaw and down the column of her delicate throat. He watched that throat bob nervously and let his fingers trail there, running his thumb down to her collarbone. She was so soft, so exquisite. "But I can't. I love my job, and I have a responsibility to see it through. There are people who depend on my decisions, people with families to feed. I can't allow myself to be selfish." He rubbed her jaw. "Even if I really deeply want to be." A strange emotion flickered in Gerry's eyes. She leaned over and ran her fingers through his hair.
I understand.
"Don't.
What?
Don't be understanding," he rasped. "Don't be tender."
Why not?
"I can't stay away from you, but I can't get close to you either. You should be ticked off. I want you to be angry. You deserve that." Her eyelashes fluttered. Amusement crackled in her words.
You're really cute when you're sick?
He grunted. That didn't sound like something the real Gerry would say either. Gerry started to pull away. In a panic, Ellis snatched her arm to keep her by his side.
It's okay,
she whispered.
I'm just getting the fever grass tea.
Fever grass tea?
It's a Belizean remedy. My uncle used to make it for me all the time.
She tiptoed over to the electric stove where he boiled his coffee every morning. Bringing a small cup over to him, Gerry set it on the table and then helped him sit up. Her flowery fragrance wafted over him. Ellis closed his eyes and breathed her in, loving that he was able to enjoy her company without worrying about the X Games or the Love Cabin or Lucian.
My uncle works a small farm,
Gerry whispered, grabbing the handle of the cup.
He's this big, strong guy. I used to call him Black Santa Claus. He has all this white hair and a white beard.
Her smile was fond.
He's old, but impenetrable. Everyone in our family passed except him.
A flash of sorrow crossed her face, but she hid it quickly.
So, you know he's made of the stuff that was built to last.
Gerry pursed her lips and blew the steam above the cup. Ellis watched her intently, torn between wanting to hear her story and wanting her to put those lips on him. After a moment of thought, Ellis decided that he'd like her to keep talking. He was enjoying the conversation.
My uncle made me this brew when I was sick. He knows all the best home remedies, and he passed that knowledge down to me.
Ellis sipped the drink. The tea was warm and a little bland. Should I be able to taste things inside a dream? He was surprised when a drop fell on his chest. It burned. Is liquid supposed to burn in a dream? Gerry sopped the spilled tea with one of his dirty shirts that was scattered on the ground. He watched the mess in his trailer, glad that none of this was real. He'd gotten the sense that Gerry was a neat freak, and he would hate to expose that he wasn't.
Okay.
She smiled down at him.
Get some more rest.
He heard the note of a goodbye in her voice and frowned. You're leaving?
Yeah.
The panic that exploded in his chest made him feel like a child again. There was no way he wanted Gerry to leave. In the real world, He had to hold her at arm's length, had to pretend it didn't kill him to set her up with another man. This dream was the only chance he had at being with her. No. He tried to swing his legs off the cot. She squeezed his hand to stop him.
How about this? I'm not going to leave until you go back to sleep.
I am asleep, he mumbled. What had she put in that tea? It was flooding his whole body and making him warm. She laughed, and it was the sweetest sound he'd ever heard. Ellis had traveled all over the world, seen all the wonders of life, been with incredible people, and learned from hundreds of cultures. But Jerry's laughter was probably his favorite sound, ever. He wanted to say something else, get her to laugh again, but his body turned heavy and he fell into deeper sleep. The trailer was dark when he shot up. It took him a moment to figure out where he was. Right. Belize, his trailer, the X Games. How long had he been out? It felt like he'd been sleeping for weeks. Ellis yawned, cracking his jaw in the process. It was strange. His head was clear and his body languid. He was well rested for the first time since HQ greenlit this project. Ellis lifted his arms over his head and stretched. As he did, he glanced around his trailer. Something was different. He couldn't put a finger on it, but was it because of the dream? It almost felt like Jerry's fragrance was lingering. Weird. His eyes shot to the desk where he kept his mugs. He detected a glint of liquid sliding down his favorite cup, as if someone had washed it recently. Alert, he scooted to the edge of his seat. Had rain come through the window? No, it couldn't be, or all the other cups would have gotten sprinkled too. He scratched his head. Had he gotten up in his delirium and washed the cup? He wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibilities. A byproduct of traveling alone was that he'd learned to take care of himself, even if all he wanted to do was curl up and die. What time is it? Ellis noticed how dark it was outside and checked his watch. His eyes bugged. Damn. It was that late? Had he missed the game? He jumped to his feet and reached for a fresh shirt to change into. Starting to pull it over his head, he froze when he saw a small stain near the collar. He picked up the fabric and sniffed it. Wait, why did this smell like tea? His brain started churning. No way. There was a 0% chance that Jerry had been here, in his trailer, nursing him while he was sick. Shaking his head, Ellis rid himself of the ridiculous thought. Jerry hated him, and he needed to keep it that way. Ellis tossed the shirt, changed into a fresh one, and hustled to the production trailer. Wanda was inside. A lone lamp illuminated her straggly hair and narrowed eyes. "You're up," she croaked darkly. "Yeah." He stepped into the room. "How did the games go?" "We stopped production," Wanda said. "What?" He stumbled back. "Why?" She shrugged. "Because our head producer was sick." "That's not a reason to halt production." His tone rose. "We're already behind schedule. We can't miss a day." Wanda answered, "We're still doing the games. Later tonight. I was going to wake you if you weren't up yet." "Oh." Ellis tapped his fingers against his pants, sensing that Wanda had something more to say. "Before we proceed with filming, I need to talk to you about something." She rose and stood in front of him. "What the heck is wrong with you?" His eyebrows jumped. She continued harshly. "Are we cutting cameras now? Are we threatening lawsuits? Why did you step into a perfectly beautiful fight?" She slammed her hand against the table. "It was bad enough that we didn't mic them beforehand, but you cut things off before they could actually hit each other?" Her nostrils flared. "Do you think this is a Disney show? Do you think we all stand around and make money while people talk through their issues like mature adults? You think that's what viewers want to see?" With a fierce look, Wanda leaned closer. "Get your head in the game, Ellis. Because if you keep making stupid decisions, it won't only be your neck on the block, it'll be all of us." His eyes hardened. "Watch your tone, Wanda." She lurched back. "Excuse me?" He frowned. "I stepped into the fight because we can't allow physical altercations." Wanda arched an eyebrow. "It had nothing to do with Jerry potentially getting hurt?" He shook his head. It was about minimizing the damage. Wanda snorted. They're girls. How much damage can they do? Ellis fired back. How much damage can a police report do? You know what happens if we get entangled with local authorities. Do you think I'd jeopardize this entire show for one fight scene? Her gaze flickered away. He grunted. I told you to cut the cameras and you didn't. You went against orders. She turned pale. His voice cold, he growled. Don't you dare question my loyalty to the X Games ever again. Ellis angrily swiped his walkie off the desk and backed up. Tell the crew to get ready for filming. We have a show to make.
Chapter 14. Jerry's eyes strayed to Ellis during the third game of the season. Tiki lights flickered against the hard planes of his cheeks and jaw. He looked especially stern tonight, as if something was angering him. What's going on? Earlier in his trailer, she'd gotten to see a different side of Ellis. Soft, open, vulnerable. He'd tugged at her heartstrings until her whole chest threatened to pop.
I can't stay away from you, but I can't get close to you either.
If only she could hate him. Even in his dreams, Ellis was still trying to push her away. He was the quintessential player, the one who announced up front, he would break your heart, the one girls still flocked to despite all the red flags, the one they couldn't get mad at after he left them in shambles because hadn't he warned them he was bad news? She knew better than to let her feelings for Ellis progress. But have mercy they had. How could she not be moved when he called her beautiful? How could she not want to cling to him when he held her hand so tightly and asked her not to leave? In his waking moments, he refused to acknowledge the connection between them. But in his dreams, she squeezed her eyes shut. What was she going to do with Ellis Maven? A shriek of glee went up like fireworks, and Gerry opened her eyes. The other contestants darted back and forth wearing matching team colors. The girls were hooked on the shoulders of their exes. Giant cranes rose above them, holding basketball nets at angles that promised getting a ball in would be a challenge. Everyone was riled up and focused on the moment. She should be too. Except Ellis was far too distracting. He strode to the monitors, observed the scene keenly, and lifted his walkie-talkie. Eyes stern, he issued an instruction and then stood back. When he folded his arms over his chest, delicious muscles bulged beneath his t-shirt. Gerry licked her lips, a yearning so strong welling inside her that she didn't know how to contain it. Had he slept well? Did he have a fever still? Should he be standing out here without a jacket? Although it got extremely hot during the day, the weather crumbled significantly at night.
Gerry!
Lucian's fingers dug into her thigh. She glanced down quickly, her gaze trailing the deep wrinkle on Lucian's forehead that pointed to his dark brown eyes.
Where the heck is your head at? You're not throwing any baskets.
Oh, sorry. She accepted the basketball from his thick fingers and gave it her best shot. It clanged against the rim that was hovering over the beach. A buzzing sound celebrated her failure. That wasn't good. Gerry frowned at the numbers lighting up the sky in red. The scoreboard showed that their team was woefully behind. Lucian grunted in frustration and took off. Gerry bounced on his shoulders, grabbing onto his head to keep her balance. If she fell off this perch because she was staring at Ellis, it would be humiliating. Lucian scooped up the basketballs that had scattered over the beach. Sand kicked in their direction, sprayed from either Normani or Jackie in their desperate effort to collect as many balls as possible.
Hey, watch it!
Lucian roared. Sorry. Normani wiggled her fingers before darting across the beach. The Caribbean Sea rushed toward them, crawling further up the sand before getting dragged back by the tide. Stars twinkled overhead. The moonlight was so strong that the production team could probably shut off a few of the LED panels on the beach. Not that they were going to. The crew seemed extra intent on catching every inch of this game. 2 cameras were on her tail. There were 2 cameras on Sheila, too. It was obvious that their earlier fight had gone into the script. Now, the X Games production team wanted footage of the aftermath.
Jerry,
Lucian tilted his head up to look at her.
maybe we should take a page from Normani's book. If we gather the basketball separately, then we can try to make up all the points we missed.
He motioned to the scoreboard. You think that'll work?
It's worth a shot.
Sweat skated down the side of his face as he added,
What other choice do we have?
It's a good idea. I'll take this end of the beach. She nodded to the spot near the sea. Lucian lowered himself to the ground, and she hopped off his shoulders. Her feet sank into the sand. One stride told her this task wouldn't be easy. The sand was dense, and it seemed to suck her in, deeper with every step. Gerry bent over to grab a basketball that had slipped from someone's grip. When she straightened, her head automatically tilted in Ellis's direction. It didn't even feel like a conscious choice at this point. It was almost as if her head was attached to a string and someone else was in charge of manipulating it. Ellis was standing behind a camera operator, pointing in the direction he wanted the main camera to go. He had everything under control. This was his world, right there behind the cameras. Would there ever come a time when his world and hers could collide?
Jerry, what are you staring at?
Lucian hissed, scrambling behind her. Both of his brawny arms were full of basketballs. Nothing.
Come on, let's go.
Lucian waved her forward. Gerry shrieked when he thrust all the basketballs at her and scooped her into his arms. At that moment, Ellis's eyes collided with hers. Something dark and dangerous passed over his expression when he saw her in Lucian's arms. She instinctually tried to wiggle away from Lucian. In her haste, all their ammunition went bouncing out of her hands.
No!
Lucian bawled. His eyes bugged, his mouth drooped in mourning. Gerry panicked. It's okay, I'll get them back. The timer buzzed while she was scrambling to collect them. The game was over. Corey Phillips posed in front of a camera, dressed in a designer tuxedo. Gerry recognized the handiwork of Harold, a fashion designer in Belize. It looked like her old friend was finally back on the island. Although, if she knew Harold, he wasn't enjoying the outdoors at all. Corey smiled coyly at the cameras. That's time, folks. Mom. Lucian cursed and pitched the remaining basketball in the sand. Gerry cringed when she saw the scoreboards. She and Lucian were tied for dead last. Don't worry, Normani comforted her with a hug when they all moved to the campfire. No one's going to vote you and Lucian off, Ger. I'm not worried about that, Gerry mumbled. Her eyes strayed to Ellis again. He was moving behind the monitors, his ever-present walkie-talkie close to his face. Jake was nearby, listening to Ellis's every instruction. It seemed like you were distracted during the game, Normani mumbled. Who were you staring at? That producer guy? No. Gerry snapped her eyes forward. It's okay. You can tell me about you and him. Normani took her hand. Me and him? There is no me and him. Why would you say that? Normani blinked. I heard you were raked through the coals after your fight with Sheila today. They say that producer guy threatened to kick you out, and now that you're on his bad side, well, you heard what Jackie said about him. He never breaks the rules, and he comes down hard on the people who do. Normani squared her shoulders. But don't worry, if that guy tries to kick you out, I'm walking too. Don't be ridiculous. You don't have to do that. Normani insisted. I want to. Normani, dealing with Sheila was my choice. I stick up for my friends no matter what. And if I have to face the consequences for that, so be it. Don't step into any punishments I might get. I'm trying to look cool here. Normani laughed. You know what? I feel like coming on the X Games was just so I could meet you. She wrapped an arm around her. Gerry returned the hug. Same here. She leaned back and chose her words carefully. About that fight, though. What about it? Normani picked up a stick from the pile, reached for a marshmallow and stuck it on. Gerry asked, "Why did you run away when Sheila said you were interested in Lucian?" Normani jolted. Her grip on the stick slackened, and both the tree branch and her marshmallow disappeared into the flickering flames. "You should have told her off." Gerry scowled. She shouldn't be allowed to spread lies like that and get away with it. Don't be afraid to come out looking like a jerk if it means standing up for yourself. "I'll remember that." Normani pulled her hand back. Gerry cleared her throat. "And look, whether there's some truth to the rumors or not, I don't—"
"Gerry, can I talk to you?"
A shadow appeared behind them. Gerry glanced up and saw Lucian looming. The firelight danced in his fierce brown eyes and illuminated his dark scowl. They hadn't spoken privately since the love cabin. The producers wanted them to live in creepy silence unless they were mic'd and being filmed, so one-on-one time wasn't easy to come by. Not that she minded. Avoiding Lucian when they weren't being filmed was a blessing in disguise. "You two go ahead," Normani said. Standing quickly, she dusted her hands over her pants and stepped around the campfire. "Do you need something?" Gerry asked with all the patience she could muster. Although she'd started out the show being annoyed with Lucian, what he'd done in the love cabin proved to her that he might have matured since their time apart. She was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt this once.
"I don't want to talk here,"
Lucian said, glancing at the cameras. "You know they'll follow us."
"They can follow us."
He lowered his voice and leaned so close that his lips almost brushed her ear.
"But we can whisper. Close to the beach, the wind will make it hard to hear what we're saying."
"Okay, but make it quick." Lucian took her hand to lead her away, and though she wanted to shake him off, she allowed the touch. When they were close to the water, she gently pulled her hand away. "What's wrong?" His eyes bore into hers.
"I don't know what's going on with you tonight, but at least put some effort into this."
"What?"
"We look like idiots, Jer."
He threw his hands skyward.
"Yesterday we were in the love cabin. Everyone assumed we did something. We should be on the same page at least."
He smacked the back of his hand into his open palm.
"We should look like we got closer."
Gerry sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. "I don't care what people think we did in the love cabin. We both agreed not to do anything last night, so—"
"No, you agreed. If you were into it, I 100% would have slept with you. The only reason I didn't pressure you was because I wanted you to trust me. I'm in this for the long game, Jer. I've made it clear that I want you back."
She frowned. "Lucian."
"Just act like you care about me, about this show, about us. That's all I'm asking right now. You owe me that much, Jer."
With one last dark look at her, he stalked back to the bonfire and left her alone on the beach.
Chapter 15. Keeping his cool was tougher than Ellis expected, especially when he saw Lucien and Gerry whispering to each other on the beach. His fingers curled over the script until it crumpled into a ball. His heart slammed against his ribs, and some animalistic part of his brain hissed, "Get him away from her!" More than anything, he wished he could storm over there, break Gerry and Lucian apart, and sweep her away from this madness. But he couldn't. He refused to. Gerry was untouchable, poisonous to him and his future. He would set her up with Lucien in the most romantic ways he could think of. He would get the viewers at home to fall in love with them. And he would complete this production to the caliber that he did all others, even if it meant tearing his heart open for sharp arrows to attack. "They look good together," Shaka mumbled from his side. She was bending over the monitors, her eyes glued to the couple of the season as they had their private chat. 2 cameras had followed Gerry and Lucian, but they remained a few steps back to give them the illusion of privacy. He'd learned from his mentor that shoving cameras in people's faces during an intimate moment was the absolute best way to guarantee that moment wouldn't be authentic. Unfortunately, not being able to stand close to Gerry and Lucian with cameras meant they weren't illuminated properly. They looked like 2 dark figures on the screen, and it sucked that those figures, even dimly lit, crackled with chemistry. Rumor is that Lucian got through to Gerry at the love cabin. Talk around the female dorms is that Gerry felt safe. That's a really big deal in girl code. Ellis grunted out his dissatisfaction with the topic. It's no wonder they used to be in love, Shaka continued, despite Ellis's internal wish for her to be quiet. You know, normally these premises feel like a load of bull to me. But I really believe in the X Games. The things that attracted you to a person don't magically go away when the relationship doesn't work out. There was a reason you were drawn to them in the first place. And I believe that reason is still there if you look hard enough. He gritted his teeth. What a nice thought. He wished he could blast it with ice and shatter it to bits. Shaka tilted her head at him. Don't you agree, Ellis? He gave her a hard look because he wasn't in the mood to lie about anything. Lifting his walkie, he contacted the 2 cameramen. I need tighter shots, and see if you can do something about those mics. It's impossible to hear them over the wind rushing. We can decompose it in the editing room, Wanda said, waddling up to him. Her expression was tight and her eyes didn't quite meet his. Things were tense since the trailer. The blowout had been a long time coming. He knew that Wanda saw him as a child more than her superior, and he'd allowed her a lot of freedom because she was good at her job. It was his first time using his authority to put her in her place, and though it was within his right, Ellis didn't feel great about it. He didn't feel good about anything right now. His fingers crunched over the walkie. On the screen, Lucian leaned closer to Gerry's ear. From this angle, it looked like they were kissing. White-hot rage exploded in his chest. If he didn't know better, he would say it was jealousy. But he did know better. Knew a heck of a lot more about breaches of contracts, illicit conduct, and the backlash that followed producers who couldn't keep it in their pants. He'd be different than the men who preceded him. He'd be better. Giving Gerry up was the right thing to do. Not that he'd had her in the first place, but... Ellis sighed and turned completely away from the monitor. Take down the cameras and move them indoors. What are we filming next? We have a tie in this game, Shaka reminded him. He spoke tersely. We'll have a tiebreaker, indoors, beer pong. It doesn't have to be too serious. In fact, the sillier, the better. Ellis stalked toward the production trailer. He was itching for a drink to calm his nerves. Being on site had been a bad idea. Seeing Gerry and Lucian interact up close only irritated him further. Now that filming was over, he was eager to take a break from the wonder couple of his creation. Jake caught up to him and followed him through the trail of coconut trees. Aren't you afraid that one of these days a coconut will just fall off and bonk you in the head? I wish it would. Ellis glanced at the tree leaves. Maybe he'd get amnesia and forget about Geraldine Franklin. Even then, he had a feeling the wiped-out version of himself would fall for her again. Jake warned, falling coconuts could kill you at worst and seriously damage your brain at best. Ellis just grunted. The sounds of the night stepped in. He could hear the wind rushing through the trees like guitar strings, plucking away at the slender leaves. Are you okay, boss? There was maturity in Jake's gaze that surprised him. Ellis had been mentoring the kid since his first days at the company, and he'd forgotten that Jake was an adult now, and not that pimply-faced, wide-eyed brat who wanted to be a director more than he wanted his next breath. I'm fine, Ellis said. Jake moved his hand in a circle. Can we skip that? I really don't like beating around the bush. Ellis cleared his throat. I have no idea what you're talking about. Jake said, You know, nothing you confess to me will leave this island, don't you? I have nothing to confess. Jake arched an eyebrow. You sure about that? He stuck a hand into his pocket. What did Wanda tell you? That you're lovesick. That you're doing things you've never done before because of Gerry. That you could get in trouble if you keep acting like this. She's worried about the show. Worried enough to talk to me about it. He coughed. Wanda's overreacting. Jake disagreed. Is that why you drank all night and nearly died alone in your trailer? Ellis glanced away. I got sick because I spent all night editing. He stopped and scoffed. I don't have to explain myself to you. I wouldn't buy your fake explanations anyway. Ellis scowled. The gaze Jake leveled back was calm. Boss, I've admired you for a really long time. When you won that Emmy, it felt like I had too. And I promised myself that I would learn everything I could from you so I could follow in your footsteps. Jake kicked at the sand. But I don't think I could follow you in this area. If I had someone distracting me from my job, I'd put things in place so they wouldn't get to me. Love isn't worth losing the show or your reputation. Ellis squared his jaw. The last thing he wanted was a lecture from a production assistant. Go help the crew move the cameras into the mansion. Where will you be? Jake called to his back. None of your business. Ellis lifted a hand, waving the PA away. He continued through the sandy path, batting aside bright green fronds that clogged his path. A moment later, he heard footsteps behind him. Ellis stopped abruptly and whirled around in frustration. Jake, didn't I tell you to… The words garbled in his mouth when he saw a big man with darker skin standing in front of him. Lucian?
We need to talk.
Pinning his lips together, Ellis gestured to the beach where Shaka, Wanda, and the other producers were taking down the cameras and preparing for the tiebreaker game. If you have any issues, feel free to speak to one of the producers. They'll be sure to…
This isn't about the show. This is about Gerry.
Ellis wiped his sweaty palms against his pants. What about Gerry?
I've been with her for 2 years. We spent almost every day together up until the end. Things might not have worked out great between us the first time, but being with her gave me an unfair advantage. I know her. I know her expressions. I know what she's thinking to make those expressions. I understand her better than she thinks.
That's great, Lucian, but I don't see what that has to do with me. Ellis narrowed his eyes. Whatever Lucian expected from this conversation, he wouldn't offer it, whether it was confirmation that Gerry had feelings for him or assurance that Ellis wouldn't act on those feelings.
She's been staring at you all night. Her eyes can't seem to leave you for a second.
Lucian cracked his knuckles.
You want to explain what's going on?
Even if something were going on, I don't owe you anything, Ellis said stiffly. Lucian took a step forward, presumably to make himself more intimidating. If he knew just how much Ellis wanted this fight, he probably wouldn't look so smug. So what I'm hearing is… nothing's going on. The truth scraped against his chest like nails on a chalkboard. Ellis wished he could make his feelings for Gerry known, just to knock that smugness off Lucian's face. But stepping away from Gerry was best for everyone. He couldn't intervene in the process of filming, and his growing feelings made being objective more and more difficult. It was imperative that he control himself. If that meant being colder to Gerry and everyone who came close to sniffing out his affections for her, then that was what it had to be. A gleam lit in Lucian's eyes.
I want to hear you say it, man. I want to hear you say that there is nothing going on between you and Gerry.
I won't repeat myself, Ellis responded coldly. When he turned to walk away, Lucian slammed a hand on his shoulder. Ellis exhaled through his nostrils, silently gathering all the self-restraint he'd built working this job over the years. He could handle disgruntled cast members. Heck, more than a few of them had come after him for the way he'd edited their stories. However, this was his first time wanting to punch a cast member in the face. A punch he hoped would send all of Lucien's teeth flying straight down his throat.
Gerry is mine.
Lucien's grip tightened so there was no ignoring the threat.
I came here to win her back, not to let some joke of a white guy mess around with her heart. This is my first and final warning to you. Back the hell up.
Ellis glared at Lucian. Or what?
I'll tell everyone you're messing around with a contestant.
One corner of his mouth hitched up.
I might not be in the entertainment business, but there must be some kind of rule against that.
Ellis bristled. Are you threatening me? Lucian leaned forward.
Stay away from Gerry and you won't have to find out.
Chapter 16. Gerry popped to her feet when Lucian burst into the mansion. The cameras swung to follow her. They were supposed to be filming the tiebreaker, but Lucian did not seem ready for a close-up. His face was tight with annoyance. His eyebrows were drawn. Gerry leaned close to him and whispered, "What's wrong? We've been waiting for you to start filming?"
I went for a walk.
He mumbled darkly. Gerry kept staring at his face, trying to figure out the truth. In the 2 years she'd dated Lucian, she'd never seen him so aggrieved. He was usually a happy-go-lucky guy, the life of the party, the one who didn't take anything too seriously. "Are you sure you're up for this? You seem a little off. I can ask Shaka if we can do this tomorrow."
No, we'll do it now.
Still uneasy, Gerry returned to the ping-pong table. She met Dominic's eye and felt the tension in the air mount. Dominic and her ex were their opponents for this game. One of their teams would take the bottom of the scoreboard and be at risk for elimination. "I'm sorry," Gerry mouthed. Dominic offered her a sad smile. Up until this point, she hadn't had to compete against her closest friends. Her stomach churned, and if it wasn't for her uncle and the prize money, Gerry would seriously consider forfeiting. Corey Phillips gestured to the camera with a bright smile. "This is our first tiebreaker of the season, and it's an important one. Previously, the loser of the games had points deducted during the voting round. However, if they were able to get enough points, they could be saved." Corey Phillips paused for dramatic effect. Gerry wanted to toss her shoe at him to get him to hurry up. Corey continued. "However, at this point in the X Games, the loser of the competition is sure to go home." Gasps erupted from everyone. Gerry's eyes shot to Dominic. The other woman licked her lips nervously. Corey grinned. "That's right, folks. The X Games is always full of surprises. Gerry, why don't you tell me how you feel about this news?" "I'm nervous." She placed a hand on her stomach. "A little nauseous. It was my fault that we scored so low in the earlier game." She glanced at Lucian and said sincerely, "I'm really sorry." Lucian dipped his chin and looked away. Corey Phillips added, "And Dominic, I know Gerry is your friend. How do you feel about potentially being the one who sends her home?" "I'm really sorry, Gerry." Dominic paused, "But I'm going to kick your butt if I have to." Ooze sparked from the crowd. Gerry flinched, but she didn't acknowledge Dominic's words. At this point, it was every man for himself. As they separated to their own corners of the table, she caught Lucian's eye. "Let's win this thing." He gravely accepted the ping-pong ball from her. The game began, and Gerry put her all into it. Thankfully, Ellis wasn't around to distract her, and she was much better at beer pong than basketball. By the end of the game, she and Lucian were leading by a mile. Yes! Gerry celebrated when Lucian made an expert throw. The ball splashed into the cup and sent amber liquids sloshing to the table. Lucian opened his arms, and she slammed into them. Maybe it was his heartfelt plea from the beach, or maybe she was tired of having her guard up all the time. But it felt a lot more natural to touch him now than it did before. He wrapped his arms around her and rocked back and forth.
"That's what I'm talking about."
Gerry laughed. Adrenaline was pumping through her veins. Forget what she'd said about forfeiting and friendships earlier. She really loved winning.
"You're up. Final point,"
Lucian said, dropping the ball into her open palm. He seemed a lot looser now. His smiles came easy and his eyes twinkled. Gerry watched him drain the cup of beer that had won them the point. He was feeding off the energy of their spectators. It seemed like his first time having fun and loosening up since they started filming. She smiled and rolled the ball between her fingers.
"Wait a second,"
Lucian said. Grabbing her arm, he wrapped his fingers around her wrist and brought her hand to his lips.
"Let me blow on it."
The moment she saw his puckered mouth and felt his breath on her skin, a memory of their more intimate moments popped into her head. Heat flushed her face, and her heart raced to the beat of the music. Uncomfortable with the tingles erupting in her body, Gerry turned away from Lucian. "Focus, girl. Don't let this madness carry you away." Everyone was falling into old habits on the island. Very few of the exes hadn't hooked up by now. In fact, she and Lucian were the only two who hadn't made out. Even Jackie and her ex, who Sheila swore wasn't interested in women, had been caught sticking their tongues down each other's throats. As far as she knew, no one else was officially back together, even though they'd hooked up.
You got this, Ger,
Lucian said, massaging her shoulder and whispering in her ears. She stared up at him, inspecting her feelings. Was Lucian still hot? Yes, his arms were beefy, which told her he'd been working out for the show. He'd groomed his beard impeccably, and he walked with the same swagger that had drawn her eye 2 years ago. But he was her past, and even if her body remembered that past, her heart wanted a different future. Right? "Let's go, Jerry," Jackie screamed from the sidelines. "Make a move." Blinking rapidly, Jerry bent her knees, lifted her arm, and let the ball sail from her fingertips. The room went still. She stopped breathing for a second. The ball flew high and then landed in the cup with a plop. Cheers broke out from one half of the room while disappointed sighs erupted from the other. Everyone had grown close during the show, and it made them all sick to see someone leave the island. Jerry took a step toward Dominic, but before she could get to her friend, Lucian swept her up and crushed her against his chest. Her hands hovered over his shoulders as the room spun crazily. "Lucian?" she said, nudging him away. "Hey, put me down. I want to talk to Dominic."
You crushed that, babe,
he said, ignoring her request. "Luce..." His lips descended on hers. Jerry froze. Lucian pulled back. He saw her horrified expression, set her back on the ground, and bit on his bottom lip.
Sorry, I let the moment get the best of me.
"It's okay." She swiped a curl behind her ear, her fingers trembling. "Just don't do that again." He nodded, looking embarrassed by the scolding. Jerry hurried across the room to Dominic. Ignoring everyone else, she threw her arm over the woman's neck and hugged her tight. Tears brewed in her eyes. Winning was starting to feel awful again. "It's okay." Dominic slid a hand over Jerry's back. "You won fair and square." "I'm going to miss you so much," Jerry said. She felt something wet against her neck and eased back to see Dominic crying. Yup, she really was a jerk for enjoying this victory. "I'm going to miss you too." Dominic reached out a hand, and Jackie was there to take it. "All of you." Jerry swooped in to hug Dominic again, and all the remaining girls surged forward too. The female huddle broke up when Corey Phillips edged closer to them. "Sadly, Dominic and Paolo, your journey on this show has come to an end." Jerry removed her face from Dominic's neck where she'd been unleashing all her remorseful tears, and shot Corey Phillips a dark look. Really? This man couldn't give us a moment to breathe? She glanced at all the cameras and the lights, and then suddenly remembered where she was. In the middle of a private island, being monitored like a prison inmate. Would they play slow, sentimental music on top of this scene? Later, in the private interviews, would they ask her how she'd felt while betraying a friend? Would they edit her words to make her sound more vindictive or more pitiful? Resentment curdled her veins and made her want to destroy those expensive cameras with a bat. These were real moments, real situations. She might have given the X Games permission to intrude, but it didn't mean they couldn't have some freaking decency. A hand closed over hers. Jerry glanced over and saw Dominic giving her a tearful smile. "It's okay. I kind of like the thought that we'll be able to look back on this moment and have evidence of all we've been through. Instead of paying an expensive videographer to follow me around on the best trip of my life, I got someone to do it for free." Sheila sniffed. That's one way to look at it. "I really will miss you guys," Dominic said. They all hugged again. Corey Phillips was smart enough to wait until they'd had their moment before he said, "Dominic and Paolo, please pack your bags and leave the island." Dominic released her hold on everyone and walked past the ping-pong table. "Bye, guys." A chorus of byes followed. So did more tears. Sheila headed straight for the wine, and as she passed, she glared at Gerry. "You should have been the one to leave." The words cut, and Gerry had to force herself not to respond. She really didn't want to get into it with Sheila right now. Her nerves were rubbed raw, and her emotions were flying close to the edge. "Are you okay?" Normani came to find her. "That seemed hard for you." "Ah." A tear slipped down Gerry's cheek. "I haven't cried in years." She tilted her head back to stop the flow. "It's this stupid show. Everything feels bigger somehow. It's like all your emotions are in a pressure cooker. It's so intense." "I know." Normani rubbed her back. "It's because there are no phones, no electronics, nowhere to hide." Her eyes flitted to the cameras that were still pointed at them. "You're in a fishbowl with no escape." Footsteps thudded closer. Gerry glanced up and saw Lucian storming over. His steps were unsteady, and his eyes had a strange gleam, as if he wasn't fully in control of his actions. Her mouth dropped. She recognized that face. Lucian was drunk.
"Get away from her."
Lucian snarled at Normani. "Lucian, what's wrong with you?" She stepped in front of her friend. "Don't talk to her like that."
"I hear she's been going around saying she's into me."
Normani's dark skin turned a pale shade of brown beneath the lights, tucking her chin to her chest. She dropped her eyes on the ground and mumbled, "I should go." "Wait, Normani." Gerry stepped forward to follow her friend. Lucian grabbed her hand and held her back.
"Gerry, you have to believe me. I'm not interested in her. I came on this show to be with you, to earn you back. I can't..."
His grip on her tightened.
"I can't let you walk away again."
"Let go of me." Gerry fought to free herself from his hold. Every camera swung to them. The technicians were quiet in that way. She'd been observing them as much as they'd been observing her. Gerry could tell when they thought an important scene was going down. This was it. That important scene. This was their spectacle. "Lucian," she hissed, "you're making a fool of yourself."
"I don't care."
He tried to pull her closer. Gerry shoved him. "You're being an idiot." Lucian grunted. Shame burned her cheeks, mixing with the fresh guilt from sending Dominic home and her concern for Normani. She finally succeeded in pushing Lucian off. He stumbled back, crashing into the pool table. Gerry's chest pumped hard and fast. She loomed over her ex-boyfriend, crooking a finger. "Has Normani said that she liked you to your face? Are you just running with gossip again?" Frustration made her words boom through the room. "And so what if it's true? She can like you if she wants. She doesn't need my permission."
"So you want me to go out with her? Is that what you're saying?"
"Lucian, you can date whoever you want." Lucian went completely still. Anyone else would think he was a statue, but she saw his facial muscles tightening and knew she'd struck a nerve.
"I can date anyone."
He chuckled, but it was low and bitter.
"Okay, I hear you, Jer. I hear you loud and clear."
"Lucian!"
"Damn it!"
He exploded. Then he started tearing at his microphone wires.
"Get this crap off me."
"Lucian!" She stepped toward him.
"Stay the hell away."
He lifted a hand at her and then pointed it at the cameras.
"Turn those damn things off. Turn them off."
Whirling around, Lucian took off through the balcony doors. A camera was hot on his tail. Gerry's heart cracked in half. A helplessness that she'd never experienced before fell on her shoulders and made it hard to breathe. Outside, she wanted out. Out of this show. And off this nightmare of an island.
Chapter 17. Ellis watched the escalating fight between Lucien and Gerry and forced himself to stay out of it. He'd come close to bounding out of his seat and running over to the mansion plenty of times, especially when a clearly intoxicated Lucian lurched over to Gerry and kissed her. "It's not your place to intervene," he thought to himself. "She is not your business. You can't protect her." He gripped the arm of his chair, his eyes pinned on the monitors. He saw the minute Gerry broke, saw her deflate, saw the unease, the burden settling on her. It wasn't his first time seeing such a drained response from a cast member. Normal people who'd grown up living normal lives far away from the camera never really understood the cost of signing away their privacy. There was a weight to it, a pain, a stripping of something precious and valuable. In exchange, they received fame and recognition from the world, but it was often a steep price to pay. Gerry's eyes were filling with new tears. She looked like someone had torn her heart out of her chest. Ellis couldn't take it anymore. He bounded out of his chair, grabbed his days-old jacket from the back, and threw the door open. Wanda was there. She looked up at him, her stringy hair falling into her face and her wrinkles deeper than he'd ever seen them. The darkness settling behind Wanda looked thick and intimidating. Clouds were forming in the sky. It throttled the moon so he could barely make out the large coconut trees surrounding the plot. Wanda slowly lifted her head and pinned him with a knowing stare. "Stay here, Ellis. If you stay here, nothing has to change. Everything remains within your control." She stepped forward. "Take my advice. Go back inside and direct your crew." Ellis growled, "Get out of my way, Wanda." Wanda shook her head. "If you take this step, that's it. There's no undo button." "I said," he gritted his teeth, "move, out of, the way." Her eyes shimmered with worry. This production is a bubble. Nothing is real. Nothing that leaves this island is real. We've seen it happen to countless people on countless shows. It's never worth it. Ellis stormed down the stairs and edged past the producer. Wanda turned. "Emmy, you know better than this." He barked at her. "Cut the cameras. Filming's over for tonight." "Ellis," Wanda warned. He didn't wait around to hear any more from her. Ellis followed his instincts and raced to the secret grove. Gerry wasn't thinking straight tonight. The cameras would be on her tail, and she would, inadvertently, lead them right to her only safe haven on the entire island. He couldn't let that happen. Ellis tore coconut leaves out of his way, taking a steep turn and running slightly downhill. He almost tripped over a rock, but quickly jumped back on the balls of his feet and kept running. He saw lights in the distance. His heart slammed against his chest. The filming crew were tearing through the foliage, their eyes locked on the runaway starlet of the show. He could barely make out Gerry's body flitting through the shadows, but the flutter of white fabric was enough confirmation for him. Ellis scrambled down the sandy dune and threw himself in front of his filming crew. The hunt was being led by Banks. A hunger for drama was baked into the veins of every person involved in a reality show. Ellis knew that well, which was why he could recognize it in Banks's face. The old man was ready to devour all of Gerry's emotions and spit it out for the world's viewing pleasure. He lifted his chin and stared Banks down. "Enough!" "What?" Banks threw an arm in the direction of Gerry's retreating back. "We need her reaction." His voice lowered to a threatening level. "Go, now." Banks's nostrils flared. He remained in place, weighing his options. Ellis said nothing more. He didn't need to. This was his set, his production, his world. He could destroy anyone in it, and he could protect the woman he... The word love flitted through his brain, but he was too scared to hold on to it. Banks grumbled his favorite four-letter word, but he turned around. There was nothing else he could do, and they both knew it. Ellis walked behind them to make sure they couldn't trace Gerry's steps. Halfway, he shifted course and headed back to the secret grove. His heart was in his throat, and he didn't dare to breathe until he broke through the thick foliage. Gerry was there. She sat with her back against a coconut tree. Her knees were up, and her head was bowed. Her hands covered her face as she took in big, desperate gulps of air. Ellis had never felt despair so heavily before. He launched himself at her and dropped to the sand. It took only a half-second of fumbling before he located her mic, switched the knob off, and pulled her into his arms. Gerry went willingly. He wasn't even sure if she recognized who he was until her fingers curled in his shirt and she croaked his name.
Ellis?
I'm here. His heart sputtered and gave out. He tucked her closer to his chest, wondering if it was possible to shrink her and keep her safely in his pocket for the rest of his life.
I can't do this anymore.
She rubbed her face against his shirt. Her eyes were closed, her lips opened in silent sobs. There were no tears, none that he could see, but her anguish was so thick that he almost choked on it.
It's all wrong. No one was supposed to be getting hurt. No one was...
She stopped, and this time her sob had a keening wail to it.
I don't want to be here anymore. I need to get off this island.
He squeezed her shoulders, rubbed her hair, pinned his chin to her temple. Okay, Jer, okay. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Her fingers tightened around his shirt. She took in deep breaths that slowly sounded less and less unhinged. He kept rubbing her shoulder, kept holding her through it as the panic subsided. Gerry lifted her head. Moonlight spilled over her puffy brown eyes and the lips that parted as if she couldn't quite believe he was in front of her. Her hands fell away from his chest and she scrambled back, her sandals kicking up the sand.
Ellis, what are...
She rubbed her forehead and squeezed her eyes shut.
I don't know what just happened. That's never happened to me before.
His knees sank into the sand as he knelt in front of her. Gripping her upper arms to keep her steady, he explained. It was a panic attack.
No.
She shook her head violently.
No, I don't have panic attacks. I'm not that kind of person. I don't...
Break down? Reach your limits? His breath sounded shaky, even to his ears. Gerry's eyes darted back and forth. Jer, you're not made of stone. If something's too hard for you, you have to say that. Walking around acting like nothing can hurt you only cuts you in places no one can see. A tear spilled down her cheek.
Who are you to say that to me, huh? Who are you when you're the man causing all the pain?
She swiped away the tear almost angrily. The ball in his throat turned into a rock. She rose to her feet, using the trunk of the coconut tree to keep her balance. Limping pathetically, Gerry balled her fingers into fists and pounded her left leg. Ellis got up too. Did your leg fall asleep?
I'm not speaking to you.
Gerry?
I know you're forcing yourself to be here.
She shot a defiant look over her shoulder.
Whatever this is, it's clear you don't want to go near it with a 10-foot pole. And I'm starting to think you've got the right idea.
Ellis closed the distance between them and crouched in front of her leg. Slowly, he clamped a hand around her thigh. Gerry pulled back.
What are you doing?
I didn't start out directing. My first job was operating the camera. He massaged her leg with clinical squeezes. I wanted to film nature documentaries, but there were no job openings, at least not a paying one. He moved his hand down her thigh to her knee and back again. And I couldn't work for free. I had student loans and medical bills.
Medical bills?
My dad was sick for a long time. Her mouth fell into a perfect O. Mom quit her job at the theater and took on extra waitressing gigs to hold everything together. She refused to let me drop out of school even though I wanted to. He chuckled softly. She almost had a heart attack when she found out I was doing event photography on the side. She wanted me to focus completely on graduating. Ellis didn't question why it felt so right to share something he hadn't even told his closest work colleagues. He wanted to share this with Gerry, needed it like he needed his next breath. My first job was on this crappy reality TV show. It was a craft time for kids. If boring and mind-numbing had a baby, it would be that show. My only job was to point and shoot the camera. I stood on my feet for hours and my legs would fall asleep. He glanced up and looked into her round eyes. I learned this massage to keep from slamming to the ground when I left my rig for the day. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed. He arched an eyebrow. Is it working?
Yeah.
Her voice was husky.
It really is.
Ellis heard a similar huskiness in his own tone. Do you really want to leave the X Games? Her eyes shifted to the sky. Stars were beginning to pierce the clouds. He could even see a sliver of moonlight peeking at them.
No, not really. It's overwhelming. There's so much blowing up in our faces all the time. But I don't want to quit halfway. I want to see this through for myself. I want to say I beat this stupid island, and I survived this show. I couldn't live with myself if it broke me.
He stood and slid his thumb over her cheek. It won't break you. I won't let that happen, Gerry.
I'm not ready to believe you.
Her words gutted him.
If I break, if I shatter into 1,000,000 pieces, you can't do anything about it. You're the producer. I'm a cast member.
Gerry tilted her chin up.
We both know why this can't happen.
A chill ran through him when he saw the distance building in her eyes, brick by brick. He could practically see her picking up concrete and laying down the walls as fast as she could, walls that he would slam against if he didn't stop her now. There were too many reasons why he should stay away, so many rules he had to follow. But all he could think of was breaking those rules anyway. Ellis caught her chin between his thumb and forefinger, lifting her face. Do you want to? Moonlight sparkled in her dark eyes and over her brown skin. Do you want me to cross that line, Gerry? Her gaze filled with anger, but there was something more in that look, a longing he felt mirrored in his own rapidly beating heart. Wrapping his arm around her waist in one fluid motion, Ellis drew her closer, pressed his lips to hers, and crossed the line.
Chapter 18. A shiver moved through Gerry's body as Ellis's lips connected with hers. It was soft and assuring, and it took her so by surprise that she forgot how to breathe. His grip tightened around her waist for half of a second before he loosened it and took a step back. She didn't want him to move away, didn't want it at all. Her body swayed forward before her common sense could flash any warning signs. This man was still dangerous. He was always in the shadows, pulling all the strings. Everything he did was for the X Games. She was just a pawn, just one more piece on his chessboard. So why was her heartbeat drowning out every other thought? Why couldn't she remember the reasons she'd been tearing through the forest, crying and struggling for air? Why did he make everything else seem absolutely meaningless? I can't allow myself to be selfish. There are people who are depending on my decisions. Gerry thought. Ellis had responsibilities. He had something worth far more than their feelings for each other. He had the X Games. It wasn't worth destroying so many lives, including Ellis's, for what could turn out to be a fling. A soft voice in her mind said, "You know, this is no fling, Gerry." And that scared her too. What if she put her all into him and it backfired? She wasn't just risking humiliation before the world. She risked losing the money for her uncle, free advertisement for her business, and ultimately her dream of saving her store. Panic set in, roaring like a lion. Gerry was all too familiar with the chaos that came from losing control, and it terrified her, frightened her to think that she wouldn't be able to scramble back to safety if she took this plunge. Ellis waited patiently, just looking at her. Gerry couldn't meet his eyes. He was ready to throw his all into it, but that didn't mean she should dive off this cliff with him. In fact, she couldn't. During his delirious confession, Ellis told her that she would have to be the one to get angry with him, that he couldn't stay away from her, but he couldn't come any closer either. If anyone was going to hold the line, it was her. "We can't?" she whispered gravely. A wrinkle formed between Ellis's brow. Earlier, She was about to repeat what he'd said in the trailer and then hesitated. She didn't want him to know that she'd hurt his feelings for her. "You kept distracting me. Now Lucian is suspicious, and the girls already think this show has a preference for me. If they find out..."
"So we don't let them find out,"
he said. She frowned and tried to put more distance between them. It's not that easy. Ellis caught her around the waist and pulled her back. Her body slammed into his. The firmness of his chest and the strength of his grip made a gasp tear out of her throat. Lord have mercy, he was big and strong and warm. Her eyelashes fluttered as heat roared through her body. Ellis lowered his face to hers. She puckered her lips, expecting him to kiss her, but he didn't.
If this was easy, it wouldn't have been worth the risk,
Ellis whispered. Her pulse spiked.
I'm not making this decision lightly, Ger. If I could have found a way to get you out of my head, I would have by now. The problem is I tried everything and I failed. I failed so spectacularly that I have no other choice but to drag you into this mess with me and find a way through it together.
Her insides melted. Her heart slammed against her ribs, begging to reach out and touch him. Gerry edged past him instead. He let her run, but her stupid feet wouldn't go far. Frozen, still. She wanted to stay. But if both of them went nuts tonight and made this stupid decision, what would that mean tomorrow morning? And the day after that? And the day after? And every day until the end of filming? Ellis watched her and didn't say a word. He was letting her reason, letting her choose. But he wasn't patient about it. After a beat of silence, he advanced on her. Danger ripped the air around him. She shivered as she stared. It wasn't the sharpness of his stride or the way his brown eyes darkened to an almost midnight black. It wasn't the way his hands swung, loose and easy at his side, or the intensity of his jaw as it clenched. It was the certainty in her own heart that she would let him do as much damage as he wanted that made fear trip down her spine. "Are you still sick?" she warned, backing up. "Is that why you're doing this?" No words. Not a single sound came out of his mouth. He just kept prowling toward her until her back hit the coconut tree and the fronds shook in the breeze. Her nostrils flared and her chest rose so intently that it brushed against his. Or is it... Did you drink tonight?
I did not.
She frowned.
Between the two of us, you're the one who was drinking tonight.
His eyebrows tightened.
With Lucian.
Who was the one who organized that game in the first place?
You didn't seem to have any complaints when you were smiling at him, kissing him. It even looked like you were having fun.
What if I was? She taunted. Wrong move, wrong words, wrong man. Ellis's eyes darkened even further. He pressed his body against hers, pinning her to the tree.
I'm going to kiss you until the taste of him is gone.
His eyes flashed with warning.
Until you can't even breathe. Then I'll ask you that question again.
You're jealous.
Yes.
Pleasure ripped over her spine. As his fingers gripped her wrists and pinned them above her head, Gerry mumbled, "You're right. I'm the one who's drunk." She bobbed her head wildly. "I'll blame the booze and forget this ever happened." Ellis leaned over her.
You're not drunk, Ger. You're not overwhelmed right now either. You're here. I gave you time to run and you're still here.
Wow, what?
Instead of leaving, you spit all your best excuses at me.
He used one hand to keep her wrists pinned and let the other slide over her throat. His thumb settled at the base of her pulse.
So I'll take that as permission.
Ellis eased those big fingers to the back of her neck and squeezed.
To not hold back anymore.
Her mouth opened. No sound came out. The smirk on his lips was almost cruel. Her eyes widened when he descended. This time, when he crushed his lips over hers, it lacked all gentleness. A moan broke free from her throat, escaping against his mouth. It snapped something loose in him, like a coconut frond breaking off and plummeting to the sand. Ellis's tongue and lips took possession of her, took ownership, as if he'd waited all his life for this very moment, and there was nothing that would get in the way of taking what was his. And she was his. He wasn't asking. He was just letting her know with his touch, with the force of his lips against her skin, with the firmness of his hands on her waist. It was wrong to give in. So wrong? But she did it anyway. Gerry lifted her head a few inches, pushing into the kiss as her passion ignited. His large hands covered her entire upper back, and he gathered her even closer, her veins flooded with flames, with need. For him, for this, so forbidden, so sweet. Her clothes were on fire. Or was that her skin? She swept her hand over his face, felt the planes of his cheekbones, the hard lines of his jaw, down his shoulders, searching for something to cool her off. Found only more things that burned her instead. Ellis, his name fell from her lips like a prayer. She didn't know what she was begging for. That he'd stop, that he'd push further, that he'd be gentle. His eyes collided with hers, stormy and dark. His jaw stiffened in an obvious wrestle for restraint. She could sense that he was seconds away from whipping her to his trailer and tearing her open. Her body zinged again. She wanted it, him, everything. But Ellis tore himself away from her. He gave her his back, ran a hand through his messy brown hair, and breathed harshly. She reached for him, but curled her fingers away at the last minute. He was a boulder of snow rolling down a hill. The momentum alone could crush her. Gerry needed something to keep herself sane, to protect herself. Okay. She huffed out a breath, reached for anger, realized it wasn't there, and then settled for lust instead. Okay, we obviously have a thing for each other. I'll acknowledge that. So let's do it. He turned slowly. Do what? Let's give ourselves one night. We get each other out of our system. Her eyes darted between the sand and the pebbles scattered over it. The wind picked up, causing the coconut trees to applaud. Or were they booing? Ellis's brow wrinkled. One night, and then we never mention it again. His chest rose and fell quickly, nostrils flaring. She was surprised by the anger in his eyes.
No.
No?
One night isn't nearly enough for me, Jer.
Two, then. His eyes took on a harsh glare. 3? She squeaked, foolishly tacking on another number. His eyes went to her lips, down her body. His slow, sensual examination made her feel as if she had no clothes on, as if she were standing in all her exposed glory, like the Caribbean Sea, or the coconut trees, or the stars, bare and natural and completely in her element.
Gerry.
It was a scolding, a warning, a reminder that he wasn't stupid. 4. Ellis's scowl should have made him ugly and threatening, but it only made him more handsome. He didn't touch her, didn't even step close to her again, but his fierce expression burned her to the bone. He was crazy gorgeous. She'd never seen eyes that could communicate so much without a word. She understood him in a new way as she watched him. Watched the desire, the annoyance, the frustration, and the yearning. The way those eyes looked at her and all the emotions they carried made her feel something like shame. What else could she do but reduce their connection to a purely physical one contained in a throwaway rendezvous? What more would she have to give up to this man who'd already taken so much of her before she'd even realized it?
Dinner?
He said at last. Her eyes bulged. She'd offered him no-strings-attached intimacy, and he wanted to take her out for a bite first?
I want dinner with you.
His voice cracked through the air, and she felt the impact in her chest, in her face, all the way to her toes.
I want to hold your hand and walk on the beach with you. I want to find out where you come from and where you're going. I want to ask you questions and learn the answers by listening to the things you don't say.
His nostrils flared.
I want you, all of you.
His shoulders finally relaxed, and when he approached her, the storm in his eyes had settled. Gerry held her breath as Ellis placed a kiss to her forehead.
Go to bed, Jer. Think about what I've said. Remind yourself of all the reasons why we shouldn't, and then realize you want this anyway. Chapter 19. Wanda wasn't in the production trailer when Ellis returned. A part of him was grateful for that. She would only have told him things he already knew, like the risk of damage to the X Games, to the cast, to his reputation, like the hypocrisy of breaking his own rules after years of forcing others to comply with them, like the blatant conflict of interest, like the complications that would arise if HQ ever found out about this, like the ticking time bomb that was Jerry's ex-boyfriend. His lips arched up anyway. It felt good to have held Gerry, kissed her, told her how he felt. The truth was out there. He didn't have to tiptoe around it anymore. He didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night restless and uneasy. He didn't have to hide his attraction, lie about his obsession, or downplay how intrigued he was by her. He'd opened the door that could lead to his life's utter destruction, and he couldn't be happier. Gerry was his, and she was perfect. So was that kiss. He summoned the memory, saw her mouth parted, eyes half-lidded, legs slightly raised, and her hips grounded against his. Excitement nearly shot his heart to death. He hadn't expected to enjoy kissing her so much. He hadn't intended on kissing her at all. But the moment he had, holy crap, the electricity between them had been so strong it sizzled him alive. Geraldine Franklin was everything he'd dreamed and more. He couldn't wait to explore that connection in every way imaginable. 1 night, 2, 3, 4. Ellis fell into the couch and chuckled when he thought of her offer. Any other woman and he might have been tempted to take her up on that, but he'd built an entire career around documenting the human condition. The need for more was far stronger than any other desire, and his need for Gerry was an obsession that could not be tamed. A couple nights of hooking up was not possible, not for them, not when his emotions were so entangled with hers. Ellis could see why Gerry wanted to contain this. A fling was clean, uncomplicated, but if he'd wanted uncomplicated, he would have found a way to stay away from her. For the first time in his life, he was becoming serious about a woman. Building a relationship was so far out of his comfort zone that it should have scared him. But it didn't. Instead, he felt strangely excited. Ellis turned on his side and stared at the monitors. Gerry was slipping into her dorm. A pale figure wearing a long white nightgown unfolded herself from the neighboring bed and tiptoed over to her. Ellis squinted and recognized that it was Jackie. The two women hugged and dipped their faces close to whisper. Since Gerry wasn't mic'd, it was impossible to hear what they were saying. Ellis leaned forward anyway. Gerry's eyes darted to the camera as if she could sense him looking. Feeling a little like a creep, Ellis shifted his gaze to the other bed in the room. Normani's. The woman had fled the mansion right after Lucian loudly and sloppily rejected her. Was there credence to the rumors about her feelings for Lucian? Ellis shot to a sitting position, his mind churning. Why did Normani run? If Lucienne had been lying, she could have slapped him, cursed him out, or defended herself. What if she'd run because Lucian hit a nerve? Adrenaline streaming through his veins, Ellis scrambled to the computers and went over all the footage that focused on Normani. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Bam! His chair creaked as he leaned back and hooked his hands behind his head. There on the screen was Normani. Her eyes were straying to Lucian, and her expression held a hint of longing. That longing grew into something cold whenever she saw Lucian with Gerry. "Let's see what else you've been doing, Normani," Ellis mumbled. Sorting the footage carefully, he found more evidence of Normani and Lucian talking alone, away from the group. What had seemed like harmless and friendly discussions now rang with a different kind of flirtation. Perfect. The writers will love this, he thought. A knock sounded at the door. Ellis whipped his head up and glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. "Come in." He swiveled the chair so it faced the door. The door swung open and revealed a small, brown-skinned man with big eyes and a bald head. "Harold!" His shoulders relaxed and a rush of affection filled him. Harold had been his early liaison in Belize. They'd spent much of the first few days together, traveling from local museums to Mayan ruins and landmarks without a moment of rest. Harold had complained through it all, insisting that he was built for city life and comfortable travel. His whining and dry quips had made the trip a lot more entertaining. "What are you doing here? I thought you were in San Pedro." Ellis welcomed the man inside with a slap on the back. "You have an early morning shoot tomorrow, so I figured it would be best if I stayed on the island." His words held a hint of a Belizean accent, although it wasn't as musical as Jerry's or as thick as Lucian's. Harold fumbled his dark fingers. Each one held a delicate ring. "I couldn't sleep, so I started walking. When I saw the lights on in this trailer, I was hoping it was you." Ellis tilted his head. "Is something wrong?" "No." Unease flickered over the older man's face before he waved his wrists at the monitors. "So this is where the magic happens?" "Yeah." Ellis faced the computer. The footage was paused on Normani and Lucian sitting with their feet in the pool. "Are they together?" Harold took Wanda's chair. "No, actually, the man on the right is Jerry's ex." Ellis couldn't help the scowl that accompanied the words. He wasn't sure how he was going to handle the scenes with Jerry and Lucian going forward, especially since his entire production was geared toward painting them in a romantic light. Was it too late to change the script? "Ah, that's Lucian." A note of recognition rang in Harold's voice. Ellis latched onto it. "You know him?" "Jerry spoke about him once. We were at the Queen of the Bay pageant in Belmopan, and she seemed to be having a hard time." "Do you know why they broke up?" Ellis leaned forward. It was probably a question he should ask Jerry, but she hadn't told the casting director much except that it was mutual. "She said it was a lot of little things. They couldn't communicate well. He was too immature?" Harold shrugged. "But I think the big kicker was when he tried to stop her from giving money to her uncle." Ellis took note. "Her uncle?" Harold drummed his fingers on the table. "Jerry grew up on a farm with her uncle. He's an older guy, and he took her in when everyone—" Ellis supplied. "Everyone in her family passed?" "Did she tell you that?" Harold's eyes bugged. "I'm surprised. She never talks about her family. I only found out because her uncle came to visit us while we were styling the pageant queens." Ellis rubbed his temples. He'd dreamed that Jerry had told him about her uncle, which meant one of two things. One, he was becoming a clairvoyant. Or two, the moment in the trailer had not been a dream. Her uncle's a big guy, a man of the land, full of pride. You can see that it kills him to have to drive all the way into the city just to ask Jerry for money. Ellis jerked around. "What?" Harold continued. "Farming is unpredictable, but with more and more of Belize importing fruits and vegetables, it's tough to stay afloat with a one-man operation. He's hit hard times, and Jerry feels like she owes him for raising her. She tries to help out any way she can, even if it means giving up her rent." "Her rent? I thought she had a successful styling business. According to her files, she's the stylist for the Prime Minister of Belize and his wife. What she has is a few high-profile clients." Harold leaned forward and pressed his elbows against his knees. "But sporadic jobs are just as bad as not having any jobs at all." Ellis argued. "She went to school to study this. She's a professional. People should be beating her door down." Harold smiled sadly. "Belize is a tiny country. It's hard to make a living in a field as niche as fashion. Why do you think I fly to Miami so often? Why do you think I work mainly abroad? It's not that I don't love Belize. It's that Belize can't sustain me. But Jerry's stubborn. She wants to duke it out here. She wants to put Belize on the map and show that we're more than just our barrier reef and tourism industry. It's tough. Really tough. And she can't even invest her money back into the business because it all goes to her uncle and the farm." I had no idea." Ellis deflated in his chair. Jerry always dressed beautifully and carried herself with such confidence that he'd assumed she came from wealth. It hadn't occurred to him that the farm she'd grown up on was a struggling one, or that she was having a hard time establishing her business. Harold's eyes felt like a weight on his chest. Ellis glanced over and found the older man watching him intently. "What?" Ellis asked. "I can see it," Harold whispered. "There are rumblings in your crew, Ellis. Rumors about you and Jerry are flying around." Harold sucked in a deep breath, folded his fingers together, and sat straight up. "I lied to you earlier. I didn't just stumble on your trailer because I couldn't sleep. I sought you out to get a read for what you might be thinking." "Harold!" Harold insisted. "Jerry's got a good head on her shoulders. She's not dazzled by you because you're white and a foreigner. She doesn't need a green card or a ticket out of her home. She doesn't need someone who's just looking to sample the local cuisine before he jets back to America." "That's not what I'm doing," Ellis said firmly, not shirking away from Harold's gaze. "I know." The older man blew out a breath. "You care about her." Ellis remained steady. "I do." Harold sighed. "A lot of people aren't happy about that." "I'm aware." Ellis curled his fingers into fists. "You could get hurt. So can she. One wrong move and—" Ellis shook his head. "I'll protect her. If it all goes south, if it falls apart, I'll make sure I take the brunt of it." Harold spoke sternly. "Can you do that?" "While you stand behind this screen like a god moving his puppets around, she's the one on the ground. She's the one who has to deal with most of the consequences." Harold rose and looked down at him. "You're both consenting adults, and this is your decision to make. But I'd just like to remind you that, for all the power you think you wield, you're not a god, Ellis. You're a man. And there are people here who want to see you bleed." "I'm ready for them," Ellis said. Harold dipped his chin. "I hope that's true."
Chapter 20. Excited squeals came from outside her room. Jerry stirred awake, heat flooding her chest as impressions of the dream she was having washed over her. Ellis, a sandy beach, her fingers sliding over his chest, his mouth sliding down to her. Digging her fingers into the sheet, she curled it over her eyes. How could she go about the rest of the X Games, balancing Lucian's fragile feelings, while also pretending that she wasn't having sexy dreams about Ellis? No, it was better if she just stayed in bed all day. That way, she wouldn't have to face anyone. "Jerry, girl, wake up." Jackie's voice bounced off the wall. Her excited footsteps pattered on the hardwood floors. A moment later, a human body collided on the bed with her. "If you don't wake up, Sheila and the rest are going to finish all the food." "What food?" Jerry mumbled. The X Games did not have a big budget, or if they did, they were spending all the money on set pieces. Usually, breakfast had to be cooked. Whoever was hungry enough to do the honors normally ended up sharing with half the dorm. Even fruit platters were up for grabs. Whenever Jerry took the time to cut up bananas, mangoes, papayas, and pineapples, she barely got to taste any. "They catered breakfast this morning," Jackie shrieked. Jerry nearly levitated off the bed. "What?" Jackie grinned. "The girls want you to explain what the food is. We've never seen some of these pastries before." "You should have told me earlier," Jerry said. Shoving her feet into slippers, she zoomed into the kitchen and nearly fainted when she saw the spread of food. There were so many platters, the table legs were trembling. "There she is. Jerry, tell us what this one is called." One of the ladies pointed to a beautiful dish filled with fluffy golden half-moons. "That's a fry, Jack." Jerry smiled. "And this?" Jackie lifted a plate of doughy biscuits with cheese and ham in the middle. "Johnny cakes." Jackie giggled. "Cool. Is any of this gluten-free?" Sheila scrunched her nose at one of the fry jacks. "No." Jerry shook her head. "We don't really cater for things like that in Belize. If you don't like flour and rice, you're going to have a hard time eating out." Sheila huffed. Jerry ignored her attitude and glanced around. "Where's Normani?" "Not sure." Jackie skittered to the head of the table, piling her plate high with refried beans, shredded chicken, and a tower of Johnny cakes. "I saw her go out for a jog this morning," Sheila mumbled, poking her fork into a beautiful fruit platter. The caterers had cut, and arranged watermelon slices, mangoes, and pineapples in a swirl of tropical color. Gerry's stomach growled, but she forced herself to focus on the conversation. Normani was asleep when I got back, and now she's gone for an early run. You don't think she's avoiding me, do you? Why would she? It's not like someone made trouble and gossiped about her. Jackie shot a mean look at Sheila. Sheila raised both hands. Hey, I was only telling the truth, and that's not even what Lucian was really mad about. What is he mad about? Jackie asked with her mouth full. Gerry basically rejected him, in front of everyone. Sheila's words were muffled as she chewed. The blonde paused to swallow and added, I would have been ticked off too. She didn't reject him, Jackie argued. I don't care if you date other people. That's what she said. She might as well have called him her brother. It would have had the same effect. A shuffling sound came from the door. Gerry's eyes lit up when she saw Normani jog into the kitchen. Sweat made tiny rivulets over her dark skin. Her ponytail swung from side to side. Gerry offered, Normani, hey, can we talk? Not right now, okay? Normani's lips curled up, but it was such a broken smile that Gerry wished she hadn't bothered. Normani, please, just give me some space. Normani edged past her and disappeared upstairs. An awkward hush fell on the room. Gerry's head began to ache. She didn't understand why Normani was pushing her away. Whether or not she was interested in Lucian had nothing to do with her. Just give her some room. She'll talk to you when she's ready. Jackie got up from the table, slung an arm around Gerry's shoulders, and drew her to a seat. Hey, look, there's a card. Sheila reached beneath a fruit platter and waved the card around. It says, Ahem, ladies, I hope you enjoy this authentic Belizean breakfast. The fruits were sourced from a local farm, and the fried jacks were prepared by industry experts. Gerry couldn't help but chuckle. Most of these fruits grew abundantly in Belize, and the expert fried jack maker was probably someone's auntie running a side hustle in her kitchen. Please enjoy and know that we're thinking of you. Regards, Corey Phillips. Sheila scrunched her nose. Why would he say that he's thinking of us? He never talks to us off camera. Does anyone else find that weird? It doesn't feel like Corey Phillips is the one behind this. I don't care. This food is amazing. He can think about us as long as he wants if we get breakfast out of it. Jackie tore into another Johnny cake. Gerry let out a slow, deliberate breath and dished out a plate. After she'd eaten, she went back to the room to shower and change. Normani wasn't in sight. Gerry glanced at her friend's bed and felt another pang of unease. Forcing herself to let it go, she got dressed and followed the other girls to the production tent so they could get mic'd. To her surprise, Ellis was there. She froze, ducking behind Jackie to avoid him. What is he doing here? Ellie's dark brown eyes landed on her with an impact that almost knocked her back a step.
Good morning, Gerry.
Her heart turned to putty. She squeaked out a greeting that might have been good morning or good night or get me out of here before scrambling past him. Ellis's low chuckle made her think about the dream she'd had. A self-conscious heat burned right in the middle of her chest. Morning, Gerry. Shaka waved her toward the changing screen. Today, Gerry was wearing a form-fitting green dress with a low cutout. It took a bit of finagling to keep the mic from poking out of her bra, but Shaka got it done. You okay? Shaka asked, turning her to face the changing screen while she tugged the mic through the bottom of her dress. Me? Yeah, great, perfect. You? Shaka wrinkled her nose. Fine. Turning her around, the producer added, Ellis said that you all have been filming non-stop since you came to the island, but you haven't had a chance to explore on your own. Today, we aren't going to do any games. We'll do some interviews, then we'll film you guys having fun and exploring the island together. At some point, we'll take off the mics to film you on the beach, swimming and stuff. After that, the day is yours." That's fantastic. Gerry wilted in relief. Normani's weird behavior was enough of a worry right now. She didn't want to play nice with Lucien during another game. If they could just explore the island without talking to each other, that would be perfect. Gerry stepped out of the changing station. Ellis was across the room, talking to Jake. Her eyes drank him in thirstily, focusing on his handsome face and the broad shoulders that filled out his t-shirt. Ellis glanced up at that moment and caught her staring. His eyes lit up with a sultry smile, and she quickly glanced away. Sheila scooted close to her. "Is it just me, or is Ellis looking particularly hot this morning?" The blonde clawed her fingers and purred. "Rawr. Don't you hate me? Why are you always in my grill?" Sheila followed her past the table filled with gear. "Someone's getting testy." "What? Do you have a crush on our producer?" "Jackie, can you please keep Sheila 10 feet away from me at all times? I don't want to lose my chance at winning the prize money because I punched her in the throat." "On it?" Jackie sashayed from behind one of the changing rooms, hooked her arm around Sheila's, and steered her away. Gerry gave her friend a nod of gratitude, and Jackie winked. The rest of the girls weren't ready yet, so Gerry looked for a place to wait. In the distance, she spotted Normani sitting by herself. She was hunched over, her hands between her thighs, and her lips pursed. Gerry raised her arm in a wave before second-guessing the move. Normani's entire demeanor had shifted since last night. Should she continue to avoid her? She hesitated for a moment and then set her jaw firmly. Screw it. Normani was having a hard time by herself. What kind of friend would she be if she just left her alone? They'd talk this out. They had to. She refused to lose her closest friend on the island because of Lucien of all people. Before Gerry could cross the room, someone called to Normani. It was Wanda, the producer with the greasy hair and windbreaker. Normani's eyes lit up when she saw her. The two women hurried out of the production tent, whispering secretly. Gerry sighed. Looked like she'd missed her chance to talk to Normani before the cameras started rolling. Maybe she could corner her during their off time. With a pensive frown, Gerry turned and started walking toward the other girls. Ellis was passing by with Jake at the same time. Her heartbeat picked up speed. The dull thud in her chest turned into a fast-paced crescendo by the time he'd closed the distance between them. Gerry forced her gaze straight ahead, using every bit of her willpower to avoid looking at Ellis.
"You're right,"
Ellis told Jake as he got closer to her. His voice was deep and serious.
"We'll need to reconfigure that set piece just in case the wind gets too heavy."
As Gerry passed him, Ellis's arm brushed hers. For a split second, his pointer finger curled around her pinky. Time stopped. So did her heart, and her lungs, and her legs. A bolt of desire rammed straight to her core, and she inhaled sharply. Ellis kept walking, the steadiness of his voice not even hinting at their secret physical contact. Even though she knew that she shouldn't, Gerry glanced back and stared at Ellis. Her hand lifted to her chest, and she felt her heart slamming against her fingertips.
"Remind yourself of all the reasons why we shouldn't. And then realize you want this anyway."
Had Ellis put a spell on her yesterday? Because more and more she was starting to think that being with a man who was bound to break her heart was worth the risk.
Chapter 21. If they were in the real world and not on a private island filming the X Games, Ellis would have called Gerry and asked her out during her off time. But since she wasn't allowed to have her cell phone on the island and he technically could track her down anywhere thanks to the monitors, he did the next best thing: stalk her. A disturbance in the bushes up ahead made his muscles coil in preparation. He'd seen Gerry heading this way earlier and had already instructed her dedicated cameraman to take a break. For the next 5 minutes, there wouldn't be any eyes on her. None except his. The fronds on the sandy pathway shook. Gerry stepped into his sight, looking like a vision. Her curls were swept up in a knot on top of her head. A few frizzy pieces trailed her forehead and touched her cheeks. Her green dress perfectly complemented her dark brown skin and made her behind look especially plump. Ellis wanted to put his hands on her rear and just squeeze. Mercy. He knew it would feel good.
Is this far enough? Because I feel like I've been walking for...
Jerry's dark eyebrows crashed low when she glanced behind her and saw no one.
Guys?
She turned fully. Standing on the tips of her toes, she arched her neck.
Hello?
Ellis moved while her back was turned. Wrapping an arm around her waist, he grabbed her and backed her up against the nearest coconut tree. Gerry squealed and looked up at him. Her eyes filled with momentary panic before she recognized his face, and then a different expression swept over her. Eagerness. There was a flicker of heat along the edges, something that told him she'd been having a few naughty thoughts of her own. Ellis leaned in. Hey!
Hey.
She blinked rapidly. Her eyes shifted behind him.
What are you doing? They're filming?
She jutted her chin at her dress where the mic was cleverly hidden. Arching an eyebrow, she gave him a pointed look. Ellis reached around her to turn the mic off. Gerry snatched his hand, and in doing so, her back arched. He felt her body rub against his, and every part of him lit up in anticipation.
Not today, bub.
Her voice was husky.
This is the only way to make sure you behave.
His heartbeat quickened as he ran his hand over her hip. I'm in control of the final footage anyway. I can delete all the things the public shouldn't hear.
Oh?
Ellis saw the goosebumps popping up on her arm. He didn't know teasing a woman could be so delightful. Gerry's skin was too dark for a blush to show, but her body told him everything. He slid his hands over her lower back, using every bit of self-restraint to keep from cupping her bum like he really wanted to. What are you doing on your off time?
Why?
She arched an eyebrow in challenge. He tilted his head, loving that she was close, that she wasn't running away, that the sun was warm and everything was okay in this little bubble of theirs. Come to the dock at the south end of the island, 5 o'clock sharp. I'm taking you out.
As in a date?
Yes, a date. He nodded confidently. Her lips arched up. Ellis heard the cameramen coming and realized that their time was up. Hooking his fingers under her chin, he yanked Gerry close and dropped a lightning-fast kiss on her lips. See you later. She blinked as if dazed, and Ellis loved seeing that expression. Truthfully, he was falling in love with all of Gerry's expressions. Or maybe the truth was, he was plain falling in love with her. The realization rooted him in place. He stared at her retreating figure, only sparked into action by the camera guy's heavy footsteps. Ellis ducked behind the foliage, vanishing from view, just as the crew surrounded Gerry to continue filming.
I was wondering where you disappeared to,
Gerry said, her voice betraying her breathlessness. Ellis smiled to himself. He really couldn't wait until tonight.
Let's go this way.
Gerry directed the camera crew back in the direction of the beach. He could feel her eyes straying to his hiding spot before she moved away. A moment later, all was still. Ellis waited a beat longer before he popped out of his hiding spot and returned to the production trailer. He whistled while he opened the door, but the song died a sudden death when he saw Wanda sitting in her chair. She was facing the monitors, her finger tapping the mouse and scrolling through footage. You're playing up the love triangle, Wanda said in a low voice. Her eyes focused on the screen even as she spoke to him. It's a brilliant idea. Ellis answered stiffly. It's entertaining, but more than that. It's the truth. Wanda smirked. I'd forgotten how good you are at putting on a show, Ellis. You've been so different lately that I wondered if you were still capable. I'm still the producer of the X Games. Nothing is going to change that. His voice held a hint of a warning. So don't think you can, Wanda, he added silently. She chuckled. Are you scared, Emmy? Both eyebrows rose as she spun to face him. You should be. We both know you're playing with fire, touching things you shouldn't. He frowned. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Wanda said. And the kicker is, you're in the deep end now. It's only a matter of time before you make a mistake and find yourself drowning. I don't intend to drown, Ellis replied. No one ever sets out to fail. These things just... Wanda twirled her hand in the air. Happen. Let's be upfront, Wanda. What do you want? Me? Nothing. She rose and walked over to the storyboard. Nothing, huh? Is that why you're being friendly with Normani? Over nothing? Wanda jerked. Her head swung in his direction. Ellis stared frankly at her. Being with Gerry hadn't suddenly erased years of experience. When viewers saw a reality show, they saw chaos, backstabbing, and scandal. But behind the scenes of a reality show, there was even more of the same. Ellis warned, "Whatever you're planning, I strongly suggest that you stop. Immediately. For the sake of our history, I don't want to take any drastic measures." She smiled glibly and rose to her feet. "Let's see how long you can stay afloat, Emmy." After patting his shoulder, Wanda left without another word. Ellis stared at the open door. Harold had warned him that someone in the crew wanted to see him bleed. The most obvious candidate was Wanda. Though she was older than him, she'd been passed over for the head producer position. She'd stood on the sidelines while he won an Emmy and made a name for himself in an industry she'd dedicated her life and her singlehood to. Ellis inhaled and let it out slowly. He didn't want to go head-to-head with Wanda, but he would if it meant protecting Gerry. Determinedly, Ellis swiped his walkie from the table. "Jake, I need you in the production trailer." 2 minutes later, his assistant burst into the trailer. He was bowled over, both hands on his knees. Sweat stained his forehead that was a bright shade of pink. "I'm here," Jake gasped, straightening slowly. He pulled a pained face. Ellis frowned. "You didn't have to run." Jake gasped. "Is someone dead?" "No." Ellis steepled his fingers. "Close the door. I need to tell you something." Jake eyed him warily and did as he asked. When they were alone, Ellis spoke bluntly. "I'm in a relationship with Gerry." Jake's jaw almost thumped to the ground. Ellis paused and thought about it. "Technically, she hasn't agreed to be in a relationship with me yet, but I'm pursuing her with the intentions of dating her seriously. Now, I know there have been rumors about my behavior toward Gerry, and I'm taking a risk to tell you the truth because I trust you to be on my side no matter what." "Of course I am, but boss, messing around with a cast member is dangerous. You could lose your position. Not to mention the FCC would crack down on us." Ellis interrupted. "That's why I need you to take over the rest of the competition." Jake's eyes bugged. "Take over?" "Just the competition, Jake. Don't get too excited." He snapped his mouth shut. "Still, you've been training with me since your first day at the station. You know my style, and I believe you can match it closely while putting your own spin on things. I'll take my hands completely off the competition to keep this fair, but that means you'll be in charge of everything, from prep to final count." Jake stammered. I don't know what to say." "No? Nothing? Not even about me dating a cast member when I've been so against it for my entire career?" Jake murmured, "I guess. I love the irony." Ellis chuckled. Then he grew sober. "Wanda's going to be a problem." "She is." Jake pulled his lips in and glanced at the ground. He fastened on that statement. "You know something?" Jake shrugged. "Not for sure. Wanda knows I'm your guy in the crew. The whispers kind of stop when I come around." He nodded. "I'm sorry for putting you in a bad position. Hey, if you're going to risk it all for a woman, it should be Gerry. She's hot, classy, and kind. Even the camera guys respect her." "She's amazing, isn't she?" Ellis's chest swelled with pride. "My woman? Heck yeah, everyone should sit up and take notice of Gerry's brilliance." Jake inched forward, looking intrigued. "So how are you guys dating in secret? Like, where have you been taking her?" Ellis glanced down and balked. "Shoot, thanks for the reminder. I have to go set up the boat." "You need help," Jake offered. "Just hand out an excuse for why I'm gone." Ellis patted Jake on the shoulder and strode out of the trailer. He spent the next 2 hours getting everything ready for his date with Gerry. After a quick shower, he changed into a nice button-down and jeans and hurried to the dock. Gerry was just walking up when he arrived. She kept glancing over her shoulder while she hurried down the pier. Ellis chuckled when he saw the giant sunshades over her eyes and the hoodie shrouding most of her face. He reached for the hood when she got close. "Do you think you're already a celebrity, Ms. Franklin? It'll be at least a year until the X Games is released to the public. You don't have to disguise yourself yet."
I think this is a bad idea.
She peered behind her again.
We shouldn't meet up in public.
"There's no one on this side of the island. I'm the only one who has access, and I'm the only one who knows this dock is here." He lifted a key from his pocket that opened the secret door she'd walked through to get here. "Any other concerns?"
Give me a minute, I can come up with one.
"Then let's ship out before you do." He held her hand and helped her hop from the pier into the catamaran bobbing on the water.
Whoa.
Gerry gasped when he led her to the table he'd set.
Are those real candles?
"They're battery-operated. I didn't come to Belize to die." She laughed. He chuckled and squeezed her hand. "I'll steer us out of here." Gerry nodded. Lifting her hand to his lips, he kissed it, and then stepped away from her to the controls of the boat. The Caribbean Sea sparkled, drinking in light from the brilliant sunset. Puffy clouds skated over the water, dipped in oranges and pinks. Gerry came up to him while he was steering the boat. She'd shrugged off her hoodie to reveal a stunning red top with some kind of flouncy sleeve and a ruffled skirt with a daring slit. He wanted to hitch a finger under her skirt and trace a slow path until he'd gone past that slit, until he could run his hands over her the way he'd been dreaming of.
Eyes on the water, Ellis. I didn't come on this boat to die either.
He whipped his gaze away from her beautiful legs to the sea. "You look incredible."
Thank you.
"You want to steer the boat with me?" He gestured to the space in front of him. She gave him a flirty smile.
Is that just an excuse so you can hug me from behind?
"Yes, absolutely." They both smiled at each other. With a quick dip of her head, Gerry strutted over to him and got in front of the wheel. He guided her hands on the control and pressed in behind her. The scent of her curls mixed with the salty breeze was the fragrance of heaven. He savored her presence, drank in her laughter, and told himself that he would deal with the chaos back on land when he docked. But for tonight, he was going to enjoy himself.
Chapter 22. The conversation flowed and the food was amazing. Ellis had flown in coconut shrimp from the mainland, and every bite was seasoned perfection. There was not a single awkward pause, and it was telling that she felt so comfortable sharing stories from her childhood, even though she hadn't known him that long. Gerry took another sip of her wine to hide her smile as Ellis's laughter filled the air. She loved watching that grin ease across his face. It made him look younger and less intimidating. Not that she didn't love his intimidating face, but whenever she saw him on the island, he always seemed so stern. Gerry understood why he had to be. The X Games was a giant boulder resting on his shoulders. Every little thing that went wrong was brought to him. He didn't have a second to rest, to just be. With so many moving parts, there was always something breaking down. It made moments like this, when he could throw off the mantle of head producer and just be Ellis, even more special. Her gaze traced the laugh lines sprouting around his perfect mouth. She especially loved the way his eyes narrowed to slits when he was amused. Ellis was gorgeous on a regular day, but when he smiled, man, she would follow him around everywhere if he promised to keep smiling at her like that. Gerry set the wine back on the table and teased. The joke wasn't that funny.
"I'm sorry. I was just picturing you bludgeoning a fish and then trying to feed it to me."
I wasn't joking. If you told me we were catching dinner on this boat, I totally would have been up for that.
"You dress like a city girl, but you're a country girl through and through."
He wrapped pale fingers around his beer and brought it to his lips. Actually, I'm a West Indian girl first. She tilted her head. It's an important distinction because Belizean country and American country are two different things.
It can't be that different.
It's vastly different. You're North America and we're Central America, but we might as well be on two different continents.
Come on.
He shook his head in disbelief. Wasn't it a culture shock coming to Belize? She challenged him.
I mean,
He paused.
it seems like you all move at.
He stopped again, seeming to choose his words carefully.
Your own pace.
We're laid back. You can say it.
I would never insult the home of a West Indian girl.
She laughed and pretended to throw a punch at him. The first time I visited America, I was stunned by how chaotic it was. Everyone was just pushing, rushing, hurrying to get somewhere. And don't even talk about how inconvenient it was to get to a store. I had to drive 2 hours just to go to Walmart. 2 hours. He chuckled.
Belize is so small that you can walk to the store in 5 minutes. That's not a fair comparison. Give me something else, Ger.
You guys eat potatoes with your steak.
A classic.
He pointed his finger at her.
You guys eat pigtails.
A delicacy.
That's gross.
I'll change your mind someday. He smiled and took her hand. His fingers caressed her knuckles softly.
What else surprised you about America?
She tilted her head back to think about it. All the people in the service industry, they were so perky.
Yeah?
I'm sure there are a few who don't act like that, but most of the ones I encountered were cheerful to the max. It took me by surprise. In Belize, people in the service industry don't act like that. If we're tired and unsatisfied with the job, it comes through. We don't fake a happiness we don't feel. Well, that's not entirely true. We might put on a show for tourists, but...
Locals can choke?
She prodded his leg with her heel. I wouldn't say it like that.
There had to be something you loved about America.
I did. I met a lot of great people while I studied over there. There's so much to do. Always some trouble to get into. She smiled. America is fun. I won't lie, but I love Belize. The food is amazing. The people are warm and welcoming. And the view, Jerry marveled at the dusky, star-filled sky. It's paradise. Where else would we be able to see a sight like this on a random Tuesday?
So you wouldn't leave? Ever?
She arched an eyebrow at the gravity in his tone. Why would I?
You know.
He set his fork down and stared intently at her.
There would be more opportunities to make a living as a stylist in America. You wouldn't have to fight so hard to create a whole new industry in a country that might not be able to support one.
What did you say in the Grove? If it was easy, I wouldn't have taken the risk. He smiled and ducked his head.
Using my own words against me. Sneaky.
I know Belize isn't New York or Milan, but it's home. My roots are here. I want my future to be here too. Ellis went silent. Jerry stared at him. What about you? How often are you home?
Not as often as my mom would like.
He blew out a breath.
I'm always traveling for work, and she never fails to remind me that I'm getting old. Her biggest fear is that I'll die alone.
Sounds like she loves you very much. She rested her chin on her open palm.
Maybe a little too much. Ever since my dad died, she's been extra frantic about my future. It's like she's trying to replace him with grandkids.
What was your dad like? Ellis met her eyes. A flicker of sorrow shimmered in his thick lashes.
He was incredible. Dad was a pattern maker for the theater. Watching him cut out fabric was like watching art. He was precise and perfect.
I think you might have gotten that from him. She squeezed his hand.
Did I?
You're so focused when you're working. It's sexy. Heat flared in her chest when she admitted that. But back to your dad. Ellis's appraising look told her he'd let the comment pass, but he'd made note of it.
What do you want to know?
What else did he like besides pattern making? Ellis rubbed his chin.
Besides that, my mom.
Yeah?
You always hear that you should marry your best friend, but I got to see that in action. 20 years in, and my dad's idea of a good time was watching movies with Mom on the couch, joking and feeding each other popcorn. They were obnoxiously in love.
He blinked rapidly.
When I called them out on their PDA, Dad would always say, "Son, I'm just showing you how you should treat your future wife."
Ellis inhaled a shuddering breath.
He made our home a happy one.
Emotions welled in her throat when she saw Ellis fighting back tears. It was so clear that he was still mourning the loss of his dad. How long has it been?
3 years next month.
Gerry rose from her chair and walked over to him, bending over and wrapping her arms around his shoulders. She whispered, "I'm really sorry. I know it's tough." He slid his arm around her and pulled her down to his lap. She fell on top of him, and the intimacy of the moment took her breath away. Ellis rested his forehead on hers.
You lost both your parents. It probably doesn't compare.
It's different. He studied her.
How so?
I had such few memories of my parents that the loss was easier to bear. Life on the farm was hard, but my uncle never tried to stop me from pursuing my dreams. He took out a loan so I could pay for my first year of room and board in college. He supported me as best as he could.
You must miss him,
Ellis whispered. Now she was the one getting choked up. I didn't think I would, but I do. At his inquiring look, she added, "Honestly, my uncle was starting to tire me. I was coming to a point where it felt like he was mooching off me. I was struggling too, you know. I was barely surviving. And every time he came around for money, it felt like a noose tightening around my neck." Ellis nodded, gently patting her back. But being on this show, I've realized that having someone you can trust is a huge thing. And I'd kind of give anything to at least talk to my uncle now. He hugged her, and she could feel that he was listening, that he cared.
Family can be complicated, but that's what we are at the end of the day. Family. We show up when it counts.
He kissed the lobe of her ear.
And for the record, my mom would love that I'm dating a country girl.
A Belizean girl. And, oh, are we dating now?
You're sitting in my lap, and I'm pretty sure we're going to make out soon.
She snorted. He rubbed her thigh.
What else would you call it?
Night one of 4? He narrowed his eyes at her. She chuckled and framed his face between her palms. Staring into his eyes, she whispered, "Thank you, Ellis." This night was exactly what I needed.
You wanted to leave the island? I can't whisk you away just yet.
He gestured to the black sea that reflected the moonlight.
But I thought this was a safe bet.
It's perfect, she sighed dreamily.
And it's not done?
Ellis plucked a remote from the side of the table and touched a button. Immediately, Korean R&B started flowing from the speakers. Gerry cupped her mouth and laughed. "Are you trying to remind me of that day you caught me dancing?"
That day was my first hint.
He smirked.
But I might have peeked on your questionnaire and read that you liked Korean music. I was a little shocked. Do you even understand Korean?
Don't judge me.
I'll take that as a no.
I'll learn it someday, Gerry insisted. Slipping his hand under her knee, Ellis picked her up like she weighed nothing, took her a few steps away from the table, and then set her down.
Have I mentioned that I've been to Korea?
She gasped and leaned back. You just got 10 times hotter. He laughed. Gerry closed her eyes and smiled. A few of my clients, well, my friends really, are there now. They promised to send me updates every day, but since I don't have my phone, I haven't been able to get them. She wrapped her hands tightly around his neck and grooved to the beat. This song is Ong Sung-hoon's latest single. Do you understand what he's singing?
Hmm.
He leaned in close to her ear, sending her temperature spiking.
You look beautiful tonight, under the moon. If I could run away forever with you, that's what I would choose.
She eased back, her eyes wide. You just made that up.
I swear I didn't.
I'm going to Google the English lyrics as soon as I have a phone. He pulled her close again. They danced without a word and then kissed under the moonlight. Soon moans and grunts skittered over the Caribbean Sea. Their hands strayed to more and more dangerous territory. As Ellis caressed her, Gerry was hit with a startling revelation. She could see a future with this man. Oh boy! Ellis grunted as he picked her up and carried her to the table. He pushed the dinner plates out of the way, ignoring the clattering glass in favor of inching her dress to her waist. Gerry clung to him. The world was spinning around her, and yet that powerful thought lingered. She could see a future with Ellis, but she knew deep down that future couldn't happen in Belize.
Chapter 23. Ellis helped Gerry off the boat and held her hand for as long as possible. It was she who pried his fingers off, laughingly told him she had to get back before the others got suspicious, and darted off without asking him to accompany her. I could have at least escorted her halfway. He was sulking. Ellis watched her saunter through the coconut trees and felt like he was moving through a fog. Who was this woman? She'd cast a spell on him, and now he was fumbling around for his sanity. Ellis remained in place for a beat longer, waiting for Gerry to look back. Moonlight spilled over her shoulders, touching her curls reverently and rolling out a silver carpet over the beach so she could walk on it. The slit in her dress was higher than before. He'd torn her skirt in his enthusiasm. Now she was almost flashing her lace undergarments with every step. Ellis really hoped that Gerry snuck back into her room without getting caught by any of the men on the island, or she'd be giving them an eyeful, and he'd have to give them a mouthful of his fist. Come on, Ger, look at me. Let me know you're in this. She didn't. After a minute, she was out of sight. Whoa, he really couldn't figure out this woman. While he felt like he was falling into a never-ending abyss with no control over when he stopped or where he landed, Gerry still seemed to be holding back. He couldn't figure her out. Was she scared? Did she not trust him? He knew it was too soon to call this love, but it sure felt like something close. They'd bared their hearts to each other, confided things they usually held close to the chest. After dinner, they'd ended up dancing and kissing, which had quickly turned into heavy petting. While fooling around with Gerry, it had been tempting to take things all the way. But Ellis had restrained himself. He wanted her to understand that he hadn't taken her out just to get under her dress. There was some pride involved, too. Giving her the one night she kept asking for while she still hadn't agreed to give this a shot felt like losing a battle. Ellis ran his hand through his hair and forced himself to return to the boat so he could clean up. Gerry wasn't all in yet, but there was still time to ease every one of her doubts. He would take her to bed, and when he did, he'd be sure that she never had a reason to leave it. He locked up the boat and jumped back to the pier, still thinking about Gerry. This wasn't supposed to be easy. He'd known that going in. As long as he kept his cool, nothing could go wrong. Unfortunately, his cool was tested the very next day, when Lucian and Gerry won the next game. Ellis frowned at the screen, hating the way Lucian's arms wrapped naturally around Gerry while they celebrated their win. They looked far too cozy, and it was driving him nuts. Why did Lucian have to touch her when they won? Why did he have to touch her at all? Hadn't he just thrown a tantrum the other night? Now they were back to being best buddies? "Give us a kiss, will you?" Corey Phillips teased, prodding the winners closer for the camera. Gerry tilted her head down. Lucian dropped his lips to her cheek anyway. Ellis saw red. He whirled around, ready to storm the beach and drag Gerry away. It was only Jake's sudden and steadying grip on his shoulder that made him rethink it. "Let's not give away the fact that you two are dating, please," Jake mumbled. "When did you get here?" "Just in time. It seemed like you were either going to punch Lucian or these screens." Ellis brushed Jake off. "You should be at the filming site." "I came to check on you." "I'm fine." You don't look fine. Ellis huffed. Jake shook his head. Deep breaths, boss. Ellis bent over the desk and hung his head. He really didn't know how much more of this script he could take. He should call up one of his actor friends and ask how they handled seeing their partner kissing someone else. Ellis hated every second of it. Jake groaned loudly. You two are killing me, Ellis. Now that I know you and Gerry are involved, I'm starting to feel paranoid. Every time I hear someone whispering, I assume it's about you two. I keep thinking you're going to do something stupid and lose your career, your reputation, maybe even your Emmy. You could hit rock bottom because of this. It keeps me up at night. We're being careful. That's not enough. Acting jealous when she's with her ex is like a giant neon sign that says, I'm in love with her. Whatever you two have going on, Gerry is still playing the game. She has to keep up a public relationship with Lucian. It's in the script. You can't get mad at her for doing that. Who said I was mad? I don't care, Ellis hissed. Right. Jake dragged out the word. Look, I feel for you. I bet watching her with another guy is a bitter pill to swallow. He jutted his finger at the screen where Gerry and Lucian were still embracing. And it doesn't help that they really do look good together. What do you want, Jake? Ellis barked. He was going to throw his assistant out if the man uttered one more word that annoyed him. Surely you didn't run all the way here just to teach me how to date in secret. You're right. Jake blinked nervously. I'm here because the writing room had a new idea. And they couldn't tell me themselves? It's common knowledge now that you get testy when it's about Gerry. No one knows exactly why, but... Spit it out, Jake. They want to change the prize of this fourth game. To what? A private day trip to San Pedro. Jake squeezed his eyes shut and pushed the words out in one gush. Ellis went completely still. His head was squeezing tight and he felt his left eye twitching. After a few seconds of silence, Jake poked one eye open. Boss? Absolutely not, Ellis roared. We already did the love cabin. Now we need to top that. The writers have crafted a great scene with Gerry and Lucian making up in a private hotel room in San Pedro, but they need those two to be away from the Normani drama. I said no. No, because it's a bad idea or because you're screwing her? Jake huffed. Ellis froze. Slowly, he turned around. What did you just say? Sorry for being crass, boss, but you can't let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. If you have a problem with the idea, you need to have a good reason or it'll look suspicious. I do have a good reason, Ellis yelled. Jake arched an eyebrow, waiting. Ellis sputtered. It's because I don't like it. Really great reason, boss. Jake slow clapped. Ellis cursed. What if we bring the whole cast along? No, it's just the two of them. The cast stays behind. That's the script. I hate it. I know. How many cameramen? As few as possible. The point is to give them space to make something physical happen. Jake swallowed hard when Ellis pinned him with a dark look. I'm not saying it will, but the writer's room really wants it to. Ellis rubbed his hands briskly together. Fine, then I'm going. Whoa. Jake stepped in his way. That's a bad idea, like a really bad one. A catastrophically bad one. I'm the producer. Exactly why it'll look suspicious. Why leave the island when the rest of the cast are still here? The crew can handle themselves for 2 days without me, and it's not like I'm going far. San Pedro is only 30 minutes away by boat. If there are any problems, I can be back in a hurry. Boss? Inform the rest of the crew. Ellis. Jake stopped him with a hand to his chest. Wanda was a big part of this storyline. She pushed the idea as soon as she heard it. Whether it's because she's trying to needle you or because she wants you off the island, I don't like it. There's something fishy going on. Wanda isn't my concern. You should make her one, Jake insisted, hurrying to keep step with him. She's the only one with enough power to do you serious damage. That's why I'm leaving my trusty PA to be my eyes and ears while I'm gone. Ellis squeezed Jake's shoulder. Boss, let administration know that I'll be in San Pedro with the team. Direct all relevant and pressing concerns to my email. Keep filming the remaining cast members for B-roll and lock in all the interviews we've been skipping in favor of the games. Oh, okay. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have bags to pack. Ellis stalked to his trailer and started stuffing clothes into his duffel. Even without Jake's warning, he knew this wasn't the smartest idea. Wanda was on the prowl, and letting his guard down at such a critical moment could be his downfall. Common sense told him to stay put, but his heart said something completely different, and that seemed to be the one in the driver's seat. A knock sounded at the door. Ellis looked up and growled, "Who is it?" The knock sounded again, more urgently this time. His heart bucked when he thought it could be Gerry. Was she here to discuss the trip to San Pedro? Ellis sprung off his cot and dashed across the trailer. Wrapping sweaty fingers around the door handle, he prepared to open up. Then he stopped, sniffed his shirt, and cringed. Rushing around, he found a fresh shirt from the heap on the floor, ran his hands through his hair to get the locks to fall just right, and checked his breath. Perfect. Satisfied with his appearance, he opened the door, expecting a beautiful Belizean woman to be on the other side. His jaw dropped when he saw who it was. "Mom?"
Hello.
Pale fingers wiggled in his direction.
Son?
Ellis stumbled back. "What are you doing here?"
I'm here to see you, of course. Won't you give your mama a hug?
He grunted as his mom launched her short arms around him and squeezed him tightly. She smelled like peppermints and a subtle perfume that she'd been using for decades. Leaning back, Sharon kissed both his cheeks.
Look at you, Ellis. You're so tan. Oh, I love it. Look at this cute little trailer. You can see the water from here. Oh, Belize is such a stunning place. I can't wait for you to show us around the island.
"Us?" His eyebrows crinkled.
Yes, I brought a +1.
"Wait," Ellis froze. "Did you bring a date? Are you dating someone? Who is he?" He scowled at his mother. "When were you going to tell me you were seeing someone?"
I'm not. Heavens no. Some people get a second chance at love, but I won't ever find a man like your father. I'm all tapped out, dear.
"Then who did you bring?" His eyebrows wrinkled.
Your future wife.
She glanced behind her.
There she is.
All the blood drained from Ellis's face when he saw that the woman picking her way through the sand was his ex, Stella.
Chapter 24. Gerry's date with Ellis on the boat had felt like a dream, but the moment she got back to the mansion, reality set in. Hard. Normani had moved out of their bedroom in a move that left the entire girls' dorm with their jaws dropped. Gerry struggled with how to get through to her friend. While before, the wall Normani had put between them was figurative. There was now a literal door blocking her out. She'd spent all night trying to coax Normani out of her room so they could talk. No luck. To make matters worse, earlier that morning, Lucian came to the girls' dorms and profusely apologized for his behavior after beer pong. Gerry caught Normani's pained look at the breakfast table and wished her ex would shut up. But he didn't. Instead, he apologized to her again on camera. He even knelt in front of her before the start of the game to convey his sincerity. The rest of the cast roared, "Forgive him, forgive him." Shaka had gestured from the sidelines, quietly indicating that she should say something. Gerry's smile had cracked. The pressure to concede won over her need to be true to herself. She'd nodded, told Lucian she forgave him, accepted his hug. That set the tone for the games. Lucian's enthusiasm was practically bubbling over. Every time they scored a point, he'd hug her, sweep her off her feet, and spin her or press a kiss to her cheek. She'd let him. What would the world think if she pushed Lucian away? Wouldn't they side with him? The handsome, earnest man who only wanted to be with her? Wouldn't she look like a total witch if she pushed him away now? She'd joined the X Games to save her store and win the prize money for her uncle. Her thing with Ellis wasn't supposed to get in the way of that, but now that she was juggling a fake romance on camera and a real one off camera, it felt like she was dangling off a cliff and holding on by a thread. "Are you almost packed?" Sheila's voice broke her out of her thoughts. Gerry jumped. Realizing she'd been staring into space, she quickly reached for another skirt and stuffed it into her duffel. Yeah. Lucky you. Sheila flounced to the edge of her bed. The blonde didn't bother to hide the envy in her blue eyes. You get to take a break from this prison of an island while the rest of us are stuck here waiting until you get back. Her ponytail swung as she tilted her head. Are you sure we're not all filming the Gerry Franklin show? Gerry swatted Sheila away from the clothes on the bed. If you want to complain, you're talking to the wrong person. I don't make any decisions. I just do what I'm told. I don't know. Word on the street is you have more pull with the producers than you think. Her hands stilled. What are you talking about? I'm just hearing some rumors, Sheila smirked. People get chatty after 3 glasses of sangria. I guess being a functional drunk has its perks, Gerry mumbled sarcastically. It's my superpower. She blew on her manicured nails. Gerry finished packing and zipped her duffel up. I don't know what people have been saying, but if I really had any sway with the producers, do you think I'd be jet-setting with Lucian? She shook her head. All I want to do today is sleep. I'm exhausted. Because of him, or because of filming, or both. She shrugged and said thoughtfully, it's like, when it's just me, I can be myself. But when we're filming, I automatically start to become something else. Why do you think I drink so much? Sheila gestured to her wine. It's the only reason I'm coping in this fishbowl. After filming's over, I'm never getting in front of another camera, I swear. Sheila laughed. Gerry fiddled with the strap of her duffel and stared at her. What? The blonde smirked. You're going to miss me? Of course not, Gerry snorted. Okay, maybe a little. She and Sheila would never be great friends, but this experience had bonded all the ladies in a way that most wouldn't be able to understand. Plus, there were moments when the cameras weren't rolling that Sheila was a genuinely funny and engaging person. Sheila rose, gripped her wine glass tightly, and took a sip. Want some advice? Not really. I'll give you anyway. She smirked. Don't try so hard to be someone you're not. Look at me. She lifted her wine. I know that they're going to use some of the things I've said against me. That's how this business works. But you know what? I'm not ashamed of myself. I'm not ashamed of anything I've done or said while in Belize because I was 100% true to me. Hate me or love me, at least I can stand on that. I can stand on the hard, ugly truth. Sheila arched an eyebrow. Can you? No, not even slightly. The walls were closing in on Gerry, and each time the camera swung her way, she felt like she had no other choice but to don her mask. How sweet would it be to say, screw it, and be herself, whether the world hated her or not? Why did Sheila have the courage to do that, while the thought frightened her? There was more at stake now that she and Ellis were involved with each other. The truth was messy and complicated, and could get her kicked off the show. It could ruin Ellis's life, too. What other choice did she have but to keep playing nice with Lucian in front of the camera and holding her tongue when she was mic'd? Gerry, Shaka entered their room. The boat is here. Break a leg. Sheila wiggled her fingers and drank more wine. Gerry rolled her eyes and followed Shaka to the public dock. There was a long and thin boat on the water. She was surprised to see 2 new faces sitting amongst the crewmen and cameras. Who are they? Gerry asked Shaka. They're Ellis's mom and fiancé, Shaka said absently, fiddling around with Gerry's mic. His what? Gerry choked. His fiancé, Shaka said again, as if she hadn't heard the first time. Shock washed over her. It was quickly followed by a blaze of horror. What fiancé? Was Ellis engaged? Had he been engaged the entire time? Gerry dug her teeth into her bottom lip. She wanted to ask a million questions, but it would only look suspicious if she grabbed Shaka by the shoulders and demanded an explanation. Ellis is engaged. Her fingers curled into fists. Her heart banged against her ribs like a drum. Of course, he's been engaged this entire time. A man as smooth and charming as Ellis probably toys with girls in every country he's landed in. Her cheeks heated when she thought of what he'd done to her last night on the boat. It made it almost impossible to look his mother and fiancé in the eye.
Hey.
Lucian jogged toward them. He was wearing a tank top that showed off his defined muscles.
Ready to go on a little adventure?
Yeah. She propped her lips up in what she hoped was a convincing smile and looped her hand around his. Yeah, let's do this. Lucian helped her into the boat, and Gerry forced herself not to think of the moment when Ellis had done the same.
Hello!
Ellis's mom waved at them. Then she covered her mouth and giggled.
Sorry, I forgot you're filming now.
It's okay, Shaka said. We won't be able to film much of anything while the boat is moving. Given the fondness in Shaka's tone, Gerry guessed that it wasn't the first time Ellis's mother had attended a filming. Let me introduce you guys. She gestured to the sprightly older woman. Sharon, this is Geraldine Franklin and Lucian Dawson, 2 cast members on our show who have almost made it to the last round.
How delightful.
The bangles on Sharon's liver-spotted arms danced down to her elbow. Her brown eyes sparkled, full of mischief. There was something about her that made Gerry want to lean in and get in on the joke. Gerry and Lucian, this is Sharon, Ellis's mother, and this is Stella, Ellis's...
Sorry I'm late.
Ellis huffed toward the boat, carrying a duffel in one hand and a tablet in the other.
We had a last-minute meeting, and it went over.
We waited for you, Shaka said, with a smile. Gerry's entire body stiffened when Ellis glanced at her. She turned completely away from him, ignoring the bewilderment that slid into his expression. Inside, she was boiling. Playboy, liar, narcissistic jerk. And to make matters worse, she'd fallen for his lies, hook, line, and sinker. I can't stay away, but I can't come close either. At the time, Gerry thought he was talking about the X Games. Little did she know that the reason Ellis couldn't come close to her was because he'd promised to be legally bound to someone else. I'm an idiot. Gerry glared at the Caribbean Sea. Sunshine bounced on the choppy waves and sparkled like diamonds they could reach out and touch. The sky was a stunning and pristine blue, broken only by puffy clouds that chugged past in a hurry. The weather was showing off today. If only she could enjoy it.
You two make a beautiful couple,
Sharon said, leaning over and striking up conversation with them.
Thank you.
Lucian wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Gerry leaned into him, noting the way Ellis's jaw tightened when she did. Good. He might as well get a taste of his own medicine.
Have you enjoyed the island so far?
Sharon asked, brown eyes bright.
Yes, it's funny,
Lucian said, lifting one leg to rest on the other.
We've both lived here all our lives, but we haven't had a chance to take a vacation like this. It's a great opportunity.
Sharon clapped with glee.
I thought I heard an accent. You're both locals.
As he and Sharon dove into a conversation about all the fun activities Belize had to offer, Gerry's gaze strayed to the other side of the boat. Ellis and his fiancée had their heads stuck together. They were having an intense conversation, both of them seeming to be lost in their own world. Stella was a beautiful woman with red hair and bright green eyes. Gerry wished she could hate on the woman's style, but she loved all the pieces Stella had chosen. The silk shirt looked expensive and tasteful as it wrapped around her neck and crisscrossed at the back. The white cotton pants paired perfectly with the silk. Stella leaned in to whisper something in Ellis's ear. Her lips were bright red, and it stood out against her pale skin. Slowly, Stella slid her long, perfectly straight hair behind her ear. There was an elegance to her movements that made Gerry wonder if Stella had a background in dance. She wanted to hate the woman, wanted it as bad as her next breath. But Stella hadn't done anything wrong. Not unless falling for a closeted douchebag was a crime. But if it was, Gerry was guilty of it too. She bristled when Ellis glanced at her again and made a point of securing her hold on Lucian's arm. Jealousy was not a good look on her. She'd rather have revenge.
Chapter 25. Ellis gritted his teeth to the point of cracking them like twigs. He watched Gerry feed Lucian a spoonful of ice cream. They giggled together, looking dreamily into each other's eyes. "Kingston, shift the lenses. These lights are too damn bright," Ellis bit out. "Got it, boss." They'd set up cameras in a charming specialty ice cream store in the heart of San Pedro. The colorful hut was located off the sandy path. Outside the windows, tourists walked hand in hand. Locals pressed in to watch the filming, their dark faces a mixture of awe and shocked delight. Ellis didn't doubt that this ice cream store was the hotspot of the island. Thankfully, their location scout made an arrangement with the owners. In exchange for an hour of uninterrupted filming, the camera crew would be sure to take pretty shots of the store and feature them prominently in the episode. Ellis was ready to wrap up filming. He'd rather rub his eyeballs with salty seawater than watch another second of Gerry cuddling up to Lucian.
"Is it good?"
Gerry cooed, her eyes crinkling at the corners as she smiled prettily.
I can taste the beer. It's like I spilled my Bellican all over my vanilla ice cream,
Lucian said. Gerry burst out laughing. It was not that funny.
"You are so funny,"
Gerry said, covering her mouth with one hand and playfully punching Lucian with the other. Steam popped out of his ears. He had no idea what was going on with her. Ever since he'd boarded the boat to San Pedro, Gerry had been avoiding him. She walked the other way when she saw him coming. She purposefully ignored him when he tried to get her attention. And when she did meet his eyes, it felt like her gaze was stabbing him with daggers. Her cold shoulder was driving him nuts. What had he done wrong? "If you keep staring at her, everyone will know," Stella said, brushing up behind him. Ellis glanced at his ex. "I'm just doing my job." "Ellis, everyone knows what an amazing producer you are, but you've never been this intense." Stella turned her gaze on Gerry and smiled. "You haven't taken your eyes off her since you got into the boat." Ellis sighed heavily. It didn't surprise him that Stella had noticed. She'd been way more mature than him back in the day, and it was one of the reasons their friendship-turned-romance hadn't worked out. Now, after nearly 7 years of growth, new experiences, and the loss of his father, Ellis was in a place where he could appreciate Stella's friendship and perspective, even if that perspective was one he didn't want to hear. Loud laughter broke out from Gerry. She and Lucian were behind the counter now, using the swirl machine. Lucian had his hand over hers and was helping her pump ice cream out of the nozzle.
"Yum,"
Gerry said, swiping her tongue across a drop of ice cream on her hand. Ellis saw the flare of lust in Lucian's eyes. The man leaned forward, licking his lips like a hungry jackal over the carcass of a deer. "How about I get a taste too?" His blood boiled. He took an angry step forward, and Stella was there to jump in front of him. Ellis glanced past her, saw Gerry duck and gently rebuff Lucian's advance. Then, and only then, did he calm down. "Keep your composure, Ellis," Stella warned. "What are you going to do? Drag her away in front of your filming crew?" He sure as heck would. He'd had enough of this. Raising his voice, he barked, "Filming's over!" Everyone stopped, from the ice cream server to the cameraman to his mother. "Is something wrong?" Kingston asked, gripping the camera with both hands. "We've got enough footage. Let's break for an early dinner. Meanwhile, we can set up the cameras at the hotel." "Shouldn't we follow them a little longer?" Kingston asked. "It's not that late." "I said it's over." Kingston dipped his head. "You heard him, boys. Let's pack up and move to the hotel." Ellis stopped Kingston with a hand on his shoulder and extended the company credit card. "Lunch is on us. Get whatever you want." Kingston reached for the card. He slipped it just out of reach. "But no beer." You can't be drunk while filming. No beer. His eyes lit up. Got it. As the camera crew and lighting technicians left, Shaka hurried toward him. She nervously batted her frizzy hair away from her face. Why did you give Kingston the card? You know he likes his liquor. He'll never follow your instructions. That's why I want you to watch him. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. We need to film tonight or this trip will be a bust. Behind Ellis, a voice murmured, "It looks like we're off the hook." Ellis spun and saw Lucian snapping his mic off. With a wolfish grin aimed at Gerry, Lucian flirted.
How about you and I?
Ellis interrupted them. Lucien, we'll need you to do a private interview at the hotel. You can go with Shaka and the camera guys.
An interview can wait,
Lucian said with a hint of annoyance. Actually, it can't. Ellis folded his arms over his chest. He was not intimidated by the other man. He hadn't forgotten Lucien's threat the other night, and he'd been waiting for an opportunity to show he wasn't rattled. The establishing shots at the hotel are important.
Fine.
Lucien took Gerry's hand and started to lead her past the counter.
We'll go to the hotel early. I don't mind.
Before he'd thought it through, Ellis grabbed Gerry's other hand and locked eyes with Lucian. Lips tense, he hissed, "You're going to the hotel. I need to speak with Gerry."
About what?
Lucian lifted his chin in challenge. None of your business. Lucien tugged on Gerry's arm and she went flying in his direction.
She's coming with me.
No. Ellis yanked her back. She's not.
Okay, enough.
Gerry wrenched her hands and shook both of them off.
I'm not interested in hanging with either one of you. I want to be alone.
Gerry, Ellis croaked in shock.
If either of you come after me, I'm burying you so far in the sand they won't find you until the next hurricane. Do you understand?
Finagling the mic wire off her body, she slapped it on the table and marched out of the ice cream shop. The bells above the door jangled behind her.
You're starting to get on my nerves, Ellis,
Lucian said, backing up slowly. He smashed through the doors and stalked to the van where Shaka and the camera crew were just about to head off. Ellis heard soft footsteps and felt his mother's hand brushing his back.
I guess I didn't need to bring Stella after all. It seems you've already found the mother of my grandbabies.
Mom.
You should have told me, Ellis. I would have been thrilled.
Sharon fluttered her eyelashes at Stella.
No offense, dear.
Stella swallowed a huge chunk of ice cream and waved her spoon around.
Oh, no apology necessary. I came to visit a beautiful country and hang out with you. I'd say I got the better end of this deal.
Ellis rubbed the back of his neck. Mom, Gerry and I, it's complicated. Sharon paled.
And I made it so much worse going around introducing Stella as your fiancé.
She smacked her forehead.
Do you think Geraldine heard?
You did what? Sharon pulled her lips in and gave him a contrite look.
The thing is, I believe in manifesting what you want by speaking it into existence. I didn't know you had your heart set on someone at the time, so I told a few people that Stella was your,
Ellis took off like a rocket, his heart exploding in his chest. No wonder Gerry had looked so angry. She thinks I'm engaged.
Ellis, where are you going?
Sharon yelled. He stopped in his tracks, ran back to his mother, slapped the golf cart key in her hand, and squeezed. Enjoy yourself. Swim, paint, visit a museum, tear the city up, whatever you want. A shuttle comes down every hour. It'll take you to the hotel if you show them the card attached to this key.
Ellis!
He glanced past his mother. Stella, can you...
I'll take care of her. Stella smirked and waved him forward. Go clear things up with her.
Ellis stumbled into the Belizean sunshine. The street was flooded with young kids in school uniforms and tourists visiting the hand-carved souvenir shops. He couldn't see Gerry anywhere. Where could she have gone? Ellis mumbled. With no clue where to start looking, he chose a direction at random and cut through every street in San Pedro. He was red-faced, puffing and sweating through his T-shirt by the time he found her. Gerry was sitting in a quiet corner of the beach not far from the ice cream shop. Her sandals were lined up neatly in the sand, and her legs were splashing the water. She eased her hands back, lifting her brown face to the flaming sky. The light fawned over Jerry's dark complexion, drawing out hints of gold and red and a luminescence that he couldn't describe if he tried. She was a priceless painting come to life. The wind stirred her thick curls and tugged at the sleeves of her dress. She was still, and yet she was beauty in motion. Ellis lumbered forward. "Do you know how long I've been looking for you?" She startled and whipped around.
Ellis?
"You," he huffed out the word, "are the most stubborn woman I've ever met. Do you know that? You drive me crazy. And sometimes I wonder if you're doing that intentionally, or if I just happened to fall for the only woman in Belize who could make me question my own sanity." Gerry pulled her legs out of the water and scrambled to her feet. A frown marred her beautiful face.
Shouldn't you be with your fiancé?
"Gerry, let me explain. She's not—" She held her hand up and shook her head.
No, I don't want your stupid excuses. I've seen this play out hundreds of times. White men swooping in from America or Europe, acting like they can do whatever they want with the girls in Belize, acting like we'll accept anything if you throw some money around.
He took a step toward her.
You
She stuck a finger at him and backed up.
are a cheater and a liar. You had plenty of opportunities to tell me that you were engaged, but you never did. And the sad part is that I believed every stupid word that came out of your...
Ellis demolished the distance between them and crushed the rest of her words with his lips. Grabbing her arms when she tried to push him away, he gently caressed her wrists until she gave in to the kiss. Her eyes fluttered closed and she sucked at his mouth, kissing him desperately. He felt the warmth of her body, tasted the sweetness of her lips, and knew that no one would ever compare to her. Knew that he was only getting more tangled up with this woman. Knew that he had to make their story a happy ending. Even if everyone stood against them, even if every sign screamed that they were better apart, he could not let her go.
Chapter 26. Jerry's leg slid between Ellis's, slippery and wet from their dip in the sea. He held her so close that she could barely breathe, but not one part of her wanted to be free from his embrace. The hammock swung, rocking beneath the shade of a sprawling palm tree. On their right were mimosas, served by a friendly waitress, who, while taking their orders, had looked at her, looked at Ellis, and then given her a tiny thumbs up of approval. The waning sunshine made the air around her crisp and light. Orange blazed over the horizon, merging with the waves that lapped gently at the beach. It was the kind of moment that felt like a dream. But it wasn't a dream. Ellis's chest was hard against her palm. The feel of his dark hair slipped between her fingers like silk, and the pressure of his lips against her forehead was too persistent for this to be made up. "I wish we could stay like this forever," Gerry whispered, her eyes on the sky.
"Me too."
The wistfulness in Ellis's voice drew her gaze back to him. He'd been spending way too much time in the sun, and it showed. There was a distinct reddish burn beneath his tan. Although Gerry had never been attracted to the pasty white skin tones that got sunburned easily on Ellis, she thought it was endearing. He smiled at her as she kept staring and pinched her cheek.
"Should we?"
"Should we what?" Her eyes strayed to the water, falling from the edges of his hair.
"Run away."
"Are you serious?" She snorted. Ellis slid a thumb over her arm.
"Watching you flirt with Lucian for the camera is torture. I could live with never seeing that again."
"It's not real."
"I know, but it doesn't look that way, and it doesn't feel that great either."
She sighed. For the entire day, Gerry had believed that Stella was Ellis's fiancée, so she could understand his frustration. But the situation with Lucian wasn't a simple misunderstanding that could be cleared up with a kiss and an explanation. Frankly, she was surprised by the suggestion to run. Ellis was the one who'd arranged for Lucian to come on the show. He'd produced the Love Cabin, and even this romantic San Pedro trip. Now that the monster he'd created was biting him back, Ellis couldn't just turn away from it. Her breath trembled out. "We can't run away.
Then how about we face the music? Tell everyone we're involved and let the chips fall where they may?
There's too much at stake. You could lose everything. He stroked a finger gently down her cheek. Then he rubbed his thumb against her lower lip.
I'd rather lose everything than lose you.
She sucked in a sharp breath. He was saying all the right things, but just because they wanted to be with each other didn't mean that they should. There was still so much she didn't know about him, and the things she did know didn't make her feel hopeful about the future. Ellis loved to travel. His job would pull him away often. His home base was America, and she was determined to make her shop flourish here in Belize. Her uncle was here. Her memories were here. She'd given up a job in America to make her own legacy. If they were to stay together, one of them would have to make a sacrifice, and she didn't want it to be her. How about we leave all the talk about the show and running away for another time? Gerry rolled over so she was half draped on top of him in the hammock. Though she'd given up her view of the stunning evening sky, the one she'd traded it for was just as drool-worthy. Ellis's face was stunning, almost breathtaking in its symmetry. She loved his sharp jawline and striking brown eyes. His shirt was off and drying on a branch next to the hammock. Droplets of water glistened on his chin and dripped down to his abs. He licked his lips slowly when he caught her staring. Such a tease. She couldn't resist herself. Leaning forward, Gerry settled her lips on his and swept her tongue over his mouth. He tasted like salt from the sea with a hint of sweet cherry from their mimosas. When she pulled back, Ellis's eyes were closed.
You think I don't know you're changing the subject?
You'd rather talk? Right now? Lifting a hand, she traced a drop of seawater that was sliding down his torso. We don't have much time until we have to go back to the hotel.
Where you'll be filmed having a romantic dinner with Lucian.
He arched an eyebrow. Gerry had to applaud his self-restraint. Ellis was trying his best to look stern and put out, but his body was communicating a very different message. That message got a lot more apparent when she ran her nails over his thighs. I don't have feelings for Lucian.
You're implying you have feelings for someone else?
He tilted his head. The action caused more droplets to run down his torso. Her mouth watered, longing to trace those lines with more than her fingers this time. She smirked. Am I?
A question with a question. We're playing that game.
She crawled fully on top of him, and the hammock swung from side to side. Ellis wrapped his powerful arms around her to keep her steady. She smiled down, easing her body against his until their hips brushed. He hissed. She moaned. Goosebumps exploded on her skin. He was absolutely intoxicating, and she knew it would be amazing when they finally got together. Do it now, no more fooling around. Aware that they were technically on a public beach, Gerry didn't give in to that voice, settling instead for some good old-fashioned necking. Minutes or hours might have passed as she kissed Ellis slowly and kept moving over him. His hands got sloppy. Hers got greedy. Too many clothes were in the way. She needed more friction, needed more of him. I have an idea. She gestured between them. Why don't we pretend that we're strangers who met on this island for vacation? No games, no exes, no stakes. What do you think? In the space of a heartbeat, he captured her lips again. His long fingers prodded her chin, and he held it in place.
I like it.
She laughed and slid her hand over his shoulder. I thought you would.
If we were strangers meeting on this island for the first time,
his eyes held hers, captive.
What would you like to do?
She leaned in close, her mouth mere inches from his. She could feel his breath, feel the warmth of his skin. Gerry ran her fingertips over him. Take a guess. Ellis let out a soft groan. Heat spread through her veins, scalding her from the inside out. She needed more of him, needed more of those groans. If we were strangers who, she moved her lips down to the happy trail close to the hem of his pants, would never see each other again. She started to wiggle her way down his body, taking his pants down with her. I wouldn't keep my hands off you.
Gerry?
Ellis groaned. The hammock rocked wildly. She kept crawling down. The hammock kept rocking. The branch creaked. The hammock swerved all the way to the side. Gerry felt herself tipping as the netting started to capsize. Ellis! Ellis's eyes snapped wide. He gripped the edge of the hammock to stabilize it, but that only made things worse. Gerry released his pants and latched onto the hammock, screaming her head off as the entire thing tossed them face first into the sand.
Ugh!
Ellis groaned, clutching his groin. Are you okay? Gerry gasped. Oh my gosh, Ellis!
I'm fine,
He croaked, his face turning purple. Gerry panicked. Her hands hovered over the injured area, fluttering high, then low. Should we get you to a hospital?
I'm fine.
He said, his voice hoarse.
Really,
He bowled over again.
Just give me a minute.
That was not how I imagined things would go.
Babe,
He gripped the netting to drag himself to his knees.
let's stay away from hammocks in the future,
She nodded. Ellis stood with her help and pulled his pants back up around his waist. I'm so sorry. Gerry brushed the sand off his strong back. He gave her a pained smile.
It's okay, really. I'll walk it off.
As if to prove his point, he did a little wobble along the sandy stretch.
See?
It's not broken, is it? Ellis laughed and then winced.
No, honey, it's not broken.
He checked his watch, and Gerry could tell he was putting effort into acting like he wasn't in pain.
How about we get back to the hotel now?
Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Ellis shook his head. Although he insisted he didn't need her help, Gerry still wrapped her arm around him and supported him to the bus stop. Thankfully, the shuttle arrived in 5 minutes. At the hotel lobby, Gerry had no choice but to drop Ellis's hand in case anyone was watching.
Go upstairs.
Ellis gave her an assuring smile.
Shaka should be there to get you mic'd and ready for filming in an hour.
I'll come and find you after, she promised. Ellis nodded and hobbled in the other direction. During filming with Lucian, Gerry worried about Ellis. He wasn't with the camera crew, and she didn't know if it was because he didn't want to watch her date with Lucian, or if it was because he was still in pain from the hammock debacle. Can we end filming early? She blurted. The room went quiet. It wasn't until she turned and saw Lucian's face that she realized he'd been talking. Gerry felt awful for being rude, but she honestly couldn't concentrate. Shaka glanced back and forth. Do you want us to cut filming so you two can have some alone time? No. She grimaced. Then I'm afraid we can't. Shaka shrugged. We'll keep filming you doing romantic couple things until midnight. Midnight? Her eyes bugged. Shaka nodded. So you're saying if we give you what you want in the physical department, you'll end filming early? I mean, I guess so. Gerry thought of Ellis suffering in his hotel room. Determination filled her, and she caught Lucian's eye. Okay, let's do this. Firming her upper lip, she stood and dragged Lucian to his feet. Glancing at Shaka, she mumbled, Are you guys watching? We're always watching, Shaka said, simply. Lucian stumbled toward her when she yanked him.
What are you doing?
Don't talk. I need to concentrate. Gerry rose on her tiptoes and slid her arms around Lucian. Resting her head on his chest, she heard his heartbeat quicken. A part of her felt cruel for not caring about his feelings, but she needed to get out of here. Is that enough, Shaka? It's a nice start. Okay. Slipping her thumb on top of Lucian's lips, she dragged him down and twisted her head at an angle. How about now? Better, Shaka said.
Whoa, move the thumb, Ger. Let's do this for real.
Lucian grinned. This isn't real. She met his eyes. Now, come on, I'm taking you to bed. His jaw dropped. Do you hear that? She spoke louder. I'm taking you to bed. The camera crew shuffled behind her, and Gerry moved her head around as if she were kissing Lucian desperately. She walked backward into the bedroom, hoping she didn't stumble on anything in the darkness. The moment she got inside, she slammed the door on the filming crew. Lucian tried to move closer to her. She lifted a finger. Don't you dare touch me. Okay, we got it, Shaka announced. Gerry reached for the door to open it. Lucian slammed it shut before she could. Nostrils flaring, she turned to look up at him. What do you want?
You were a little too eager to act back there. You sure you're not missing our old times?
Her eyes slid down his body and back up. Not even a little. Lucian's face dropped and a cruel glint filled his eyes.
This is bad, Ger. You're starting to annoy me now, too.
Enjoy your night, Lucian. She yanked the door open and stalked toward Shaka. Unmic me and turn the cameras off. I want the rest of the night for myself.
Chapter 27. Ellis placed the ice pack on the bed when he heard the knock on the door. He'd taken some pain pills, but the verdict was in. He wouldn't be capable of anything more than cuddling with Gerry tonight. He was starting to sense a pattern of destruction here, starting with slamming into Gerry on their first day of filming, and now the hammock incident. But even if it meant risking further harm, Ellis would still do anything to spend time with her. He eagerly threw the door open. How did filming end so fast?
Sorry to disappoint.
His mom stood before him, waving a bottle of cashew wine.
Since I traveled all this way, I thought you'd like to have a drink with your mother.
He glanced past her. The hallway was empty. Where's Stella?
Oh, she's too young to hang out with an old fuddy-duddy like me. And since I wasted her time getting her to come here and meet you, I figured I could arrange a nice little date for her.
A date? Both eyebrows hiked. With who?
One of your cameramen.
And she agreed to that?
Well,
Sharon scratched her chin.
I didn't actually tell her.
Mom. Ellis's voice was a warning growl. She flinched.
It's for her own good, I promise.
When will you learn to stop meddling?
When you and Gerry give me grandkids that I can fuss over instead.
With a flounce of her skirt, she knocked past him and strode into his apartment.
Why did you expect Gerry instead of me? I heard they were filming until midnight.
How do you know that?
Shaka was telling me about the script. The writers seemed determined to get some romantic bedroom scenes between those two.
Ellis flicked his gaze upward. Are you taunting me?
I would never.
Sharon plodded through the kitchen, opening drawers and bumping them shut with her hip.
Do you think I have to ring room service, or can we find a wine opener here?
I'll do it. He took the bottle from her and popped the cork, imagining that he was wringing Lucian's thick neck.
Perfect. Now can you find some glasses?
Ellis sighed, but dutifully went in search of cups.
As I was saying.
Sharon perched on the sofa and unwound her scarf from her neck.
It seems you've gotten yourself into a nice little web, my son. The woman you love has to pretend to be in love with her ex-boyfriend, and you can't do anything about it because you're not supposed to be dating her in the first place. What a pickle.
Sharon studied him intently.
Are you sure now is the best time to pursue her, Ellis? Can't you wait until the show's over?
No.
No?
She arched an eyebrow.
Aren't you worried about the consequences if you're caught?
Of course I'm worried. He put the cork back on the wine since his mom seemed more interested in talking than drinking. But I've already lost my job. She squinted at him. I've already lost my reputation. I've already lost everything.
Huh? I'm not understanding.
I mean, I've played out all the ways that being with Gerry can hurt me professionally. I let it sit in my mind. I let myself experience each worst-case scenario, and I still feel like giving her up would be the worst option."
My son,
Stars in her eyes, Sharon swooned.
you got that decisiveness from your father? Once he made up his mind about a woman,
She slashed her hand through the air.
it was over. But what about her, Ellis? Does Gerry feel as strongly as you do?
His confidence faltered. Gaze slinking to the ground, he admitted, "I don't know. She's not the type who jumps into anything without being sure, and like you pointed out, there are a lot of obstacles."
Well, you have to assure her that those obstacles won't be a problem.
There was a knock on the door. Jerry's voice chimed.
Ellis, it's me.
His mother brightened.
Oh, she's here. Don't worry, son. I'll help you win her over.
He cringed. "Mom, I'd rather you didn't,"
Coming!
Sharon yelled. Squealing with glee, she trotted to the door and let Gerry in. Jerry's eyebrows leapt in surprise when Sharon threw her arms around her. She patted his mother on the back and sought out his gaze. He shook his head and shrugged. There was no controlling his mom.
Hi, Mrs. Maven.
Gerry stammered.
Oh, none of that. Call me Sharon.
She led Gerry to the kitchen.
We were just about to taste this cashew wine.
Gerry smiled.
Be careful. Cashew wine is nothing to play with.
Really?
Sharon glanced at the bottle in awe.
It can get you drunk faster than rum can.
She laughed.
Now, I know I may look like a lightweight, but I can handle my own. Just ask Ellis.
She really can, he nodded. Sharon poured herself a big glass. When she offered a glass to Gerry, she declined. Ellis had just taken pain pills, so he waved off the offer too.
Oh, you two are no fun.
Sharon said, wrinkling her nose.
Well, I'll have it all to myself then. Ellis, where is your bathroom? Let me wash my hands before I dig in.
He pointed, and his mother trotted off. When she was gone, Ellis leaned his hand against the counter and stared affectionately at Gerry. How was filming?
How are you feeling?
She asked at the same time. They chuckled. Gerry motioned to him.
You first. Are you okay?
She wiggled her little finger at the floor.
Down there, I mean.
You want to check? He teased, pulling at the hem of his sweatpants. Her eyes crinkled.
Only if you're in a position to do something about it.
He winked. Maybe your healing hands can do the trick.
I think these healing hands have gotten into enough trouble for one day.
She held them behind her back. Ellis laughed again.
And to answer your question, filming was fine. Shaka let us out early.
Did you, he swallowed hard, have any problems? Her eyes slid away from him.
No problems.
Ellis found that hard to believe. Shaka's task was to document a romantic progression between Gerry and Lucienne. He knew her to be determined on the job. It was odd that she'd back off without accomplishing her goal. Sharon returned to the kitchen before he could ask any more questions. She took over the conversation without letting him get a word in. Guzzling her wine, his mother plied Gerry with questions about her life in Belize and her family. Mom, that's enough, Ellis said, sliding the cashew wine bottle away from her hands. This is starting to sound like an interrogation. Why don't you take a break from the wine and change the topic?
Look here, young man.
His mother slurred.
I want to know everything I can about my future daughter-in-law, and you don't mind, right, Gerry?
A second later, Sharon's head thumped against the counter and she started snoring.
Is she okay?
Gerry asked.
I told you it was potent.
Ellis glanced at the half-empty wine bottle. I should have stopped her before this. Sharon's body tilted off the chair, and Ellis rushed to catch her before she fell. Slinging her hand over his neck, he scooped his mother up gently. Wait here, Ellis said to Gerry. I'll take her to her room. Gerry nodded. Ellis walked downstairs to his mother's hotel room. As he was setting her on the bed and pulling up the covers, Sharon mumbled,
Honey, our son is in love with a wonderful
woman. Ellis froze. Sharon continued mumbling.
You were so worried that he'd close himself off if he lost you, but she opened his heart again. She made him smile again. You should see the way our son lights up when he looks at her. He's happy.
I am, Mom. Ellis's throat thickened. He pressed a kiss to his mom's forehead. I really am happy. Sharon sprawled out and started snoring louder. He chuckled, fixed the comforter around her, and tiptoed back to his hotel room. Gerry was standing by the sliding glass doors, looking out over the Caribbean Sea. The water was calm and peaceful. Stars twinkled in the sky, close enough to touch. The balmy air carried the promise of something sweet. Ellis slid his hands around Gerry's waist and locked them in front of her stomach. She melted into him, easing her head back so it was nestled on his chest. He breathed her in. The moment didn't need any words, so he didn't offer any. After a while, Gerry broke the quiet.
I like your mom. She's feisty.
Her eyes lifted to his.
And she really loves you.
The feeling is mutual. Gerry closed her eyes.
Ellis.
He leaned forward, sensing that whatever she was going to say would be important.
Tonight, I had to do something to get out of filming early.
He went still, already imagining the worst. She glanced up at him.
We gave the crew the kind of footage that would make it seem like Lucian and I had...
He stepped away from her, rubbing his brow to ward off a headache. Gerry.
I wanted to be the one to tell you. I didn't want you to see the footage of us in the hotel room and get blindsided.
His jaw worked. You could have said no.
And then Shaka would have kept me there until midnight.
Ellis's nostrils flared. He couldn't understand why Gerry kept encouraging Lucienne. Today, in the ice cream shop, she'd looked totally at ease flirting with her ex. Tonight, she'd done who knows what to make it seem like they were sleeping together. What's going on with you and Lucienne, Ger? Her eyes widened.
What do you mean?
Do you want him back? She slammed her hands against her hips. If Ellis knew what was good for him, he probably would walk the question back, but he couldn't. Gerry kept insisting she didn't want her ex back, but her words and actions weren't matching up.
Are you seriously asking me that right now?
He raised his chin. Yes, I am.
Ellis, I'm only putting up with Lucian and these stupid romantic situations because of you. You're the one who's producing the show. You're the one who decided we'd be the king and queen of prom. If you want to take your anger out on someone, look in the mirror.
I didn't come up with this stupid trip.
No, you just paid for it, arranged everything, and approved the script.
I would run away with you tonight. She threw her hands up.
You keep talking about running away like it solves anything. It doesn't.
It means we don't have to put up with this charade. It means we don't have to hide anymore.
You don't have to hide anymore. You can be free from watching someone else have something you think is yours.
That's not fair, he said through clenched teeth.
What part of this ridiculous show is fair?
She glared up at him, her shoulders pushed back and her chest jutting out.
Yeah, maybe Shaka didn't say I didn't have a choice, but the amount of pressuring and manipulating you all do makes me sick. Do you think I don't know that Wanda keeps Sheila's cup full of liquor so she has more opportunities to say dumb crap in front of the cameras?
We keep the bar stocked for everyone.
It's always got Sheila's favorite.
She doesn't have to drink it, he said firmly.
And you don't have to keep filling her cup when you know she has a weakness for it. But you do.
Sheila knows what she signed up for, he insisted.
What about Normani?
He sighed heavily.
You think I don't notice that you've started seating her next to Lucian every time we're filming? And her team is always next to ours during the game. You force her into Lucian's line of sight. For what? More footage of her in pain? Don't you see how freaking messed up that is?
It's how things are done, Ger. It's a show about exes. Feelings are bound to be hurt.
You trample on people's feelings with such callousness. Is this really who you are?
Ger.
You're right. We did sign up to put our lives out there. But did we sign up for all this? For humiliation? For manipulation? For being treated with less than human decency?
His voice rose in frustration. We film the truth. Our standards are way higher than the average production. There are no lines that are fed to the cast. We don't prompt you to say anything you don't believe. We could be playing dirty and getting even more ridiculous scenarios, and we choose the higher road.
But it's not good enough,
she snapped. Ellis's left eye began to twitch. Gerry's judgment was too harsh. She was picking at a very private and deep moral dilemma within him. He knew there were aspects of his job that called for the morally gray. It was why he'd made so many changes on his set. It was why he kept so many rules. For her to waltz in and say he wasn't doing enough? She glared at him. He glared right back. For a second, all that could be heard was the harsh sound of their breathing and the air conditioner buzzing.
I'm going back to my room,
Gerry said. Her retreat scared him and made him think of his father. Take my advice, son, his dad used to say. You should never go to bed angry. No matter what upset your wife, make sure you take the time to understand her and work it out before your head hits that pillow. Don't let it fester. Thinking about his dad's advice gave him the courage to throw his pride aside. Ellis followed Gerry and grabbed her hand, jolting her to a stop before she could leave. I'm sorry, he said in a quiet voice. She remained stiff and didn't look at him. I shouldn't have gotten jealous. You're right. I could have done more to stop the show from shipping you and Lucien to San Pedro. And you're right that I was the one who made you two the couple of the season. He dipped his chin in her shoulder and pulled her back to him. I was an idiot. I didn't know then how deeply you'd burrow under my skin. Grabbing her chin, he tilted her head up to him. I don't want to be the producer who manipulates others. It's not what I stand for. Staring into her clear brown eyes, Ellis promised, I'll talk to Shaka, to every producer, and I'll re-emphasize my standards.
And you'll go easy on Normani?
Ellis thought about the footage he'd gathered of Normani, Gerry, and Lucian's love triangle.
Ellis.
I can't promise you that. She started to push him away. But I can promise you that I'll think about how we edit it. I won't exaggerate anything if it's not the truth. Gerry sighed and then went soft in his arms.
I'll be more careful with Lucian. I won't cross any lines, no matter how much I'm pushed.
Ellis bent down and kissed her. Then he lifted her in his arms, placed her on the bed, and kissed her some more.
Chapter 28. Ellis wasn't on the boat when Gerry returned to the private island. He was escorting his mom to the airport, where she would catch a flight back to America. Gerry wished she'd been able to spend more time with Sharon, but before she left San Pedro, they'd promised to keep in touch. And if that boy upsets you, just let me know. I'll fly to wherever he is and whip him back to shape. Ellis really did get his charisma from his mom. Gerry had felt an instant affinity to the woman. The boat jumped over a crest, and everyone on the vessel got bounced around. Cold seawater sprayed over the side and hit her in the face. Gerry wiped it off with the side of her hand and glanced across the boat. Lucian's hard expression remained the same, even though his shirt was damp and sticking to his chest. Things had been tense between her and Lucian ever since they boarded. Gerry wasn't sure what that was about. Was he still angry that she didn't want to sleep with him for real during filming? Whatever the case, Gerry didn't mind. She was exhausted from spending the night with Ellis. Though they hadn't consummated their relationship, there had been plenty of fooling around. Gerry. Jackie waved to her from the pier, drawing her away from thoughts of her sexy night. Gerry stood and waved back. On the beach, the women reunited with a hug. Girl, one day felt like forever. Jackie grinned wide. How was San Pedro? It was amazing. The girls walked off, and Gerry told her all about the ice cream shop, swimming in the sea, and enjoying a mimosas on the beach. That sounds amazing, Jackie moaned. I'm so jealous. When filming's over, we should all go together. That sounds perfect. Gerry stopped in front of the mansion. By the way, how was Normani? I hope she's not still mad. I really want to make up with her. Honestly, a lot went down last night. Jackie cringed. It started when... Gerry. Footsteps pounded behind her. It was Shaka. The producer grabbed her shoulders and steered her around. I just heard from Wanda. We need you to do a private interview about your San Pedro trip. A private interview? Already, but I just got here. I haven't even put my clothes up yet. Wanda's on my back about it. They're waiting on you to start. Come on, I need to get you mic'd. Banks is already cursing everyone and their mother because we're taking so long. But it's okay. I'll take your bag inside. Jackie accepted the duffel from her. Thanks. No problem. Gerry followed Sheikha to the production tent. As they put on her mic, she saw Normani on the other side of the room. Excitedly, she lifted her hand in a wave. Normani saw her and turned away. Slightly embarrassed, Gerry lowered her hand. What was that about? After the interview, Gerry and Lucian teamed up for a game of paintball. Things were still weird between them, but she was too focused on the game to care. There was no way she'd be in the bottom for this challenge. Gerry had hunted with her uncle before, so she knew how to handle a gun. Ow! Gerry grunted in pain when yet another paintball hit her. It was purple, the color for Normani's team. Oof! Another bullet came at her, this time catching her in the neck. It stung, and she took off through the coconut trees, trying to hold back the tears gathering in her eyes. Another purple bullet shot her in the hands. Another one hit her throat. The pain accumulated until it was overwhelming. Gerry noticed welts on her skin by the time the game was over.
Are you okay?
Lucian asked her, seeing that she was limping off the field. I'm fine, Gerry lied through her teeth. Lucian's brows pulled together. In a huff, he stopped Normani, who was passing by.
What the heck is wrong with you?
Lucian, Gerry warned, sensing his temper was about to erupt.
You were shooting her intentionally.
Lucian accused. No, I wasn't, Normani said in a prim voice. Gerry straightened and wrapped her fingers around Lucian's arm. It's okay, really. It was just a game.
You've got sensitive skin, and look at that.
He lifted her arm and showed off the welts.
It's already started to bruise.
I didn't know the pellets would be that hard. Sorry, Gerry. Normani shrugged and tossed her hair. Gerry had never heard a more insincere apology in her life. It shocked her to see Normani acting that callously. Lucian pulled her behind him. Towering over Normani, he hissed,
I don't care how you feel about me, but hurting Gerry isn't going to make me like you more. It only makes you seem like a brat.
A hush fell over the beach. Ooh, burn, Normani's ex yelled from the sidelines. Hurt crashed through Normani's face, and tears glistened in her big brown eyes. She ran off, her hair flailing behind her. Gerry took a step as if she'd follow her. Jackie grabbed her and held her back. Not a good idea. I'll go. She nodded. That was perfect. Wanda, the producer that Gerry had never taken a liking to, stepped out of the line of cameras and applauded. That was great. Prepare for individual interviews. I want to hear what each of you thought about that. Her stomach churning, Gerry whirled around and stalked off the beach, roughly turning her microphone off on the way. Lucian hurried after her.
Gerry, wait!
Her chest heaved, and she angrily shoved a palm frond out of her path. The cameras are gone, Lucian. We're not supposed to speak to each other.
You think I care about that stupid rule? That's BS.
His noisy footsteps echoed through the foliage. Sunlight struggled past the thick canopy above. Sand got between her toes and slashed over her sandals, furthering her annoyance. Gerry stopped abruptly and whirled around. Lucian stared at her, his eyes wide and pleading. Paint spatters still lingered on his skin from the game. The neon green made him look like a supernatural creature.
I don't understand why you're so mad at me.
Lucian's tone was on the edge of a whine.
I stood up for you back there.
I didn't ask you to, she yelled back. But again, just like you did during beer pong, you mouthed off, did your damage, and left other people to pick up after you.
Hey, I apologize like crazy for what went down during beer pong.
Do you even know what you did wrong that night?
I got drunk and loud.
You humiliated Normani, Lucian. To this day, she still won't talk to me or any of the other girls about it. She's trying to protect herself from getting hurt again. And it's all your fault?
It wasn't my intention to hurt her, but you saw what she just pulled. She's the kind that'll stab you in the back. Her ex warned me about her, and now I see he was right.
What do you have against her?
I know the producers are trying to make us a triangle thing. It pissed me off.
Being pissed off does not give you permission to disrespect someone else, Lucian. The world is watching, and you made Normani out to be some kind of stalker. Now, everything she does will be clouded by that accusation. She lurched at him and jabbed her dark finger at his chest. You might have been drunk during beer pong, but being a jerk, while drunk, is not a pass. It's not an excuse. It's just a sorry way of saying you lack self-control and self-awareness. And what's more, you weren't drunk today. So what's your excuse? She started to storm away. Lucian grabbed her hand to keep her in place.
Jerry.
Let go. She flung him off. He dropped her hand.
Look, I might not be the most elegant guy, but I'm here. I'm fighting for us. I'm putting myself out there and being honest. Can you say the same?
His brown eyes swept her up and down.
I don't think you can, Jer.
She scowled at him. Her curls were in her face, but she didn't even care about batting them away. He stepped into her personal space.
I'm trying to figure out whether you were this fake before the X Games or whether the show made you like this.
What are you talking about?
Great job, Lucian.
He mocked her voice, ascending his tone to a high-pitched warble.
You were so awesome out there. High five.
Lucian?
During the games, you acted like we were a team. You made it seem like you'd forgiven me. But when the cameras are off, you freeze me out.
Do you think I want to be a two-faced piece of crap? She threw her arms out, her voice climbing. I'm at my wit's end here. The noise chased a flock of birds from the coconut trees and sent them diving in the direction of the mansion.
Then let go, Jer. You've never held back before. Why start now?
We're this close to winning the games.
Don't give me that crap.
It's the truth. I came here to win, and I need you to do that.
Really? Is that all you need me for?
His eyes glistened with rage. Her nostrils flared. See, Lucian, you asked for the truth, but you don't really mean it. I have to tiptoe around your fragile ego or risk you storming away like you did that night. That's my reality. That's why I have to play the game this way.
Stop acting like I did some grave sin. I made mistakes, but I came back, didn't I?
He slapped the back of his hand in his open palm.
Even though I know you've got something going on with that producer, I'm still here. I'm still fighting for us. You're the one who won't give me a damn break.
Her eyes widened. Shock nearly flattened her ribs. What did you just say?
You think I'm stupid, Jer?
Lucian's face creased with frustration.
You think I don't have eyes?
Her throat bobbed. Fear slithered down her back. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Don't do that. Don't lie to me.
Lucian shook his head violently.
I have evidence, Jer. Pictures of you going into his hotel room.
The floor disappeared from under her. The world spun at a frantic pace. This was bad. Very bad. Lucian had his hands on a bomb, and he could throw it at any moment. His expression said that he knew it. There was a confidence in him, a near insidious glee, as if he sensed he could manipulate her in ways that he had yet to invent. You followed me? She hissed, her hands shaking.
That's not the point, is it? What's important is I can tell someone what I saw and end your boy toy's career.
She dug her teeth into her bottom lip. What do you want, Lucian?
What I've always wanted.
He stepped closer to her.
A chance. A real one.
Gerry fought the urge to step back. He leaned down.
I'm not interested in manipulating you like Ellis, Jer. I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want. but I realized that asking you to act like you cared was the wrong move. I know how you are when you care about someone.
He lifted his hand and drew her curls behind her ear.
I remember the way you used to watch me, like you trusted me. I remember the smiles you gave me. I remember how it felt hearing you groan my name. I remember holding you after and never wanting to leave. A fake couple for the cameras? That's crumbs. I don't want the crumbs anymore. I don't want that white guy to have my cake.
She scoffed. I'm not your possession, Lucian.
Are you saying you're his?
Jerry's chest constricted and she gave him an angry look.
Wasn't so long ago that people who looked like that white guy were running Belize. People like us were in the forest, cutting down logwood, getting whipped, and being treated like dogs. Don't you see how messed up this is?
You're bringing race into this right now. Her eyes narrowed. Ellis might be white, but he's not the one threatening me, Lucian. You are. Lucian flinched.
I told you, Jer. I'm not threatening you. I'm letting you know what's up. It's your choice whether you want to take more risks with the producer.
What do you want? She stared him down, a vein popping out in her temple and her body pulsing with disgust.
Cut it off with him.
Her eyes widened.
It bugs me, thinking about you with him. Thinking about him watching you on those monitors and enjoying himself. Thinking about him rigging the system so he can be with you. It distracts me. Makes me feel like crap.
Lucian spread his legs apart and dipped his chin in a "this is what's up" gesture.
I want you to end it.
Chapter 29. The airport terminal was surprisingly small. Through the window, Ellis saw 2 passenger propeller planes taking off on the runway. Their engines roared, announcing liftoff. He watched until the small wings disappeared into the bright blue sky. Yeah, we got here safely. We're just waiting for our plane to board, Stella spoke in a hushed tone. The waiting room was so small that he could hear every word of her conversation with Kingston. He could also see the shy smile creeping over her face. Seemed like his mom's meddling was successful. Sharon was sitting to his right, wearing a flowery dress that fell to the floor. She was hunched over her phone, playing a game. Ellis drummed his fingers against his pants. He glanced at his mother, looked out at the planes again, slanted his mother another look, waited, huffed. Sharon did not lift her eyes from the phone when she murmured,
Take a picture, sweetie. It'll last longer.
Are you sure you're feeling okay?
Honey, I slept like a winner last night. I think cashew wine is my new favorite drink.
She chuckled, paused her game, and slipped the phone back into her purse.
What are you really curious about?
Ellis frowned at her. You're not asking.
Asking what?
He waved his hands in a wide circle. When I'll propose, when I'll get married, when I'll have babies. Sharon chuckled sweetly.
Do you want me to ask?
No, he scowled.
Then what's the problem?
You're not asking. For the last 3 years, you've been nagging me every day. Now you met Jerry. You know what's going on between us. And nothing? No pressure, no expectations? It's unlike you. He paused and peered closely at her. Do you not like her for some reason? Ellis hadn't noticed his mom having a problem with Jerry yesterday. But what if he was wrong? It wasn't like he'd been paying that much attention to Sharon while Jerry had been filming.
My sweet, sweet son.
Sharon framed his cheeks with her hands and leaned forward.
You like her that much?
He eased his face away. Answer the question, Mom. Brown eyes dancing, Sharon smirked.
I'm not nagging you, as you say, because I don't need to.
His brows wrinkled. That didn't make sense. Nagging was like breathing to his mother. If she wasn't complaining about his single status, she was complaining about wanting grandkids. It was a routine set in stone. You sure you're okay?
Son, let me hit you with a little truth. Mothers don't nag because we like it. Do you think we have nothing better to do?
She shook her head.
I nagged you because you weren't taking the initiative.
And now I am? He stared in disbelief. Is that what you're saying?
Come here.
She placed her fingers on his chin and held his face steady. What are you doing? Sharon searched between his eyes for a long time. Her lips pursed, and then she smiled.
Yes, there's no need to say anything more.
Mom, he rubbed his bristly cheek.
I don't need to push because you're already flying on your own. You want to propose to her. You want to marry her. You want Gerry to have your babies.
Heat spread to the tips of his ears. Sharon's eyes snapped there, and she laughed.
When a man has made up his own mind, not his mother or anyone else can convince him otherwise. You're already moving on your own. Why would I push for more when my work is done?
Mom, you're getting ahead of yourself. I don't think we're ready for a proposal yet.
Perhaps, but it's heading in that direction. You're not dating her for fun. You have intentions, and it's a heck of a lot more than you've had for any woman before, including poor Stella.
His mom pouted in Stella's direction, but his ex wasn't even looking at them. The intercom squawked. A lilting Caribbean voice announced the next flight.
That's us.
His mother rose slowly and gathered her suitcases.
I love you, son, and I love Gerry for you.
She hugged him and then whispered in his ear.
Don't do anything to lose her or I'll never forgive you.
With a dramatic toss of her head, Sharon sashayed to Stella.
Come on, girl. Get off the phone. We have a flight to catch.
An hour later, Ellis headed back to the private island. On the way, he ran his mother's words around in his head. If he just focused on him and Gerry and all the ways they fit perfectly together, he could see a future with her. But, and it was a big but, one of them would have to leave their dreams behind. Ellis didn't see Gerry leaving Belize for anything, so it would have to be him. He glanced at the expanse of the Caribbean Sea, lifted his face to the sunshine, and inhaled the tangy air. Belize was a beautiful country. He could get used to living here. But what would he do? He didn't see the thriving population of 400,000 in desperate need of a reality show producer, and Ellis was far from retirement age. Moving to Belize would be career suicide. There was no getting around that. A part of him started feeling a little trapped. Gerry was slowly taking over his thoughts, his time, and his heart. What more of his life would she take over if things continued in this way? And what if he was more invested than she was? Jake was on the pier when the boat docked on the island. Ellis was glad to put those chaotic thoughts away and get back to his job. "You're here." Jake nervously wiped the sweat running down his face. "Did your mother catch her flight okay?" "She did, thanks." Ellis cautiously approached his assistant. "What's wrong? Did something happen while I was gone yesterday?" The short answer? Yes. The long answer, well..." Jake's eyes slid to the water lapping at the moss-covered pier. "Wanda did some filming." Ellis curled his fingers into fists, already sensing that he wouldn't like this. "What did she film?" Jake pulled his lips into his mouth and chewed. "Jake!" Ellis's voice was a warning. "Here, see for yourself." Jake handed over a tablet. Ellis prepared himself for the worst before pressing play. Immediately, loud music blasted from the device. Raw footage of the contestants dancing wildly on tables and making out with each other filled his eyes. In a second, the camera panned to a dark-skinned woman draped over a blond man. It was Guy and Normani. Guy's legs were open as he balanced Normani on top of him. They were kissing slowly, rolling their hips together, their hands groping each other without a care. Ellis's gaze tripped over the sensual display. Then he suddenly doubled back and focused on a blonde woman in the crowd. Was that Sheila watching? Yeah. Jake cleared his throat. Normani and Sheila had a loud argument after. It didn't get physical, but it was really bad. An expletive dripped from Ellis's mouth. Normally he would be happy about cast members acting out in front of the camera, but Gerry had begged him to lay off Normani. This was the opposite of that. He ran a hand through his hair. Okay. They're grown adults. They were drunk, but they all made their own choices, so it doesn't mean production was influencing their... Wanda did it. A shock of unease ran through his body. "But you knew that," Jake said pointedly. "It's a classic move. Wanda's favorite. Organize a party for the cast. Get them drunk. Whisper in their ear so they make stupid decisions based on fear or greed. Ellis rubbed his temple. Where is she now? On the beach. She arranged another game. Should be finished by now. Tell her I need to see her in the trailer. But aren't you going to her? Number, I'm going to look at the footage she took. There was another reason he wanted Wanda to come to him. Ellis needed to remind Wanda of her place. He was in charge of this production. This was his vision. She worked for him. Running to her would only emphasize that the power dynamic was shifting. The sun was a harsh knife in his back as he left the beach. Ellis blew open the door of the production trailer. On the monitors, he saw that the other cast members were waiting to be interviewed. He didn't see Gerry immediately, and guessed that she must be doing her private interview with Shaka. Switching the monitor to retrieve yesterday's footage, Ellis cut through the film, internally cringing when he saw all the alcohol sitting within reach of the cast. Beautiful, right? Wanda's voice echoed behind him. Ellis rose swiftly, the script in his hands. Wanda wiggled her fingers at him. Don't you look nice and tan, Ellis? Did you have a nice time in San Pedro? We need to talk about what you did yesterday. He slapped the script on the desk. You went rogue, Wanda. There was no authorization from me or the writers to pump the cast with booze and let them go wild. You're seriously reading me the riot act? You've used that very method before, Ellis. She crooked an accusing finger. Don't act like a saint now. It's true, I have done this before, and it ruined a lot of lives when this crazy behavior got exposed to the world. It's not like I forced them. No, you just set them up and told them whatever they wanted to hear, so they would do exactly what you wanted them to do. He threw the script aside. I'm not angry about what the contestants did. I'm more concerned with our intentions. We agreed that this production would be different, Wanda. We're trying to stay as clean as possible. No, you decided that, and who the heck gave you the right to call something clean or dirty? We get paid to record drama. Viewers tune in to see regular people act crazy, sleep with whoever they want, and make horrible mistakes. They want big and exotic locations, sure, and they want money on the line, yeah. But at the end of the day, they want escapism. They want to imagine themselves kissing that hot guy, or wearing that bikini, or partying like they don't have kids, bills, and responsibilities. She slapped her thigh. We give them that. I provide that. I spent my life serving our viewers. How dare you stand there and call it dirty? Do you seriously think you're making the world a better place by manipulating insecure women like Normani? Look, I know what we do. I know what we serve here, but that doesn't mean we have to sink to the depths in the name of entertainment. Screw you, Ellis, Wanda's nostrils flared. Screw you and your pretentious high horse that you're riding all the way to Gerry's bed. Her eyes burned into him. Did you have a good time banging her last night? Did you tear up the hotel room? I bet you didn't care one freaking bit about these precious rules of yours while you were inside. Wanda, her chest heaved. You're the one who took your eyes off the prize. This production was like a car going 500 miles an hour with a driver who's too busy sticking his hands down his girlfriend's skirt to see ahead of him. Did I put my hands on the wheel and stir things up? Hell yes. But at least I have my priorities straight. If you don't, Ellis, then maybe you shouldn't be operating this vehicle. A cell phone rang in the heated silence. Ellis went still. There was only one phone that had service on the island, and only one reason that phone would ring. HQ was calling.
Chapter 30. No one was in the mansion when Gerry stumbled inside. Her head was killing her, and the welts on her arms were starting to throb. The bruising reminded her of when she'd fallen out of a tree on the farm. Gerry stripped down to her tank top and stared at her brown skin, wondering if she should do something about the bruises. They'd go away on their own, wouldn't they? Sighing, she leaned against the wall. Even that simple movement caused pain. She and Normani definitely needed to talk. And this time, it didn't matter how far Normani ran. She'd tiptoed around her friend for long enough. It was time to drag all this crap into the open. Gerry groaned softly, forcing her thoughts to the real crisis. Lucian and his dangerous ultimatum. Did her ex-boyfriend have the guts to start a scandal? Should she tell Ellis about it? Gerry shook her head. They'd fought in San Pedro because she'd been too honest with him. If she hadn't told him about filming the bedroom scene with Lucian, he wouldn't have gotten angry with her. They wouldn't have fought. Everything would have been fine. But what would have happened if he found out from watching the footage? Gerry softly thumped her head against the wall, wishing life wasn't so complicated. She could handle Lucian on her own, but what if she was wrong about that? Should she break up with Ellis before the truth got out? Oh, a knock thudded on the front door. Gerry straightened in surprise. That was weird. None of the cast members knocked before entering the mansion, which meant that it had to be a member of the crew. Gerry hobbled to the front door and threw it open. Jake stood on the front step, looking pink and sweaty as usual. He peered at her with blank eyes. "Gerry, you need to come with me." "I'm not doing any interviews," she said, folding her arms over her chest. "Not until I talk to Normani and work things out." "It's not for an interview." His voice was flat. She studied him, making note of his sunken cheeks. "Jake, are you okay? You seem a little off today." He gave her a strained smile. "It's Ellis." Gerry hurried behind Jake without a moment's hesitation. "Nothing is wrong, is it? Is he okay?" She thought about the fall he'd taken from the hammock. Has he had trouble peeing? What? Jake stopped in his tracks. Gerry blinked rapidly and glanced away. "Nothing." "I'll let him tell you," Jake said, pointing to the foliage that thickened near the beach. "I was to lead you up to here. You know where to go?" A pensive frown flickered over her lips. "I do." Jake nodded and turned away. After a deep breath for courage, Gerry plunged into the greenery and hurried down the sandy path. Colorful birds flittered above her. They sang their praises to the sky, triumphing in the perfect, flawless blue. Gerry wished she could find the happiness those birds seemed to have, but her head only pounded harder when she heard their songs. Should she break up with Ellis? It would make it so much easier on them. She wouldn't have to leave Belize, and he wouldn't have to give up producing reality shows. No one would have to feel guilty for ripping the other's dream away. Her stomach roiled. She stopped, placed a hand on the trunk of a tree, and tried not to pass out. Breaking up with Ellis also meant that the X Games would be unharmed. All the people who were working hard on the show would be rewarded. They'd be able to feed their families. Their work wouldn't go to waste. And Ellis would be fine. His career, his reputation, his future, it would all be protected if she just stopped this here.
Gerry?
Vines slashed and leaves scattered as Ellis burst into view. He saw her bowled over and panic entered his voice.
Hey, are you okay?
His hand landed on her shoulder. The other cupped her cheek.
Sweetheart, are you hurt?
Her pulse clipped when he called her sweetheart. It sounded perfect coming from him. Pure worry lit up Ellis's dark eyes. A wrinkle formed between his brows.
Gerry, come on, talk to me.
"I'm fine. I feel a little woozy."
I'll take you to the infirmary.
"No, it's okay." Ellis didn't heed her words. He swept her into his strong arms and carried her bridal style to the tent in the middle of the camp. Gerry ducked her head as they passed members of the crew who were walking back and forth. Their eyes followed Ellis, who didn't seem to give a rat's tail that they were being watched. When he finally set her down, Gerry took 2 giant steps away from him. In a crisp voice, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Maven. I can take it from here." "What's wrong?" The traveling nurse approached, her eyes bouncing between them.
She's got a headache and she's lightheaded.
"Did you eat anything today?" the nurse asked. "No." Ellis's eyes sharpened.
You didn't have breakfast in San Pedro?
"I wasn't hungry." The truth was, she'd been too excited from spending the night with him. When she was with Ellis, hunger and thirst kind of got tossed in the background. He was all she could see. An angry scowl slashed his mouth. "I'll set up an IV," the nurse said, "just in case." "Thanks." Gerry flashed a small smile. She expected Ellis to leave, but he didn't. Instead, he followed them deeper into the infirmary tent. Gerry twisted around and, as subtly as she could, tried to swat him away. "Out!" He pointedly ignored her. She grunted. "Ellis."
Excuse me, should Gerry be walking right now? Should I carry her?
The nurse gave Ellis a funny look. No, I don't think the problem is that severe. It's common for people to become lightheaded in situations like this. Belize has extremely hot weather, and if you're not drinking enough water, it can trigger these effects. Gerry was half afraid Ellis would still try to lift her into his arms again, but he restrained himself. To a point, he hovered over the nurse while she worked, always one step away. His eyes never left hers for a second. The nurse said nothing, but Gerry knew she was taking note of Ellis's overprotective behavior. "Rest up here," the nurse said, gesturing to the bed. "Don't move until the IV is done." Gerry nodded in understanding. With another bewildered look at the two of them, the nurse walked out and pulled the curtain as if to give them privacy. Gerry cringed. Great. Why not announce it to the whole island?
If you skip breakfast and worry me like this again, I'm going to visit your dorms personally and feed you myself.
You wouldn't dare. He leaned forward.
Try me.
Her ribs tightened. Ellis.
Gerry.
You can't do that. She nudged his shoulder. And you shouldn't be here. What if that nurse tells everyone?
Tells them what? I'm always concerned about my cast members' health. While you're filming the X Games, you're my responsibility.
She narrowed her eyes. Don't give me that crap. Anyone would think I was pregnant the way you were carrying on. At her words, Ellis's expression changed. She got the feeling that he was picturing her pregnant and carrying his baby. She started picturing it too, and it made excitement trip up her spine, but the adrenaline was quickly met with dread. I have to break up with him. It's the only way to protect him, she thought. She squeezed her eyes shut. What was so important that you sent Jake to get me? Ellis took her hand.
Earlier, I got a call from HQ and...
His eyes grew dazed, and he drew her arm out, staring at her skin. You what? She prodded him. Had HQ found out about them dating? Was she too late?
What the heck is this?
Ellis's voice was as hard as granite. He pointed to the welts on the back of her hands. Nothing. It just got a little rough during paintball.
Got a little rough?
His jaw clenched hard. He tilted her face to the side and caught sight of the welts on her neck.
You were wearing protective gear, but someone managed to hit all the exposed parts of your body while you were on the run.
Eyes darkening, he growled,
This was done by a professional, and there's only one professional shooter in the cast.
Normani's a professional shooter? Her eyes grew wide. That explains so much.
So it was Normani.
Gerry shook her head. Ellis, I'll handle it.
Like hell you will.
He launched up and stalked out of the small room. Ellis! Gerry jerked forward, instinctually trying to follow him. The IV needle stung her, and she flopped back into the cot. Worry pulsed through her body. What was he going to do? A minute later, Ellis's footsteps clopped on the ground. She sat straight up, her eyes locked on the opening in the curtain. He marched in, pulled up a chair, and took her hand. Silently, he washed the welts and put ointment on them. With his head bent over, she couldn't see his face, but Gerry could feel the rage pulsing off him. Ellis got a towel from the drawer next to the bed and gently dried off the liquid on her hands and neck.
I'm going to kick her off the island.
Gerry gasped and wrenched her hand away. He smoothly drew her hand back and continued to layer the towel over it.
She intentionally harmed you. That counts as fighting in my books. I want her off this island before she can do more damage.
That's not your decision to make. His brown eyes burned her to the bone.
Actually, Ger, it is. I will not sit by while someone harms you. I refuse. And I'm sorry if you have a problem with that.
I'm not asking you to sit by, Ellis, she begged. I'm asking you not to be so extreme. Normani and I connected on our first day of filming. If I can talk to her, I know we can work this out. He shook his head.
Wanda's already got her claws in her. I don't know what she's been whispering in Normani's ear, but given the damage that's been done, it's nothing good. Normani's already chosen to become something darker. She's already abandoned her status as your friend. Why would you give her another chance to hurt you?
Because I heard her first. Ellis's eyebrows hunkered low. Normani loves Lucian, but she has to watch him chase me every single day. I'm the person who has what she wants, and I don't even appreciate it because I'm too busy watching someone else. His eyes widened at her confession. Gerry winced. Great. The plan wasn't to admit how hard she was falling for Ellis. She was supposed to be breaking up with him. Ellis put the cold compress on her hands. It soothed her. Not just the compress, his tenderness, his attention, his presence. He was putting it all on the line for her by being here. The more people talked, the worse it would be for him. Ellis sighed.
If it means that much to you, then I won't kick her off.
He squeezed her hand, but he didn't look happy about it. Gerry tried to change the subject. What was that call from HQ about? You still haven't told me?
I sent a rough draft of the first episode to HQ, and they loved it.
He smiled sheepishly.
They see such potential in the show that they're going to throw in some more prizes, and they're going to greenlight a project of my choice, no questions asked. In this industry, that's basically like getting a blank check.
That's fantastic, Ellis. What will you film with that check?
A nature documentary. It's what I wanted to do when I first got into the entertainment business.
A light bulb went off in her head. No wonder he had all those shots of birds and foliage on his social media. No wonder he sometimes walked around with a camera and took shots of the sea and the sky.
I've been working towards this for a really, really long time.
Gerry's heart started beating fast. She could hear Lucian's threats in her ear. One word from her ex could cause critical damage to Ellis's momentum.
It's been my dream to produce a full-length nature documentary, but I always thought it would be impossible for the studio to greenlight this kind of project.
It'll ruin him. Ruin everything.
When I got the news,
He caressed her hand.
you were the first person I wanted to talk to.
I don't think we should do this anymore, Gerry blurted. Ellis abruptly shut his mouth. The wet compress slipped from his hand and flopped dramatically to the ground.
Chapter 31. Ellis took a good long look at Gerry and leaned forward. The truth.
We don't belong together.
Give me the truth, Ger. His voice cut through the air like a knife. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed.
This is just a fling.
A fling! He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair. Ellis refused to panic, not until he'd gotten a proper reason first.
We're too different.
How?
I don't have to explain to...
How are we different, Ger? His tone warned that he wasn't about to let it go. Her nostrils flared.
You're a foreigner, and I've never dated a white man before. I only got close to you because I was curious about what it would be like.
He didn't buy that for a second. The woman he'd gotten to know on the island was not someone who would devolve him to his race. Nothing she'd said or done over these past few weeks gave him such a shallow impression. Gerry blinked rapidly and glanced through the small window. Outside, a coconut tree was bent low, as if it was trying its hardest to eavesdrop on their conversation. What else? Ellis whispered.
I don't respect your job.
What about it? He challenged.
You fabricate things. You manipulate people. You intentionally keep the cameras rolling while someone's life is falling apart.
I admit, I can take things too far, but I really am trying to keep a standard. We don't force anyone to do anything they don't want to. He paused. Some methods are better than others, but the individual keeps their choice. They always have a choice. And the cameras rolling at all times is a part of signing up for a reality show.
Well, I don't like it, and
Ger, if you really wanted to break up with me, you should have thought of a reason first. She squeezed her eyes shut.
Ellis, don't make this harder than it has to be.
Do you know how long I've been watching you? His lips fell into a thin line. He was quickly running out of patience, and the evidence was seeping through in his tense shoulders. Since before we started filming, I took notice of you. I didn't give myself permission to think of you as more than an attractive woman, but I noticed. After all that observation, do you know what I found out? Ellis propelled himself to his feet and stalked to her cot. She shrank into the bed. He set one hand near her head, and the other sank into the mattress beside her thigh. Lowering his voice, Ellis growled, "You swallow twice and avoid eye contact when you lie."
I do not.
She croaked. Also, he tilted his head, your nostrils flare and you bite your bottom lip. Gerry bit her bottom lip at that moment and then realized she was doing it. Her eyes widened and she shoved him away.
Don't make this difficult.
Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?
This isn't sudden, Ellis. I mean, where exactly did you expect this relationship to go? I'm not leaving Belize, and you're not staying. We were meant to be done with each other after we left the island. I'm cutting ties early.
I get that you're nervous about where things are going, but we can talk about it. We can come to a decision about our future together.
By then, it'll be too late.
Her shoulders hefted up and down.
Besides, I can't stand this. The lying, the sneaking around. It's too difficult.
Gerry, just tell me the truth, please.
I can't.
Why not? He was a pot about to boil over. Frustration and helplessness made his head spin. If you tell me what's going on, we can solve it to...
Lucian has pictures,
she shrieked. All the air got sucked out of the room. Ellis stumbled back. Gerry hung her head and squeezed her hands into her lap.
He caught me going into your hotel room in San Pedro.
Mind racing, Ellis took another step back. He tasted panic, but he didn't let it overwhelm him. He couldn't lose his composure. Not when the stakes had been raised again. Lucian had pictures, evidence. But what kind of evidence? What exactly would Gerry entering his hotel room prove? It's not enough, he said finally, rubbing his jaw. Even if we believe that he has them, it's not enough to stand on.
But people have seen us together now. They're already talking. If he does have the pictures, it would be enough to cast doubt on you. You could be removed from your position.
Her words sent a ripple of fear down his spine. Everything had changed with that call from HQ. He simply couldn't endanger a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like that.
Don't you see?
Tears sparkled in Gerry's eyes.
You're on the cusps of realizing your dream. If the X Games...
He shook his head. I've paid my dues. Even if the X Games blows up in our faces, I could convince them.
Now who's the one lying, Ellis?
He glanced away from her.
Do you think they'll give you what you want if you mess this show up? You think they'll just hand you all that money as a reward? Ellis, we have to consider what we'll lose if everyone finds out.
His eyes darted back and forth. So far, Lucian's the only one with any real evidence about our relationship. Wanda had her suspicions, but since HQ was calling to give him his own show, he could safely assume that she didn't have any evidence to corroborate it. I'll call Lucian's bluff, dare him to make the pictures public. If he does, I'll threaten to expose his darkest secrets. Horror crept over Gerry's face.
What?
It's not that hard to dig up dirt on someone. I'll keep Lucian quiet until after filming. It'll buy us time to figure out.
No.
She swung her legs around and acted like she'd scramble out of bed. Ellis shot forward and grabbed both her arms, keeping her seated. Ger, you haven't finished your IV.
We are not blackmailing Lucian,
she hissed. Why are you trying to protect him?
I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to keep you from breaking the rules you set for yourself.
Do we have any other option?
No,
She sputtered.
but that doesn't mean we should go with your idea. I don't want a mud war, Ellis. In the end, the both of us will be covered in dirt, and all we'll have done is destroyed ourselves and innocent people.
Gerry?
This is why we should break up. It's the easiest option.
Ellis hurled back. Easiest! Gerry pinned her lips together and didn't respond. A humorless laugh burst out of him. I guess never talking to me or holding me or touching me again is easy for you.
That's not what I meant.
He raked a hand through his hair until it stuck straight up. In this moment, with his emotions running high, Ellis knew he could say or do something he couldn't take back. Stay here until that 4 is finished, and keep that compress on your bruises. If it still hurts later, let the nurse send you to San Pedro so you can visit the mainland hospital. I don't want those cuts to get infected.
Ellis,
Gerry called. He shoved the curtains aside, stalked out of the infirmary, and headed in a random direction. The Caribbean Sea crept toward the beach. The water closest to shore was a dark blue, while out in the depths it was a bright and cheerful green. The sky blended into the water, so close it could kiss the sea. He was surrounded by beauty in a literal paradise, but it felt like everything was about to go to hell. You look like you could use a drink. Ellis recognized Jake's voice and didn't bother turning around. How did you find me? I saw you marching out of the infirmary like you were going off to war. The sound of a bottle cap snapping and the hiss of chemicals releasing echoed over the coconut trees. Jake extended a can. Was Gerry not happy for you? There's a lot of things she's not happy about. He took a swig. Gerry had a handy list of things she didn't like about him or their relationship. Jake stepped up beside him and looked at the turbulent sea. Is it worth it? Ellis sipped his beer and sighed moodily. Is this random woman you met a couple weeks ago worth losing such a huge opportunity? Jake turned to him. Come on, boss. HQ is promising to greenlight any project you want. Things like that only happen once in your career. He nodded. Then he paused. How did you know I got a green light? Wanda told everyone, Jake said smoothly. She's happy about it. Thinks you're not cut out for this job anymore. Ellis sighed and drained the can while shooting an angry glare at the Caribbean Sea. He'd officially lost his mind because, of all the things he could be worried about right now, he was more upset that Gerry found it easy to break up with him. Her default mode was to push him away, and yet here he was, unable to breathe without her. What would you do if you were in my position? You're asking me? You know all the details. He sighed again. Maybe I'm too close to this. Jake pursed his lips and squinted into the distance. First thing I'd do is keep the matter contained. I wouldn't just break up with Gerry. I'd have her sign an NDA, just in case she wants to talk about this in the future. An NDA? The mere suggestion annoyed him. I know you care about her now, but in the future, she might be able to harm you with her recount of what happened here. Hell, she could say you were the one aggressively pursuing her. She could write a memoir and get famous. And everything you've already accomplished, like the Emmy and all the things you will accomplish, the awards you'll win, the future you'll have, it can be torn away. You'd be left with nothing. She can ruin you. The words were a knife in the gut. She could ruin me. The problem was she already had. Ellis lifted the empty beer can. Thanks for this. Are the interviews done? Yeah, the cast should be winding down for the day. We'll keep cameras on them for B-roll, though. Jake smirked. They're used to the cameras now. Everyone's being pretty authentic. Although they have been whining about needing their phones. Sheila mentions wanting to talk to her mom every 5 seconds. They probably miss their family, don't they? Ellis glanced up with excitement. Jake, talk to the writers. Now that we're down to the last 4 couples, let's see if we can get their families to fly in. Gerry should be easy. Her uncle lives here. Let him come over first. Jake groaned. Boss, are you still thinking about making up with her? You're never going to get over her if you keep acting like that. Just do it. It was the least he could do for Gerry. Maybe it would be the last thing he did for her, too. His heart was shattering, but he refused to acknowledge the mess. He had too much work to do. Ellis grabbed his laptop from the production trailer and ran through the footage for the second episode. Since HQ liked the first one so much, he might as well get a head start. The sun shifted outside his window, but he barely noticed until there was a knock at the door. Eyebrows pulling together, Ellis set the laptop aside and rose. When he threw the door open, he was stunned to see Gerry standing outside. She wore a simple tank top, jean shorts, and flip-flops. Her curls were pulled back into a slick bun, but a few tendrils had sprung free to dance in front of her face. His fingers tightened on the doorknob as his heart flipped over. "Gerry, what are you doing here?" He glanced around and hissed, "What if someone sees you?"
It wasn't easy for me,
she said, her chest heaving violently. She stared deep into his eyes.
breaking up with you.
Her voice cracked.
It wasn't easy.
Ellis felt something shift inside his chest. He knew he should nod, step back, and send her on her way. Gerry was here, but it wasn't to get back together. It wasn't even to admit she had feelings for him. He didn't know what this was. What Ellis knew for sure was that giving any more of himself to her was a path that led to his sure destruction. Her eyes teared up.
Ellis, I can't stay away from you, but I can't get close to you either.
Pressure coiled at the base of his spine. Mounting. He shouldn't touch her. Shouldn't. Ellis shot his arms out, wrapped them around her waist, and crashed his mouth into Gerry's like a battering ram.
Chapter 32. Gerry collided into blinding lights, awe twined with desire in her gut. It was wrong that she wanted this so much. The world was right outside as Ellis knelt before her, as she arched her back and tossed her head, as her mouth opened and guttural words that no one on this earth would ever understand rolled from her tongue and spurred his to even more debauchery. All the reasons they should stay far away from each other were inked deep within her skin. They were neon lamps, a stoplight on red, muted thoughts and whispers, prophecies of a disaster that was not just close, it was practically breathing down their necks. But, oh. He touched her and she couldn't stop. Liquid heat slammed into her, wave after wave. All she could do was bawl out and then moan as Ellis shushed her with lips that tasted like her. Lights danced in front of her eyes, and Gerry struggled to tether herself back to her body. But Ellis wasn't done. He leaned in, his fingers grazed her neck, and his mouth was a hot caress against the top of her ear.
"I told you to be quiet, Ger. Do I need to repeat myself?"
She shook her head. No. He threw her on the bed. His hold on her neck tightened as he settled on top of her. Then his face descended and his lips brushed against her cheek as if she was a canvas. And he was putting the finishing touches on his masterpiece. Jolt of electricity skittered through her, remnants of her pleasure stretching with his tenderness.
"So beautiful,"
he breathed. With his finger brushing her hip, Ellis inhaled like she was the last bit of oxygen on a crashing spaceship. Ellis, Gerry panted, raking her hand over his back and twisting.
"You're in my web now, sweetheart. My pace, my rules."
A glaze of awareness slid through her chest. Her skin was buzzing. Ellis hovered his mouth above her face.
"There are things I want to hear you say. I'm going to hear them tonight."
Gerry lifted her hips to his, needing to feel more of him. He dropped a kiss to the corner of her mouth, taunting her. She took advantage of his nearness and pressed her head forward, capturing his lips in a sexy, open-mouthed kiss. Kissing Ellis was different tonight. They were on the edge of a precipice, both aware that they couldn't go any further than right here, than this moment. Rather than make them cautious, it only made them desperate. Him for words he couldn't have, and her for a way to feel close to him without giving him everything. They moved together, but it wasn't poetry. It was as rough as the waves that slammed on the rocks on the beach. It was the coconut trees, shaking their leaves wildly, and the flowers getting battered in the wind. They were clashing. It showed in the kiss, in the way their bodies collided. She was aggressive, and he was savoring. She was wild, and he was controlled. Two opposing forces, destroying rather than becoming one. It was still hot and fiery and explosive, but it was a fight rather than an expression of love. Ellis tortured her, taunted her, pulled back just before she was there. His eyes darkened.
Give it to me.
She found words in her foggy brain somehow. I can't. In the X Games, in this world of fake reality, anything was possible. But in the real world, wanting something bad enough to kill for it wasn't always enough. Ellis's jaw cracked. He kissed her again, harder this time, rougher. The fingers that descended were unkind, a punishment. She writhed, cried out, scratched at the sheets and any part of his body that her nails could land on. Tears made damp tracks down her cheeks and neck. She was melting, turning to liquid, and then gas, and then becoming one with the stars. Just before Ellis joined her there, she clamped her hands around him and gave him all the crumbs she could find in 3 little words. I want you. The angry way he rammed into her body told her it wasn't enough. It was dawn when Gerry awakened. Ellis had her pinned in front of him, his muscular arms keeping her locked to the bed. She worked to pry his arm back so she could roll away. Ugh. She grunted when her arms hit the trailer floor. The cot was stretched out on the ground. To her left, the broken legs of the bed frame were bundled like firewood. Gerry collected her clothes and dressed as quietly as she could. When she was done, she knelt beside Ellis on the ground. His face was smooth in his sleep. He looked far less intimidating when unconscious. She traced the arch of his brow and tried to commit his face to memory. Unable to resist herself, she placed a light kiss on his forehead, got up and tiptoed back to the mansion. The house was eerily silent when she walked in. With great care, Gerry eased the front door shut and tiptoed to the stairs. She was passing the kitchen when she heard a voice croak, "Where have you been?" Gerry froze in horror and spotted Sheila sitting around the wine bar. Her hair was a mess, her blue eyes were ringed with mascara, and her lipstick was smeared. She wrapped pale fingers around a wine bottle. It couldn't have been with Lucian. I was in the boys' dorms until a few minutes ago, and I didn't see you. Gerry gulped. Were you with Guy? Like an idiot. Sheila sobbed. Gerry hurried to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder. Are you okay? Yes. Sheila dipped her head. Strands of golden hair fell in front of her eyes and hid her face from view, but Gerry saw the tears plopping to the shiny counter. Voice cracking, Sheila confessed, No. Am I stupid? Why would you say that? We broke up for a reason. I know I shouldn't be with him. She wiped her cheeks with a manicured finger. Gerry rushed to get her a napkin. Here. Thanks. Sheila accepted the napkin from her, dabbed her eyes, and then blew her nose. Guy is an idiot, and I keep giving him chances. I mean, I even forgave him for hooking up with Normani at that party. I heard about that, Gerry said, cringing. Jackie had told her all about it after she returned from the infirmary. I was so mad at him, but then tonight, he told me that it was just a drunken mistake and that everyone was smashed. He said he didn't like Normani like that, and we all know Normani doesn't like him. She rolled her eyes to the ceiling. And I said, yeah, these things happen, you know? We're all adults. There are cameras on us everywhere. Someday, people are going to see this small pocket of our lives and judge us by it forever. We won't be able to grow or change or outrun who we are here. At least not to the public. It's a lot of pressure. It is, Gerry said. She didn't think it was an excuse for Guy to make out with other women in front of Sheila, but she kept that opinion to herself. Tonight, he told me that he really didn't see us having a future together outside of the X Games. Apparently, he thought having me in his bed every night was supposed to be a perk of the show. I feel like an idiot. She bawled harder. He's not that great. Sheila shredded the napkin. So what if he's amazing in bed? I can find someone else, someone better. I know I can. You definitely can, Gerry said. Sheila sniffed and looked up at her. What? Gerry leaned back. Was Sheila suspicious? Did she smell what Ellis had done to her in his trailer? Could she see the marks of their passion on her skin? I wanted to apologize properly for how I acted the first time we met. That day, I saw all the cameras following you, and I got jealous. I figured they'd make you out to be the star of the show. She squeezed Gerry's hand. But I think you deserve all the love you've been getting. You're fair, honest, and you're always around to talk if anyone needs it. Plus, you give the best styling advice. Gerry laughed, but it was hollow. Would Sheila and all the other girls in the X Games think she was fair and honest if they found out she was sleeping with the producer of the show?
Chapter 33. Sunlight spilled through the trailer, creeping beneath his eyes to jar him awake. In between sleep and consciousness, Ellis rolled to his side. His hand caught on empty air. The disappointment was instinctual, but it took his brain a minute to realize why that feeling was coursing through him. Gerry. His eyes shot open and he glanced at the side of the cot where Gerry had been snuggled against him. She was gone. Ellis let the emptiness wash over him and told himself to get used to it. Gerry had stuck to her guns last night. No matter how slow, fast, tender, or roughly he'd made love to her, she refused to tell him how she felt. Oh, he could feel that there was something, felt it to the tips of his toes when she kissed him, or moaned his name, or rode him straight into bliss. They were fire together, and he would do foolish things just to have her. But she didn't trust him. Ellis ran a hand through his hair and tried to think things through. There had to be a solution. There always was. If he could find a way to get through to Gerry, they could make it work. Ellis planted his feet on the ground, patted the broken bed frame for its hard work, and got ready for the day. The sunshine nearly blasted his face off when he stepped outside the trailer. The coconut trees waved, looking especially green against the bright blue sky. In the distance, turquoise waves frolicked beneath fluffy clouds. Ellis grabbed his walkie and contacted Jake. His assistant's line was full of static. That was weird. When he couldn't get through to Jake, Ellis radioed Shaka instead. "Morning, Ellis." "Hey, Shaka, have you seen Jake?" "No, I haven't. He's probably down at the beach prepping for the game. Why? Did you need something?" "Nothing pressing. It can wait until later." He spotted a beautiful white bird, and his fingers itched to capture it on film. He should have brought his camera. "Have you heard anything from the writer's room?" "They sent a script this morning." His sneakers kicked up a bucket of sand when he stopped. "Are you kidding? They approved the idea that quickly?" He slid a hand into his pocket and thought about how excited Gerry would be when she met her uncle. A smile grew on his face. "Are we springing for the plane tickets? If not, let me know. Since it was my idea, I'll take the expense on my own tab." "There's not much of an expense, so the company is paying for it." "What do you mean there's no expense?" "The script only involves Lucian and Gerry's parents. The writers love the idea of them having a family meeting to talk about their future. You know how important it is for couples to have their family's support." Ellis frowned. "I wanted everyone's family to make an appearance." "And they will. Through video chat. There will be lots of tears, lots of heartfelt stories. You know how emotional they get. But since Lucien and Gerry's families are right here in Belize, they can show up in person. Here's even better news. We already got in contact with Gerry's uncle. The guy resisted going on camera. Hard. He seems to be a no-nonsense farmer. If he acts tough during filming, we can use it as a cliffhanger. Everyone will want to tune in and see what he thinks of Lucian. Ellis felt an invisible hand squeezing his throat. That's not what I wanted. What did you want? For the uncle to just fly to the private island and hug Gerry because she misses him? That's not going to get eyes on the show, but you knew that. So why are we having this conversation again? Ellis rubbed his forehead. The plan was backfiring on him, and there was no chance of salvaging it. What would he do if Gerry's uncle preferred Lucian to him? Would that affect Gerry's decision? Biting back a groan of frustration, he said, "Thanks for the update, Shaka." Any sign of Wanda? She took a day off. I think she went to San Pedro this morning. A day off? Wanda doesn't take those. She does now. Maybe it's because she's getting older, Shaka suggested. Ellis rubbed his temples a little harder. Something felt off. He couldn't shake the feeling that a storm was brewing, and it killed him that he couldn't be in front of it. Ellis, we're filming breakfast today. If you don't need anything else, I'll go now. Just keep me updated if you see Jake or Wanda. Copy that. Ellis's hand went limp, and he remained in place, staring unseeingly at the Caribbean Sea. Control was slipping through his fingers. A noose tightened around his neck. He didn't know where the next bomb would come from. Wanda? The writers? Gerry? He couldn't defend himself, couldn't come up with a plan of attack. How could he, when his downfall would come from the people he worked with and cared about? He couldn't even go after Lucian. Gerry had asked him not to blackmail her ex, and as much as going behind her back would please him, he'd respect that request. It felt like he was being slowly backed into a corner. Ellis headed for the beach to clear his head, just as a woman rose from the waves. It was Normani. She glanced at him and rolled her eyes. Ellis walked past her and then doubled back. Normani, can we talk? We have nothing to talk about. Normani grabbed a red cover-up and slipped it over her bikini. Actually, we do. And why is that? She cocked her head to the side and gave him a pointed stare. Normani was not a fan. He couldn't say he blamed her because he wasn't much of a fan of hers either. I know you've been talking to Wanda. Her brown eyes skittered away and she squirmed as if exposed. There was a point in his life when Ellis used to crave that look. Shifty eyes, nervous lips, cornered rats. He would edit his stories and introduce scenarios just to see that panic in his cast. It fueled the darkness inside. It allowed him to hide from grief after losing his dad. But because of Gerry, Ellis had changed. As he looked at Normani, he saw beyond her predetermined character in the show to the heartbroken woman underneath. It was a shockingly unfamiliar sight. He never cared before, never taken the time. Why would he? The cast signed up to flaunt themselves before the world. Deep down, they were entertainers, performers. For whatever reason, they wanted the spotlight, and he offered it to them in exchange for power over their lives. Now, he wondered if that power had gotten to his head. Ellis kept his tone gentle. You've been upset these past few weeks, and it's clear you're overwhelmed by everything that's happened on the island. I know it feels like the world is ganging up on you, but you don't know how I feel, she snapped. And Wanda does? He returned just as firmly. Wanda might seem like she's on your side right now, but the truth is, she's not. Her loyalty is to the X Games. Don't let her fool you into thinking otherwise. At least Wanda isn't rigging the system against us, Normani spit out. She was a toxic cloud, her eyes narrowed and her lips spewing poison. If half these girls knew they could win the show by screwing the producer, you would have had more options than just Gerry. His shoulders grew tense. You missed out, Ellis. Every kind of fantasy you ever had could have been explored on this island. You could have had a harem, but you chose to lock yourself down with a farm girl. Watch it, Normani. I hate people like you the most. Normani flung a hand at him. In front of everyone, you talk about your rules, and you pretend they're your god. You tell women not to get any ideas, and you act like you'll never give them a chance to turn your head. She cackled, and it chased away the pelicans on the beach. There were rumors flying around that you might not even like women because you were so strict about it. Turns out you like women a little too much. Or should I say, you like one woman a little too much. What was it about her, Ellis? Was it the charming little West Indian accent? Was it the black skin? A secret fetish? Was it just dark curiosity? You wanted to spread her legs and taste that fresh, raw Belizean. Enough. His insides boiled, but he took a deep breath and kept his cool. Normani wasn't the enemy. Even if she hated him, she had no power. Wanda was using her to fodder trashy drama for the show. She was nothing but a pawn in a twisted game. I've told you the truth. What you do with it is up to you. Why'd you even bother? Normani scoffed. What do you think talking to me is going to change? Nothing. This conversation was for Gerry's sake, not hers. Ellis stopped her when she tried to leave. I have one more thing to say. Normani tapped her foot impatiently on the sand. Yesterday you picked up a gun and shot Gerry in the places you knew would hurt. Normani's eyes widened. Guilt skittered through them. I strongly suggest you apologize to her. He took a step into her personal space. And if you ever do anything to hurt that woman again, I will make it my personal mission to turn you into the most hated woman in the history of reality TV. You will not be able to leave your house without someone pointing at you and whispering. You will apply for jobs and they will judge you before you've set foot in the interview. Your own family will be ashamed to know you. I will ruin you. Normani gasped. He eased back. Do I make myself clear? Her throat bobbed in fear. Ellis figured by that dazed expression that she did. Satisfied that she'd gotten the message, he left the beach and headed to the production trailer. When he arrived, he saw Jake sitting in Wanda's chair. His assistant was scrolling through footage. Beside him were opened bags of chips and a soda. Ellis quickened his pace. Jake, were you here all night? Yeah. He stretched. I couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd get some work in. I didn't realize it was morning until I woke up in my own drool. I was trying to reach you on the walkie. Sorry, I didn't hear it. You must have called when I dozed off. Jake rubbed his eyes and peered at him. You okay? I'm fine, just trying to figure some things out. Things that involve Gerry? I don't... Ellis weakly threw up his hands. The writing room approved a family visit. That's great. A brilliant smile stretched over Jake's face, but it dimmed considerably when Ellis did not return his enthusiasm. That's great, right? Not exactly. You're jealous? Ellis said nothing. It doesn't matter if you are, though. Jake's voice held a hint of frustration. Because you're done with her. You're going to get her to sign the NDA, and you're going to stay far away from her now. I don't know if I can do that, Jake. He groaned and rubbed a hand over his stubble. After last night, he was so hooked on Gerry that he couldn't even function right. Cutting her off would be torture. Staying with her would be the death of everything he'd worked so hard for. Boss, we're so close to the finish line. The studio leaked next year's lineup and people are already excited about the X Games. We're sitting on a gold mine. Let me show you some of the comments. Jake frantically tapped something on the keyboard and then he froze. Ellis's heart stopped when he saw that solemn expression. What's wrong? Boss, Jake's voice trembled. You need to see this. Eyebrows hiked, Ellis approached the laptop and leaned over the desk. On the screen was an online tabloid magazine, and he and Gerry were the headline. Ellis's world tilted to the side as cold dread poured through him. Someone had leaked his relationship with Gerry to the press.
Chapter 34. The front door exploded off its hinges, and Normani stormed past in a cloud of wrath and thunder. The half-eaten croissant in Gerry's mouth flapped to the plate. She shot to her feet, hurrying behind the dark figure racing up the stairs. Normani, Gerry called. Her sandals slapped against the rounded staircase. Normani, wait! Stay the hell away from me, Normani yelled, her dark hair streaming behind her. The whites of her eyes were starkly apparent against her dark complexion. Gerry kept chasing her. Their footsteps thumped through the mansion. The door on the left flew open. Jackie poked her head through and squinted. "What's going on?" "Nothing. Go back to sleep." Gerry waved her away. Jackie didn't move. Gerry felt her friend's assessing gaze on her back for a second, and then she heard the click of the door. Jackie was gone. She must have decided to let them fight this out on their own. Normani. Gerry hurried to catch up to her. The thin cover-up over Normani's bikini fluttered like a wedding gown. Gerry wanted to reach out and grab it just to slow Normani down, but she refrained. Normani got to the end of the hallway, slipped into her bedroom, and tried to slam the door. Gerry shoved her sandals in the doorway to keep it from shutting properly. Normani whirled around, flames in her eyes. "What the hell do you want?" "To talk, please." "I don't want to talk to you," Normani snapped. Gerry blinked in shock. There was an extra heat in those words that didn't exactly feel warranted. "Why do you hate me so much? Seriously? What did I do?" "Get out of my face." "Not until we talk." Normani shoved the door. "Why can't you get the hint and leave me alone?" "Because..." Gerry pushed the door harder when she felt it starting to close in on her. "Because we're friends." Normani snorted and rolled her eyes. "I've bonded with every woman in the X Games. Lord knows we've been through something like reality show war together. No one else will understand this experience the way we all have. But whether you believe it or not, Normani, the first truly friendly face I saw when I came to the mansion was yours." Normani shuffled her feet and made a sound of disgust, but at least she wasn't closing the door anymore. Gerry pressed forward. "Shaka told me that we'll have our last game soon. I don't know what the rules are for it, but it's almost certain that some of us are going home. I don't want us to leave the island with unresolved. Trust me, you're not leaving this island until the end." Gerry sucked her grand speech back up and blurted, "What is that supposed to mean?" "I don't know, Gerry. What do you think it means?" She sighed shakily. No matter what, she wouldn't let her frustration out on Normani. "Look, you can keep snapping at me, but I'm not leaving this doorway until we work through our issues." "Our issues?" "No, this is not a we issue. Everything that's gone wrong is your fault. It's all on you." Her lips turned down. "If this is about Lucian, I had no idea that you were interested in him. When we first started filming and those rumors were flying around, I even defended you like an idiot." Gerry shook her head. "You should have told me what you were feeling sooner. It's not a crime to like your friend's ex. Had I known, I would have made different decisions. I would have been more considerate to you and..." Normani twisted her face into a sneer. "Are you seriously trying to feed me that BS?" "It's the truth." "You're incapable of telling the truth." Gerry's patience snapped. "What is your problem? Can't you see I'm trying here?" "Who asked you to do that?" "It's because I care, Normani." "Exactly. Who the heck asked you to pretend that you care?" Her eyebrows crashed together. "Whatever your problem is, do you think throwing a hissy fit and ignoring everyone will solve it? Do you think blaming me and shouting at me will make Lucian give you a chance?" Normani's eyes flickered. Gerry had struck a nerve, but she was on a roll and there was no stopping now. The only way for both of us to leave this island with some peace is to suck it up and have a mature discussion. Gerry threw her arms high. "So tell me, I'm here, Normani. I'm listening. Tell me what the problem is so we can solve it." "You freaking hypocrite." The words were low and rolled in venom. Gerry went stock still. "I don't want your stupid, watered-down apology." "Normani?" She lifted manicured fingers. "But if you are in the mood to hand out a sincere, 'I'm sorry,' why don't you save your breath and give an apology speech to Lucian? He needs it more than I do." She reeled back. "Lucian? Why are you bringing him up now?" Since day one, Lucian made it clear he wanted you. He wasn't in the X Games for the money, for the fame, or the boost to his business. He came to win you back. Millions are going to watch him give his all and fail. But you don't even care. In fact, you spit in his face and you played him like a fool. That's mad disrespectful. Normani jerked the flat of her hand across her throat. He deserves better than that. Gerry's lips parted slowly. You really like him, don't you? You know what? Screw it. Yes, I do like Lucian. I have for a long time. But none of it matters, because all he cares about is you. Her heart stuttered. I saw how hard he was pursuing you, and it did something to me. Normani's eyes filled with disdain. But you have that amazing man gunning for you, and you're so cruel to him? I haven't been cruel. Yes, you have, Normani roared. You're an evil, cold-hearted woman who gets away with screwing us over because you wear stylish clothes and have that breezy island accent. Island accent? Gerry grimaced. That's why I can't stand you, Gerry. Normani stepped closer and towered over her. Disgust dripped from every word. The producers have us on puppet strings, but you're even worse than they are. You use people, convince them you care, and then you throw them away. That's what you did to Lucian. Gerry shook her head, feeling attacked. That's not true. I was always clear with Lucian about my feelings. Is that why you were grinning in front of the cameras with Lucian and banging Ellis on the side? Gerry gasped. What? How did Normani know about her and Ellis, or when did she find out? Wanda told me all about your little torrid affair. Normani smiled darkly. What do you think? Should I awake the other girls and make this a family discussion? Fear ripped her voice from her throat. She could only open her mouth and close it. Well, Normani challenged. Gerry was on the verge of tears. My feelings for Ellis had nothing to do with the X Games. Normani laughed low and long. It was just a beautiful coincidence. Is that what you want the rest of the girls to think? You think they'll buy that you were screwing him because of true love? She pulled her lips back, baring her teeth. Let's be real. Wasn't it your need to win that made you open your legs and take him deep like a good little whore? Wasn't it that dark inner desire to have everything without giving something up that pushed you? The easy road. People like you will take shortcuts in a heartbeat and then expect us to feel sorry for you when you're caught. Gerry shook her head. She'd never taken the easy road in her life. She'd worked her fingers to the bone studying for her assets while working on the farm and waitressing. In America, she'd studied like crazy to keep her grades up for her scholarship. While her peers could party and join sororities, she had to get extra jobs to pay for her living expenses. She'd had no one to rely on in America. No family, no true friends. She'd clawed her way through by her own sweat. Nothing in this world had been handed to her. How do you think it'll look to Jackie, huh? To your new buddy Sheila? You think they'll believe your little love story? Accept you with open arms after they find out the truth? Her throat closed up. Her chest caved in. No, they'll think exactly like I do. Normani advanced. Gerry stepped back. They'll think you offered him your body with a little bow on top. They'll think you gave him everything he wanted, exactly how he wanted it, just for a taste of power. And I'll be the first to tell them. Tell them how you two were sneaking around in the bushes while the rest of us were asleep, thinking we could win this game fairly. I'll tell them we were screwed from the start. You have no idea what you're talking about. Gerry trembled. Oh, don't worry, Gerry. Some of the girls won't just hate you for being a hypocrite. They'll hate you for doing what they couldn't. Normani squeezed her arm to the point of bruising. Do you know how many women got on the island, saw Ellis, and wanted to throw their panties at him? If they'd known they could be the producer's whore and get a couple more minutes of screen time, they would have in a heartbeat. Normani lifted her hand and touched one of Gerry's curls. Special Gerry. Pretty Gerry. I bet you feel like the chosen one because the white man in power chose you. Doesn't it feel good to know you're untouchable? He'll protect you no matter what, while the rest of us can go to hell. Gerry's chest rose and fell frantically. She smacked Normani's hand away. I am nobody's whore. Then what? He's going to stay with you when this show is over? Is that what he told you? Gerry's eyes flitted away. Normani laughed. You poor thing. He didn't even tell you that. She tutted. You're nothing but a sample of Belize, Gerry. A convenient hole with legs that open on command and eyes so blind by greed, they'd trade dignity for a stupid reality show. One side of Normani's lips curled up fiercely, and she gave Gerry a head-to-toe look of disgust. Are you satisfied, friend? Is this discussion mature enough for you? If it is, then get out of my face, and don't you ever try to lecture me on maturity and loyalty again. Gerry wanted to grab Normani and hurl her into the wall. She wanted to scream her head off until someone listened, until someone understood. But she couldn't. Normani was right. No one would believe her feelings for Ellis were pure. Who cared about the truth when it was wrapped in a scandalous package? The front door opened. Shaka's voice called up the stairs. Gerry, it's time to get mic'd. Gerry withdrew from Normani's bedroom and followed Shaka outside. In the production tent, she gripped her chair tightly. A fist was lodged in her throat, and it was expanding by the minute. What would she do if the other girls found out about her and Ellis? How would she face them? Pain ravaged her body and soul. She'd never had her character called into question like that. All her life, she'd fought hard, climbed from a small farm in the backwoods of Belize to an American university to establishing her own, struggling stylist business. She hadn't slept with anyone to get there. It was all her own blood, sweat, and tears. What if the news broke to the world? Would even her past achievements be called into question? Her body felt heavy, as if she was treading through water. Her forehead dampened with sweat. Then in the middle of her breakdown, Gerry's gaze landed on a man entering the tent. He was tall and broad, and dark as the dirt he labored over. Uncle? Something broke inside her when she saw his weathered face and pristine white hair. Gerry sprang across the tent and wrapped her arms around him. He smelled like sweat and dirt. His fingers were calloused. These were the hands of a hard-working man who refused to play politics, steal, or do anything that would advance his farm at the expense of his integrity. They were the hands of a man who believed that family should be there for family. She had no idea why or how he was here, but she held on as tight as she could and let the tears fall.
You're all right, Gerber.
Her uncle's deep voice rumbled down her back.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Chapter 35. Ellis took a moment to watch Gerry's reunion with her family. A lump formed in his throat when he saw her crying and holding her uncle tightly. How much pressure had she been under that she cracked at the mere sight of him? His chest ached. Another thought struck as he watched them. Would Gerry ever get to a place of trusting him like that? He shook his head, took a sip of water, and forced his attention back to the email he was drafting. So far, he hadn't heard any news from HQ, but that didn't mean the execs weren't aware of the article. Ellis knew it was only a matter of time before there was a decision about how to handle the news, and him. He wanted to get in front of the backlash before it spread further. The business phone rang. Ellis froze and stared at it. If that was HQ, what were they going to do to him now that the press had a hold of this? The options were endless. They could strip him of his position, kill his greenlit project, send him and Gerry skittering to the court of public opinion with no backup. He needed a plan for all those eventualities before he had this conversation. The phone kept ringing. Slowly, he reached for it. When he turned it over, Ellis was surprised to find an unknown number on the screen. Eyebrows wrinkling, he answered, "Hello?"
Hey, who is this?
A woman's sharp voice cut through the line. Another voice said,
"We need to speak to Jerry."
He pulled the phone away and checked the number again. Which country was that series of numbers connected to? The dialing code for Belize was +501. The code for the United States was +1. This particular number was completely foreign to him. He put the phone back to his ear. "How did you get this number?"
Hello?
The sharp voice exploded again.
Yolanda, let me handle this.
This voice was new. It had a softer, gentler tone.
Who am I speaking to right now?
Ellis considered hanging up, but these women were resourceful enough to find the business line to the island, which meant they were important people with deep connections. Plus, they knew Jerry. Something deep inside told him not to be too hasty. Ellis Maven, head producer of the X Games.
Ellis Maven?
A sultry voice hissed.
The one with Jerry in the article?
I told you. Jerry wouldn't sleep with someone just to win a stupid game. If the article was true, would they still have the producer guy working on the show? They would have kicked him out by now.
Ellis swallowed nervously. If even random women knew about the potential consequences, that meant HQ would be sure to hand down a directive sooner or later. But why hadn't they contacted him yet?
Ellis, hi. My name is Giselle. I have Latoya, Yolanda, and Zaka with me. We're all friends of Jerry's.
He faintly remembered Jerry mentioning her K-pop friends. The ones in Korea?
Yes, that's us.
A melodic laugh fluttered through the line.
Jerry mentioned us?
Ellis tilted his head. Well,
Of course she mentioned us. We're the coolest people she's ever met.
He couldn't keep up with all the voices. Which one was speaking right now? Yolanda, Latoya, or Zaka?
Guys, should we grill him first or should we get Jerry on the line and grill them together?
I say we grill them together.
I say separate. Jerry might defend him if he's with her, and then we won't get any information.
Their voices overlapped. Soon they started arguing. Ellis cleared his throat to stop the madness. Ladies, I'm afraid that contact with the outside world isn't allowed during filming.
We know. Jerry warned us that she wouldn't have her phone on the island.
The cell phone ban was to maintain privacy, but even if the cast and crew kept their phones, the reception was spotty. The business phone in the trailer needed special equipment just to function, and the internet was slower than a sloth.
Since we can't talk to her, you answer us instead. What is your relationship with Jerry?
Ellis turned his chair around. Why should I answer that?
Because we're her sisters.
The four women said in a chorus. Jerry doesn't have sisters?
Sisters in K-pop.
Someone clarified. Ellis blinked slowly. What the heck?
Fine. Since you're playing hardball, at least tell us this. Is she okay?
She's fine. She's filming with her uncle now.
Does she know about the article going around? It's starting to gain traction. Soon, it'll be the first thing that pops up when someone types in the X Games.
She doesn't know yet, he paused. No matter what happens, I'll make sure that this scandal doesn't affect her.
Ooh.
The women made a collective sound of approval. Ladies, I need this line free. I'll tell Jerry you called.
Mr. Maven. Hey, this is Zaka. Can you give Jerry a message for us?
He paused, listened.
Tell her that we've got her back,
Zaka said.
And that we'll fly to Belize and kick your butt if she says the word.
The sharp one added.
And that we love her.
Yeah, tell her we love her.
His spine straightened. Love. He had yet to tell Jerry something these four women handed out so easily.
Did you hear us?
Is the line still connected?
Giselle, your thumb. Did you press something?
No, I didn't.
I'm here, ladies, Ellis mumbled. But I really have to go.
Bye, Ellis.
Make sure you give Jerry a hug for us.
If you hurt her, I'm coming for you. Remember that.
The threat was the last thing he heard before the line went dead. Dazed, Ellis stumbled to his feet. Tell her we love her. The request from Jerry's K-pop sisters had knocked something loose in his chest. It felt like a nail pushing into his skin, slowly, slowly, the pressure increasing until it threatened to bleed. Did he love Gerry? And even if he admitted he did, was love, in a situation like this, enough? A throbbing started at the base of his skull. He couldn't be in this trailer anymore, waiting for HQ to ring. Ellis stalked outside. He needed to see Gerry. Just a glimpse of her, and this chaos in his head would recede. Ellis finally found her with her uncle and Lucian's parents. They were sitting around a picnic bench. Above them, a thatch roof offered shade from the tropical sun. Cameras surrounded the families on all sides. Ellis stopped and stared at the old man who'd raised Gerry into the beautiful person she was. He did have white hair and a beard like Santa Claus, but there was a hardness to his eyes and face that whispered of a tough life. Ellis would love to photograph him in black and white. There was a story in that face, in those wrinkles, in that gaze. Gerry's eyes caught on his. Ellis met her stare and didn't look away. A moment of understanding passed between them. It was fraught with tension, confessions, and unspoken promises. It was a word teetering on the edge of the tongue that they both knew but couldn't quite communicate. His chest ached as he watched her, and it ached even more when he walked away and couldn't see her anymore. How the hell was he supposed to move forward when his life felt tangled up in hers? Yet how could he drag her into his mess with so much on the line? Ellis walked the stretch of the beach and then doubled back to the production trailer. On the way, he saw Shaka racing toward him. He braced himself for more bad news, but the knot in his gut loosened when Shaka caught up to him and smiled. "Ellis, Gerry's uncle agreed to do a private interview." "Really?" Ellis recalled that the old man had refused their request before. "Why'd he change his mind?" "He says he'll do it, if the interviewer is you." His eyes bugged. "Me? Come on, his flight leaves soon. He's saying his goodbyes to Gerry as we speak. He'll do the camera interview with you and then go straight back home. He says he needs to get to his farm before it rains. I'm expecting HQ to call any minute. I'll take any messages from HQ." Shaka got behind him and pushed his back. "We can't waste an opportunity like this. The viewers will love an interview from Papa Franklin. I can feel it." "Papa Franklin?" Ellis stumbled forward. "That's what the other producers are calling him. Doesn't he give off that grandfather of the entire village vibe?" Ellis didn't have a chance to answer because Shaka pushed him harder through the sand. She dropped her hands when they arrived at the studio, which was a corner of a shed that had been converted for filming. Papa Franklin was already seated. A makeup artist was dabbing his face with powder. He lifted a hand.
That's enough now. Don't put anything else on my face.
Papa Franklin's Belizean accent was the strongest Ellis had ever heard. On top of using the Creole dialect, the old man also seemed to be chewing his words. It made him seem gruff and ornery. "Good luck," Shaka said. With an impish grin, she darted away. Ellis inhaled sharply and turned to the old man. Papa Franklin watched like a hawk from his perch on the interview stool. "Thank you for agreeing to do this interview, sir. Just take a deep breath and look at me, not the camera." He gestured to where the cameras were set up.
Is it just us in here?
Papa Franklin asked. It took Ellis a moment to probe through Papa Franklin's accent and make sense of the words. Yes, it is. Since the equipment was stationary, they didn't need operators in the filming room. With Shaka gone, it was just him and the old man.
Good.
Papa Franklin gestured to Ellis.
You ask your questions, and then let me ask mine.
It sounded more like a threat than an invitation. Sweating slightly, Ellis dove into his interview. Papa Franklin answered everything in gruff, one-word responses. He didn't share more than he wanted to, and he bluntly stated, "Next topic," if Ellis got too close to personal territory. It was one of the most nerve-wracking interviews of his life. Not because Papa Franklin was such a hard subject, but because of his connection to Gerry. Ellis officially closed the interview and turned off the camera.
You sure that thing is off?
Papa Franklin asked. Ellis nodded. It's off.
Good.
His voice remained steady.
I heard that it was your idea to bring me here.
Well, it had to be approved, but yes, I suggested it.
Was it for the show or for Jerry?
Why do I have a feeling you already know the answer to that question?
Then you shouldn't have a problem sharing the answer.
Ellis was the first to blink. Yes, sir, I did it for Jerry. She's been under an incredible amount of pressure while filming the X Games. She mentioned missing you, and I wanted to do something about it. Papa Franklin dipped his chin and grunted as if he'd found the confirmation he was looking for.
I seen how you watch her, and I seen how she watch you. That gaze, only somebody desperately in love has it.
He gave Ellis a surveying glance.
Life is too hard to be fussy about somebody else's choices. If you love my niece, then I love you. If you hurt my niece, then I hurt you. That's all it is. Keeps things simple.
He gulped.
Are you staying in Belize for her?
Papa Franklin asked. The question worked under his skin like a dull blade. When Ellis said nothing, the older man frowned.
I know Jerry. She not gonna leave Belize for nobody, and it seems like you're not gonna stay for her. So how will that work, Mr. Producer?
I don't know, Ellis croaked. A darker gleam flashed in Papa Franklin's eyes.
If you hurt her, I hurt you.
That was the second threat for the day. Both her friends and family seemed to be throwing up caution signs. He'd been so certain before, so stubborn. Now Ellis wondered if they were seeing something he wasn't. Maybe these roadblocks were warnings he should heed.
Chapter 36. Jerry followed Lucian and his parents to the gazebo. Kathy and Elric were pleasant and friendly, chatting up a storm, but Jerry didn't hear a thing. The conversation ebbed. In a daze, she saw Kathy staring expectantly at her, so Jerry gave a non-committal response and sighed with relief when the woman started talking again. The sand at their feet changed to grass. The wind picked up and battered Jerry's skirt against her legs. She gathered a handful of the fabric and tossed a worried look at the point where her uncle had disappeared with Shaka. Why on earth did he insist on a private interview before leaving the island? He hadn't allowed her to accompany him, insisting on meeting that white man alone. Her uncle hadn't even known Ellis's name, so she had no idea why he'd stubbornly demanded being interviewed by him. She chewed on her bottom lip. Who should I be more worried about right now? Ellis or my uncle? Oh, wow, that's gorgeous. Kathy gasped, staring at the gazebo set a few paces ahead of them. White wooden trellises arched toward the sky, and bright hibiscus flowers curved around the posts like tropical ivy.
This wasn't here before.
Lucian glanced at her, an eyebrow raised.
Right.
She shook her head. No, it wasn't.
We should have had this in the early days of filming. Remember when all of us were fighting over that one picnic bench on the beach?
We played rock, paper, scissors for it. She laughed. He smiled. She returned it. They were making all the right motions, but the mood between them was still heavy. Lucian hadn't asked her about the pictures, or whether or not she'd broken up with Ellis. Instead, he seemed to have come to some kind of conclusion on his own. She could see it in the stiffness of his shoulders, and the way he never quite met her eyes. Jerry felt uneasy about that. She had no idea what he was thinking. Is this where you two are supposed to get married on the show? Kathy twittered. Lucian draped an arm around her neck. Jerry was surprised that he was initiating physical contact.
I don't know. It could just be the set for the final episode. It seems like a grand finale kind of setting,
he said. He has a point. Kathy stepped into the gazebo. Oh, wow. The view is breathtaking from here. You can see the water and the boats. Stunning.
It's been home for a long time.
Lucian murmured thoughtfully.
When you wake up to this view every day, it's easy to believe you're living in a fantasy.
Kathy arched an eyebrow. Gerry tried her hardest not to push Lucian away when he held her closer. His parents were here. Plus, she was keenly aware of the cameras breathing down her neck. The last thing Gerry wanted to do was hurt anybody. Even if she had no feelings for Lucian, she wouldn't embarrass him in front of his parents or the world. Pasting another smile on her face, she motioned to Kathy. "You should see this place at night. It's perfect for moonlit strolls on the beach." Kathy laughed, her voice dancing with delight. "Did he take you on a lot of dates out here? Our Lucian is such a romantic." She cradled Gerry's hands and glanced up at her son. "Sweetheart, do you mind if I take her from you for a sec? I just need to give her a hug."
Go ahead.
Lucian gestured to her with a flourish. Kathy pulled Gerry to her chest. "Sweet girl," she said under her breath. "I'm so glad you two reconciled. He missed you so much, you know." Gerry stiffened.
Ma,
Lucian moaned.
just because you're talking soft doesn't mean they can't hear you. You're mic'd.
"Oh, right." Kathy's eyes darted back and forth. "It's okay." Gerry squeezed the woman's dark hand. Although it was a struggle to smile genuinely, she tried her best. "It happens to all of us." The sound of distant laughter filled the air. Gerry looked up and saw Jackie, Sheila, and Normani coming towards them. Jackie and Sheila were smiling, but Normani looked like she was being led to the slaughter. Eyebrows crinkling, Gerry faced Lucian. "What are they doing here?"
I invited them.
"To meet your parents?" Her heart thumped. If he'd invited the boys too, she might have been able to swallow that excuse. But he hadn't. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Something was going on. Lucian went to greet the other girls. The smile that flitted over his face was calculated. "Hey!" Jackie waved to Lucian's parents. "Oh, hello." Kathy pounced on Jackie. "Sorry, sweetie, I'm a hugger." "My goodness, you smell like coconuts." Jackie blushed when the words left her mouth. "Thank you, Lucian's aunt makes lotion and natural hair products to sell locally. It works wonders for detangling thick hair. You should..." Kathy got a good look at Jackie's thin, straight hair, and her voice faded. "I'll definitely give it a shot," Jackie said politely, smiling to ease the tension. "What did you drag us here for, Lucian? I had to get mic'd when I was told I could sleep in today." Sheila adjusted her big, dark glasses. Gerry knew those sunshades had nothing to do with the glare and everything to do with Sheila's red-rimmed eyes. Spending such a long time drinking and weeping over Guy had wrecked Sheila's complexion.
You know that filming is about to end,
Lucian said.
We're playing our last game soon.
"So we've heard," Sheila mumbled.
I thought we should gather like this one more time because you all have been a big part of Jerry's experience on the show. And there's something important that I want to say right now that needs some witnesses.
The hairs on the back of her neck lifted. "Lucian?" He ignored her.
I think it's even more fitting that my parents are here to witness this announcement.
Kathy's eyes immediately misted with tears, and she placed her fist against her chest. Lucian stared at his mom and dad.
They've been my rock, my support since the beginning. They thought I was crazy to sign up to this show, but they told me they'd be behind me, cheering me on.
Lucian's voice broke.
I love you guys.
Elric held his wife. Kathy mouthed, "We love you." Gerry felt her world spinning off axis. Lucian turned to her.
Gerry, I'll never forget the first time I saw you. It was 2 years ago. You were sitting alone at a coffee table cutting dresses out of a magazine. You had headphones on, your eyes were focused, and you were smiling like you were right where you were supposed to be.
Her heart pattered. She squeezed her eyes shut and strained away from him as if she could shut him off by sheer will.
I know you think we bumped into each other by accident, but we didn't. I was watching you inside that cafe. I wanted to know what you were thinking. I wanted you to share what was making you smile like that. I wanted to feel whatever you were feeling.
She shook her head, trying to get him to stop. As he always had, as he did right before they broke up, Lucian didn't pause to understand her. He just barreled on and did what he wanted.
You're the most determined woman I know. You chose probably the most difficult business you could possibly open in a country like ours, but I know you'll make it, because that's the kind of person you are. You'll do anything to get where you need to go.
Lucian sank to one knee. Panic surged through her. She froze in shock.
Geraldine Franklin, since we arrived on this beautiful island, I found out a lot of things about you.
His eyes gleamed. Lucian?
Most importantly, the fact that you are a raging, hypocritical liar.
The words hung in the air for a heartbeat or two. Then Normani barked out a laugh. Kathy's eyes got so wide it looked like they were about to roll out of her face. What? Why would you say that, son? Sheila slid her sunshades down and hissed, What the heck, Lucian? Gerry couldn't even blink. The weight of his words caused a harsh and physical pain. Lucian stood, his mouth twisted in a cruel smile. The cameras followed him, sliding up as he got to his feet. He kept his eyes on her, but his words were for the crowd in the gazebo, for the world.
Gerry has been sleeping with our producer, Ellis Maven, and lying to everyone about it.
Kathy stumbled back. Elric caught her, his eyes darting between his son and his startled wife. Gerry counted backwards from 10 until she could breathe. Lucian, that's enough.
I'm just telling the truth, Jer.
He leaned close and whispered,
I heard you spent the night in his trailer yesterday, so I took that as your answer. I hope it was worth it.
She raised her hand, grabbed his shoulder, and dug in. Is this the man you are?
Hey, at least I'm honest, Jer, unlike you. Being two-faced never works out, does it?
I was trying to save your face, she hissed. I was trying to protect you.
Guess you should have stuck with being honest.
He shrugged. Her expression clouded and her jaw tightened. Lucian... Gerry didn't see the hand that came flying at her until the crack of a palm hit her cheek. Her head whipped around from the force of it, and the pain was delayed by shock and bewilderment. Lucian reeled back, and then there was nothing. No sound, no movement, not even the patter of a breath. Tears gathering from the shock, Gerry lifted her fingers to her cheek and slowly straightened to face the person who'd hit her. Kathy stood straight and tall, her chest heaving and her bottom lip trembling wildly. Her purse was hooked in the crook of her elbow. Fierce eyes speared Gerry as if she would tear her piece by piece. Elric rushed toward his wife and dragged her back. Are you insane? You're being filmed. How dare you? Kathy jutted an accusing finger at her. Though her nostrils were flaring like a bull, her voice wobbled. How dare you play with my son's heart? You should be ashamed of yourself. Ashamed. Gerry's eyes froze on the gazebo floor. Numbness crept over her. The pain and hurt would come soon. It was itching to rip through her chest and stick its claws into her head, but she was glad it was being delayed. Let's go, Elric said. After shooting her a dark glare, he picked up his wife and led her down the gazebo steps. Lucian left with them. Only Normani, Sheila, and Jackie remained. Sheila stared at her, her lips dropping into a thin line. Is it true? Her words woke Gerry up. She gathered her wits as best as she could. Guys, Are you screwing our producer, Gerry? Sheila's voice snapped. She swallowed hard and stared at the ground. How could you do this to us? Jackie's broken voice made the first tear fall down her cheek. We trusted you, and you betrayed us. Her stomach tightened, and she tried to speak past the lump in her throat. I didn't. Sheila turned her back completely, facing the sun. Jackie prowled closer. An angry flush stole across her cheeks. Dominic? Did Dominic actually lose that game, or was she just tossed aside so you could... Her voice wavered. Damn it. No, it wasn't like that. Screw you, Jerry. Jackie stormed down the stairs. Sheila turned to her. The sunshades were still on her face, so it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Congratulations, Jerry. I hope whatever you gained from doing all this was worth it. Sheila. The blonde left the gazebo and hurried to catch up to Jackie. Normani eased off the pillar she'd been leaning on, and so clapped. That was fantastic. I'd say I told you so, but... She shrugged. Jerry hunched over and held her breath to keep another tear from falling. Normani skipped down the stairs, humming under her breath. In the silence, Jerry heard the crash of the Caribbean Sea and the howl of the wind. Though she was surrounded by cameramen on the most beautiful place on earth, she had never felt more alone.
Chapter 37. Ellis's walkie-talkie remained silent at his side as he escorted Papa Franklin to the boat. Their interview had gone a little over, so he had only a short window to get to San Pedro and make his flight. "You sure you don't want me to get Jerry?" he asked, lifting the walkie. "I can have her here in a few minutes. The golf carts are surprisingly fast."
No.
Papa Franklin lifted his hand.
We already said goodbye. I won't make her do it twice.
Ellis nodded and stepped back. "Have a safe journey." Papa Franklin grunted a response and boarded the boat. "Wait!" A shout came from behind. Ellis saw Lucian's parents hustling toward the boat. The mother's expression was twisted in fury, and the father looked like he was contemplating murder. "What's going on?" Ellis asked, glancing between the parents. The husband opened his mouth.
"Don't speak to him,"
Kathy hissed.
"You white people and your foolishness. I told Lucian not to do this stupid show."
"Ma'am, is something wrong?"
"Liars, all of you. You good for nothing."
Kathy stormed away. "Wait!" Ellis grabbed the husband's arm. "You're still mic'd."
"Take your stupid mic."
Kathy wrenched it from her lapel and tossed it at him. Ellis's eyes widened. What was going on? Kathy whirled around.
"By the way, I told Lucien to pack his bags. He's leaving with us."
"Your son is contractually obligated to remain at the filming location until we wrap."
"And we're saying he's not. Is this some kind of slave arrangement? Is he a prisoner, officer?"
Her voice dripped in sarcasm.
"If we say our son is leaving, what are you going to do about it, huh?"
He saw her frantic eyes and felt a sudden sympathy. Her over-the-top performance reminded him of his mother. "Ma'am, I understand your frustration, but you need to know that leaving the island isn't that simple. Your son signed a contract, and if he breaks that contract by walking off the show, he's going to have to pay a steep fee, and that's not including the lawyer fees if he wants to fight the case."
"We'll pay it."
Kathy lifted her chin. Ellis rattled a number. The woman's eyes widened.
"Is that in US dollars?"
He nodded. Her husband jerked her back. "Maybe we let Lucien ride this out on his own. They told us filming won't last much longer anyway." A worker on the boat yelled, "We need to leave now. Are you coming or not?"
"Fine."
Kathy's shoulders slumped. They hopped on the boat. Papa Franklin gave them a hard look. They seemed to return it. Ellis frowned at the scene. His gut screamed that something had gone down in the time he'd been with Papa Franklin. As the boat shifted off, Ellis lifted his walkie. "Jake, come in." Static met his ears. Ellis watched the crew deftly unwind the rope from the pier. The vessel cut through the turquoise waters as it sailed away. Ellis summoned Jake again. "Where are you? And what the hell is going on? Why are Lucian's parents leaving early?" More static. Gritting his teeth, Ellis turned and stalked in the direction of the production trailer. The sand pulled at his feet, and the coconut trees weren't doing much waving. They were stock-still, grim soldiers holding guard. Wanda and Jake were standing together when he got there. "Wanda?" Ellis frowned at her. She leaned against the trailer, smoking a cigarette and blowing rings at the coconut trees. "When did you get here?" "A while ago?" Her smile was sly. Annoyance pulsed in his head. You should have reported to me. I should have, but then you would have known that I was here. Her dark, dancing eyes seemed to hold a joke that he wasn't privy to. And I needed to work some things out. Ellis launched forward. If Wanda were a man, he would have grabbed her by the collar. Since his father would rise from his grave and whoop him if he ever laid a hand on a woman, Ellis settled for looming over her and speaking in a low, "Don't screw with me" tone. "What did you do?" Wanda just smiled. His heart beat his ribs in a desperate rhythm. Gerry! Something must have happened to her. He whirled around, launching over the sand. "Before you go, you might want to hear us out." He kept moving. "We got the call from HQ," Jake said. His feet stopped, rooted in place. He didn't turn around, but he didn't take a step forward either. "They've decided what they're going to do," Jake added. Ellis curled his fingers into fists and lowered his head. "You're off the show. Wanda's wrapping up." The earth shook beneath him. For a second, Ellis couldn't breathe. "They gave you plenty of chances, but you refused to work with us, refused to keep your eyes on what was truly important," Jake said. "I fought for you. I really did." He turned slowly and stared at his assistant. "What do you mean?" The truth detonated like a grenade, leaving shrapnel embedded in his chest. The reason Wanda and Jake were standing together, the reason Jake had been so hard to contact recently, the solemn warnings that he should stay away from Gerry. "You've been working together?" "Oh, this?" Wanda gestured between them. "This is a new development. I didn't find out Jake was HQ's spy until a couple days ago." Her smoky laughter raked his ears and made them bleed. "Isn't that funny?" Jake had the decency to look ashamed. Ellis shook his head. A part of him refused to believe it. "I told you everything." "Don't beat yourself up. Anyone with eyes could see you lusting after Gerry. Jake just didn't have any proof yet." Wanda's words made something click into place. His eyes snapped up. "Lucienne." Ellis started putting all the pieces together. "I always wondered how he could claim to have pictures of us. The cast don't have phones. He would have needed access to a camera, to someone on the production team who would give him one. Jealousy is such a powerful motivator, isn't it?" Wanda threw her cig down and crushed it with the toe of her sneakers. "I bet it wasn't even that hard for Lucian to do the dirty work. Spying on you two, listening at your door while you were groaning and moaning. Poor guy." "I'm sorry." His assistant kept staring at the ground. "My mom suffers from epilepsy. Our medical bills are more than we can handle. After your Emmy, the execs started getting nervous. They wanted to keep an eye on you." "So you volunteered as tribute?" "I didn't have a choice." "Why the hell do people say that?" Ellis's chest burned. "You always have a choice, Jake." I, for one, applaud his methods. A little too innocent for me. He left too many things to chance, but I applaud it. "Wanda, you better," Ellis hissed. I don't have to listen to you, Emmy." She picked at a flake of dandruff on her windbreaker. "I'm in charge of this operation now, and fortunately for me, your inability to keep your pants zipped is providing the best soundbite I've ever seen." His eyes widened. "That's going too far." "Going too far is the name of this game." She puffed out her chest. "But you seem to have forgotten that. You let this girl mess with your head and turn you soft, and it's a shame it's come this far. I don't like when the production is messy. It affects the quality of the show, screws up schedules. Now look, I have to figure out a story that'll wrap up this mess of a season. The company will have to shell out more money to keep the cast members from talking. It's a wreck." Wanda shrugged. "Still, don't beat yourself up too badly. You're a good man, Ellis, but you're still just a man. And it's something about the exotic locations, the beautiful women in bikinis. Something about that little piece of a fairy tale. Away from reality, away from consequences, it's so much easier to forget that the real world is a cruel, unforgiving place." Ellis's body coiled with rage as she passed him and patted his shoulder. "Good luck in your future endeavors. Jake, Let me know when he leaves the island." Wanda walked away. His gaze shifted to Jake. "I trusted you. And I'm doing everything I can to honor that trust. That's why I came up with a plan. If you say that Gerry was the one coming on to you, if you tell everyone that she was drunk and pushy, you can keep going. You can salvage your reputation and claim your rewards from HQ." He frowned. "Do you hear yourself? Wanda has enough footage to bury Gerry in scandal. No one will stand up for her. The cast knows about you two, and they've turned on her." "The cast knows?" The blood drained from his face. "Where is she?" "What? Where the hell is she, Jake?" Ellis didn't wait around to hear Jake stammer through any more excuses. He took off. The wind battered his face. The sunlight was dying, extinguished by the choppy silver waves. Sand sprayed everywhere as he fought the pull of gravity to increase his speed. He tore through the palm leaves in his path, raked through everything between him and the secret grove, and trampled it beneath his feet. Normally he was careful not to mark a path, careful not to leave a trace, just in case someone found out where he and Gerry were meeting, just in case he ruined that sacred place. Today he crashed into the grove and glanced past the coconut trees, looked around at the sand, and saw only his footsteps. Ellis let out a slow, anguished breath through his mouth. Gerry wasn't here.
Chapter 38. Gerry shoved clothes into her bag, roughly tossing anything she could find. She stared at the dresses and skirts littering the ground. They'd fallen out of her hands when she'd pulled them from the closet. Her eyes were burning, but she was doing her best not to let any tears fall. "What are you running from, Gerry?" She wasn't a baby, and this wasn't a surprise. She'd known this could happen if she got involved with Ellis. The chaos had spun out of control way faster than she'd anticipated, but it wasn't a mistake she could run from. Her fingers stilled on the suitcase. She hung her head and took large, measured breaths. Gerry thought of her uncle, the money from the games, her dreams for her business. And then she thought of Ellis. Where is he? She'd gone to the grove and hadn't found him. Went to the treehouse, the production trailer, his trailer, everywhere. There wasn't a trace of him. A small part of her, the part that still had hope, believed that maybe Ellis was looking for her too. Maybe they kept missing each other. Wrong place, wrong time. But another part of her wondered if he even cared. Now that the world was blowing up around them, wouldn't he be more worried about the X Games than her? Gerry heard wheezing and realized it was coming from her body. She stumbled back, a hand to her throat. Breathe, breathe. Her mind spun. She needed to get out of here. Gerry stalked out of the room. She passed Jackie's door, which was firmly shut. Normani wasn't around, and neither was Sheila. She thumped down the stairs. Outside, night had fallen. The chances of her getting a ride to San Pedro were almost nil now. Her eyes slid over the beach. The sky still had a hint of color. Purple clung to the clouds, begging for the day to hold on just a little longer. She kicked her shoes off and inched closer to the water. The tide was high tonight. It crashed over her toes, biting her harshly before retreating into the frothy waves. She was halfway down the beach when a low voice came from behind her.
"There you are."
She turned to face Ellis. The stars overhead cast light over his tense face. He was bathed in sweat and shadows. When he closed the distance between them, she saw the distress in his eyes.
"Are you okay?"
He asked frantically. She nodded.
"I found out from Jake."
His quiet words pulled every muscle in her body like the tide dragging the waves. He stopped a foot away.
"Your friends know now."
She tossed her curls out of her eyes as the wind picked up. He rubbed his temple.
"There's a tabloid article about us."
Her eyes widened. Is it all over social media?
"Not yet. It hasn't hit mainstream. I think the company might be blocking it until they decide what to do."
He ran a hand through his hair.
"I've thought about it, and I've decided. We should leave it all behind."
Her eyebrows twitched.
Jer, do you hear me? Pack your bags. We're leaving the island.
Ellis grabbed her hand and led her through the sand.
It's too late to leave now. We can't travel by sea when it's dark, but we can stay on the yacht. I'll have them come and pick us up. Take us to San Pedro tomorrow. We can be out of here, away from this mess.
Ellis, no. He glanced over his shoulder.
What do you mean, no?
I'm not leaving the island. His hand fell away from hers as if she were made of lava.
Why would you stay? Productions come to a halt. Your friends are against you, and Wanda's plotting to tear you apart. If you stay, you only give them more power to destroy you.
And if I go, I leave as a failure and a hypocrite. He leaned in, a muscle in his jaw ticking in frustration. She ignored the way his nearness made tingles spread through her body. He was still gorgeous, and their connection was still intense, but she felt the cracks spreading.
You can't fix this, Jer. It's useless.
And if I don't try to fix this, we'll never know if that's true.
If this is about breaking the contract, I'll pay the fee.
This isn't about that, Ellis. She stepped back, struggling to convey her feelings. All my life, I did the right things and said the right things. I could be wild and loud if I had to be. I could be quiet and intellectual if the need called for it. I adapted to every environment just in case someone would call me out, just in case they'd see beyond my clothes and my shoes to the girl on the farm who was so poor she could only dream of styling people for a living. I have not been 100% myself since I came on the X Games. I've never given myself the opportunity to be real. I want that chance.
Real? Are you saying that while we were spending time together, while I was running after you and ripping my heart open for you, you weren't being real?
That's not what I meant. He paused, sucked in a sharp breath, seemed to be gathering himself.
Let's talk about this on the boat.
I told you I'm not going.
Damn it, woman, I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to protect us.
No, you're running away. He stopped short and stared at her as if she'd slapped him. Gerry trembled, but she held her ground.
So what if I am?
His eyes searched hers, voice soft, fingers coiled into fists. He was coming undone. They both were, and they were colliding in a stroke of mutual destruction. Ellis shook his head.
Isn't it enough that I want to run away with you?
She clamped her mouth shut and said nothing. The silence hung between them for a heartbeat. 2. His eyes flashed with pain.
It's not,
he whispered as if coming to his own realization. She blinked rapidly.
That's the crux of it, isn't it? You don't trust me. You never will.
That's not it. He stepped back.
I lost my job because of the way I care about you, the way I can't. Stay away from you, and you were.
He laughed darkly.
You were doubting everything. No matter what I did for you, it wouldn't have been enough, would it?
Ellis.
If I told you we wouldn't see each other again after tonight, would it mean anything?
Those words tore at her. They snagged and snared on blood vessels. Each rip was bloody and oozing. Ellis advanced, his face a storm of emotions. His voice dropped an octave.
Show me. Show me you're in this too.
Her eyes narrowed. Do you hear yourself? You're not asking. You're demanding my love. Can't you see the difference?
What the heck are you talking about, Gerry?
You're producing me, Ellis.
I'm asking.
You're telling, she screeched. Even though I've told you what I want, you haven't stopped to ask why. You don't care. You have a script, and I'm supposed to follow it. He growled low in his throat. A tremor of fear ripped down her spine, but she didn't stop. It comes easily to you, that power. You expect people to listen, you thrive on it. Things always go your way, and you always know how to get what you want. You manipulate as easily as you breathe.
I never manipulated you.
What do you call this show, Ellis? What do you call pairing me with Lucian and directing our love story? What do you call focusing on Normani and her feelings when you wanted to change that story? His eyes shifted away. You dictate my every move on the show, but it bothers you that you can't control me when the cameras are off. His gaze landed on her. Sharp, dangerous, the side of Ellis that flew too close to the darkness. Her gut felt hollow as she stared at him, as she laid out the truth, ripped it out of her heart, and sprawled it out for him. The pain spread with every breath, but she didn't run from it. She let it consume her. I saw it in your eyes that night. You wanted me to be yours in a way that you weren't willing to be mine.
Not willing?
His body stiffened.
I'm here, Jer. I kept flying towards your light, and now I'm on fire. How could you—
You wanted me to admit this was love when you couldn't bring yourself to admit it first. Why would you, when it would mean you'd lose some power to me? When you needed to make sure I'd lost all my power first? He froze. Frustration and then anger flitted over his face. You can't predict me, you can't arrange me, and there's a part of you that hates me for it. He blinked rapidly, the hurt crystallizing over his face, turned into something dark and haunting.
Is that really what you think? I'm just a monster to you?
And am I a joke to you? She felt the tears bubbling. What happens after we leave the island tomorrow, huh? The wind picked up speed. The Caribbean Sea roared its objections, and she had to yell to be heard. You can't stay here in Belize, and I won't leave.
We would have figured it out together.
No, we would have throttled each other. I would have had to bend, or I would have had to watch you die inside while you look for a job that doesn't fulfill you.
I've given you everything I can give, Jerry. What more do you want from me?
Desperation tinged his words. He scraped his hands through his hair, whirling around and facing the sea.
How much more do I need to bleed for you?
Neither of us should bleed. She lifted her chin. It's better this way. Ellis's face changed, and a glint of fury sparked in his eyes.
Wait, how could I be so stupid? This isn't about me. This isn't about you trying to prove yourself. This is about Lucian. You don't want to leave because you're still interested in him. You can't decide between us.
Don't, she lifted a hand. Don't try to make up a reason so you don't have to hear me.
I heard you, Jer. If you aren't willing to leave with me, that's saying enough.
Her bottom lip quivered. A part of her wanted to reach out and cling to him, tell him they'd fight through this together. Somehow, some way. She kept her arms at her sides. If that's really what you think of me, if that's really who you think I am, then we probably shouldn't see each other again. Ellis took a step back. She didn't take one forward. A thought whispered through her mind. I can't stay away from you, but I can't come closer either. Ellis's face was hard.
If that's what you want, then your wish is my command.
He turned sharply and marched through the sand. Numb and lifeless, Jerry let him walk away.
Chapter 39. Ellis woke to insistent knocking on his front door. He glanced at the clock through bleary eyes and realized it was almost 11 in the morning. His stomach churned, and he tried not to gag as he pushed himself up.
Ellis, I know you're in there. Let me in this instant.
His mom was outside. Great. Ellis rolled off the couch, saw all the beer bottles scattered around, and groaned. His mom would nag him to the grave if she saw this mess. Rather than get the door, Ellis lumbered through his living room, cleaning up. In his haste, he stubbed his toe on the coffee table. Cursing under his breath, he hopped to the kitchen and disposed of the trash.
Ellis, don't make me count to 3.
His mother roared from outside. His toe had its own heartbeat. His head felt like it was filled with sludge, and his heart ached like crazy, so when he hurled the door open, he couldn't find a way to smile. "Mom, what are you doing here?"
Why didn't you tell me you were back home?
She hustled through his living room, her purse hooked in her elbow and a scowl of annoyance marring her face. "This is why," he mumbled. Sharp eyes swung to him.
Speak up.
"Nothing, Mom." He rubbed his eyes. "Can I help you?"
You told me you were doing research for a new project.
"I am." She narrowed her eyes.
Since when have you started lying to me?
"I didn't lie." He just hadn't mentioned that the research could be done from his living room. "There really is a project. Here's your evidence." He gestured to the research papers he'd gathered and set in a neat stack. Sharon lifted one of the documents.
Brazil?
"They want me to direct a nature documentary there." Sharon frowned at him.
And you're going?
He pinned his lips together. The project was amazing. It had dropped into his lap like a sign from heaven. The location, the crew, the money, it was everything he wanted wrapped in a pretty little package. He needed this for his career. More than that, he needed this for himself. Brazil was a reset. He could pick up the pieces of his life and move on as if Belize had never happened. As if Gerry had never... But something didn't feel right, and though it should have been an easy yes, he'd asked for time to think about it. Sharon slammed a hand against her hips.
Why are you considering a 6-month filming gig? Don't you have to work on the X Games? The show isn't going to edit itself.
"I got kicked out, remember?"
From the island. I heard you weren't fired from the studio.
"I got a 2-month probation with no pay." He turned and strode to the kitchen. His headache was starting to feel like an earthquake in his skull. No credit for the X Games and no nature doc.
Are you mad about the punishment?
She chewed on her bottom lip. "How can I be? They went easy on me." Ellis poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. He closed his eyes, enjoying the feel of the cool liquid in his throat.
If you're not upset about the studio's decision and you have a great opportunity in Brazil, why do you look like death warmed over?
Sharon surged into the kitchen, slapping her purse on the granite countertops that he'd only used as a resting place for pizza boxes. She grumbled,
It's only been a week and a half since you left Belize. How are you so pale already?
Lifting her hand, Sharon cupped his cheek.
Have you lost weight?
"I'm fine, Mom." He set her hand aside and went rummaging through his cupboards for the coffee machine. The damn thing had been playing hide-and-seek with him since he came back. He could go out and buy a new one, but since he was rarely home to warrant it, it seemed like a waste.
You look anything but fine, Ellis. I'm your mother. Do you think I wouldn't know when you're drowning in misery? Even if there wasn't a cloud of booze sticking to you like a shadow, I'd know.
"I'm just tired."
It's more than that. After you lost your father, you looked exactly like this, like...
She waved her hands.
The world had ended and you didn't know if it would ever be all right again.
"This isn't the same."
You're right. Because your dad is never coming back.
Her voice cracked.
He's gone. But Gerry is right there in Belize, and you're choosing not to be with her.
"It's what she wanted," he spoke through gritted teeth. "So I'm going to give her what she wants. I'll forget she ever existed."
Will that make you feel better, Ellis? Will running to South America be enough?
He curled his fingers into fists.
Well, will it?
She insisted. "What do you want me to say, Mom?" He whirled around. The water in his cup sloshed over the rim and splashed against this trembling hands. Her brown eyes flashed fiercely.
I want you to admit when you're hurting. I want you to admit that you miss her. I want you to be honest with yourself. Back then and now, you don't allow yourself to feel pain and grief and heartbreak. You shove it all inside and pretend you're not falling apart when clearly...
She gestured to him.
You are. The problem is, Ellis, that you're only crippling yourself. How are you supposed to move forward if you haven't resolved what's holding you back?
She made herself clear.
What exactly did she say?
He told her about their fight on the beach. Ellis was surprised by how fresh the memory was in his mind. Over the past few days, he'd refused to think about Gerry or the island for even a moment. Each time a memory threatened to pop free, he busied himself with others' things until he was too distracted to think or feel. But it seemed his brain hadn't been tricked. As he spoke, he saw Gerry with startling clarity. The brown skin that glowed from weeks of playing in the sun, the pink lips that tightened and then disappeared into her mouth, the eyes that held stubbornness and pride. Longing was a tidal wave ripping through his body. His hands shook and he needed something to numb it, something to make the pictures in his mind hazy. He couldn't breathe when it was so clear, when it was so real. His mom circled her hands around his wrists as if she could feel him unraveling.
Ellis.
She told me I was trying to control her. He raked a hand through his hair, and the strands flopped haphazardly over his forehead. Frustration eased into his tone. But if anyone can succeed in controlling that woman, I'd be really surprised.
Why would she say that?
His mom grabbed a mug from the fridge and poured him more water. I have no idea. Ellis gripped his cup like it was a life raft. Actually, I do know. She didn't want to admit that she still had feelings for Lucian. It was just an excuse. Sharon pulled her eyebrows into a V.
Did she say that?
She didn't have the guts. He took a sip because his chest was flaming with anger, and he needed something to quench the heat. Gerry had denied the truth to the end, and he still hadn't gotten over it. But what else could it be? Nothing else makes sense. Sharon sucked in such a sharp breath that her cheeks caved in.
How could my brilliant son be so utterly stupid?
His eyes bugged. If anyone was on his side, it should be the woman who gave life to him. The fact that Gerry managed to charm his mother in the space of one day made him resent her even more. Sharon rounded the counter and lifted a brow.
Nothing else makes sense to you. But that doesn't mean her explanations and experiences aren't valid. What did she really say? Did you even listen?
Actions speak louder than words. Ellis tilted his chin up.
Gerry stayed behind on the island, but it doesn't mean she didn't choose you. She was telling you that something was bothering her. It's your job to figure out what that is. What is she so worried about? What's her main concern? What is causing her to question her feelings for you?
If that was what she really wanted to say, she should have been up front. Sharon smacked a palm in her open hand, a surge of conviction in her words.
She was up front. You just didn't listen.
I was so crazy for her that I was willing to run away with her. What could I possibly have missed?
Did you answer her concerns about what a future with you would look like?
Ellis's anger faltered when he turned that question over in his mind. I don't know.
The fact that you don't know means you didn't,
Sharon said frankly.
Ellis, a woman is always talking. Always. We communicate with our words, and sometimes we don't need you to fix it. We just need you to listen, to hear what we're really saying and understand.
Okay, fine. I could have listened, but that's not the core of the problem. His righteous indignation burned again. She doesn't trust me. No matter what I do or say, I always hit a roadblock.
You've known her for less than 2 months, Ellis. I've had sunburns that lasted longer than that. You live in different countries, have different ethnicities and backgrounds, and Gerry's not the type who'll throw it all away for an illusion. She's a businesswoman. I met her for only a few hours, and I saw that she's not the silly type.
It's not supposed to be complicated, Mom. He stomped to the living room. I just want her to trust me. Why is she making it difficult?
Trust isn't given, Ellis. It's earned. You can't will it, and you can't force it.
She shook her head.
No wonder Gerry called you controlling.
Mom. He reeled around.
Instead of helping her write the script she wanted, you insisted on your own. How was she supposed to trust you with her future? How was she supposed to know that you wouldn't try to produce other areas of her life?
Her words settled in his stomach, burning his insides like hot coals.
Now why are you sulking instead of making things right?
Ellis shook his head, felt frustration expand in his chest. I can't live without her, but it feels like she doesn't think the same. I'm afraid, if I really listen to her like you said, I'll hear that she doesn't want me back.
You have to address your fear, son. It's not fair to Gerry if you expect her to fix it for you.
He swallowed hard. His mother moved to the door.
By the way, you need to go back to work and finish editing the X Games. In this family, we finish what we start.
The execs don't want me to touch the show.
They don't have a choice.
A mischievous smile inched across her face. He approached her slowly. Mom, what are you not telling me?
Let's just say there's a reason they went lighter on your punishment.
A light bulb went off in his head. Wait. Are you the silent partner?
I told you I didn't need all that money. I decided I'd invest it in a way that would help you.
Mom?
The world will enjoy the X Games that you originally planned, so give that to them. The articles of your relationship with Gerry won't hit the mainstream news until after the premiere. I'll make sure of it. Any other problems with the company, I'll handle it too.
She winked.
Son, this is as much as I can do for you. Now stop moping around and go get your girl.
Chapter 40. Her last week on the island felt like a boat ride in a hurricane. A series of rising and falling with no time to find shelter in between. But today was the last day of filming. The boat ride would end, and the hurricane would dump her back into the sea, where she'd have to fight to stay afloat or give up and drown. Either way, she would do it without cameras and a mic stalking her every move. Gerry rounded the bend, her fingers clenching the front of a pristine white dress. It was the dress she'd worn when she ran into Ellis that first day on the island. He'd had it dry cleaned for her. She hadn't found out until Shaka told her. Do not think about Ellis. The thought whispered through her mind. The beach looked calm and welcoming in the sunlight. The water wasn't foaming at the mouth, but instead flowed peacefully toward the edge of the world. In a few hours, she'd be off the island, and it left her feeling empty. She'd spent a lot of time here on this stretch of sand, surf, and coconut trees. Thanks to the X Games, she'd made friends, made enemies, made mistakes. Do not think about Ellis. Screw it. She let the pain of missing him wash over her. How could she not? Surrounded by memories she didn't know she would cherish. By a love story she didn't know she would find. Leaving it all behind felt too difficult. Gerry slowed her steps. She didn't want to rush this moment, but Banks started grumbling and Lucian looked at her as if he wanted to get this over with. She slid into the seat they'd arranged on the beach. It was just her ex, and the 4 cameras that surrounded them. Shaka stood behind Banks, her expression earnest. Thank you for joining us, Gerry. She dipped her head. This was the last conversation she could have with Lucian and with the world. It wasn't time to be distracted. You two haven't spoken since that huge fight in the gazebo, right? Shaka asked softly. Gerry could hear the cameras zooming in on her. She nodded. That's right. We decided to play the last game together, but we lost. The show gave us a chance to vote for a winner instead of voting someone off the island. I was proud to give my vote to Sheila. In the aftermath of the scandal, Sheila had extended kindness to her in a way that neither Jackie nor Normani felt inclined to. You gave me another chance when I was a jerk to you. I don't see why I can't do the same, Sheila had said. It was funny how the woman she'd clashed with at the very start of the show turned out to be her only remaining friend. And the ladies who had been by her side through it all could no longer look at her. In the past week, the mood in the mansion had been tense, the women divided. Gerry wasn't sure if those relationships could be repaired, but at least she hadn't stopped trying until the very last moment. Does it bother you? Shaka asked. Lucian? His head whipped up and he seemed startled. Shaka spoke gently. You and Gerry were the golden couple of the show. You could have won it easily. Now you not only lost the show, but each other. How do you feel about that?
We lost each other a long time ago.
Lucian gave her a cold look. Shaka arched a brow. Gerry, is there anything you'd want to say to Lucian? This was it. The moment she'd asked for. Lucian hadn't agreed to speak to her in private, but he couldn't run away from the cameras. Wanda had made it clear to both of them that their contracts were binding. We can do this the hard way or the easy way. There are only 2 weeks left on your contracts. You get through them, wrap this up, And nobody has to suffer, Wanda had warned. Gerry had bristled at the threat, only because it was being issued by someone who clearly cared more for the show than for the human beings in it. However, she'd already planned to stay. She'd broken up with Ellis to respect that choice, and not even Wanda's condescending attitude could drive her away. Lucian, too, had agreed. Gerry guessed it was due to the contract fee rather than wanting closure on the island. Patting down her skirt, she swung so her knees were pointing at Lucian. I wanted to say this in front of the cameras and in front of the world. She didn't care if Wanda edited this later to make her look bad. Everything she'd done these last 2 weeks had been for herself, and Gerry was proud of where she was in her journey. I want to apologize for dragging you along while my heart wasn't 100% in it. Looking back, I could have been more upfront with you. I regret that I wasn't. A muscle ticked in Lucian's jaw. He stared straight ahead as if he could slash a coconut off a tree with his laser gaze. Lucian? Shaka prompted. Do you have anything to say?
About Gerry?
He snorted.
No.
Gerry kept her composure. Lucian was still mad, but she wasn't going to apologize for not having feelings for him. He'd humiliated her in front of everyone and even spurred his mother to slap her. He'd gotten his revenge. Today wasn't about making either of them look good. It was about making things right. Lucian folded his arms over his chest.
Man, I'm just grateful for the experience. The X Games allowed me to really get to know myself in a way I wouldn't have if I never came here. The show also allowed me to meet someone new.
Shaka's smile burst over her face. Who is it? He smirked secretly. Shaka laughed. You know, Normani already spilled the beans in her goodbye interview. Normani? That's great. Gerry grinned wide, genuinely excited. Lucian rubbed the back of his neck.
Yeah, well, when someone likes you that much, it's hard not to pay attention. We're getting to know each other slowly.
That's congratulations, Lucian. I mean that. It made sense now why Normani had been so cold to her, even after she apologized. To Normani, Gerry would always be Lucian's first love. And maybe Normani would always feel a little uneasy about whether Lucian had truly gotten over her.
Yeah, well, life is unpredictable. You never know where things will end up.
That's true. Gerry tilted her face to the sunshine as regret settled on her. Are you thinking about the man you fell in love with on the island? Shaka asked. Gerry's eyes popped open. No comment. Shaka laughed and backed off. Thank you for agreeing to the interview. We'll probably end with you two. Then we'll have Corey Phillips close out the show with a call for the X Games Season 2.
So we're done here?
Shaka nodded. Lucian shot to his feet and unclipped the mic from his shirt. Lucian? Gerry called to him. He froze, but he didn't look at her. I wish you the best going forward.
Yeah.
He successfully removed the mic and shoved it at one of the crew members. He got a couple steps in before he turned back and eyed her.
You too.
A poignant look passed between them. She smiled. Thanks. As the cameramen took down their equipment, Shaka helped remove her microphone. How does it feel to be free? I don't know. I'll tell you when I find out. She laughed. Gerry tried to laugh along, but her insides quivered and she couldn't make it sound genuine. Shaka studied her. You miss him, don't you? It didn't take a genius to figure out she was talking about Ellis. Separating was for the best. I heard he's moving to Brazil for a new project. Could take 6 months to a year to film, Shaka said. Gerry froze. Pain tripped through her heart and made her mouth dry. Before he left the island, Jake told me that Ellis could have stayed in the company. He's crazy good. One of the best producers they've got. They were willing to shrug his sins under the rug if he blamed you, but he refused to throw you under the bus to protect himself. Shaka patted her shoulder. Anyway, that's all in the past now. Should we have one last meal before you leave? Gerry blinked back her tears. I'm not hungry. I heard you haven't been eating much lately. Before she left the island, Sheila made me promise to get you to eat something. It's okay. She forced a smile. Food had lost its taste since she broke up with Ellis, and as for sleep, every time she closed her eyes, she dreamed of him, his charming smile, his quiet laughter, his strong touch. She avoided sleep like the plague these days. Thank you for your concern, Shaka, but I wanted to catch the 2 p.m. flight, so I have to leave now. You need help packing? My bags are already in the boat. She'd packed with Sheila this morning. They'd said a tearful goodbye before Sheila left for her flight. Since all the couples lived in other parts of the world, they'd had to head out first. I wish you the best, Jerry. Shaka squeezed her hand. I really mean that. Thanks. On her way to the boat, Jerry committed the beautiful view of the sand, sparkling silver waves and blue sky to memory. The wind kissed her cheeks, whispering sweet goodbyes in her ear. Although she'd been in Belize the entire length of the filming, it truly felt like she was stepping out of a fairy tale world and into the real one. Would anything feel the same when she got back? In Belize City, Jerry searched for that sense of normalcy, but she felt slightly disconnected from the taxis rolling by, the bicycles cycling past, and the colorful houses that populated every street. In a daze, she got home, texted her uncle to tell him she'd arrived safely, and then caught up on all the messages from the K-pop group. Her eyes bugged when she saw the number on the icon. 1,000 messages? Jerry snuck a peek at some of the latest photos. Giselle was in her wedding dress. Her new husband, West, looked gorgeous in his tux. Yolanda, Latoya, and Zaka were beautiful too, and they seemed to have had a ton of fun in Korea. Just then, her phone rang. Giselle was requesting a video call. Jerry answered and smiled when she saw all the dark, stunning faces crowding the screen. For some reason, seeing the ladies made her feel like crying.
Girl!
Girl!
Go!
Jerry laughed tearfully. I saw the Korea photos. You guys looked gorgeous.
We had a great stylist.
Giselle winked, flashing her giant wedding ring as she slid her curls behind her ear. This has nothing to do with the clothes. It's all you.
You look...
Yolanda pushed her face close to the camera and squinted.
Honey, what happened to you?
Yeah, thanks for noticing.
No, she's right. You look drained, Jerry. Did something happen during the X Games?
Was it Ellis? Latoya asked, her full lips tightening.
I told that fool not to mess with you.
Yolanda smacked a fist into her palm. Zaka, the youngest of the women and the one she'd been acquainted with first, leaned forward.
Do you want to talk about it, Jerry? We can be over there in 20 minutes.
No. She blinked rapidly. No, I kind of want to decompress alone. Jerry offered a tired smile. But I still want to hear from you guys for a bit. Giselle frowned in concern.
Are you sure? We can call you later.
Tell her about the diary, Gis.
Yolanda hissed. What diary?
We wrote a diary entry for you every day in Korea. We'll turn it into a book and give it to you later.
That's so sweet. Jerry's heart overflowed. Give me the diary at the next K-pop meeting and tell me everything about Korea now. Her friends regaled her with tales of their experience. Jerry poured a glass of wine and laughed so hard, she cried. The night was a good one. No cameras, no pressure, no L's. But she would get used to that. The X Games was the end of a chapter and the beginning of... She wasn't sure yet, but she'd find out. The world was still turning and she was still breathing. One day, it wouldn't hurt to think of Ellis. One day, she'd be able to forget him. Chapter 41.
What happened with the white boy?
Jerry glanced up from the flower she was kneading. Her uncle sat across the table, his wizened face turned to her. eyes so brown they were almost black, locked on her face. "Who?"
You know who.
he said, lifting the gardening shears he was fixing. Every muscle in her body tightened at once. It wasn't meant to be. The words burned her lips and hung in the air, refusing to dissipate. Her uncle made a disappointed sound.
Huh.
What?
I figured you wouldn't make it. Even told him to break it off if he didn't have the guts, but now that I hear it,
He rubbed his chest.
I feel disappointed.
She lifted her flour-dusted hands. "You talked to Ellis about our relationship?"
Why did you two split?
"I asked you first." She slammed her fist into the flour, hoping to get rid of the restlessness in her chest. Yeast-filled dough made a wonderful punching bag.
I wanted to get a feel for him, and I did.
Her uncle tipped his chin at her as if to say, "You next." "We had a huge fight." She poured a little water into her mixture and kept kneading. "We weren't going to work out anyway, so it's for the best."
You're happier without him.
Who needs happiness? The chair creaked as her uncle rose to his full height. His jaw was tight and his eyes were unsettled.
Geraldine, that's not what I asked.
It was just a fling. We let the island breeze get the best of us. He shook his head.
I've seen the worst in people, and I've seen the best. You don't live as long as I do, live the life I do, and not come across both. But the way that white boy looked at you was different. It wasn't shallow. You don't look at someone you want to throw aside that way. That's the way you'd look at someone you'd die for.
Maybe you need glasses.
My eyesight is just fine.
We couldn't make it work, not when it mattered. Ellis tried to drag me away from the island. He accused me of wanting Lucian. He didn't listen to me. Couldn't even see my way of things for a second. Her temperature spiked as she remembered the fight on the beach. He just made up his own narrative and chose to believe that instead of me, instead of us. How do you explain that?
Your heart.
What? She dug her fingers into the flour.
Your heart is the only thing he has no control over. That kind of helplessness would make a person who's deeply in love be insecure.
He returned to his seat and picked up the duct tape.
Seems to me like his behavior is because he's not sure if you love him. He's not sure if you've got the resolve to make it work.
Dark fingers deftly ran the duct tape around the grip of the shears.
I bet you right now he's dying inside without you.
Why are you Team Ellis all of a sudden? You've never been this interested in my love life before.
You never used to come out here much.
He arched an eyebrow.
You avoided me, this place, with every breath. But you keep coming back lately. You're broken inside, and you think you can find the answer here.
Feeling exposed, Gerry glanced down. He's probably already moved on. Her uncle smiled.
Look outside.
Why?
Go on, look.
Puzzled, Gerry washed her hands at the sink, dried them on the towel hanging from the bottom drawer in the cupboard, and trotted to the window. Outside, the hills rose in sloping curves. Sunshine glinted off the trees that grew in thick clusters. Rows and rows of banana bushes clumped together, soaking in the light for a little more strength to grow. What am I looking for? A giant tractor in the corner of the yard caught her eye. Wait, is that a new machine? She whirled around. Is that why you needed money? She'd given her uncle every cent from the reality show, but there was no way it could have been enough to buy that.
A few days ago, someone from the States contacted me. Said there was an organization that helped small farmers get second-hand equipment for their business. They're perfectly good machines that another operation was just going to throw away.
A handout? She balked.
A blessing. They paid for shipping, got it hauled here. All I had to do was say yes.
He smiled serenely.
Now, I can automate some of the tasks I used to do by hand. It'll make harvesting faster. I can make more at the market. Start loaning you cash for a change.
When did this happen?
About a week ago.
She stumbled back. Well, maybe it was just a coincidence.
Jerry, you're smarter than that.
It could have been someone else from the X Games, she argued. Her uncle folded his arms over his barrel chest and gave her a "don't be stupid" look. Jerry's gut twisted sharply, but she kept fighting. I can't do it. If I left Belize for Ellis, if I gave up my dream and we didn't work out, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself.
You're scared.
She took a deep breath and turned to him. Don't I have a right to be? I worked hard to get to where I am. I struggled and saved and sacrificed to afford my dreams. If I'm wrong, I don't just lose my heart. I lose my business. I lose my momentum. I lose everything.
That's when you know if you really love someone.
Her uncle leaned forward.
When you're willing to give up everything because you can't be without that person.
His words spun in her mind. She couldn't accept them, and yet her heart kept tugging her. She had built her life around depending on herself. Giving up even an ounce of independence and trusting someone else to take care of her was terrifying.
Jerry, you're the only one who knows if it's worth it. Time and distance, whether he lives in Belize or you go to him. Those are the tiniest of hurdles when you want something bad enough. You should know. You were a small girl living on a small farm in this small country, but you didn't let that stop you from going to school in the States. You loved fashion and dressing people up.
It's called styling, Uncle. She sniffed. He waved away her words.
Life will hand you challenges. Whether you're with him or you're by yourself, the storms are going to come. The question is he the man who can weather those storms with you?
She thought of Ellis's confession when he was sick in his trailer. Thought of the night on the boat when he danced with her and translated the Korean love song. Thought of their night in San Pedro when he talked about his dad and shared his heart with her.
Do you love him?
She closed her eyes. Jerry had hoped her feelings for Ellis would subside after leaving the island. Hoped those memories, that bond, would fade with time. But it hadn't. It had only gotten stronger. She opened her eyes and breathed. Her uncle lifted his hand. The palm was full of calluses, bruises that hadn't healed, and cuts that went far too deep to go unnoticed.
Don't tell me. The first person you need to tell is him.
Jerry let out a little laugh. Running to her uncle, she threw her arms around his neck. He patted her head. They didn't need words. They never did. She leaned back, whipped off her apron, and grabbed her purse. These tortillas are ready to bake on the comal. I'll call you later.
Are you going to America?
I have to make arrangements first. She glanced over her shoulder. It's time to prove my dreams are big enough to include him. Over the next few days, Jerry spoke to Luca, her friend, business partner, and the best makeup artist Belize had ever seen. After he bombarded her with questions about the X Games, all of which she couldn't answer because of her contract, he finally addressed her proposal. So you're really going to give up the shop for this guy? I'm taking the steps to. She stuck a spoon into the tub of ice cream, but I'm going to talk to him first before I sell. I'm not an idiot. He laughed. If you're happy, I'm happy. Go for it, Ger. They hugged it out, and in that moment, it started to feel real. After getting Luca's blessing, the next step was finding a buyer, a nearly impossible task given she was the only professional stylist in the country. Still, she couldn't give up. There was no way she could leave the rent, utilities, and inventory on Luca alone when both of them were struggling to make ends meet. Gerry searched high and low for a solution. The answer appeared in her studio a few days later. Harold! She shot up from her chair, an idea sparking at the sight of him.
Well, I don't know what I did to deserve such a brilliant greeting, but I'll take it.
You deserve that greeting and more. She kissed both his cheeks. You're the reason I got into the X Games. His expression clouded with regret.
I heard about how things imploded at the end of filming. Lucian is trash, and that Wanda person is, I don't know what.
His Creole clipped through.
Are you okay, Gerry?
I'm fine. If anything, the X Games taught me how brave I can be. In that light, I'm thinking of selling this place. He leaned forward with a grin.
Tell me more.
She talked to Harold about the plan to sell her half of the building, and he seemed interested.
I've been looking for a space to show my clothes. This location is perfect for it.
He smiled at her.
I'm interested in a partnership with a makeup artist, too. I think it's a phenomenal idea. If you do decide to sell, I'm all for it.
You are? Gerry's chest filled with hope.
I do have one condition.
She winced. What?
The Costa Maya competition is coming up soon. I want you on my team, styling the girls with me.
Deal. Harold gave her a few days to prepare, and then whisked her off to San Pedro. The island was packed with locals and tourists who'd come to see the pageant. The familiar sight of the beach made Gerry's heart ache for Ellis. Fortunately, she didn't have time to miss him, or even to breathe when the competition started. Backstage, girls were racing back and forth. Stage managers called out the order of the pageant, and assistants kept it all running like a well-oiled machine. Dance music blasted from the stage, but all Gerry could hear was the thump of her own heart as she fixed the sash on Miss Belize's shoulder. Is that good? She murmured to the brown-eyed bombshell. Yeah. Suddenly, the music on stage stopped. The announcer's cheerful voice boomed through the thin walls to backstage. Before we continue the pageant, we'll have a short word from our sponsors. Gerry tuned the announcer out again until she heard him say, "The X Games." She startled, and the pin she was using jabbed into a contestant. Ow! The woman sent her a dirty look. I'm sorry, Gerry whispered, quickly pulling the pin back. As she worked, she listened more closely. That's right. There was a show filmed right here in Belize, and we have the commercial for this event. This is exclusive footage that hasn't even been released in the States yet. Ooze broke out from the crowd. With wide eyes, Gerry floated to the wings. There, playing on a giant projector screen, was a commercial for the X Games. A befuddled smile crossed her face as she watched clips of Corey Phillips hosting, Sheila making outrageously controversial comments, Lucian declaring that he'd come to the island for her, and Normani spying on Lucian through the corner of her eye. The video was complete with sound bites from the cast, preppy music, and beautiful footage of Belizean beaches. Gerry's emotions swung from wistful nostalgia to a persistent knot of longing. Seeing that commercial made her miss Ellis even harder. She couldn't wait for her flight on Wednesday. She had to call him and tell him how she felt. And if he still felt the same way, she'd leave her shop behind and run to him. The crowd applauded so hard when the commercial finished that her ears nearly shattered. The announcer gestured for quiet and spoke into the microphone. Wasn't that amazing? More cheers broke out. Gerry turned away from the stage, assuming the presentation was done. Now, to speak about the X Games, may I present the Emmy Award-winning producer Ellis Maven. The ladies in the crowd screamed their heads off as someone strode into the lights. Her heart threatened to burst out of her chest. There was no way. Gerry turned slowly, and there, looking gorgeous in a crisp white dress shirt with his dark hair brushed back, was Ellis.
Chapter 42. Ellis gripped the mic and swept his gaze over the audience. A wave of dark and tan faces bobbed in front of him. Eager eyes, hands grabbing beer bottles and women. There was an excitement in the air that nearly knocked him off his feet. It wasn't exactly the best time for a speech, but at least the crowd had been receptive to the commercial. He lifted the microphone to his mouth. Harold told him Gerry would be at the Costa Maya pageant this weekend, but he hadn't been clear about where exactly she'd be. Ellis hoped she was within earshot or he'd look like an absolute idiot. A drunk woman in the front row yelled,
"Are you single, sweetie?"
More applause broke out. He chuckled into the mic. "Thank you for having me, Belize." The crowd responded with cheers. "I was a producer on the X Games, and while filming the show, I fell in love twice." A hush settled on the crowd. The lights from the stage fell on their upturned faces, bathing them in blues, reds, and greens. Behind them, dark waves crashed on the beach. The moon sliced through the Caribbean Sea like a sharp silver knife. Ellis held up a finger. "First, I fell in love with this country." He had to raise his voice to speak through their shouts of agreement. The landscape, the cays, the food. Belize is an extremely beautiful place, but he made a quiet down gesture by pushing his palms flat. But there's someone I find even more beautiful than this country. A movement in the wings caught his eye. He swung his head, and his gaze landed on Gerry. The world stopped. His heart did too. The whoops of the crowd faded to the background until it was a mere tickle in his ears. Everything else blurred except her. Beautiful. Seeing Gerry again after so long ricocheted like a song, vibrating through every inch of him, solidifying that what had felt missing since he'd left the island was her. I was an idiot for not listening to her, for letting her go, and I just want that person to know, he spoke with his eyes locked on Gerry, that I love her. She looked shocked. He smiled and then faced the crowd again. "I love you, Belize." The roar from the crowd was deafening. They stomped their feet, threw their fists up, and celebrated their country with an enthusiasm that cracked like thunder. Ellis barely registered any of it. He shoved the mic at the announcer and stalked across the stage to where Gerry was hiding in the wings. Ellis stopped in front of her. "Hi."
"Hi. Are you really here?"
She blinked. Ellis said nothing and simply drank in her face. After he left the island, he'd driven himself insane trying not to picture her, to think about her, where she was, what she was doing, or who she was doing it with. Now, he let the wave of longing hit him. Lifting a hand, he touched the braid that skittered over her shoulder. Her rebellious curls had been tamed, locked up in long twists. Her mouth held a soft gloss, begging him to taste it. Her black t-shirt with the word "stage crew" and jeans were simple but fitted. The style flattered the curve of her hips and waist.
"Oh my gosh, you're really here."
Gerry sprung on the tips of her toes and wrapped her arms around him. He gripped her tightly, tight enough to absorb her into himself. When they broke up on the island, he'd been gutted. No matter what, he couldn't chase the hollowness inside. Ellis hated to think about the person he'd become in their time of separation. The aimless, cold, broken man who didn't give a damn, threw his fists at fate, and cursed love for giving him a taste only to wrench it away. But after his mother's visit, something had snapped into place. All the dark, empty thoughts in his mind shrank to nothing, chased away by a clarity so sharp that he could practically see every step forward. He had to get Gerry back, but he had to do it smartly. In a way that would guarantee the woman he loved would feel safe, heard, and protected. It was the only reason he'd waited so long to show up in front of her. Leaving you that night was... Someone bumped into him, and he edged to the side so they could pass. It was the stupidest thing I've ever done. She nodded, still clinging to him. When we were apart...
Excuse me.
A woman wearing a giant headdress with beads over her chest and a gold spandex bikini bottom shot him and Gerry an annoyed look. Ellis waddled further out of the way with Gerry hanging on him like a tree branch. He glanced around the busy backstage area. Should we?
Keep talking, Ellis.
He smiled and ran a hand down her back. Happiness pooled in his stomach, and it cranked up another notch when she added,
I just want to hear your voice.
Ellis laughed. I missed you.
I missed you.
He kissed the top of her head. I'm sorry for the things I said on the beach, and I'm sorry for walking away. I did some soul-searching, and I realize you mean everything to me. I can't spend my life without you, and I...
Has anyone seen Ms. Givana's thong? We can't find it.
Ellis growled and straightened up. Gerry eased back.
Maybe we should continue this somewhere else.
Ellis took one of her hands and tugged. Can you leave? Will they miss you if you're not here?
It doesn't matter. I'm going.
She took a step, and then she stopped, her nose scrunched.
Actually, I want to tell Harold first. Make sure he doesn't need anything.
He smirked at her sense of responsibility. Let's go find him. They didn't have to go far. Harold weaved through the crowd of scantily clad pageant contestants and stopped in front of them.
Nice speech, Ellis.
Thanks, man. Gerry pressed her hands together and begged.
Harold, can I...
You don't have to say a word. Both of you, get out of here.
Ellis lifted a hand so he and Harold could do a bro hug. The older man grabbed his neck and kissed both his cheeks.
Seal the deal, Ellis.
He leaned back and beamed.
Go on, you two.
Ellis interlaced his fingers with Gerry. It felt so right, his heart twisted.
Why wasn't Harold surprised that you were here in Belize?
Gerry asked as he led her through the crowd. Ellis nudged her by the small of her back. He knew I was coming.
Did he set me up?
Ellis shrugged. He'd needed Gerry in San Pedro, and the Costa Maya pageant had been a convenient excuse. Her mouth fell open.
I can't believe this. Harold didn't say a word.
Kind of the point, sweetheart. He winked. She rolled her eyes.
Where are we going now?
A secret. He took Gerry to the exits and went in search of the golf cart. Couples were walking past, hand in hand. Vendors sold glow-in-the-dark toys that streaked neon green in the night. The island breeze ruffled giant banners above the gates. In the distance, the crowd was cheering loudly to music. Ellis felt resistance and saw that Gerry had stopped. She was looking back toward the competition. His steps slowed. Do you want to stay?
No.
She shook her head.
I was just thinking about that commercial. Are you allowed to speak on behalf of the X Games? I heard they kicked you out.
A corner of his lips hitched up. They kicked me off the island, not the project.
They changed their mind?
He thought of his mom. Let's just say I had someone very powerful in my corner.
So how did the editing turn out? Are they going to expose us to everyone?
She didn't look nervous about it, and he couldn't help but tease her. Would you prefer that? We could let the world know how much I adore you.
I prepared myself for people to find out and hate me.
Her calm expression faltered, and she bit her bottom lip.
But if you're still editing, I'm hoping there's a chance we can keep some parts out of the show. I know it won't stop the cast and crew from talking to the media, but at least it won't be immortalized forever in film.
Ellis pulled out his key and helped Gerry into the golf cart. Don't worry, Wanda had the final say with filming, but I have the final say with editing. We're keeping the original script. As far as the world knows, you and Lucienne had a falling out off camera, and that's why you're not together at the end of the show. The rest is nobody else's business. She smiled softly at him, and it was all he could do to focus on keeping the golf cart on the road. Although he was tempted to pull over and kiss her breathless, Ellis called on his self-restraint and brought Gerry to their next destination. "What do you think?" He slowed the golf cart in front of a brand-new building. It was in an up-and-coming business district with warehouses on either side. The entire block had been renovated to welcome international businesses of all kinds. Gerry's eyes darted between him and the building.
What is this place? Did you rent it for a show?
He held out his hand and she scooted out of the golf cart. Together they walked into the building. The floor was littered with rose petals. The candles he'd set up flickered brightly. Gerry gasped.
Are those real candles?
"Battery operated," he smirked. "I didn't come to Belize to die."
Why does that sound familiar?
She tapped her chin, her eyes sparkling brightly. Ellis circled his arms around her waist. She stared up at him intently.
What?
"I love you." Those 3 words. They just weren't enough to convey how much she'd taken over his heart. She'd snatched it right out of his chest when he wasn't looking. He'd call her a thief, but he didn't want his heart back. He wanted her to keep it forever. "I'm glad this building is nice and quiet so I can say what I need to." He caressed her dark cheek. His expression turned serious. "Gerry, it took losing you to make me realize that loving you was the most beautiful part of me. I flew close to your light, and now I can't survive without it, without you. Where I live doesn't matter, as long as you're next to me." Her breath hitched. He took her hands and squeezed. "That's why, after the X Games, I'm taking a leave of absence."
What?
Her eyes widened. "During that time, I'll film a documentary about Belize's barrier reef. When I'm not working on the documentary, I'm going to help you establish your shop in Belize. I'll do whatever it takes to help you leave behind that legacy you've always dreamed of." She blinked rapidly but said nothing. Getting nervous, Ellis kept talking. "I'm going to use one of the smaller offices at the back of the building as my base. Since this place is a little too much space for me, I thought you could have the rest of the building. You can turn it into whatever you want. A place to create, a place to sell clothes, a place to film videos, whatever."
No, I don't deserve all that.
She shook her head. "Yes, you do, Ger." His heart hammered loudly. Ellis sucked in a breath and slowly sank to one knee. Gerry covered her mouth in shock. Tears glistened in her eyes. "Geraldine Franklin, I don't know what the future looks like, but I can't see one without you. I want to spend the rest of my life loving you, protecting you, and respecting you. Will you marry me?" She tilted her head back as tears spilled down her cheeks. He pressed forward, waiting. Gerry kept quiet. Ellis's leg pressed into the hard ground. His kneecap shifted. His neck hurt. But what hurt worst of all was the thought that she'd say no. Finally, Gerry dabbed at her cheeks.
I lived my whole life trying to prove myself to people, but you were the first man who made me feel like a jewel, simply because of who I am.
His chest swelled with hope. Ellis gazed into her eyes, holding his breath.
I was preparing to sell my shop and go to you.
Gerry sniffed.
Great minds think alike.
What? Gerry started smiling through her tears.
Ellis, I'm more afraid of a future without you than one where I have everything figured out. You make me feel safe and adored. You make me brave. Of course I'll marry you.
Yes. He rushed her, picked her up, and captured her lips. She kissed him back, laughing and raking her hands through his hair. Ellis only stopped when both of them were out of breath. He reached for Gerry's hand again and slipped the ring on her finger. Then he lifted her knuckles to his lips and kissed them. Want a tour?
I thought you'd never asked.
He laughed and led her through the building, listening to the ideas that Gerry already had for the space. The future wasn't set in stone. After a year, they'd have another conversation, but he knew one thing for certain. Whatever the future held, he'd face it with the woman who'd captured his heart.
Chapter 43. 2 years later, exuberant squeals came from the doorway. The breath got knocked out of Gerry's lungs as her friends smacked into her, their arms crushing her in a group hug. The smell of cocoa butter, coconut oil, natural hair products, and melanin filled her nostrils. Gerry took a big whiff, closing her eyes and savoring the moment. Her heart was about to burst with nerves and excitement, but now that her crew was here, she knew everything would be all right.
Come on, guys. That's enough. Give her some room.
Zaka waved the other women back. Her hair expanded around her mahogany-toned face like a soft cloud. The wedding ring on her finger flashed in the light. Giselle wiped away a tear and rubbed her belly.
Gerry, I'm so happy for you.
Thanks. She leaned forward, grabbed a tissue, and handed it over. If you're happy, why are you crying so hard?
Pregnancy hormones.
LaToya piped in. She had dark eyes set in a beautiful, onyx-toned face. When she moved, the light seemed to follow her.
I've been reading up on it. I bet she's getting emotional because of the memories of her own wedding.
Giselle nodded enthusiastically.
Missy, why have you been reading up on pregnancy hormones?
Yolanda cocked a brow. Sunshine slashed against her sharp cheekbones. Her beautifully constructed face was all angles and stunning symmetry. LaToya glanced away and pulled in her bottom lip.
Are you kidding me?
Zaka shrieked.
Does that look mean what I think it means?
Gerry grinned. LaToya, congratulations. Yolanda snorted.
No wonder Cole's been walking around with something that passes for a smile these days.
Cole, LaToya's gruff Asian husband, rarely spoke or cracked a smile when they got together. Still, he always softened when he looked at LaToya, and it was clear that he loved her very much. Enough to tolerate the craziness that was bound to happen when the K-pop sisters reunited. Which was often. No matter how far apart they were, Gerry could always count on these special ladies to be there for her.
Enough about that. Today is not about me,
LaToya said. Her brown eyes shifted to Gerry.
It's about Gerry and Ellis.
Girl, don't try to use me as an excuse. Gerry chuckled. Tell the people what they want to hear.
Okay, fine.
She threw up a hand and her arm jiggled cheerfully.
I'm pregnant.
A shout went up that nearly shattered the windows of the 5-star Korean hotel. LaToya frowned at Gerry.
I was planning to tell you when the wedding was over. This is a big day. I didn't want to steal your thunder.
Are you kidding? I'm thrilled that you're pregnant, LaToya. Gerry squeezed her friend's hand.
And this is, what? The third wedding we've had in Korea?
Yolanda rolled her eyes.
Y'all just can't get enough of getting hitched in this country.
What can I say?
Giselle tossed her head and her curly hair sprayed behind her.
I'm a trendsetter.
Boo!
Zaka called out. Yolanda burst out laughing. LaToya pointed across at them.
Giselle believes that if she keeps coming back, she'll run into her ultimate K-pop bias one day.
It will happen.
Giselle flared her nostrils and pumped a fist.
And when it does, I'll chase him down for an autograph.
Honey, what kind of chasing will you do with that belly?
Yolanda jutted her chin at Giselle's baby bump.
This bean's been listening to K-pop since day one. My baby will give me the strength.
Hallelujah.
LaToya waved an arm and closed her eyes. Gerry's smile threatened to burst her cheeks. Thank you so much for being here with me, guys.
We wouldn't miss it.
Zaka winked.
Now let's turn up the beat and get this party started.
LaToya threw her arms in a circle.
I brought Yenta's comeback album.
Yolanda charged around the room, tossing her purse on top of the plush hotel bed.
As one of the non-pregnant married women in this group, I call dibs on the wine.
Giselle pouted.
Rub it in, why don't you?
We can have green tea and pretend it's spiked,
LaToya said, grabbing a champagne glass and cracking open the juice. While the other women spread out, Zaka drew closer to her. Lips arched up, she took Gerry's hand.
How are you feeling?
excited and nervous. I saw a lot of people outside. Are they all your friends? She nodded. Some are friends we made while Ellis was filming his documentary in Korea. Some are from the X Games.
I thought I recognized Sheila in the hall.
Zaka leaned forward.
Are you sure you meant to invite her? She was awful on the show.
The show played up her bad side, but she's a good person under it all. Zaka made a face.
Yeah, but some of the stuff she said
are her personal beliefs. We just agreed to not talk about certain topics.
I see.
Zaka smirked, looking unconvinced but respectful about it. Gerry understood that everyone had strong opinions about the characters they'd seen on the show. The X Games came out last year, and it went viral, much to her chagrin. Every cast member had gotten roasted in the comments, but it had been slightly painful to see the negative remarks about her lack of interest in Lucien. She'd received death threats for not giving Lucien a chance and being too ugly for a man like him. Lucien, on the other hand, seemed to be loving the attention. He took to social media to brag about all the women who were in his DMs, begging him for a taste of Belize. Although the news about her relationship with Ellis had been repressed while the show aired, on the reunion episode, Normani called her out on it in front of everyone. Her ex-friend had broken up with Lucien after 2 weeks of dating and still seemed bitter about everything that happened on the show. The conversation had gotten heated, but Corey Phillips managed to calm Normani down. Sheila had spoken up for her too, telling Normani to get over it. Jackie hadn't said much, but before the show, she'd congratulated her on her engagement to Ellis. Being back in front of the cameras again had been an experience, but it wasn't a totally negative one. Gerry had been able to hold her head up high at the reunion. In the end, she'd truly been honest with herself and with Lucien in front of the cameras. She had no regrets. Ellis, though, was another story.
I should have punched him when I had the chance,
Ellis said when he watched the raw footage of the reunion and saw Lucien painting himself as the ultimate victim. Burning with indignation, her fiancé backed her up with a public post on social media. It sparked even more debate about whether a producer should be involved with a cast member. Gerry had turned off her comments and waited for the hate to subside. Now, 1 year after the reunion episode and 2 years after the X Games, no one cared about her or who she loved. When anyone searched up her name, they got more hits about her online styling studio than the X Games, though the show's popularity did give her business a nice boost with every new season.
What are you two doing over there?
Yolanda yelled, grooving to the K-pop song blasting from the speakers. Giselle got low, thrashing her head from side to side.
Come on, Gerry, this is your last dance as a free woman.
Girl, you sure that's safe for your baby?
Latoya asked.
Didn't I tell you this kid has been bombarded with K-pop all its life? Put your hand here and feel him kicking. He's dancing too.
Gerry joined her friends in the center of the hotel room, vibing to the song. They butchered all the Korean lyrics and belted out the English ones with glee. After the dance-off, the makeup artists arrived and everyone focused on getting ready. An hour later, Gerry pulled on her dress and looked into the mirror. Her heart fluttered. Whoa, she'd chosen the dress for its elegance, but now that the day was here, she couldn't believe it. The gown hugged her in all the right ways, and the beads sparkled like diamonds.
You look amazing,
Giselle said, holding back tears.
A vision.
Yolanda gave her a thumbs up. Gerry stepped off the platform and turned to find her uncle staring at her with tearful eyes. A ball of emotions lodged in her throat and her eyes started burning.
Whoa, she can't cry. She'll mess up her makeup.
Latoya sprang toward her and fanned her face.
Gerry, suck those tears back up.
I'm trying. Her uncle stretched his hand out to her.
Ready, little one?
She nodded. He squeezed her hand tight as he walked her down the aisle and seemed reluctant to let her go when they got to the front. Gerry barely noticed his struggle. Her eyes had been on Ellis from the moment she rounded the corner. He looked absolutely breathtaking in his tux. His mouth curled up at the sight of her, drawing her eye to his sculpted jaw. The fit of his tux highlighted his broad shoulders and muscled forearms. His gaze darkened when he saw her. "You look incredible." "Thank you." Gerry barely heard anything the officiant said. All she could focus on was Ellis. Since the night he'd shown her the studio in San Pedro and proposed, he'd kept his promise of supporting her dreams. She'd been able to keep her storefront in Belize City and turn the San Pedro building into a studio for her styling from every continent business. While Ellis had wanted to get married right away, Gerry had hesitated. Her plan was to get the business to a point where she could hand it over to a manager and check in with it from abroad. She'd been nervous about how he would take it, but he hadn't complained at all.
"I want to be with you. As long as I get to marry you soon, I can wait."
"What soon?"
"Next year."
2. I'll do what I want." "In 2?
"Deal."
She'd kept her promise, and as Ellis tipped her back to lay a scorching hot kiss on her, Gerry knew she'd made the right choice. His dark hair fell across his forehead as the music played and they danced down the aisle. At the reception, Ellis held her close. His rough hand slid around her waist, pressing her to him as they danced. He stared tenderly at her.
"How did I get so lucky?"
"Could have something to do with your impeccable dance moves," she teased. He spun her around, brought her back to him, and kissed her. Gerry was dazed by the time he pulled back. More. She puckered her lips. His voice dropped an octave.
"There will be plenty more of that later."
Gerry shivered.
My turn.
Sharon laughed and took her son for a dance. Her uncle danced with her as well. After, she found her husband, and they made the rounds, greeting their friends and taking pictures. Ellis kept kissing her and complimenting her throughout the reception. By the time he was done with her, she couldn't take it any longer. "We're going to our hotel room." She picked up her wedding dress and snuck him past the guests having a great time on the dance floor.
"Someone's impatient,"
he murmured, backing her up against the wall in the elevator. She kissed his neck and started unbuttoning his shirt. Ellis's laugh was dark and deep.
"Are you trying to take advantage of me, Mrs. Maven?"
"All night long, baby." His eyes flashed darkly before his lips descended, and he kissed her for all he was worth. They didn't stop even when the elevator doors opened. Gerry moaned softly. Her husband picked her up, mouth still attached to hers, and carried her to their hotel room. As he kicked open the door, Ellis released her mouth and stared at her. His breath was ragged, his hair was mussed from her fingers, and his eyes were wild with desire.
"I love you, Geraldine Franklin."
"I love you, Ellis Maven." She drew his head down until his forehead touched hers. Sliding a hand down his tie, she whispered, "Let me show you how much." Ellis gave her a wolfish grin and carried her into the bedroom. "Thank you for reading the X Games. Swipe on for diary entries from the K-pop sisters' trip to Korea. Check out Grumpy Romance, my latest BWWM romance with over 3,000 reviews about a cold-hearted single dad who falls for his beautiful, feisty assistant. Bonus diary entries. Number 1. Gerry."
Hey, Gerry, really wish you were here right now. I can't believe how beautiful the clothes you picked out for us are. My favorite is the fluffy pink skirt with the tropical flower print. I wore it today on my solo date with Wes to check out the wedding venue. It's gorgeous. The clothes, I mean. Well, the wedding venue is a dream too. The big event, as West and I jokingly refer to it, is happening in a stunning atrium. There are windows everywhere. We're indoors, but it feels like we're absolutely drowning in light. There's a long hallway with flowers and arches and, oh girl, it's like a fantasy. I'll send you the pictures later, although it won't do the place justice. Not gonna lie. This moment is bittersweet because I really wanted you with us. If you weren't filming the X Games right now, we totally would have dragged you to South Korea. Here's the plan. Since you're not allowed to have a cell phone or be in contact with the outside world, we're going to bundle these diary entries up and give them to you when you leave the island. Enough rambling. I know you want to get to the good stuff. Today was day 1 in Korea, and I have to say, the long flight from Belize was worth it just for the view. Korea is such a beautiful place. We toured an ancient village while dressed up in hanboks, traditional Korean garments. Wes looked absolutely adorable in his robes and hat. He wanted the prince garb, but Dwayne beat him to it. The guys are so competitive. You should have seen them fighting over the clothes. Anyway, after Wes lost his royal robe, I had to cheer him up. It wasn't hard. Even if he isn't dressed in princely threads, that man is still a prince to me. After we got dressed, we strolled beneath the cherry blossoms. Pink petals were falling like rain and getting all up in my curls. The air smelled like cotton candy. I held on to West and felt like I was the main character in a K-drama. But things didn't go as perfectly as they would in a drama. You see, on our first day in Korea, we kind of went to jail. And I know what you're thinking. Giselle, what the heck is wrong with you? How did you end up in jail on your first day in Korea? Well, let me explain. We were at a coffee shop in our hanboks, trying to decide where we would go next. At the next table over, we heard a loud argument. I didn't understand what they were saying because my Korean is a little rusty. Okay, fine. My Korean is basically non-existent, but I don't need to understand a foreign language to sense when something's about to go down. I heard this Korean guy shouting at this poor Korean girl. At first, it was just uncomfortable, you know? Like the kind of tension that makes you want to avert your eyes and kind of slink away. But we figured we'd mind our own business and leave it at that. Then the guy started grabbing her and manhandling her. Yolanda was the first to jump up because she's a tiger, and Latoya was right behind her. Zaka and I couldn't leave our girls alone, so we rushed to back them up. Yolanda yanked the guy off and told him to mind his manners. Latoya checked if the girl was okay. I think she was looking for bruises or signs of distress, but it turns out the girl really, wasn't interested in our help. When we shoved her boyfriend away and started lecturing him in English, the girl turned on us. I didn't see the slap coming, but Latoya did. She grabbed the chick's arm, and chaos ensued. Basically, we all started fighting each other. I didn't know, but the Korean guy had friends around him, and they jumped in when they saw West, Dwayne, Cole, and Kai back us up. Long story short, I punched someone for the first time in my life, and it was glorious. Slightly less glorious was getting arrested by the Korean police on our first day here. Their handcuffs are way too tight, and the metal is so cold. It's like they chill them in the fridge before they take them out. But the good news is that Korean jails are so much nicer than you'd expect. It was clean, well lit, and thankfully they had an English interpreter at the police station who let us know that we weren't going to get deported. I know I'm making this sound fun and exciting, but it wasn't fun for me. I was so scared I almost peed my pants. I absolutely did not want to get married in the slammer. The girls held me and calmed me down while I had a major panic attack. It wasn't pretty. Thank God Wes knew someone to call. He got us a good Korean lawyer to spring us all out of jail. The boys left the slammer first and then came to our cell. When I saw West outside those prison bars, I swear I almost asked him to marry me right there. I don't think I could love that man an iota more, or I'd probably explode. Lesson learned. I will never step into a fight between a boyfriend and girlfriend while in a foreign country again. My blood pressure still hasn't come down from that craziness. I thought writing to you would get the jitters out of my system, but I'm just reliving the terror all over again. I'm going to go curl up in West's lap, pepper his face with kisses, and be thankful that I can still get married in a wedding dress instead of an orange jumpsuit, or whatever Korean prisoners wear.
Bonus diary entry. Latoya.
I'm not much of a diary writer. I've written too many reports during my time as a social worker, but for you, I'll make the effort. Okay, so let's start from the top. We got on a plane from Belize to Korea, And it took 30 hours with a stopover. My legs were cramping me in the airplane, and Cole had to massage them for me. You might be wondering if I was bored out of my mind during such a long trip. The answer is no. With Cole trapped thousands of feet in the air with me, I finally forced him to watch 16 hours of Korean dramas. He says he didn't like the show, but I saw him getting emotional at episode 14. We'll definitely watch more dramas when we get home. I am going to turn that man into a K-drama fan if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, we got to Korea and we started to do touristy stuff. Everyone was excited about wearing hanboks, and so was I, until I got into the changing room. Usually, I don't care that I'm the biggest one in our group because I love my curves. Plus, thanks to you, I was rocking some gorgeous clothes that totally played up my shape. Now that I think about it, what happened next was slightly your fault, Jer. When you were dressing me, you made me feel so confident. You didn't give me any weird looks when you were measuring me. You pulled out all the stops and gave me clothes that made me feel powerful, elegant, and queenly. But because of how you treated me, I stupidly forgot that you're the exception, not the rule in fashion. So we're in the changing rooms, and this little Korean woman who's supposed to help us with our clothes gave me a head-to-toe look, and I just knew this was going to be a bad experience for me. The other girls, they were laughing, shuffling through the clothes, and having a good time trying to choose their hanboks. Meanwhile, I wasn't having any luck. And the Korean lady who was in charge, she just wouldn't stop staring at me. Then, when she caught me looking back, she started shaking her head, no. So at first I'm like, okay, fine, I'm not going to assume that it's because of my curves. I'm here in Korea. I'm having a great time with my friends and with Cole. I mean, do you know how much convincing I had to do to get Cole to come with me? We'd made it. Nothing could go wrong. Not this early in our trip. I was so wrong about that. The old lady left the changing room and refused to help me. So Giselle came over and asked if I'd chosen yet. I told her, not really. I'm not seeing anything in my size. The girls tried to help me. They went through the biggest sizes available, but I already knew they weren't going to find my size because I'd already tried that. Giselle left to find someone who could help us, and while she was gone, the old lady came back with a friend. She whispered to her friend in Korean, and they both laughed and looked at me. At this point, I'm trying not to freak out because first of all, I'm in a foreign country, and second of all, I knew from beforehand that Korea has crazy beauty standards. Even my baby, Ong Sung-hoon, has been body shamed before, and he's basically lean meat and bones. So while the old lady was laughing, I was trying to keep my cool, and that's when Giselle came back with this foreigner who spoke fluent Korean. We told her we needed a different size, and the new sales clerk was so much nicer about it. She fished clothes from storage and gave them to me. Now, I'll be a little honest. A part of me was embarrassed by all of this because the other girls had found their clothes without any problems. But I was being laughed at by the locals, and then, because of me, we had to wait a long time just to find something in my size. Then after all that, the hanbok was dusty and smelled weird because it had been in storage for so long. Plus, I only had 3 styles to choose from, while the other girls had 100 different styles and colors. Yolanda asked me if I was okay, and I said yes. I knew if I told her about the old lady laughing at me, she would have thrown hands. I didn't want trouble, so I sucked it up and went outside. I was really upset and trying to hide it, but Cole noticed. He pulled me aside and he was like, "Are you okay?" The fact that he noticed got me so emotional that I teared up. He hugged me and rubbed my back. He told me that he thought I was beautiful and that nothing would change his mind about that. I felt people staring at us, but I tried to ignore them. Technically, a plus-size black woman in a hanbok crying under cherry blossoms while her Asian boyfriend hugs her is a very stareable scene. So I put everything away from my mind, focused on Cole, and just breathed. He made sure I was okay, and then we joined everyone on the walk. Believe it or not, after that, things got crazier. Let's just say I got to see the inside of a Korean jail cell. So that's what happened today. I really hope things get better from here, because the next time someone looks at me funny for being curvy in Korea, I might not be able to stop these hands.
Bonus diary entry. Yolanda.
Hey, Ger, I'm hesitating about writing this because I don't even know where to start. Our first day in Korea was crazy enough, but today just topped that. Let me tell you about it. Today the group split up. Dwayne and I went off on a date to the city. We took a taxi and paid an eye-watering amount, but it was fine because I was still high on excitement. I could barely believe I was breathing the same air as Yenta, and I kind of just wanted to run around sniffing oxygen. Dwayne was high on adrenaline too because he'd gotten an invitation to check out one of the biggest soccer stadiums in Korea. If you know Dwayne, you know he's all about football. It's just ridiculous how obsessed he is with it. Although, coming from someone who's obsessed with Korean pop stars half my age, maybe I shouldn't be throwing stones. We got to the stadium, and it was going great so far. I was with Dwayne, being a good girlfriend and looking stunning for the reporter that came out to interview him. Then this random girl popped out of nowhere. She had smiley eyes and grabby hands, and she was all over Dwayne. She was talking right up in his face while he was giving her an autograph. And that's not even the worst part. It was what she said while she was in his face. This chick knew everything about Dwayne. I'm talking his birthday, his sign, what his favorite food was. Of course, I was on high alert. Dwayne was being polite about brushing her off, but she wasn't getting the hint. Then the publicist who invited us came and took Dwayne away, and the girl backed off. I said to myself, Yolanda, let this girl live. You have a son to go home to. But here's the kicker. When she was leaving, this crazy girl gave me a head-to-toe look and did the Korean equivalent of an eye roll. I almost lost my salvation, Jer. I'm telling you. But I held myself back. On our first day in Korea, I got the girls arrested for getting involved in a fight that was none of my business. It's a long story that I do not want to get into, mostly because I'm half ashamed that I threw my hands and that ungrateful chick got me in trouble with the law. The point is that after we got arrested, the police told us we couldn't make any more trouble because they'd deport us, and then we could get a lifetime ban from Korea. I had no choice but to behave, because I'm not about to get banned when we haven't even found a way to sneak into Ong Sung-hoon's trailer yet. Anyways, the girl left without getting punched in the throat, so I thought the incident was one and done. Dwayne and I went for dinner at this beautiful Korean restaurant. We had buckwheat noodles, held hands, and were pretty much in our own world. Here's the next problem. It didn't take long for someone at the restaurant to recognize Dwayne and ask for an autograph. It started happening more frequently. Everywhere we went, people clamored to him. Did you know that soccer was such a big deal in Korea? I didn't, but it turns out that Dwayne isn't only super famous in the Caribbean Football League. He's popular in Korea. More than that, he's like a megastar soccer player that everyone loves. Not a day's gone by that someone hasn't stopped him and asked for pictures and an autograph. I'm not salty, but I really didn't expect this. Before I came to Korea, I did some research, and I heard that sometimes the older folks who haven't met any black people in real life mistake random black women for Beyoncé. I was mildly offended no one thought I was Beyoncé because at least then I could sign some autographs of my own. So Dwayne is taking his pictures with fans. He's famous now. Here's where it gets weird. Yesterday, when we visited a botanical garden, I saw the girl from the first day at the football stadium. I swear I saw her in the crowd, and she was just staring at Dwayne. By the time I told him and he looked around, she was gone. So I figured maybe it was a coincidence, and she was just there to enjoy the flowers. But when I told the girls, they suggested she might be a Sasang fan, one of those fans who takes things too far and will actually sneak into their idols' trailers instead of just jokingly planning to. It's really creeping me out. It's only been a few days into our trip, and yet everywhere I go, I swear I glimpsed that girl following us. Whenever I turn around to make sure it's her, she blends into the crowd. Yesterday, Giselle suggested that maybe I saw that girl everywhere because I think all Asians look alike, but I'm telling you that girl is real, and she is following us. I don't know what to do. No one is taking me seriously, and the police already think we're criminals, so I can't report it to them. Even if I do, what can I say? A random Korean woman has been following my boyfriend and me around Korea because she's a crazy stalker fan? Say they did believe me. They'd ask for evidence, and I wouldn't have any to provide. Right now, I'm on high alert. There's nothing legally wrong with her being in the same place as we are. But trust me, if that girl tries to approach me or Dwayne again, she's not going to like what happens.
Bonus diary entry. Zaka.
Dear Jerry, I'm starting my diary entries late. Sorry, girl. So much has happened that I haven't had a moment to sit down and decompress. And it's been a few days since we've been here in Korea. And just to sum it up, we've been arrested. Yolanda thinks that she and Dwayne are being hunted by a Sasang fan. And we still haven't seen any Korean celebrities up close. Apart from that, we're having a great time. Everything is close to perfect. Except it's not. All the girls have their partners with them, obviously. West is West. He's obsessed with Giselle. They go everywhere together, which is understandable because they're planning a wedding. But it's more than that. They're clearly best friends. They're excited and in love. It's so awesome to watch. Cole and LaToya basically share the same brain cell. He's always looking at her, making sure she's all right. If she coughs, he already has a tissue and some warm water. Like, it's crazy how in tune those two are with each other. And of course, Yolanda and Dwayne are fire together. They have strong personalities, and every time they stand in the same room together, they crackle with chemistry. Sometimes, I'm not sure when they're flirting and when they're fighting, but it always feels like it's in good fun. Each couple has their own flavor, their own dynamic. I know I shouldn't compare myself, especially since I'm a little quieter than the others, but I can't help it. Korea is not shaping up the way I thought it would. I was the only one who was reluctant to come here, not because I didn't want to come to Korea, but because I knew that coming with Kai would distract him from his work. I felt really guilty about that, but Kai was the one who insisted he wanted to be here with me. He said he could handle being away from the clinic and that he'd try not to work too much while we were here. Like an idiot, I believed him. I don't know what's going on, but Kai and we haven't been spending much time together. I mean, he's with me physically. He takes me on dates, buys me flowers, does all the right things, but it's like he's not here. When we're out on a date, he's always on his phone. He doesn't want to show me the messages, and he's always tiptoeing away to take calls. I know I was the one who gave him permission to work while we're in Korea, but maybe I was expecting a little more effort. Kai's personality is the stuffy, restrained type, and I love him for that. But it just feels like we're becoming more and more distant. The other day, when I asked him if there was something I could do to help, he said there wasn't, and then he left the room to take another call. It's so weird. I'm afraid to ask the other girls what they think about this, because maybe it's all in my head, and I'm being a needy, unsupportive girlfriend. Kai's helping a lot of people in Belize. It's not like he's distracted with another woman, or with gambling or drugs, but I just feel like something's wrong and I don't know how to fix it. Kai and I are still intimate, and when he's with me, in the moment, it feels like nothing's changed. I still get butterflies, and I still feel like he's the one. But the doubts are multiplying. He used to be honest with me when work was overwhelming. We shared everything. And now he has a secret project. He's running away to take 100 phone calls, and he's checking out during our dates. What's going on? We're in Korea, a country I've wanted to visit for so long. There's something to do every day, beautiful sights to see, and so much history to explore. This is the place where my favorite artists are, and where the music that I love is from. But it feels like things are falling apart. I should just talk to Kai up front, but I feel like he would brush me off again. I don't want this to be the place where I have bad memories of our relationship. I don't want this to be the place where we end. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into a whining diary entry. It hasn't all been doom and gloom. We went to the botanical garden yesterday, and it felt like we'd stepped into another world. The people here are mostly friendly, and we've been learning a couple Korean words to get by. Plus, the food is to die for. I didn't know I liked spicy food until I got here. Tomorrow we're going to a nightclub. I'll enjoy myself without worrying about Kai's behavior. Maybe, with a little liquid courage, I can talk to him about what I'm feeling. I wish you were here, Jerry. Korea's amazing, and I'm enjoying spending time with the girls. If only I knew what was going on with Kai, everything would be perfect.
Bonus diary. Entries number 2. LaToya. Hey, Jer, I cried my eyes out again today. It started earlier tonight. We decided to have a girls' night, kind of like an impromptu bachelorette party, while the guys went to a football game. Giselle's wedding is only a few days away. Her parents and Marcy are flying in soon, and then they'll be completely focused on the final wedding prep. So we figured this was our last chance to go wild in Korea. I put on the smoking hot red dress that you picked out for me, the one that clings to my curves and gives me that hourglass shape. That one. Cole came into the room before he left for the game. He took one look at me and his eyes bugged. Then he stormed across the room and kissed me like he was going off to war. I knew I looked good when he started grumbling about going to the club with me. I assured him that all I cared about was helping Giselle celebrate her last night as a free woman. He made me promise I wouldn't take drinks from other guys. It was the only way he would leave. When we got into the stretch limo and drove to the club, I started wondering if any Korean men would try to approach us since we're Black women and foreigners who don't speak the language. Turns out I was wrong. I think the only reason Korean men weren't bombarding Giselle, Zaka, and Yolanda with compliments our entire trip is because they were always with their boyfriends. Tonight, the men could not stay away. I watched the guys at the bar shoot their shot at my friends. At one point, it felt like every man in the room was watching us with interest. Guys kept approaching Giselle and Zaka. Some were even brave enough to go to Yolanda, although they quickly regretted that. Notice something yet? Yeah, I haven't mentioned guys coming up to me. Because they didn't, and that was fine. I didn't care that I was invisible, you know? I have a boyfriend, and I was pretty happy that I could drink in peace without someone interrupting my night. I followed the girls to the dance floor. The DJ was playing house music, and everyone was moving together, having a great time. Everything was fine, until someone came up behind me. I edged away, but it's not like I could go far because we were in a packed nightclub. There was no space to even breathe. It was so hot, it felt like we were standing in an oven. The night went on. I kept dancing with the girls. We drank more shots. Eventually, Giselle said she wanted another drink. Zaka went with her to the bar, and it was just me and Yolanda on the dance floor. While we were dancing, the guy from before came up to me again. He wasn't grinding on me, but he was definitely in my space. There was someone trying to dance with Yolanda, too. We both ignored them, squishing closer to each other and kind of creating a bigger boundary. The guys didn't move closer, so I was okay with it. It was clear that I wasn't dancing with them, and I felt that was a healthy distinction. After the song ended, I wanted to leave, but the guy behind me grabbed my hand. I was so shocked that I didn't immediately shake him off. He leaned in and, in broken English, he asked if he could buy me a drink. I said no and that I have a boyfriend. This jerk laughed at me. He said, "No, you don't." And then Yolanda barged in because she sensed something was up. She asked if this guy was bothering me. At this point, I was so furious that I wanted to handle it myself, so I told her I was fine, but she stayed right behind me as backup. I turned to the Korean guy with the beard and the weird smile, and I told him that I do have a boyfriend, and if he had a problem. And he looked at me and said, "No one as big as me would have a boyfriend." When I tell you, I almost broke a soju bottle over his head. Just writing this is making me shake with anger. The punk must have seen something on my face, or maybe he saw Yolanda sneer because he got scared and disappeared into the crowd before I could do physical harm. Yolanda asked me if I was okay, and of course I said I was, because I didn't want to ruin Giselle's night. But Yolanda whisked me to the bar. Giselle and Zaka crowded around me, and they all kept asking what happened. I started getting teary-eyed because I was so overwhelmed and hurt. In Belize, no one really stares at me because of my skin or my size, but in Korea, I stick out like a sore thumb. I couldn't handle the negative attention. It felt so unfair. This is my body, my life. Why is it such a big deal to other people? The girls had my back, though. Yolanda wanted to try and find that guy and beat him up. She was serious about it. I had to talk her out of that. Since the club scene was ruined, we left the nightclub and went to a quiet, outdoor tent bar. We drank way too much soju and chilled all night. The guys had to pick us up and take us back to the hotel because we were drunk out of our minds. I kind of blacked out for a bit, but when I opened my eyes, Cole was there. I don't know how he knew, if the girls had told him, or if he just saw from looking at my face, but he started taking care of me. He set a bath for me and poured the water over my body. He soaked every inch of me. After, he dried my skin and kissed my face, my stomach and my legs. He put lotion on me and wrapped me in a robe. He didn't say a word the entire time, but I felt his love like a tidal wave, and I just kept crying and crying because it didn't feel deserved. He lifted me up like I weighed nothing, and he carried me into bed. He got in behind me, and he just hugged me and held me. Being in his arms was the best feeling in the world. That was how the night ended. And you know, I've always thought of myself as having high self-confidence. But when I arrived in Korea and came face to face with judgment, I realized I wasn't as mature as I thought. It still matters to me what people think. But I'm not angry about discovering the parts of myself that I need to work on. I'm glad that I got to see the cracks in my own self-confidence. And I'm glad that my friends and Cole reinforced how important I am to them, whether I'm a size 0 or not. Even though I came to Korea to chase K-pop artists and learn more about a culture that I love, I'm glad that, instead, I'm learning to love myself.
Oh my gosh, Jerry. You will not believe what happened tonight. Where do I even begin? You know, I've been complaining that Kai's been a little distant lately. So today, he recognized I was giving him the cold shoulder and came to his senses. When I was getting ready, he hugged me and apologized for being spaced out. He said he'd been working a lot lately, but the project back home was over now, and he wanted to dedicate the last few days in Korea to spending time with me. I told him I'd think about forgiving him. I was not going to let him off the hook that fast. So he gave me his card and told me to enjoy myself. Of course I accepted. When I came back from shopping with the girls, Kai told me to get dressed and wear something nice. I asked him if the girls were coming. He was like, do you want them to come? I told him it was fine if he wanted to go alone, but LaToya was still shaken by what happened at the club yesterday. Yolanda was going crazy looking for stalkers in every corner, and Giselle was getting last-minute wedding jitters, now that her mom had arrived and was nagging her about things. Kai agreed to include them in his secret plans because he's a smart man when he wants to be. We told the other girls to get ready. They asked me where we were going, but I had no clue because Kai refused to tell me. Yolanda didn't want to join us because she was hungover and cranky, but I begged her to take a chance. Kai is a planning machine. Once he puts his mind to something, he's 100% determined, which is how I can feel when he's not focused on me. But the flip side is, once he puts his mind to making things up to me, I know it'll be awesome. Kai blew my expectations out of the water. He took us to a K-pop concert. The performers weren't A-list celebrities, but it was still a great time and I knew some of the songs. I found it hilarious how uncomfortable all the guys were during the concert. I think they were freaked out by how much adoration was flowing from the crowd to the stage. Everyone was losing their crap for the singers. To be honest, we were too. The energy was high. The music dug under your skin. I don't know how to describe it with words. It's like an excitement infused into your body and making you feel that you're a part of something bigger. It didn't matter that we didn't know the language. It didn't matter that we were foreigners in a sea of Korean fans. We all shared a love for music, and so the people next to us were our sisters too. For hours, we stood shoulder to shoulder, pumping our light sticks and having an awesome time. Then there was a musical intermission. I turned around to ask Kai if he was okay, and I realized he wasn't there. The other girls noticed too. The guys had disappeared without telling us. We were trying to call them when another K-pop group came on stage. The room went dark again, and all of a sudden, these guys started singing my favorite Ong Sung-hoon song. It was the ballad that I played on repeat before I met Kai, when my life was falling apart, and I was scared about Casey getting hurt. Then the spotlight found us in the crowd. By this time, I was basically hyperventilating because I knew something big was going down, but I had no idea what. The next thing I knew, the performers called me and the girls by name and told us to come on stage. The crowd was roaring and screaming. I don't know if they assumed we were performers. I have no idea what they were thinking. I don't even know what I was thinking because my head was completely blank. I led the way to the front and the crowd parted for us, still staring at us like they were waiting for us to turn into America's best dance crew. When we got on stage, the K-pop band sang a medley of my, Latoya, Yolanda, and Giselle's favorite songs. They sounded like angels, and even though I couldn't understand what they were saying, I knew they were serenading us. At this point, I figured this was Kai's big surprise. Then out came Kai, Dwayne, West, and Cole from the wings. I couldn't feel my legs, and I was half certain that I was asleep, and this was all some kind of crazy dream. Nothing that was going on made a lick of sense. The guys were all holding bouquets. They handed the flowers to us, and then they all dropped to their knees. I kid you not, I about fainted when I saw Kai pull out a ring box. I had no idea what to do with myself. It was like my entire body was frozen. I was shaking. I was shocked. And oh my gosh. He looked at me and told me that he loved me, that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with me, and that if I agreed, he'd do a K-pop dance at our reception. I started laughing my head off and agreed fast before he tried to take that promise back. I would have said yes, even without it. But Kai is a smart man, and he knows how to sweeten the deal. So it turns out the reason Kai had been so distracted lately was because he'd been planning this event. The guys came up with the idea of proposing to us all at once, and Kai was chosen to arrange everything because he's amazing at managing big events like that. I still can't believe it. I'm writing this diary as a newly engaged woman, and I got engaged at the same time with two of my sisters. I'm just so blown away. I wish you were here, Jer, but trust me, you're going to see all the videos later. It's going to be amazing. This trip to Korea has been some of the best days of my life. Bonus diary entry. Yolanda.
Hey, Ger. It's the day before Giselle's wedding, and things are about to get really chaotic up in here. So I wanted to write my thoughts down before the festivities. Remember the crazy stalker I wrote about in my other diary entries? The good news is, I was right. Actually, that's kind of the bad news, too. Turns out, Dwayne really does have a stalker fan, and you won't believe what happened. Yesterday, Dwayne and I created a list of all the things we wanted to do before we returned to Belize. Our time in Korea went by so fast, but we still had a million things we wanted to do and see before we left. We threw around the idea of staying longer, but I was the first to shut it down. As much as I love K-pop, I love Tay-Tay a lot more, and I've been missing my son. Listening to his sarcastic voice on the phone every night makes me want to run up and hug him. So today, Dwayne and I were kind of in a rush. We took a taxi and went to get sweet rice cakes with flower petals. I'd seen them on Instagram, and I really wanted to taste them. Since we had some other things to get done, I told Dwayne to hold the taxi and book a ferry while I ordered the rice cakes. The plan was to go on a ferry ride on our last night before the wedding. I thought being on the water would help ease Giselle's nerves, but I didn't want us to lose the taxi because it is almost impossible to catch another one sometimes. I left, got the sweet rice cakes, and when I got back, Dwayne's stalker fan was knocking out the taxi driver. The poor guy went slack and she shoved him and jumped into the driver's seat. I started screaming at her and she spooked, stomped on the gas, and took off with Dwayne down the highway. At this point, I dropped the rice cakes and started running and screaming, trying to catch up to the car. The crazy fan was swerving in traffic, wildly shooting down the road. My brain was on the fritz. I couldn't make sense of what was happening. I kept thinking this had to be a movie because real life isn't this terrifying. I didn't just watch my fiancé, the man who proposed to me at a K-pop concert in front of thousands, get snatched away by a maniac. I had no idea if Dwayne was okay. Was he still in the back seat? Was he alive? What if the maniac drugged him? The worst part of it was that I didn't know how to help. Then I started noticing the car making crazy turns, as if the driver was drunk and couldn't see straight. I realized that Dwayne was probably trying to get control of the wheel so he could stop the car. But then things got worse. The taxi swerved into the wrong side of traffic, right into the path of an incoming semi-truck. Now, Jer, you've watched enough K-dramas to know about that truck of doom. Any Mack truck that shows up in a drama basically guarantees someone is about to get smashed into. I felt my heart in my throat. I couldn't breathe. And I was trying to fumble with my phone to call 112, which is like Korea's 911. A moment later, I heard tires screeching on the road and the most awful shattering noise. The car had smashed into a lamppost. I started screaming like I was getting tortured. Everyone on the sidewalk stopped and was watching or filming. For me, time slowed. It seemed like my life was falling apart before my eyes. Before I knew it, I'd started running again. I didn't know I could run that fast in heels in the middle of Korean traffic. It's a small miracle I didn't get mowed down because traffic was still going both ways. I didn't register any of it. I was racing across the street, darting past motorbikes, zigzagging around bumpers. Finally, I got to the crashed taxi and I looked in. I saw Dwayne easing out of the back seat. He was bleeding from his forehead and he seemed shaken, but apart from that, he was fine. Most importantly, he was alive. The Sasaeng fan was alive, too. She was covered in blood and groaning from the front seat. I didn't give a damn about her. I ran to Dwayne and hugged him until he groaned in pain. I couldn't believe he was okay. I couldn't believe how much I loved him. He hugged me back, holding me as if he needed me to give him strength. When the police came, he told them what happened. We went down to the station and got more information about the crazy fan. Apparently, she'd knocked out the driver and tried to steal Dwayne's taxi because she was in love with him. She'd admired him and watched him play soccer on TV all her life. She had his posters on her wall and even got a signed copy of his jersey. When she saw Dwayne in Korea, she couldn't believe he was there. She started thinking that maybe it was fate. Maybe he'd come to Korea to find her because he knew how much she loved him. It sounded just as insane to the police who, ironically, were the same officers who arrested us. After we left the station, everyone met us at a hospital where I'd insisted on Dwayne getting checked out. The hospital didn't find anything major, but because of his head injury, they kept Dwayne overnight for observation. That's where we are right now. Dwayne is sleeping in the cot next to me. I'm really shaken up, but I'm glad that he's able to rest. After everything that's happened, I've realized that being famous really isn't all it's cracked up to be. I love our K-pop artists, but in my reality, they're not real. Not the way Dwayne is. For so long, it was easier for me to love those beautiful, talented K-pop boys because I knew they would never love me back, and I knew I could never get hurt from loving them. But this crazy fan showed me the dangers of taking that obsession too far. Funnily enough, Dwayne might be a super famous, untouchable football player in Korea, but to me, he is the most selfless, loving, kind man who adores me and Tay-Tay. I came all the way to Korea to find my ultimate bias, and it turns out he was beside me all along.
Bonus diary entry. Giselle?
Dear Jerry, I got married today and nothing went wrong. It feels incredible to say that given all the chaos that happened since our first day in Korea, but the day went off without a hitch. I loved that Marcy and my parents were here. One of the reasons we chose this wedding venue was because they were handicap friendly, and it was awesome seeing my sister wheeling around and organizing things on her own. She's grown up so fast. Mom was fussing over everything, as usual. She and Dad were so uncomfortable being here in Korea. They've never traveled this far before. Usually they'd stay close to Belize and visit places like Guatemala and Mexico. Also, Guatemala and Mexico are Spanish-speaking countries, which my parents have a basic understanding in. But Hangul, the Korean language, is completely foreign to them. I think Mom's slightly freaked out that the culture she used to scold me for obsessing over is here, right in front of her. It's not just a music video on the screen anymore. It's the millions of people out on the streets and the hundreds in the hotel. After the scariness that happened with Dwayne yesterday, I told Yolanda he could stay in his hotel room if he was too tired. But she said that he wanted to be there, so he went with West to the groom's changing room. Everyone else was in my dressing room, and we had such a fun time getting ready. Now that Zaka, Latoya, and Yolanda are all engaged, I can't wait to get ready for their weddings with them. Having the girls nearby was wonderful. The only person missing was you. After we got dressed, the ceremony started. We actually did our marriage the Korean way, registering it first and then having a ceremony, so technically we were already married, but it still felt monumental. A live orchestra played the classical version of Baby Don't Stop Feeling Me Up. It's this raunchy song by my favorite K-pop group, and I thought it was hilarious to hear it slowed down and fancified. Marcy was my flower girl. Though she was complaining about it, she did a great job. I had plenty of flowers on my path when Dad walked me down the aisle. West looked incredible in his tux. I mean, he's always been dreamy, but today his smile dazzled my eyes. Funny enough, right after he smiled, he started crying. Last night, West swore up and down that he wouldn't cry like those tacky grooms who get emotional when they see the bride. Turns out, West is one of those tacky grooms because he couldn't stop the tears. We had an officiant who spoke in Hangul and English. I was holding on to West tightly because I'd been practicing my vows in both languages too, and I was nervous about it. I think I did well enough. Although West kept laughing at my Korean because he loves to tease me. A lot of the guests asked me if I was anxious about getting married, but I wasn't. I was so excited to start my life with West. We've been through so much together, and he's sacrificed everything to be with me. I know he's the type of man who can be there for me in the long haul. We've already been doing so well running our smoothie business together, and he's got some new ventures with his hotels. It just feels like we're ready for that next phase in our lives, and this wedding is a sign of our commitment to each other. At the reception, Wes surprised me with a real-life Ong Sung-hoon impersonator. Of course he didn't get Ong Sung-hoon to show up at our wedding. He's a super famous K-pop star. He's probably busy. Besides, I'd chew West out if he spent that much cash on a celebrity appearance at our wedding. We could use that money to reinvest in our business. Anyway, the Ong Sung-hoon impersonator was much better than an Elvis impersonator, and he did an amazing job emceeing. His singing voice wasn't half bad. We took pictures with him, and the likeness is uncanny. I totally plan to tell my children that was the real Ong Sung-hoon. West and I did our first dance, and then I danced with my dad. We had more Korean food than we knew what to do with. I danced with the girls to our favorite K-pop songs. We were all sweating by the time West and I announced that we were leaving to go to our hotel room. I'm in our hotel room now. It's been a really long day. I thought weddings were easy, but I am absolutely bushed and kind of just want to sleep. West is in the shower, and I'm about to go join him. You see how important you are, Jer? Even though I'm exhausted and my husband is in the shower waiting for me, I wanted to let you know that I was thinking about you, and I really wish you could have been here for our wedding day. But I hope your time filming the X Games has been wonderful, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you and that Ellis guy. Yes, I saw the articles about you a few days ago. I talked to him too, and I got the feeling that he was really in love with you, and totally frightened by it. I can't wait to find out what the story behind that is, because isn't he technically your producer? Is that allowed? Anyway, I don't want the shower to get cold, so I'm going to say goodnight as the new Mrs. West Phillips. I'll see you when we get to Belize.
Thank you for reading the X Games bonus diary entries. I hope you enjoyed the K-pop sisters' adventures in Korea. For more, go to www.niaarthurs.com to check out Grumpy Romance, my latest BWWM romance with over 3,000 reviews about a cold-hearted single dad who falls for his beautiful, feisty assistant.